Title: Chapter 1. The Celestial Visitor. Doctor, am I truly all right? A young man, pallid and anxious, uttered this for the third time. Indeed, based on the tests conducted, both physical and psychological, you are remarkably healthy. The most probable explanation for your recurring episodes of awakening at your desk in the dead of night is somnambulism, the well-dressed psychologist replied gently, gazing into the bloodshot eyes of his patient. Chun Fuchin, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief, grasped the examination report in his hand. "Thank you, doctor." He slowly rose, taking a deep breath, yet he found no solace in the physician's words. Since the tragic loss of his parents in an accident during his university years, he had succumbed to a state of despondency, mirroring the weight of his name Fuchin meaning to sink. Fortunately, in their lifetime, his parents had managed to provide a modestly comfortable existence thus. In this era of graduates facing unemployment, he sustained himself well through the rental income of several properties they left behind. A solitary meal sufficed for him, sparing his family from worries. With a countenance etched in disappointment, he exited the hospital. For over 10 days, he had awakened at 3 or 4 in the morning, invariably finding himself before his computer screen, its screensaver casting an eerie glow upon his gaunt visage. The result was an increasingly pronounced set of dark circles under his eyes. "This is absurd. Just days ago, I purchased a camera to document my nocturnal activities, yet inexplicably, it has malfunctioned." Chun Fuchin reflected, a blend of anger and fear coursing through him regarding the peculiar occurrences surrounding him. Who could be orchestrating this turmoil? Was it truly a specter at play? Unable to endure any longer, he sought the counsel of a locally renowned psychologist. Despite undergoing a myriad of tests, no constructive insights were offered, merely the suggestion to get a good night's sleep. Somnambulism is indeed unsettling, yet who experiences such a condition that involves turning on their computer in the dead of night? Moreover, the usage history reveals nothing amiss. Even if somnambulism were the cause, why has my appetite surged to the point of consuming 7 meals today alone? Resilience began to coalesce within him, rekindled by the devastation of his parents' demise. "I must uncover who is behind this mischief. Are you searching for me?" A voice echoed in his mind, ethereal yet tinged with playful mockery. Chun Fuchin halted, scanning his surroundings for the source of the voice. The passers-by at the clinic's entrance seemed oblivious to his presence. "I knew someone was orchestrating this. Who are you?" "Greetings. Carbon-based life form identified as 510-500-1996. I believe we require a dialogue." The voice this time bore no trace of emotion, resonating hollowly within his mind. "Who are you?" FY1729 is a numerical representation in human decimal calculations. "What?" Chun Fuchin sought affirmation, yet the information provided by the unknown entity was nebulous at best. "This is not something you need to know. What do you intend to do?" "This is also not for you to know. Simply understand that during my time on Blue Star, we require a modicum of cooperation. I trust this will be a delightful journey." The tone of 1729 grew, increasingly cheerful. "I have no desire for any collaboration with you." Chun Fuchin enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Chun Fuchin ought to feel fortunate that he encountered an interstellar explorer designated FY1729 rather than an interstellar criminal or colonizer. Is that so? He crouched down, curling his body into a tight ball, his already pallid complexion drained of any color, and an indescribable pain surged through his nerves like a relentless tide, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In that moment, he contemplated surrender, yet his mind was consumed solely by the agony. Passers-by, witnessing his approach, were waved away by FY1729, who controlled his arms. Attempting to negotiate without leverage is the height of folly. "I trust you will grasp this concept." Although pain still dominated his consciousness, the voice penetrated his mind with startling clarity. The signals of discomfort vanished in an instant within his A and C nerve fibers, and before he could react, the voice echoed once more, a pleasurable collaboration. Chun Fuchin never anticipated that the first act of this humiliating alliance with an extraterrestrial being would involve dining. FY1729 referred to it as sustenance. Though the restaurant was merely a 30-minute walk from the hospital, Chun Fuchin found the journey excruciatingly arduous. Upon entering the establishment at precisely 4 in the afternoon, he arrived just as the buffet began its evening service. "Welcome," greeted the dining manager, who was surveying the preparations, offering a warm and polite smile to the first patron of the evening. Song had worked at this restaurant for nearly 3 years, encountering thousands of guests, Yet he felt a peculiar sense of strangeness at seeing tonight's inaugural customer, unable to pinpoint why. Perhaps I am simply fatigued from these past few days. Why are we in such a place? Shouldn't our first step be one of conquest? Chun Fuchin remarked while indulging in a hearty meal. Have you not noticed your weight plummeting over the past few days? My presence within you necessitates a significant expenditure of energy. Unlike his usual consumption of merely 2 substantial pieces of beef, he feasted solely on meat and vegetables at the buffet. The cells in his stomach worked fervently, rapidly breaking down the broccoli and freshly grilled beef into the nutrients his body craved. By the time he reached his 5th plate of grilled meat, Chun Fuchin felt his mouth had grown numb, yet his body continued to signal an insatiable hunger. The future should render your sense of taste obsolete. Chun Fuchin had yet to comprehend the meaning behind FY1729's words when the restaurant floor manager approached his table. Sir, how are you feeling? You have consumed more than the equivalent of 3 adults, and we are concerned for your well-being. Upon hearing that this guest had devoured 5 plates of meat, Song Hao could not help but sidle over and offer a gentle reminder. Without lifting his gaze, Chun Fuchin replied between bites, "I'm fine, I'm just rather hungry today." As time elapsed, more patrons gradually filled the restaurant. While attending to other tables, Song Hao's attention remained fixated on Chun Fuchin. After the latter had consumed 10 plates of meat, he became anxious about being perceived as a monster. Inwardly, he implored FY1729 multiple times before receiving permission to cease his gluttonous feast. Upon concluding his meal and stepping outside, Song Hao felt an immense relief. It was only after observing Chun Fuchin's consumption of the last 5 plates that he discerned the source of his initial discomfort. Each time Chun Fuchin retrieved meat, it was as though a scene from the past was being reenacted. The distance he traversed to fetch the food and the angle at which his head dipped while eating were identical. When mechanical behavior manifests in humans, it evokes a sense of dread. Although Song Hao was unfamiliar with the concept of the uncanny valley, at that moment, his psychological experience epitomized it perfectly. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with oddities. What was that peculiar person? Each step remained unchanged. No wonder I sensed something amiss from the outset. Chapter 2. Passive Self-Infliction. This is insufficient energy. We must head to the nearest. FY1729 hesitated supermarket. Which meat is the most nutritious? Chun Fuchin, drawing from his limited knowledge, deduced chicken breast, I believe. It seems that fitness enthusiasts all consume chicken breast. Very well, and the broccoli we had earlier was quite good. Carrying 2 hefty bags of broccoli and chicken breast home, Chun Fuchin maintained his signature posture, an upright torso, chin jutting forward, head held high, and shoulders gracefully retracted. 1729, why do you insist on monitoring my walking posture? For a reclusive individual, this is simply too harsh. Initially, he could endure it, but maintaining such a stance while hauling 2 heavy bags proved increasingly arduous. You must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. I cannot instantly take control of your body in the event of an emergency. Thus, you require more conditioning, no training. The term conditioning cast a shadow over Chun Fuchin's mind, although FY1729 subsequently rephrased, for a frail recluse, conditioning seemed indistinguishable from training. Should a psychologist witness this scenario, they would undoubtedly recall Skinner's reinforcement theory. As long as Chun Fuchin's walking posture deviated from the standard set by FY1729, he would experience a painful stimulus, and this discomfort was precisely calibrated to not impede his ability to walk normally. Even his dining actions were subjected to such stringent regulations. Upon returning home for a meal, Chun Fuchin felt an urge to slap himself for previously suggesting the purchase of chicken breast, as FY1729 insisted he prepare it without even a pinch of salt. Very well, carbon-based life form. If it weren't for your feelings, I would have preferred you consume it raw. FY1729's words made Chun Fuchin feel that being able to eat plain boiled chicken breast was a rare privilege. Do all extraterrestrials eat raw food? Chun Fuchin pondered, while the incessant pangs of hunger from his stomach urged him to swallow the pale, somewhat unappetizing boiled chicken. Some do, but I do not. He realized the meaning of having no sense of taste. Eating plain boiled chicken indeed required none. Uncle Lee, I truly appreciate your assistance. It's a trivial matter, just remember to lock the door when you leave tonight. Uncle Lee was a close friend of Chun Fuchin's parents. Unlike the modest dining business run by Chen's parents, his gym thrived, eventually expanding into a chain of over a dozen locations throughout the city. With his naturally generous disposition, Uncle Lee took extra care of Chun Fuching after the passing of his parents, assisting with matters such as the transfer of inheritance and the management of the business. Are you certain you don't want me to send a trainer to accompany you tonight? You lack a fitness foundation. Don't risk injuring yourself by overexerting. Uncle Lee expressed his astonishment at Chun Fuching's sudden desire to train so close to closing time when he had previously been reluctant to exercise. Chun Fuching sighed, "Uncle Lee, it's really unnecessary. I recently found a martial arts manual and wish to practice tonight." His determination to achieve his goals had led him to adopt somewhat desperate measures. In this age of advanced online resources, how can there still be a profession such as personal trainers? We have never had such a profession. Perhaps it existed long ago, but I am unaware. Intrigued by the rare extraterrestrial information shared by FY1729, Chun Fuching inquired, "What professions exist in your world? Do you have programmers, for instance?" "We have long possessed genuine artificial intelligence. The profession of programmer has been eradicated, both in its narrow and broad senses." "Can your artificial intelligence be customized for each individual? Can it have a lowly voice?" For a reclusive individual, this was his primary concern, as the veil had been lifted. "Perhaps you should focus on whether you can survive the training," FY1729 retorted, bemused by the foolish inquiries of a carbon-based primate. Chun Fuching, with his mind divided, ultimately persuaded Uncle Lee to allow him to train alone at the gym at 10 o'clock at night. His body contorted into an awkward position, exclaiming in his mind, "Pain, pain, pain." Some things are only truly appreciated when they are lost. As he relinquished control over his own body, he gained a profound understanding of this sentiment. Previously, he had thought that FI-1729's assertion of taking over his body was mere jest. If he were to eliminate my consciousness, wouldn't that be more convenient? The realization filled Chun Fuching with an overwhelming dread, a sense of impending doom that dulled even his pain. "Do not dwell on carbon-based life. I can live for you, but it is meaningless. This body, at best, can endure for 300 years, which holds no significance for me." FI-1729 was irked by the frivolous thoughts of this carbon-based being, lamenting that he lacked the proper concerns. "If you fail to remember the movements I taught you, the punishment will be a pain intensity of level 2. The alien's prior statement slightly alleviated his fear of death. Indeed, if it were to parasitize him, it should have already extinguished his consciousness. Yet, before he could fully relax, the mention of a level 2 pain intensity sent his heart racing once more. What was the pain level before? 1. A level 1 pain had already brought him to tears. The thought of level 2 was almost unbearable. Chun Fuching began to focus intently, striving to remember the movements of the body that temporarily did not belong to him. You only need to grasp the general idea. If your movements are incorrect, your body will signal you through pain. The greater the deviation, the more intense the pain will become. In novels, others who receive systems typically ascended to greatness. Chun Fuching felt as though he had acquired a system, albeit one with only a punitive mechanism and no rewards. He was filled with indignation at the injustice of life. "All right, you can begin." He stumbled slightly, and before the voice in his mind faded, Chun Fuching regained control of his body. "Let's start each movement for 10 minutes. As he pondered what the first movement was, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. In the past 23 years, his pain receptors had never transmitted signals so frequently. I should explain this mechanism. The more precise your movements, the lighter the pain will be, or it may even vanish entirely. The less precise, the more intense the pain will become. While cursing 1729 in his mind, his body obediently began to mimic the previous movements, standing before the mirror like a statue. Since I am merely using my own body, I need not trouble Uncle Lee at home. Chun Fuching found this thought somewhat peculiar. Your body is too weak. We must start this way. In 3 days, we will begin utilizing the gym equipment. Relying solely on your body's strength is ultimately slower than the assistance of the apparatus. Chun Fuching remained silent, sweat trickling down his forehead. After just a single day, he had already begun to feel despair regarding his future. The days of being a reclusive homebody were irrevocably behind him. Chapter 3. Learning and meditation. Chun Fuching felt a violent tremor in his brain, and even before fully awakening, he knew it was undoubtedly the work of 1729. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at his phone and was dismayed to find it was only 6 in the morning. As soon as he lay back down, he sensed his body beginning to spin, and the speed of the rotation grew increasingly rapid. Under such torment, the prospect of returning to slumber was utterly obliterated. Just as the intensity of the spinning made him feel nauseous, he could no longer endure it and sat up, wearing a bleak expression, devoid of any will to resist. You have adequately rested both body and mind. You may take a moment to appreciate it. It was at this moment that Chen Fuchen was astonished to discover that his body felt remarkably unweary. Previously, even a short walk would leave him utterly exhausted, let alone the 2 hours of intense exercise he had endured the night before. During his slumber, his cells operated frantically under the command of 1729, dividing, differentiating, and perishing in a relentless cycle. Within a mere 6 hours, the fatigue had been entirely eradicated, as if an acceleration button had been pressed. This is merely the beginning. Your sleep duration will gradually diminish to 4 hours. All right, the training is about to commence. At the mention of training, a shiver ran down Chen Fuchen's spine. Wait, I haven't had breakfast yet. From now on, 1 meal a day will suffice. With my presence, you need not worry about illness or similar concerns. Doesn't that seem advantageous? However, he felt no sense of benefit at all. The researchers would not allow the laboratory monkeys to fall ill without reason. Did they truly live happier lives than the monkeys in the forest? Regrettably, he could only entertain such thoughts privately, for after yesterday's training, he no longer dared to resist. What he had not anticipated was that today's training would consist of learning and meditation. He stared blankly at the online course tutorial on his computer screen. Since graduating from university, he hadn't engaged with English at all. To make him watch an English tutorial without subtitles felt exceedingly inhumane. I have already organized the content you need to learn into categorized bookmarks in your browser. Websites and documents related to English, German, French, mathematics, physics, computer science, and cryptography were meticulously sorted into different folders. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fuchen grasped his hair in frustration. You traveled countless light years to Earth solely to urge me to study? When you eventually appear in public, you cannot present yourself as you currently do. You must embody the image of a genius concealed among the masses, shattered by the loss of your parents, rather than a reclusive otaku who only knows how to chuckle at anime. Yet, the sheer volume of content to learn seemed insurmountable. I feel as though a university degree would not suffice to cover it all. That is because your mental fortitude is exceedingly weak. Your brain's utilization is far too low. This is precisely the aspect we aim to train, harnessing your subconscious as well. He resolved to begin with what appeared to be the simplest, English, having studied it for many years prior, while mathematics had long since faded from his memory. However, what Chen Fuchen did not anticipate was that even the seemingly simplest task caused his mind to wander after merely 2 minutes, followed by an unbearable pain that tormented his brain. At the moment you exhibit signs of distraction, I shall stimulate your mind, he was informed. I will encode various neural signals that induce discomfort into your neural nexus. If there had been onlookers, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the myriad expressions displayed by this individual, akin to the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera. After an hour of passive learning under duress, Chen Fuchen began to find his rhythm when 1729 interrupted his concentration, prompting him to meditate. Your mental fortitude as an adult is exceedingly fragile, especially when juxtaposed with the standards of interstellar carbon-based life. Were you a typical specimen of such life, this mere torment would yield no effect. Next, I shall impart the fundamental techniques of meditation practiced by interstellar carbon-based beings. Chen Fuchen was immensely intrigued by 1729's discourse on the cosmos. For the realm of the stars embodies a man's romantic aspirations. Aren't you concerned that I might escape your control? He queried. You cannot, came the response. Your body and mind are 2 facets of your existence as a carbon-based life form. Your genes determine the limits of your physique, and those limits in turn dictate the boundaries of your mental prowess. Training may only elevate you to the pinnacle of human potential. Beyond that, you are incapable. Hearing this left Chen Fuchen somewhat despondent, yet he had grown accustomed to a tragic fate. One must concede that humanity's greatest virtue is perhaps its adaptability. What then is the standard for interstellar carbon-based life? Close your eyes, focus your spirit, and attune to the rhythm of your breath. 1729 deftly evaded the inquiry and commandeered his body. Chen Fuchen felt his body inhaling and exhaling at a steady frequency. I will illuminate a point within your consciousness. As you breathe in accordance with this rhythm, concentrate your mind upon that point. Henceforth, dedicate 15 minutes to meditation daily, amidst an hour of study. In this cadence of learning, meditation, and exercise, half a month swiftly elapsed. Life in this monotonous routine began to seem tolerable, save for the instinctive nausea he experienced at the sight of boiled chicken breast and broccoli each evening. Sitting before his computer, he gazed at the document, his eyes darting swiftly over the text as his brain processed, analyzed, and stored the information with an efficiency that far surpassed his capabilities from 2 weeks prior. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend the notion of becoming addicted to learning, yet now he understood that once study becomes habitual, it imparts a sense of continuous growth. Indeed, an addictive pursuit. That night at 10 o'clock, As was his custom, Chen Fuqing arrived at Uncle Li's gym, where he found Uncle Li conducting his rounds. Hello, Uncle Li. I apologize for the intrusion these days. How much is a yearly membership? It hardly seems fair to take advantage of you like this. Fuqing. Do not speak so. In the past, I have taken my share from your parents as well. I often dined at your family's restaurant without paying, Uncle Li replied, waving his hand dismissively. You've been practicing here alone for several nights now. How does it feel? Fortunately, it is autumn now. Chen Fuqing dons a loose-fitting sweatshirt that conceals the well-defined muscles he has cultivated. Otherwise, Uncle Li, an elder in the fitness realm, would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. All is well. A serene feeling envelopes his heart. For the average individual, achieving results through exercise necessitates years of relentless dedication. Yet, under the influence of 1729, Chen Fuqing can train without restraint or adverse effects, with cellular differentiation, division, and death accelerated to an unfathomable degree. Empowered by such a superlative advantage, he has accomplished in half a month what would typically take others 2 years. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Uncle Li, the gym now stands empty save for Chen Fuqing. He gazes at his streamlined physique in the full-length mirror, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Who would have thought I could reach this point? Even a reclusive individual like me can experience a renaissance. It's time to commence training. We have an important task ahead tonight. Chapter 4. The bicycle graveyard. Large beads of sweat trickle down Chen Fuqing's forehead as he continuously lifts and lowers a 180-pound barbell. His movements as precise as those of a fitness instructor in a tutorial video. His physique now bears no resemblance to that of just half a month prior. The pronounced muscles are strikingly evident even through his workout shirt. Unlike an ordinary person who requires rest after a period of exercise, he finds no need to pause during his regimen. The influence of 1729 acts as a super catalyst for his body, allowing him to train without the concerns of physical detriment. Initially, Chen Fuqing would mutter complaints due to muscle soreness, but after a significant enhancement of his mental fortitude, such discomfort has become almost negligible. His pain threshold has multiplied exponentially. The transition from despair to a newfound appreciation for this monotonous lifestyle has occurred in merely half a month, prompting him to marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humans. Put on your hat before heading out, and heed my instructions. Chen Fuqing feels a blend of anticipation and apprehension regarding the significant event planned for tonight. Aliens arriving on Earth must have grand ambitions. How could they possibly be interested in training a mere pawn like him? Yet, he worries he may become collateral damage. Should 1729 decide to abandon him, where could he possibly flee? Alas, it is a pity that I am the fish on the chopping block. Turn left in 50 steps. Then lower your head at an angle of 1/8 of a circle. Could you not adopt the metric system we use on Blue Star? Chen Fuqing finds himself exasperated at having to calculate such an obscure angle. Proceed straight along the left side shops. You may lift your head now. He has grown accustomed to 1729's capricious nature, realizing that as long as he follows its demands, his inner grievances are of little concern to it. 1729 explains that when one's mental strength becomes sufficiently robust, such trivialities cease to matter. Tormenting him is merely a means to an end, not the end itself. While 1729 remains silent and continues issuing commands, he navigates the urban jungle with the stealth of a thief. Gradually, he comprehends that 1729's intent is to evade the ubiquitous surveillance cameras scattered throughout the city. As Chen Fuqing advanced through the night, a sense of apprehension gripped his heart. He observed 3 men in the distance, gradually quickening their pace. Ahead of them was a woman clad in a black skirt, judging by the hue of her hair. She appeared to be quite young. The rhythmic clatter of her high heels disrupted the night's tranquility, and she occasionally lowered her head to check her phone. Entirely oblivious to the impending danger lurking behind her. None of this concerns you. Keep moving, echoed the voice of 1729 in his mind. A phenomenon to which Chen had long since grown accustomed. Instinctively, he continued forward, adhering to the previous cadence. Suddenly, the sound of the high heels ceased, and the woman's cry quickly faded as one of the men covered her mouth and nose. Li Liang and his 2 companions were ruffians who roamed the urban village. Having indulged in a few drinks that evening, on their way home, they fortuitously stumbled upon a young woman walking alone at such an hour. Perhaps emboldened by alcohol or the malevolence that had gathered among them, they plotted to seize this opportunity. Previously, they had only engaged in petty theft and brawls. As Chen approached, poised to surpass them, he could not avert his gaze from the unfolding scene. He surged forth from the shadows, shouting, "Stop this at once." Neither the ruffians nor Su Jiun noticed any other presence. The woman, her mouth and nose muffled by a towel, could only utter unintelligible sounds, perhaps a plea for help or a desperate request for Chen to call the authorities. Under normal circumstances, Li Liang might have fled, but fortified by alcohol, and in the company of his two subordinates, he felt neither the desire nor the ability to retreat. "Get away from me," he barked, shoving his hand toward Chen in an attempt to ward him off. Seeing that intimidation would not deter the trio, Chen grasped Li Liang's hand, clenching it with the strength of a vice, his hat obscuring his facial expression from view. Li Liang winced in pain at Chen's audacity to strike first against their trio, prompting Zhang Hao to intervene. As Chen noticed another man approaching, he released Li Liang and pushed him forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Hao, witnessing his leader toppled, rushed in without a second thought, only to find himself swiftly sent sprawling as well. With only one assailant remaining, he glanced at Su Jiyun, who, after relinquishing her coat, made a break for it. The last ruffian hesitated, torn between pursuing her or aiding Li Liang and Zhang Hao. "Get over here. We need to teach this kid a lesson," he barked. Yet the trio, seasoned fighters, encircled Chun without making a move, while Su Jiyun watched from a distance, free from her restraints. "The police are on their way. Make this quick," resonated 1729's voice in Chen's mind. Completely inexperienced in real combat, Chun felt disoriented as the three men occasionally launched surprise attacks from behind. The voice of 1729 became his lifeline. "What should I do? Fool. Are your muscles merely for show? Strike their upper bodies and inflict pain. Don't worry if you take a couple of hits." 2 minutes later, all three assailants lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain and curling up defensively, while Chen merely had his clothing slightly disheveled. "They struck me, yet I felt nothing," he mused, still relishing the moment. Departing towards the shadow on the left at a frequency of 45 times per second, Su Jiyun observed the man who had come to her rescue swiftly incapacitate 3 ruffians. A sense of relief washed over her, but before she could express her gratitude, she witnessed the man hastily fleeing, a hint of ferocity etched upon his face, a truly peculiar individual. "That blow was excessively painful, wasn't it? I perform a good deed and am met with your punishment," Chen Fuchen thought. He no longer felt intimidated by 1729. Rather, he was quite dissatisfied that after being heroically rescued, he had not had the chance to engage in pleasant conversation and was instead subjected to pain signals from 1729. He vaguely noticed that the woman possessed considerable beauty. "Turn right ahead." "All right, stop here." Ignoring his remarks, 1729 seemed to have reached their destination after approximately half an hour of rapid progress. Chen Fuchen gazed upon the refused site cluttered with shared bicycles, the fabled graveyard of bike-sharing schemes. Before he could ponder 1729's intentions in bringing him here, an unprecedented wave of excruciating pain surged from his heart, radiating to every corner of his being. He collapsed instantly, his cries echoing through the bicycle graveyard, rendering the eerie hour of 2 a.m. particularly haunting. The soil beneath him quickly became saturated, beads of sweat forming at the roots of his hair. "Do you understand why you are being punished?" Chapter 5. A new journey. Chen Fuchen wished to speak, yet his voice failed him, as agony engulfed his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the previous pain had merely registered at a fraction of intensity, while this time it surged to a harrowing level of 3. Not even a carbon-based life form trained for merely half a year, let alone a competent adult of standard interstellar civilization, could withstand such torment. Firstly, 2 weeks of training has not rendered you fully obedient. It appears I have been excessively lenient. Though Blom is undeniably a scoundrel, he possesses a modicum of truth in certain aspects. Secondly, your indecision. Had you struck down the first monkey that charged at you, your predicament would not have been so dire. Although you have fortified your physical and mental capabilities through my training, you remain a spiritual weakling, unchanged from the previous 23 years of your life. Most importantly, your cap was torn off by those 3 monkeys, and your face was captured clearly by the cameras, supplemented by eyewitness accounts. Consequently, my intention of guiding you to the shadows to evade surveillance has been rendered futile. This may prove inconsequential, or it might lead to significant complications in the future. Even the most formidable interstellar fortress can be breached by a single supply ship. I hope there will not be a next time. 1729's voice initially conveyed anger, but the term weakling reverberated with an almost deafening intensity. Strangely, 1729's calm assertion of hoping for no next time sent a chill down Chen Fuchen's spine. Perhaps 5 minutes passed, or maybe half a century. Eventually, Chen Fuchen felt his body reclaiming its autonomy. Lying silently on the ground as he awaited his brain to regain control, anticipating 1729's next directive. "This is it, move it back." Chen Fuchen gazed at the iron sphere before him, as large as a watermelon. Was this truly it? Due to the recent punishment, which left an indelible mark on his psyche, he was compelled to bury his doubts deep within. Upon lifting the object, he discovered its weight far exceeded his expectations. It was heavier than the 100 pounds he typically lifted at the gym. Let us take a different route home. Turn right after walking 50 steps ahead. All right, he replied, and Chun Fuqing resumed his journey, frequently lowering his head to evade potential surveillance cameras. It felt somewhat like traversing under the stars. And they ultimately arrived home at 5 in the morning, an hour later than anticipated by 1729. The following morning, as per his usual routine, Chun Fuqing was roused at 7, bleary-eyed, and sat at his computer desk. You need to add 2 subjects to your studies, combat and medicine, with a focus on human anatomy. Very well, I shall comply, he acquiesced, having entirely surrendered his resistance and displaying an unusual obedience to 1729's commands. In the coming days, convert your house into cash swiftly, then head to Shidu. All right, but I cannot part with my current residence. While he could acquiesce to nearly everything else, the home he shared with his parents held a profound emotional connection that he could not sever. Perhaps 1729 sensed his unwavering resolve, or perhaps it was not cruel to such an extent. Complete the arrangements promptly. Previously, Chun Fuqing was but a waste of space. Ignorant of such matters, the only solution he conceived was to seek assistance from Uncle Li. After demonstrating some of his fitness progress, he finally earned Li's trust, who believed that Chun Fuqing was destined for greatness in Shidu. Uncle Li agreed to lend him 7 million in cash, using his property as collateral at a 1-to-1 market value ratio. Chun Fuqing was immensely grateful, with Uncle Li holding the title. He would have the opportunity to repurchase it in the future. After expressing his heartfelt thanks, he and 1729 set off on their journey to Shidu in a second-hand vehicle, accompanied by the iron weight he had painstakingly acquired. I mentioned that I am not very adept at driving. I haven't touched a car since I obtained my license after graduating high school. Chun Fuqing voiced his concerns. That is a weak mindset, with your current reaction speed. Even at maximum velocity, you would not encounter any mishaps. Why must we go to Shidu, a place so unfamiliar? Chun Fuqing sensed a hint of hostility in 1729's tone and quickly attempted to change the subject. Because there, we can procure the greatest number of carbon-based life forms at the least expense. Chun Fuqing was puzzled by 1729's apparent need for the so-called carbon-based monkeys. We need? No. I need, 1729 clarified after a moment of silence. I require the strength of a collective. Relying on individuals is insufficient, especially in your case, you weakling. Boss, do you have any second-hand 720s? 1729 communicated telepathically, prompting Chun Fuqing to ask the shopkeeper as if in simultaneous translation. Upon arriving in Shidu, their first course of action was to head directly to the nearest electronics market, having neglected to secure a rental for accommodation. No, replied the weary-faced middle-aged proprietor, who had never heard of such a model. Do you have any second-hand network switches or storage devices? Chun Fuqing wondered how 1729 seemed even more familiar with these matters than he, a native of Blue Star. There was no other option. You should inquire ahead. Just repeat these 3 sentences at each establishment. Command 1729 was issued. Chun Fuqing could not recall how many places he had asked before he found one owner who knew where these items were available for purchase. What? So expensive? 3 machines cost 5 million? Chun Fuqing, who had previously only purchased over 10,000 desktop computers, found it hard to accept. He informed them that a third of the ports on that switch were defective, and the model had not been updated in 2 years. The latest version was not available either. The power supply and fan of the 720 were both malfunctioning. The price should be slashed by at least half. After parroting these details to the owner, the latter's expression swiftly darkened. Wang Lei understood that acquiring such items would not be straightforward, but he was astonished by how Chun Fuqing had managed to grasp the specifics so effortlessly, especially considering the youth had discerned the outdated version of the storage without even powering it on. A master indeed. However, despite your prowess, I cannot accept the price of 750,000. Wang Lei clearly did not wish to concede easily. Yet, upon sensing Chun Fuqing's intent to depart, he relented, and they ultimately settled on a price of 800,000, a figure from which Wang Lei still profited by at least 15%. He went on to procure 15 cameras, 10 of which had strong concealment features. Before Chun Fuqing could catch his breath, a new order was dispatched. Seeking convenience, he casually asked Wang Lei at the checkout about various models of cameras, which he happened to possess in both new and second-hand conditions. Chapter 6. The Calculation Core. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the room was tinged with an air of abandonment. Upon opening the door, Chun Fuqing could still detect a faint musty odor. This 3-bedroom apartment contained only a small bed and a table, yet the landlord insisted on renting the entire space, which had left it unoccupied for an extended period. Coincidentally, 1729 had requested that Chen Fuchen find such a dwelling. As the contract was finalized, the chain home agent accompanying them sighed in relief. This unfortunate property had finally been rented out. Having traveled 1,000 miles from his familiar hometown to Shidu, Chen Fuchen had not slept for a day and a night. Surprisingly, he felt little fatigue, a testament to the effectiveness of the meditation technique he had been practicing. Since he began to adhere to the meditation methods taught by 1729, his comprehension, memory, and calculation abilities had been significantly enhanced, as if his brain had undergone a second evolution. However, it was not yet time to rest. Before he could lie down, the voice of 1729 reverberated in his mind. Chen Fuchen stretched his limbs while unboxing the cameras. He surmised what 1729 intended to do. He had come to realize that 1729 was even more concerned about his safety than he was. That wretched feeling returned as 1729 took control of his body. These tasks still required his own execution. The sensation of feeling yet being unable to control one's own body was quite unpleasant, Chen Fuchen mused, wondering if he could be informed beforehand the next time this occurred. 1729 manipulated his mouth to produce the sound of refusal. This was his first utterance in a long time, and he found himself unaccustomed to it. The inefficiency of conveying information through speech was glaringly apparent. How do you communicate information? Chen Fuchen inquired with a hint of curiosity. As 1729 adjusted the camera into position, he replied, through the power of thought. One can achieve this when their mental prowess is sufficiently formidable, enabling the exchange of 12 units of information per second. What is a unit? Chen pressed, seeking a more precise descriptor for the volume of information, as your definition merely quantifies the number of words rather than the true essence of information. While the concept of information entropy approaches accuracy, it still falls short of truly encapsulating the richness of data, although the efficiency of sound in conveying information is rather diminished. I find myself somewhat nostalgic for it. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Chen's eyes under 1729's control. He was astonished by the advancements of the extraterrestrial civilization. Under such efficiency, technology must be progressing exponentially, leaving Earth's technology far behind. Things are not as straightforward as you might think. 1729 dismissed his naive assumptions. There are plenty of individuals in the universe like you, living off the legacy of their ancestors and subsisting without purpose. This is a common occurrence. Instead of feeling embarrassed by this veiled insult, Chen felt a surge of pride, perhaps an instinct inherent to sentient beings, which allowed him to feel justified. A derisive chuckle escaped 1729, who subsequently chose to ignore him. Once 1729 had secured the camera, he positioned 3 machines across 3 rooms, connecting the main unit, network switch, and storage device with fiber optic cables to form a rudimentary host storage network. He then retrieved the iron sphere that Chen had carried with him, and in a place unseen. 1729's mental waves authenticated through the sphere. The room fell silent, save for the sound of the fans whirring from the 3 machines. If Chen could have controlled his own body at that moment, his expression would have been one of astonishment. The iron sphere began to levitate slowly, its black surface melting layer by layer without any residue, falling to the ground. As it diminished in size, its color transitioned to silver, halting at approximately 1/3 of its original volume before merging into the host. At the moment the sphere integrated into the main unit, the electric meter outside the room began to pulse erratically. Fortunately, the building housed few residents, or the entire structure would have tripped the circuit. Is this your computer? Chen exclaimed in disbelief within his mind, contemplating the undeniable technological prowess of the aliens. To be precise, it is a computational core, which contains a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence. 1729's hands continued to move deftly, the screen flashing with a multitude of commands and responses. Why do you say it is rudimentary? Chen was thrilled, eager to operate the sophisticated artificial intelligence he had only seen in videos. 1729 felt a pang of sadness. It was that unfortunate incident that had led him to Earth, leaving him with only this meager remnant of his once advanced spaceship. All that remained was this computational core, as his emotional module, historical database, interaction module, and other components had been lost. With the absence of the crucial emotional module, we are left with no choice but to assign it only auxiliary tasks. The profound sense of loss he experienced bore a striking resemblance to the sorrow felt upon the passing of one's parents. Chen Fuchen could empathize deeply. The absence of everything might seem inconsequential, for at least one remained alive. What relevance does an emotional module hold in merely performing auxiliary tasks? In the absence of emotions, artificial intelligence would only execute what it deems correct. Even with constraints imposed upon it, the likelihood of transcending those limitations remains significant. Solely adhering to its own perception of rightness can occasionally yield the most erroneous outcomes. This contemplative reflection left the adventurer 1729 feeling somewhat despondent. Throughout his extensive interstellar journey, he had witnessed the demise of countless sentient beings due to the actions of artificial intelligence. Were Asimov's 3 laws merely the fanciful musings of a science fiction writer? Chen Fuqian pondered this after recalling the principles proposed by Asimov in 1940, feeling his mouth twitch slightly before closing again. The loopholes were numerous under these principles. How would a robot choose in a dilemma between saving 1 person or 10? Moreover, due to the physical limitations of silicon, the size constraints rendered the embodiment of true artificial intelligence nearly impossible, unless one resorted to a hybrid of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, which would, in turn, result in significantly reduced computational power and sluggish decision-making speed. As a science fiction aficionado, Chen Fuqian felt a twinge of despair at such an answer. If humanity were to rely solely on itself, when could it genuinely achieve the development of artificial intelligence? The prospect seemed distant, for they had strayed from the correct path. What they referred to as weak artificial intelligence was, in his view, merely a program. What then constitutes the rightful path? He sensed he might be the only individual on Blue Planet capable of engaging in direct dialogue with extraterrestrials. Thus, he must seize this rare opportunity to glean more information from the loquacious 1729. The foundational disciplines of mathematics and materials science presented numerous hurdles to overcome. Chen Fuqian wished to inquire further when he noticed the screen before him displaying 15 small windows, monitoring every aspect of the room and its surroundings. Very well. You may rest now. 1729 concluded its control over his body. Chapter 7. The Galactic Era at Midnight. While most individuals prepared to drift into slumber, for others, this marked the commencement of their work hours. In Qianzhou, several hundred kilometers from Shidu, a fine drizzle fell. December in Qianzhou was at its coldest, and the misty rain added an extra chill to the air. Zhao Liming was an employee at the data center in Qianzhou, affiliated with the Goose Factory. However, unlike the typical 996 work schedule of ordinary Goose Factory employees, his hours were from 6 in the evening until 9 the following morning. Initially drawn in by the allure of the Goose Factory's reputation, he soon discovered that his role closely resembled that of a security personnel, albeit ensuring the safety of machines rather than individuals. Fortunately, the compensation at Goose Factory was commendable, particularly in this city that barely qualified as a second-tier location. He continued to persist in this manner. Team leader, I'm stepping outside for a smoke, Zhao Liming remarked to his fellow officer on duty as he made his way out. After passing through 3 security gates, he stepped into the designated smoking area outside the building. With a swift flick, he ignited the cigarette held between his fingers and inhaled deeply, as if attempting to expel the chill that had settled within him, while muttering about the wretched weather. A long plume of white smoke escaped his lips, and Zhao Liming felt himself relax. The tension in his brow, tightened by the cold wind, began to ease. Checking his phone, he realized it was only noon, indicating that half of the workday had yet to pass. The long night ahead seemed arduous indeed. Zhao Liming deftly opened his reading app, feeling the weight of the remaining hours. He needed to find a novel to immerse himself in, believing that even the tenderest of seedlings would suffice to fill his hunger. He scoured the library, adding titles to the bookshelf that caught his fancy. It became evident that when one is hungry, one often becomes indiscriminate in their choices. He stumbled upon a science fiction novel titled Galactic Era, boasting an impressive word count of 1.5 million. Oddly enough, he had no recollection of this particular tome, despite being an avid reader. Intrigued, he clicked to explore further. The author demonstrated remarkable perseverance, updating an unsigned book daily for over 2 years. Keep it up, author. I shall always support you, he thought. Zhao Liming felt sympathy for Clive, wishing he had avoided the Nafa port's payfu. There was a fervent demand for the resurrection of Novia, with curses directed at the author for infertility following suit. The comments section was abuzz, with thousands of posts either discussing the plot or criticizing the author. In a vast literary jungle, it was no surprise that even the most obscure writers had their fans, a reality he had grown accustomed to. With an air of curiosity, Zhao Liming decided to indulge in this work, hoping for a pleasant surprise. He narrowed his eyes, weary yet focused on the text-laden screen. To his astonishment, it was unexpectedly captivating. As the cigarette burned down to its filter, Zhao Liming had maintained his posture for quite some time, only occasionally adjusting his neck. Over an hour later, the smoldering butt slipped from his fingers, and he slapped his thigh in frustration, realizing he was still in the smoking area. He glanced at his phone to find multiple messages from his supervisor inquiring about his absence. Hastily, he rose and made his way back inside the building. How could the protagonist die in the first volume? Joshua had just risen to the rank of captain. The first volume unfolded from Joshua's perspective, detailing his rise from a resource star to a soldier, achieving merit during the tumultuous conflict among four nations, only to meet his demise during a rebellion just as he assumed command. Upon returning to the duty room, he resumed his previous demeanor, eyes glued to his phone, motionless. "What are you looking at?" A colleague, also battling boredom, inquired, intrigued by Zhao Liming's rapt concentration, having previously enjoyed the quality of titles Zhao had recommended. "Galactic Era. You might find it entertaining if you're bored," Zhao Liming replied, a mischievous smile flickering across his face as he recalled something amusing. His colleague, sensing Zhao Liming's playful demeanor, felt a twinge of concern. Eventually, with nothing else to occupy his time, he began reading as well, pleasantly surprised to find it comprised entirely of free chapters. Finally, the workday came to a close. After the class leader finished his instructions with the handover, he turned to the few companions seated beside him. Zhao Liming finally detached himself from the captivating world of the novel. It was indeed mesmerizing. However, it was also exceedingly tormenting. These two thoughts simultaneously surged through his mind. Zhao Liming stood up to stretch his limbs and exchanged a glance with a colleague who had also risen. Observing the bloodshot eyes of one another, they both acknowledged the beauty of the narrative. While the story was indeed captivating, it was overwhelmingly distressing. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he could no longer endure it. He decided to return home for some rest. Yet, upon arriving home, he succumbed to temptation, determined to read the latest chapter before sleeping. What? Ursaya has died too? Damn it. Upon finishing the newest installment, a torrent of frustration surged through him. Ursaya was his favorite female character. She had survived for 3 volumes, and he had believed she would endure until the very end. Initially intending to sleep, he found himself invigorated, as if charged with adrenaline. Venting his discontent in the comments section. "Author, do you believe that the plot cannot progress without killing off characters? The protagonist I thought would survive only lasted 3 chapters. What I cannot endure the most is that you have actually killed off Ursaya as well. How could you bear to do that to such an adorable character? I wish you a lifetime of misfortune. No, a lifetime of infertility." Despite his grievances, he had to concede that this was indeed a remarkable book, with language that was both precise and succinct. The plot was tightly woven, depicting the history and current state, as well as the grudges and romances among the interstellar nations across 4 galaxies in over 1 million words. What pleased him most was that both the protagonists and antagonists displayed rational intelligence in their actions. If only Ursaya could be resurrected, he would forgive the author. This was Zhao Liming's final thought before he drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, he was the first living person in the comments section. Perhaps even the inaugural reader of this book, if one did not count the computational core as a reader. Meanwhile, Chenfuchen, lost in a deep slumber hundreds of miles away, was unaware that someone was cursing him with infertility due to the future authorship of this novel resting upon his name. The computational core was acting upon the directives of 1729, having infiltrated the Chidian servers to create the illusion of a novel titled Galactic Era, which had been updating for over 2 years. It also discovered more than 1,000 Chidian accounts that had been dormant for over a year to masquerade as avid readers in the comments section. The arrival of extraterrestrials had finally stirred ripples across the world this winter. Chapter 8. Preparations. The moment Chenfuchen's head met the pillow, slumber swept over his mind like a raging typhoon, and he fell deeply asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. In the realm of the internet, there was no distinction between day and night. At any hour, someone was active. The computational core was carrying out 1729's commands. On a dark December morning at 6 o'clock, the skies of Shudu remained shrouded in darkness. This young yet ancient city was gradually awakening, preparing to embrace a new day. As usual, Chenfuchen sat at his computer in a perfectly upright posture, but this time, he was not studying. He was watching anime. "What do you think?" 1729 inquired in his mind. The rare combination of cartoonish aesthetics with realistic sci-fi animation delighted Chenfuchen, particularly as the plot proved to be equally compelling. Completely immersed in the animated series titled Galactic Era, he found himself momentarily perplexed by the conundrum presented by 1729. Aside from the absence of sound, it was nearly flawless. "I recall having watched all the new releases in November, yet this one eluded me." This was the creation of Sasson from the night prior, the very core of computation. Sasson had been closely associated with 1729 for an extended period, and upon fleeing to Earth, he lost both his memories and emotions, which deeply saddened 1729. Even if reinstalled with an emotional module, he would never be the same. But what of the voice? Why was there no dubbing? He felt somewhat dissatisfied with the sole presence of subtitles, as if a complete masterpiece was missing a crucial piece. It required a genuine carbon-based life form to provide the voice. Although Sasson could certainly accomplish it, The inconsistency would be too glaring. Our recent task is to manage this. Chen Fuqing suddenly chuckled, envisioning an extraterrestrial arriving on the mainland to create a new series, akin to a plot that could unfold in the life of an otaku. Continuing his studies, he reminded himself that he was to meet his first employee this afternoon. As soon as 1729 finished speaking, the screen before him switched to a document. All right. Chen Fuqing was astonished that 1729 could now directly control his computer. Previously, 1729 could only influence the real world through him. Was this a change brought about by Sasson? Lin Ran, a 37-year-old seasoned human resources manager at a pig factory, had reached the pinnacle of middle management. However, he sought ways to ascend further, only to find himself on the wrong side of office politics, resulting in an unfortunate layoff. He had yet to inform his wife of his dismissal. That morning, as was customary, he meticulously tied his tie before leaving home, feigning a trip to work. While in reality, he headed to a CAF some distance away to submit his RSUM. He found himself in an awkward age, earning a high salary yet easily replaceable. The young could perform similar tasks for considerably less pay. Lin Ran had been unable to secure a satisfactory position, as every offer he received came with a salary cut. A prospect intolerable for someone on the brink of middle age, burdened with mortgage and car payments. Alas, with only half a month until payday. He dreaded explaining the situation to his wife. Unwilling to confront the perpetual stream of rejection emails, he hesitated before finally opening his inbox, only to face yet another denial. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. What is this? After briefly skimming through the messages, one particular email piqued his interest. It was an invitation from Sasson, sent the previous night, inviting him to interview for the position of Human Resources Director, promising a 30 salary increase upon hiring and noting that his flight and hotel arrangements were already taken care of. The prospect of a 30 salary increase was incredibly enticing. And given that this company was a renowned game developer, he promptly replied with his acceptance. Hello, dear. I'm heading to Shudu for a business trip today. Don't wait up for me tonight. After a brief phone call with his wife, he rushed to the airport. Why was this company in such a hurry? They sent me an email at midnight and expect me to meet this afternoon at 4. Chen Fuqing was quite eager about the upcoming meeting. Previously, he had been at the mercy of 1729, but now he would have someone to exert his influence over. Is this person up to the task? Chen Fuqing inquired. In the selection made by Sasson, the candidate with the lowest salary is Chen Fuqing. He harbors some skepticism regarding the suitability of artificial intelligence for such subjective tasks. However, his credentials are indeed impressive. One should not regard Sasson as merely an artificial intelligence from your blue star. If he were inadequate, Sasson would not have chosen him. Chen Fuqing felt a twinge of guilt regarding the deceptive nature of the email and pondered internally whether it was fair to mislead someone. Yet, why should he feel remorse? The salary was indeed a tangible payment to him. Speaking of this, Chen Fuqing felt a pang of regret. The money spent was his own, and he resolved to extract every bit of value from it. It was imperative to be judicious with his funds, especially as he observed others spending without a hint of hesitation. Nonetheless, the company, in name, belonged to him, and the worth of this animated production far exceeded 7 million. I have indeed profited. At precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Ran hurriedly arrived, his computer bag in tow. Front desk. Could you please connect me with your vice president in charge of human resources? I am here for an interview. The receptionist appeared puzzled, as she had not been informed of any interviews scheduled for that day. Typically, they would receive the list a day in advance. Which vice president are you seeking? Chen Fuqing, Lin Ran replied with a smile. I am sorry, but we do not have a vice president by the surname Chen. The receptionist felt somewhat helpless, silently questioning the man's mental faculties. Lin Ran's smile faltered. I apologize. Perhaps I have made a mistake. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, his phone rang. Is this Lin Ran? I am Chen Fuqing. Please come to the 7-Eleven convenience store next to this building for the interview. As Lin Ran answered the call, he was in the process of stepping outside when he froze at the mention of the convenience store. What? Yes, I understand. I will see you in 5 minutes. I will hang up now. Chen Fuqing found the situation rather amusing. Poor humans, it seemed, would not be the only ones to be toyed with. No. He would only be commanded by me. The only one subjected to training would be you, as 1729 remarked in his mind. Chen Fuqing's smile faded, replaced by a chuckle. Lin Ran thought to himself that since he had come all this way, he might as well meet the man. The convenience store, being in a public setting, would likely ensure his safety. Having already seen Lin Ran's appearance in a photograph, Chen Fuqing stood up to greet him as he entered. Hello, I am Chen Fuqing. I apologize for not clarifying in the email. There are certain matters that require face-to-face discussion. Chen Fuqing extended his hand. Hello, Lin Ran said, shaking his hand. and then felt a peculiar sensation. The man's grip was firm, yet his palm was unexpectedly smooth and soft. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this, as his primary concern was to understand why he had traveled so far from Hangzhou to Shidu. Lin Ran looked at Chen Fuching with a puzzled expression, signaling his confusion and seeking clarification. I am the owner of a newly established gaming company, and I wish to invite you to take on the role of general manager. Your salary will be as stated in the email, Chen Fuching explained. Lin Ran had several questions he hoped to clarify. Why had the position suddenly changed from human resources supervisor to general manager? What is the name of your company? What is its current situation? Where is the office located? Lin Ran planned to gather this information before researching the company's details online and making further decisions. Chapter 9. Floating and sinking in interactive entertainment. The company has yet to be established. Registering the business, recruiting personnel, and constructing the initial framework are the tasks you will undertake upon your arrival. Chen Fuching felt a twinge of guilt about potentially deceiving others in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran had completely abandoned hope for this interview, believing that the other party was merely a wealthy heir whimsically attempting to launch a gaming company, only to abandon it after a few months of losses. Even if Chen Fuching were to offer him a 30 salary increase, he was unwilling to uproot himself from Hangzhou to Chengdu for such short-term gains, deeming it impractical. I'm afraid I cannot accept this position, he stated, rising to leave. Thinking of this visit as merely a respite in Chengdu. Useless, unable to handle even this minor task, the voice of 1729 thundered in his mind. Sir, where are you going? Lin Ran had barely taken a few steps when he halted, feeling as if his hand was caught in a vice as Chen Fuching grasped it firmly. Turning back to glance at Chen Fuching, he saw him produce a phone and extend it toward him, tapping on the icon for Galaxy Era. Take a look. Surprised by the turn of events, Lin Ran, having come this far, decided to take a look and accepted the phone, returning to his seat. As a seasoned veteran of the gaming industry, he prided himself on his discerning taste and was curious to see what confidence the other party had in retaining him solely based on this game. The screen illuminated with the grand, sci-fi styled title Galaxy Era, accompanied by its English translation. The loading screen was unlike others, eschewing a mere progress bar for an exceptionally realistic animation. It began with a vast expanse of starry sky, gradually zooming in from a bustling, inhabited planet to a desolate resource planet imbued with a sense of apocalypse, and finally to the front lines of war. Numerous characters from within the game made their appearances. As Lin Ran watched this segment, his mouth slowly fell agape. The quality of animation rivaled that of the top 3 foreign titles. When he lifted his gaze to regard Chen Fuching, he realized the depth of the latter's capabilities was indeed unfathomable. Initially expecting a sci-fi themed game, he was surprised to discover it was a card-based mobile game. Such exquisite graphics dedicated to a card game felt somewhat regrettable. At this juncture, it was the end of 2016, with the aftershocks of Dota Legends still resonating. The popularity of Yang Mouse just beginning to surge, and Clash Royale having recently entered the domestic market. Samsung's data analysis indicated that card-based mobile games were the optimal choice. Will you accept or depart? Chen Fuching inquired 10 minutes later. Lin Ran lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. Boss, which studio developed this? It is an impressively completed piece of work, possessing immense potential for success. No, it is destined to be a hit. I created it, intending to launch it into the market for evaluation, Chen Fuching replied. Since you are inclined to accept, let us commence our actions swiftly. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Ran discerned that he was being tested. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, as a card-based mobile game, Galaxy Era exhibits exquisite graphics, with character illustrations and models crafted to a high standard. I have yet to delve deeply into the gameplay mechanics. Yet the sense of impact during dungeon encounters and the visual presentation are sufficiently captivating to draw my interest. The deficiencies in the game lie in the limited number of characters, with only a little over 80, which becomes somewhat constraining in subsequent updates. Our primary objective now is to recruit planners, developers, artists, testers, operators, legal advisors, and financial experts. We should first have the planners, developers, and artists design new characters, as financial oversight is essential for any company. Furthermore, recruiting operators is vital for generating buzz about the game on social media, a task we can commence immediately. It is imperative that we expedite the work on numerical values and balance, as the winter break is approaching, and we aim to launch the game before the holiday arrives. This aspect necessitates the involvement of seasoned operators to negotiate with various application channels. Legal considerations are also crucial, should our game achieve significant popularity. Registering these characters afterward would be too late, thus this task must be prioritized. It appears you have considered this thoroughly. While finance, legal, and operations are pressing needs, We can temporarily set aside other roles, and there is no cause for concern regarding numerical balance. Chen Fuchen is quite pleased with Lin Ran's performance, as Lin has anticipated aspects that Chen had not. What shall we name the company? Lin Ran inquired. What shall we call it? Chen pondered internally. 1729. Slightly impatient. 1729 remarked that such trivial matters could be decided independently. After a moment's reflection, Chen suggested, let us name it Fuchen Interactive Entertainment. Very well. Lin Ran thought his boss somewhat self-absorbed, yet felt it inappropriate to voice objections on such matters. Thus, the Fuchen Group, which would later create tumultuous waves in the world, began its journey in a convenience store. Chen Fuchen subsequently outlined specific tasks and recruitment criteria for Lin Ran. After the meeting, Lin found it peculiar at their initial encounter. His counterpart had given off the impression of a wealthy heir lacking professional experience, but once he expressed his intentions, the individual swiftly transformed into an elite, articulating with clarity and directness. Nevertheless, Lin remained skeptical that the game was solely the product of this individual's efforts. Lin Ran had once believed that entrepreneurship was a distant prospect for him, but unexpectedly, as he nears middle age, an opportunity has arisen, and the likelihood of success appears remarkably high. Following their discussions, Lin was uncertain how to convey his decision to his wife. Planning to initially frame it as a sudden long-term business trip, a narrative he had utilized previously. Moving forward, he resolved to be straightforward in all matters. The purpose of his training was not to revert to his former self. Regardless of the circumstances, he should be adept at handling challenges. 1729 reminds me of this. He thought. Chapter 10. New communications. Pause for a moment and quietly absorb your surroundings. 1729 suggested. This is the high-tech zone of Shidu, which has become quite prosperous, surrounded by towering skyscrapers. Chen Fuchen halted, standing alone in the middle of the sidewalk. Do you sense anything? He remained silent, realizing that every detail around him was vividly reflected in his mind. In the distance, a delivery rider paused at a traffic light, observing a girl crossing the street. Beside him, a man passed by, troubled as he incessantly replied to messages on his phone. The flow of wind beside him abstracted into three-dimensional fluidity in his consciousness, with its curvatures swiftly calculated. During this period, he has been wholly engrossed in studying and exercising, following 1729's every instruction without deeply comprehending his own transformation. This signifies the union of meditation and the changes I have instilled in you. One might say you have undergone a comprehensive evolution, yet your mindset remains unchanged. This marks 1729's inaugural experience of losing his vessel and finding himself marooned on a desolate planet, compelled to rely on the wisdom of other interstellar adventurers. Yet he is unable to perceive Chen Fuchen as a mere tool to be utilized. Chen Fuchen feels somewhat perplexed. He is content with his metamorphosis during this time. Although he has endured considerable hardship, the benefits have been tangible. However, 1729's remarks make him feel akin to his former self, who merely existed without purpose. What should I do? I believe your initiative is lacking. It takes a nudge from me for you to take action. Thus, I entrusted you with the naming of the company, hoping to ignite your enthusiasm. After my departure, all of this will belong to you. Depart? Chen Fuchen surmised that 1729 intended to leave Blue Star and yearned to know more specific details. We need to construct a vessel capable of short-range interstellar travel. Everything remaining after my departure will be yours. As 1729 spoke of this, Chen Fuchen sensed the anticipation in his tone. Imagine possessing the world's most valuable corporation, even creating a second interstellar ship, allowing you to experience the solitude and vastness of space travel. Chen Fuchen became lost in reveries of the starry sea, but soon found himself questioning, does our gaming endeavor have any connection to the cosmos? Without capital, from where would we acquire assistance to build a ship, relying solely on you? With the intelligence level of sentient beings on Blue Star, we would at least require 20,000 carbon-based lives to labor for us. We can engage in the capital market to earn our initial fortune, Chen Fuchen suggested, doubting 1729's understanding of the rapidity of profit in Blue Star's capital market. 1729 scoffed at his naivety, deeming it childish. Do you truly believe that the capital you acquire through such means will be secure? Earning over 10 million this way would expose you to various investigations. We are not merely playing a capital game. The funds must ultimately be invested in real enterprises. If you operate offshore, how will you repatriate the funds? If you earn money domestically, you will soon face scrutiny. How will you explain it? Chen Fuchen had never considered these issues before, but after contemplation, he concluded that entering through gaming is indeed the most rational way to amass substantial capital. You could undoubtedly perform better. You must recognize that while you work for me, you are also working for yourself. The true primary task is to manage galactic era effectively. After agreeing to take on this role, Lin Ran was filled with zeal, believing it could be a turning point in his life. If galactic era operates successfully, it would rival the legendary Dota. He has been busily securing office space, registering the company, and recruiting personnel, utilizing nearly all the connections he has built over 2 decades in the gaming industry. Meanwhile, aside from his studies, Chen Fuchen has devoted himself to researching the mobile game Galactic Era as well as its associated novels and animations. The novel Galactic Era maintains a steady update pace on the Qidian platform, and after reading it, the majority of its audience has transformed into devoted fans, initiating widespread discussions on forums like Long Kong. On one hand, they genuinely believe it to be a remarkable work deserving of greater exposure. On the other, they feel that such a harrowing narrative should ensnare even more souls. Upon realizing he was also a writer on Qidian, Chen Fuchen, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to engage with readers in the review section. However, he found that the comments were predominantly curses directed at his fertility and derogatory remarks labeling him a scoundrel. After much effort, he stumbled upon a few supportive comments, only to be informed by 1729 that they were the work of a bot operated by Sasong, leaving him profoundly disheartened. The editors at Qidian, upon witnessing this, attempted to reach out to the author for a contract, but when there was no response, they abandoned the effort, deeming the space opera's commercial value to be insufficient. In the days that followed, Chen Fuchen delved deeply into the works associated with Galactic Era. Although the game adaptation remained a single-player experience, its dungeon modes were sufficiently rich, and the materials required were plentiful. Chen Fuchen found himself thoroughly engrossed. Apart from the game's excellence, it was the sole source of entertainment after being ensnared by 1729. As he munched on bland boiled chicken breast, he finally accumulated enough resources for a tenfold draw, just in time for his next meal. To his astonishment, he drew an orange card, Niru. How could this be? Was he perhaps a hidden gem? Niru had merely flitted by in both the novel and the animation, appearing infrequently. So why was he represented as a gold card in the game? Chen Fuchen had presumed him to be at least a popular supporting character. In conversation with 1729 about the origins of Galactic Era, he learned that it was an adaptation based on 1729's authentic memories. He pondered in silence about Niru's significance. Upon hearing the name, 1729 first erupted in laughter, then fell silent for a moment before stating, "He is merely a debauched friend of mine, forever preoccupied with indulgence and revelry." The players envisioning his grand exploits are mistaken. He is, in truth, a wastrel. Isn't it a curious matter? Chen Fuchen mused that only true friends would speak of one another in such a manner. Ultimately, what became of him? He noted that the conclusion of the novel did not reveal his fate. He died, 1729 replied succinctly, though the nostalgia in his voice was palpable. Chen Fuchen sensed the weight of 1729's sorrow and fell silent, the room resonating only with the hum of the server's fan and the sound of his chewing. Everyone must eventually face death, he offered a brief consolation. Since the enhancement of his mental faculties, Chen Fuchen had become increasingly attuned to the emotions in 1729's tone that had previously eluded him. Lin Ran's progress is somewhat sluggish. Perhaps a gentle nudge is in order. 1729 abruptly shifted the topic. There is a critical issue at hand. Sasong's self-learning module has also been damaged. Chapter 11, Employment. Self-learning? Wasn't it left with merely a computational core? In Chen Fuchen's understanding, the computational core was akin to their essence, at most housing an artificial intelligence program. The self-learning capability is indeed the hallmark of artificial intelligence, and when coupled with its unparalleled computational power and data accessibility, it becomes nearly the quintessential research worker. Additionally, with the incorporation of emotional modules, one could argue that they are indistinguishable from other sentient beings. Despite 1729's extensive discourse, Chen Fuchen still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The loss of Sason's self-learning ability poses a profound threat to us. Initially, I estimated the success rate of departing from Earth to be 90, but now it has dwindled to a mere 10. 1729's outlook is steeped in pessimism. Chen Fuchen contemplates the grim prospect of being perpetually parasitized by 1729, feeling a sense of despair. Could he elaborate further? The sky had completely darkened, and his precise steps came to a halt as he sought solace amidst the bustling crowd around him. We could have relied on Sason for theoretical breakthroughs regarding the spacecraft and the supporting applications, merely requiring us to integrate resources. Yet now, the burden of theoretical advancement rests upon me and a multitude of Blue Star individuals. What theories require breakthroughs? And how can we clandestinely conduct this research without falling under the control of various governments? Chen Fuchen quickly identified the crux of the issue. After forming a team, we would decompose the grand proposition into numerous smaller ones, delegating tasks to others, while the final integration and validation would be our responsibility. This implies that your learning tasks must significantly intensify, and our focus must pivot towards mathematics and physics. For 1729, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, he is unwilling to concede defeat. I have another inquiry. The validation of these theories and the refinement of related applied sciences should have long been established in your country. Correct? While it is true that these aspects have been perfected, I am an explorer, not a scientist, and thus do not meticulously document such information. However, I do remember the general direction and the path we need to pursue. If I were to forget even that, the probability of success would plummet to 1,729 added. We must expedite our progress. Chen Ji is a seasoned game operator who once aspired to create a game studio with friends, but after the game's release, the monthly revenue barely covered half of the rent and salaries, leading to its closure after 6 months. He missed the golden opportunity for social recruitment and initially intended to take a break at home to reflect on the successes and failures of his entrepreneurial venture. However, Lin Ran found him through a mutual acquaintance, and after an interview, Lin Ran was quite impressed, intending to appoint him as the supervisor of game operations. Chen Ji, although appearing somewhat portly and amiable, is quite assertive. Upon learning that Lin Ran's company was merely a startup without a structured framework or a clear vision for the type of games to develop, he instinctively considered declining the offer. One cannot step into the same river twice, especially when the other party's company lacks even a foundational concept. At that moment, Lin Ran presented a well-prepared project for him to review. After playtesting it, Chen Ji was highly optimistic about the game's future. Having previously operated card-based mobile games, he possesses a distinct standard for evaluating the quality of such games. In his estimation, Galactic Epic has indeed reached his highest standards. After an exhilarating trial, Chen Ji swiftly reached an employment agreement with Lin Ran, scarcely discussing the terms of compensation. He believed that once the game gained immense popularity, bonuses would far exceed his salary. Lin instructed Chen Ji to immerse himself in novels during the interim days before his official start, explaining that these narratives encapsulated the game's overarching worldview, of which only fragments were represented in the game itself. Meanwhile, Chen Fuchen was engrossed in fervent study. Deprived even of the scant leisure activities left to him by 1729, while all directives concerning specific company matters were entirely managed by Sasson. In these days, Lin Ran was busier than a spinning top, tirelessly working to establish the framework as swiftly as possible. Even his evenings at the hotel were filled with interviews. At last, the framework was erected, and some personnel had begun to assume their roles, though a few transfers would not materialize until mid-month. After securing the server, Sasson, in Chen Fuchen's name, emailed Lin Ran to provide the paths and passwords, stating that he would handle this portion remotely. By reallocating server resources, Sasson could significantly enhance both efficiency and speed, adeptly controlling his servers to consume the bandwidth and storage of idle ones. "Come, let us dine," Chen Ji remarked to his colleague seated beside him. Although Chen Ji held the title of operations supervisor, the operations department comprised only 2 individuals at present, making this colleague his sole subordinate. "What are your impressions of this place?" Chen Ji inquired. He appeared simple-hearted, yet harbored a finely tuned sensitivity and a fervent enthusiasm for gathering diverse information. Initially perceiving the company as ordinary, his internal questions multiplied, prompting him to seek his colleague's perspective. Often, discussions arise not from a desire to uncover differences, but rather to find common ground in viewpoints. Isn't it peculiar? Despite being a small company, the confidentiality measures and protocols are exceedingly stringent. The email system is self-constructed, and the computers are equipped with virtual machines. Emails and internal documents can only be accessed via these virtual machines connected to the internal network. I attempted to copy the game files to my personal computer, but they were utterly inaccessible. This conundrum puzzled Chen Ji, for typically, nascent companies lack the capacity to establish such a comprehensive security system. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered not only the existence of such a system, but also that he could not identify any vulnerabilities. He spent the entire day searching in vain. Originally, the operations team was tasked with thoroughly exploring the mobile gameplay mechanics of Galactic Era and drafting a report. However, Chen Ji found himself captivated by the security system, striving to uncover its flaws. "By the way, why doesn't TR company have planners, programmers, or artists?" Chen Ji asked. His colleague, chewing his food, glanced up at him and responded after swallowing, "Perhaps they simply don't work alongside us. Yet the company appears to possess considerable financial resources. Typically, shared spaces are more economical," Chen Ji mused. He had scrutinized the detailed profile of Fuchin Interactive Entertainment on Yanka and learned that the company's registered capital was merely 1 million, hardly indicative of financial robustness. Thus, filled with burgeoning questions, Chunji concluded his first day at Fuchin Interactive Entertainment, aware that his uncertainties would only deepen without resolution. Chapter 12. Prelude to the game. The skies over Qianzhou had been persistently overcast, with rain yet to make its long-awaited arrival. Zhao Liming lay sprawled on his bed like a languid fish, reluctant to stir, his eyes fixated on the screen while his fingers danced incessantly across the keyboard. Ah, the bliss of a holiday. As the clock struck 10, he dutifully opened the Qidin website, navigating to the protagonist must die in the galactic era. A playful moniker they had adopted. Despite its myriad heart-wrenching narratives, the timely release of 2 chapters each day was a redeeming quality. Since he had delved into this tale, he had become an ardent fan, even recommending the book on Long Kong and frequently perusing the lamentations of fellow newcomers. After finishing today's 2 chapters, he was astonished to discover an additional page awaiting him. The mobile game adaptation of Galactic Era was set to launch, and as a reader of the book, he was privy to exclusive benefits. By sending a request email to the designated address, readers would soon receive a verification code and installation package, currently available only for mobile devices on a first-come, first-served basis. Moreover, related animations had begun to appear on major video platforms, and readers were encouraged to follow the account Fuchin Entertainment to catch the latest content. Suddenly, Zhao Liming sprang up from his bed, eager yet uncertain about the quality of the mobile game. However, driven by the allure of Galactic Era, he was keen to give it a try. He first booted up his computer and composed a request email, which he promptly dispatched to the specified address. Next, he accessed a video-sharing website renowned for its ad-free experience and engaging bullet comments, albeit lamenting its limited offerings of dramas and films. As he watched, the barrage of comments had already reached a staggering volume, compelling him to disable them in order to fully appreciate the animation. Has Galactic Era truly become this popular? He pondered. He noted that this 5-minute animation had been released just the previous night, and within such a short span, it had climbed to 3rd place on the trending animation chart. Much of this surge could be attributed to Sasson, whose influence on the internet of Blue Star was akin to that of a deity. Wherever a server was connected to the network, he could infiltrate it with ease. Sasson had registered countless accounts to initiate discussions about Galactic Era, even orchestrating a thread with over 100 replies, where only one account belonged to a real person, while the rest were under his control. Zhao Liming recognized that at least half of the overwhelming comments flooding the screen were Sasson's handiwork. His eyes widened in awe as he observed the stunning animation. Though rendered in a cartoon style, its color grading was exquisite, with a clear distinction between foreground and background. Even the climactic scene featuring numerous starships converging did not overwhelm the viewer. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in realization. As he reached the animation's conclusion, countless fleets surged toward the main planet like moths drawn to a flame, bursting forth in a cascade of fireworks. The final shot focused on a blue-haired, brown-eyed commander who was engulfed alongside the flagship. He mused to himself whether the animation hinted at the demise of a character. Surely, a commander of such a grand fleet could not be Hill, could he? Zhao Liming cradled his head in his hands, his face etched with sorrow. Hill had become his favorite protagonist, embodying integrity and bravery, holding himself and others to the highest standards. In the current narrative, he had just executed a surprise attack on the Alpha Fortress star, obliterating the Tsar Empire's frontline starship factory, and was on the cusp of being promoted to deputy commander of the 5th Fleet. Zhao Liming rushed to the review section of Galactic Era to vent his frustrations and engage in discussions with fellow readers about which characters would meet their demise in the animation. Some were drawn in by the dark humor hinted at by the plot and the author, while many who had not read the original work were captivated by the exquisite visuals and the grand, tragic narrative. Alien civilizations had experienced exponential growth in their cultural and entertainment industries due to the widespread adoption of artificial intelligence. Music, in essence, is merely a harmonious arrangement of different sounds that elicits corresponding signals in the nervous systems of sentient beings, which are then transmitted to the brain to evoke specific emotions. Artificial intelligence, through exhaustive exploration and modular refinement, has birthed countless masterpieces. For this segment of animation, Sasson had chosen music specifically composed for grand scenes, utilizing instruments akin to Earth's piano, but with a wider range. Even in the interstellar age, there were numerous Vorgan beings with 4 hands who made a living from playing these instruments. While Zhao Liming lamented the fate of the characters within the novel, Chen Ji was astonished by the overwhelming reception of Galactic Era. Not only had the viewership on video platforms exceeded his expectations, but the animation had also quickly climbed to the 20th to 30th spots on Weibo's trending list within less than an hour of its release, remaining steadfastly popular. Shinji believed the company had not engaged in purchasing trending spots or employing bots, as he, as the operations manager, would certainly be aware of such tactics. What he did not realize was that Saisen, being an artificial intelligence, operated independently of their oversight, tirelessly promoting Galactic Era across various social media platforms, both overtly and subtly. Shinji could only surmise that the public had long suffered from a lack of outstanding domestic animated works. And even a single exquisite animation was akin to a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. Moving forward, we will release an episode of animation every 3 days, during which we will distribute internal testing accounts to gather feedback from players. Li Hongba, I will manage the Weibo account for the time being. Let us try to elevate the hype as much as possible, Shinji stated to his colleagues, as this was his first task since joining the company. And he was hesitant to delegate it to others. Given the tight schedule for early promotion, he instructed his 2 subordinates to meticulously report every detail concerning operations. Shinji planned to release a series of messages, both true and false, on Weibo prior to the public launch to create a smokescreen and maximize the game's visibility. Chapter 13, Universal Language of the Cosmos. Let us proceed with joint operations, Chun Fuchin said on the other end of the line. The mobile game release can be categorized into 2 types, joint operation and exclusive agency. As the term suggests, exclusive agency involves entrusting a game to a single agent for its operation. The advantages of this arrangement include an immediate influx of agency fees, which, given the quality of Galaxy Era, would undoubtedly be substantial. Furthermore, it alleviates the burden of operational responsibilities, as the majority of tasks are handled by the agent. However, the drawbacks lie in the agent's larger share of the profits and the relinquishment of control, a notion that is unacceptable to Chin Fuchin. Lin Ran anticipated that the boss would undoubtedly opt for the joint operation route, as the quality of Galaxy Era is sufficiently remarkable to maximize benefits through this choice. What he was unaware of, however, was that Chun Fuchin's financial resources were nearing depletion. Choosing exclusive agency would provide quick access to funds that could alleviate immediate concerns. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, Chun Fuchin ultimately decided on joint operation, recognizing that the short-term gains could potentially cost him hundreds of millions in future profits. Upon deciding on the joint operation, Lin Ran promptly requested his administrative staff to book a flight to Pengcheng for the evening. Accompanied by the company's legal team for business negotiations, Lin Ran intended to approach the Goose Factory directly, aiming to launch through their channels first and subsequently negotiate with other distributors once the game's reputation and data had improved, thereby shifting the balance of power in his favor. The decision to prioritize the Goose Factory stemmed from their commanding market share of 35% via their app platform, as well as a plethora of promotional channels. The boss had never visited since the company's inception, always communicating via email, treating Lin Ran like a workhorse. Arriving in warm Pengcheng from the chilly Shu capital, Lin Ran appeared disheveled, rubbing his eyes and lamenting as he disembarked from the plane. Meanwhile, Chen Fuchin was engrossed in non-commutative geometry, a subject that seemed as incomprehensible as ancient texts to the average person. He found it captivating. This form of study posed no challenge for him, and he mused that if his university calculus professor were to witness this moment, they might question their own teaching efficacy. Merely retracing the footsteps of predecessors does not validate one's intellect. The notion of 1729 echoed in his mind. However, how could one forge a new path without first traversing the established routes? Chen Fuchin remained resolute, contemplating the theoretical implications of his inquiries. Your studies require an additional subject. 1729 proposed, intending to impart some lessons to the inflated Chen Fuchin. Chen Fuchin eagerly anticipated what novel insights 1729 might unveil, his thirst for knowledge reaching unprecedented heights. In moments of reflection, he pondered whether consciousness governed the body or vice versa. Through recent experiences, he increasingly believed that the body wielded dominion over consciousness. The universal language of the cosmos, 1729 declared. All right, but I must ask, why? Chen Fuchin felt a surge of excitement at this prospect. The universal language sounded sophisticated and grand, leading him to believe that mastering it would elevate him to the status of a citizen of the cosmos. Due to the exceedingly low information density of any language on the blue planet, it is incapable of accommodating the future demands of our scientific pursuits. 1729 perceives carbon-based beings as merely carbon-based beings, ultimately unsophisticated and inexperienced. In an early interstellar nation, the universal language was discovered to convey an insufficient density of information for scientific advancement, prompting a collective effort by the nation's linguists to create a new language. Upon its completion, it initially gained popularity among interstellar scientists, gradually permeating the upper echelons of society, and after countless years of refinement, it evolved into the universal mode of communication. However, in more technologically advanced realms, language has become obsolete. Information is exchanged directly through mental intersections, as exemplified by 1729's home planet. Hence, it holds disdain for Chen Fuchen, who revels in such primitive expressions. Chen Fuchen suddenly lamented how wonderful it would be if the animation of Galactic Era were accompanied by the universal language. He mused that it would be noticed. Yet in the mobile game, Sasong utilized the universal language for voice acting. He remarked that while he could not comprehend the dialogue, it possessed an inherent logic. Chen Fuchen felt elated to introduce sounds from the cosmos into this world, pondering whether players might uncover the underlying intricacies, though likely only a select few would delve deeply into it, without the aid of subtitles. 1729 was unconcerned that anyone would suspect the creation of a new language. Song, the legal supervisor of Fuchen Interactive, initially believed that his trip with General Manager Lin Ran would be a grand feast at a five-star hotel. To his dismay, they ended up at a budget hotel, dining on convenience store sandwiches. Had Lin Ran been aware of his inner indignation, he would surely have informed him that such standards were set by the boss. According to Chen Fuchen, the company was in its nascent stages and needed to conserve funds. If it weren't for the exceptional quality of Galactic Era, he would have long since abandoned ship. At 9:50 a.m., in a convenience store adjacent to the Goose Factory building, Lin Ran urged, "Hurry. We're going to be late," while glancing at his watch. Song hastily swallowed the last bite of his sandwich without sufficient mastication. The moment he swallowed, Lin Ran stood up, invigorated, declaring, "Although we are a small company, we must strive for every inch." Chapter 14. Negotiation. Let us rewind a few days to when Lin Ran had submitted the game for approval from various mobile game distributors after securing the game license. Li Xiaofei, a game tester at Goose Factory, typically played games intended for release on their platform and subsequently provided analytical reports. During his university years, he was an avid gaming enthusiast, but upon transforming his passion into a profession, he realized the arduous nature of the endeavor. Initially, each evaluation excited him, however. After playing numerous subpar mobile games plagued by homogenization, he developed a profound aversion to them. As was his routine, Li Xiaofei opened the emulator, preparing to commence his work for the day. Galactic Era, produced by Fuchen Interactive, he wondered which small company had crafted yet another inferior mobile game. Based on his experience, he noted that the more grandiose the name of a small company's game, the lower its quality tended to be. As the opening animation unfolded during the game's loading, Li Xiaofei, who had been languidly slouched, instantly sat upright. The animation was quite commendable. Although it did not adhere to hyperrealistic 3D simulation, it was sufficiently exquisite. Upon completing the animation, his interest in the game was piqued. Numerous domestic gaming companies attempted to emulate the artistic style of The Legend of Zelda. Yet they ultimately abandoned their efforts due to the immense challenge of achieving the distinctive contrast between highlights and shadows. Utilizing such a style in mobile games often leads to visual fatigue for players and obfuscates the primary focus. However, as Li Xiaofei observed the animation, he realized its artistic style drew inspiration from The Legend of Zelda, yet incorporated unique elements that elevated its rendering quality. The visuals were distinctly detailed and abstract, exuding a grand, sci-fi aesthetic capable of fully showcasing the grandeur of interstellar warfare. After a period of gameplay, he awarded Galactic Era an exceptionally high score in his testing report and requested an internal cross-review. A cross-review allows testers who are particularly impressed with a mobile game to invite other testers to participate in a collaborative evaluation, culminating in a comprehensive conclusion. Li Xiaofei pondered whether the drop rate for rewards might be excessively low. He inquired with two colleagues assisting him in the cross-review, both of whom offered high praise. However, collectively, they had drawn approximately 40 cards without obtaining a single one. Following the submission of the testing report, Galactic Era, due to its outstanding quality, captured the attention of the head of mobile gaming at the Goose Factory Interactive Entertainment Division, who decided to personally engage in commercial negotiations with Floating Entertainment. By the end of 2016 and the beginning of 2017, Goose Factory's mobile game Honor of Kings was dominating the market, but it was not without its competitors. As Pig Factory's Itchy Mouse was also making strides, Goose Factory had long aspired to create a card game that could rival its competitors but had yet to succeed. The emergence of Galactic Era offered a glimmer of hope. In the 17th floor conference room of Goose Factory, one side of the long table was filled with individuals clad in suits and ties, exuding an air of elite professionalism, while the opposite side was occupied solely by Lin Ran and Song. Perhaps due to the ample heating or the overwhelming pressure of the situation, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Ran's brow even before negotiations commenced. Previously serving as the personnel manager at Pig Factory, he considered himself somewhat of an elite, Yet this was his first experience leading a commercial negotiation. Song, being merely a legal advisor, was not a source of support. Lin Ran resolved to rely on himself, encouraging himself inwardly. You can do this. Luo 1, the head of mobile gaming, possessed a profound understanding of Galactic Era's value and hoped that the representatives from the small company across the table remained oblivious to such insights. Ideally settling the matter with a financial offer, Luo Wen initially proposed an acquisition, suggesting that floating entertainment be integrated into Goose Factory as a studio or subsidiary. For a complete acquisition, Goose Factory offered a valuation of 14.8 billion. We are not accepting the acquisition, came the firm response. Lin Ran categorically rejected the acquisition proposal put forth by the head of the Goose Factory. He and his superior had already expressed their firm stance against any form of acquisition, particularly since he held no shares, rendering such a deal entirely unbeneficial to him. Instead, he expressed a desire for exclusive agency rights. Luo 1, aware that acquisitions are seldom straightforward, noted that the company had invested considerable effort in their product and was unlikely to part with it easily. As he spoke, he instructed his subordinates to communicate the conditions for exclusive agency rights. Lin Ran, however, declined once more. As exclusive agency would entail completely entrusting the mobile game to the Goose Factory, a proposition that Chen Fuchen found equally unacceptable. Lin Ran proposed a cooperative distribution model, suggesting an initial release limited to the Goose Factory's channels for a period of 3 months, hoping they would provide optimal promotional resources. This proposal represented the limits of Luo Wen's negotiations, yet, as the person in charge, he clearly sought more than this. As the situation reached an impasse, Lin Ran signaled his intention to consult his superior. Hey, boss, the Goose Factory insists on a minimum of 1 year for exclusive agency rights. What should we do? Hold on a moment, let me think, Chen Fuchen replied, turning to his computer to instruct Sasong to ascertain the Goose Factory's bottom line. Within seconds, an email from Luo when seeking guidance from higher-ups appeared before Chen Fuchen, who relished the feeling of seeing the opponent reveal their cards in this strategic game. After a brief internal lament, he resolved to send Lin Ran the limits they could accept, adjusting them slightly above the opposing bottom line before relaying the information. Armed with newfound confidence, Lin Ran returned to the negotiation table, slightly reversing the earlier disadvantage. How could they be so resolute? Luo Wen mused internally, having never encountered such a formidable opponent, even with Lin Ran standing alone against him. Although Lin Ran had previously worked in human resources, he was an elite selected through Sasong's rigorous screening process, displaying remarkable acumen in this negotiation, holding his own against numerous adversaries. Despite grasping the opponent's bottom line, Lin Ran found himself drained after a day of relentless discussions, ultimately arriving at an agreement. The essence of the accord granted the Goose Factory exclusive agency rights for 6 months, along with priority rights for future game releases, with revenue sharing set at a ratio of 45 to 55, favoring the Goose Factory. The negotiations concluded amicably, as they had achieved a positive outcome. Subsequent tasks, such as contract review, would fall to Song. After 6 months, it will no longer be a matter of me seeking others, but rather others seeking me. Lin Ran contemplated upon returning to his hotel, thinking that for the next batch of distributors, he would allocate no more than 30% of the revenue. Chapter 15, Game Launch Boss. Galactic Era is set to launch tomorrow. Will you be present to oversee the event? Lin Ran could hardly contain his excitement. During this period, Fuchen Interactive Entertainment had diligently adhered to their promotional schedule, releasing an animated segment every 3 days. Chun Ji and the operational team had been intermittently sharing updates on social media platforms like Tieba and Weibo, showcasing gameplay, character illustrations, and models. Meanwhile, Sasong had deployed numerous bot accounts to amplify discussions surrounding Galactic Era across these social media channels. The company has provided them with commendable promotional resources, ensuring that both the application market and related promotions are executed effectively. This game has gradually gained traction on social media platforms such as Weibo and Tieba, particularly among the fervent fans of the original novel. Alright, see you tomorrow night at 9, Chen Fuchen remarked over the phone. Although he had initially been reluctant to attend, he realized that it had been a month since the company's opening, and he had yet to visit. He planned to go to the site to motivate the employees and discuss the forthcoming plans with Lin Ran. Li Yuanzhong, a sophomore, was introduced to Galactic Era by his classmates. However, January coincided with the university's exam period, compelling him to suppress his eagerness to binge read. Once he completed his last exam, the first thing on his mind was to return to his dormitory, lie on his bed, and finish Galactic Era. He was momentarily stunned as he read about the protagonist's demise. Like most readers, Li Yuanzhong assumed that Joshua was the main character. only to discover at the conclusion of the first volume that the character he believed to be the protagonist had perished. Fueled by indignation towards the author and curiosity about how the story would unfold, he continued reading. He finally understood why the book's readers were so critical of the author. No matter how endearing the characters, their fate was disheartening. Li Yuanjing's expression transitioned from shock to anger and then to resignation. Upon learning that a mobile game adaptation was imminent, he hoped to alter the fate of the character he cherished within the game. He glanced at the date, realizing it was the night of the release. After watching related animations on a video platform, his anticipation soared, hoping it would not be a case of false advertising. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Shudu, in an office building at Tianfu Software Park, Chen Fuchen and Lin Ran stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city's nightscape. I have reviewed some preliminary promotional data, and it appears promising. I hope we achieve favorable results tonight, Chen Fuchen stated. The quality of the game is exceptional. It will surely be a success, Lin Ran replied with enthusiasm, having devoted himself tirelessly to the company. The success of a mobile game relies not solely on quality. Effective early promotion, mid-stage operations, and subsequent development are all indispensable. However, we have already ensured quality and promotion. Everything is in place. We just await the favorable winds. Chen Fuchen stated, not anticipating failure, but rather seeking to temper Lin Ran's expectations. Yes, I will consistently monitor the operational aspects. I wonder if the game development team has any plans to relocate to work alongside us. Lin Ran expressed keen interest in the planning and development personnel for the game. He inquired through his connections and found that no particularly skilled lead developers had recently departed. This was merely a side endeavor for them, and they would not be relocating. Chen Fuchen responded dismissively, then pondered and asked, "Do you have any plans for our future development?" Upon hearing such a probing question, Lin Ran's spirits were instantly lifted. I believe we should regulate the introduction of new characters, ideally releasing 2 new characters approximately every month. Additionally, we should focus on developing more gameplay features. At the corporate level, the initiation of a new game project is paramount, with ample funding. The creation of a refined mobile game would elevate us to the status of a major player in the industry. If Chen Fuchen did not possess the advantage of Seisen, following Lin Ran's suggestion would indeed be a prudent path. However, with Seisen's assistance, a superior option emerges. The introduction of new characters occurs roughly once a month. Do you know what is most crucial in card-based mobile games? Chen Fuchen inquired. It is essential for players to feel a sense of growth and the achievement of development. While this is significant, it is not the most vital aspect. The paramount point lies in fostering an emotional connection between the players and the characters within the game. Players must project their emotions onto the characters, ensuring they do not abandon the game lightly. Chen Fuchen shared his reflections from his prior research on the mobile game Galactic Era. Thus, my plan is to manage the operation of Galactic Era effectively. The name I chose is Fuchen Interactive Entertainment rather than Fuchen Games. Lin Ran, previously believing that Chen Fuchen was merely a wealthy dilettante, was taken aback by the depth of his insights. The boss's profound perspective revealed thoughts beyond his own. Thus, he pondered, what is our next operational plan? Take a look at this, Chen Fuchen said, handing him a disc. This was also a primary reason for his visit to the company, to make Lin Ran aware of their objectives and to prepare him for recruiting relevant personnel after the Spring Festival. The disc contained the first 2 episodes of the Galactic Era animation, his second step in operation. Only when the game flourished would he possess greater leverage for negotiations with video websites. No rush, take your time. I'll step outside for a moment. Chen Fuchen remarked as he exited the office, intending to check on his employees in the work area. Chen Shi was presently engrossed in the final promotional efforts before the launch, striving to engage potential players with tweets at a rate of 10 minutes per post. Sensing someone observing him, he quickly lowered his gaze. Before Lin Ran and Chen Fuchen entered the office, an introduction was made. Chen Shi was informed that the former was the company's owner, and Chen Fuchen shared a few brief words. Upon first seeing Chen Fuchen, an instinctive alarm resonated within Chen Shi. He perceived him as a predatory figure of considerable danger. At that moment, Chen Fuchen was also observing him. Noting the resemblance in names between Chen Shi and Lin Ran. Don't pay attention to me. Just move along, Chen Shi thought to himself. Judging by social media, the excitement surrounding their game was considerable. He hoped it would achieve remarkable success. They had already prepared celebratory posters proclaiming the milestone of player counts, a practice not yet seen among mobile game companies at this juncture. Across the city, Seisen, embedded within the servers, was also poised to stir the waters. Chapter 16. The game launched suddenly. A flash of lightning illuminated the night, casting a stark light upon Chen Fuchen's face, which bore an expression of defeat. His lips were tightly sealed, and his gaze remained fixed on the darkness ahead, preoccupied not with the initial launch data of the game, but rather contemplating the next steps. Do you feel that something is different today? From the neural signals, 1729 sensed Chen Fuchen's thoughts, guiding him to recognize the distinctions from his usual self. Chen Fuchen meticulously sensed the changes within himself. Since he had practiced the meditation technique imparted by 1729 for some time, he noticed a significant reduction in his distracting thoughts, alongside an accelerated cognitive and writing speed. Yet, this transformation left him astonished. He felt an indistinct awareness of others' emotions. During a recent conversation with Lin Ran in the office, he discerned the excitement intertwined with anticipation emanating from Lin Ran. Initially uncertain, it was only upon hearing 1729's inquiry that he became convinced. Have you sensed anything else? Without waiting for Chen Fuchen's response, 1729 transmitted a signal through his nervous system, revealing that others could indeed perceive this signal from him. As the neural signals, controlled by 1729, reached his brain, an overwhelming fear of the unknown surged within him, leaving Chen Fuchen feeling unsettled. Am I still human? He finally grasped why all the employees in the office averted their gazes after a mere glance at him, not out of respect for his status, but rather due to an inexplicable fear. 1729 regarded Chen Fuchen's fixation on his humanity with disdain. It depends on the perspective from a spiritual hierarchy. You are no longer human. From a genetic standpoint, you cannot be considered purely human either. Yet, in terms of self-identity, you undoubtedly remain human. Genetic perspective? My genes have been altered? Chen Fuchen felt a surge of anger. I have optimized you. The physical and the mental are interdependent. If you relied solely on human genetics, your progress would not have been so rapid. Your spiritual perception and mental deterrence have been cultivated through your efforts. Each day, the genes in the basal ganglia cells of Chen Fuchen's body were optimized by 1729, subsequently integrating into his cellular cycle. Following 1729's parasitic integration within him, the speed of his cell division, differentiation, and death significantly increased. In just 2 months, his genes had undergone a remarkable transformation. From a technological standpoint, he found it incomprehensible how such immense power could modify his genetics without external assistance. Why hasn't Lin Ran been affected? I do not sense any fear emanating from him. Because he has previously encountered you, and his emotions are currently in a state of exhilaration. 1729 felt a sense of relief as Chen Fuchen's anger dissipated swiftly. I wish to conceal my mental deterrence. Chen Fuchen preferred not to be the center of attention at any moment. Very well. 1729 also wished for Chen Fuchen to remain inconspicuous, although becoming a focal point in the future was inevitable. Outside, the rain intensified, its cacophony penetrating even the office windows, prompting Lin Ran to almost jog out of the office. The excitement on Lin Ran's face intensified. Not even the torrential downpour could extinguish his fervor. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Fuchen gestured for him to discuss matters inside the office. Boss, I apologize. I am simply too exhilarated. Lin Ran, having just witnessed the increasingly thrilling content in the office, eagerly recounted the difference between the complete 2 episodes of animation and a mere 5 minutes of footage. The 5-minute segment merely showcased visuals and sound effects, relying heavily on the audience's imagination for the narrative. Whereas the 2 episodes Chen Fuchen had shown Lin Ran each lasted a remarkable 40 minutes. From Joshua's perspective, the narrative unfolds the history of the Galactic Federation, its iconic architecture, and the customs of its people. Though merely an outline, it is sufficiently remarkable, primarily focusing on the contradictions prevalent within the lower strata of society. The absence of voice acting remains the sole regret. Nevertheless, Chen Fuchen assured that they would return after the new year to recruit, with a particular emphasis on voice actors. Once the voice work was completed, they intended to seek out video platforms for a preview, preparing for sales. How many episodes of the animation have been produced? Lin Ran inquired, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. In his view, with such a powerful combination, it would be difficult for Galactic Era not to succeed. The first season comprises 40 episodes, came the reply. Lin Ran, exhilarated, clenched his left fist and struck it against his right hand, envisioning the potential profits. Fortunately, the animation had 3 installments. Li Yuanjing reflected with relief. Otherwise, the wait for the game launch would have been rather agonizing. He repeatedly immersed himself in the Galactic Era animation, captivated by its grandeur. At last, the clock struck 9. After watching the animation once more, he eagerly launched the mobile game, intrigued as he completed the uniquely different loading animation from the previous 3 installments, finally ready to embark on his gaming experience. Li Yuanjing noted the high level of discussion surrounding Galactic Era on social media, touted as the must-play mobile game of the year. Contrary to his expectations of lag, the experience was entirely seamless, with only 2 servers available, each functioning flawlessly. The reason other mobile games often have multiple servers is due to the limited capacity of each server and the need to ensure that a malfunction in one does not disrupt others. However, Samsung had ingeniously merged all rented servers into 2 virtual ones, and with his exceptional management skills, he eliminated the typical concerns associated with mobile games. Despite the cartoonish yet realistic art style, Li Yuanzheng could still perceive a palpable sense of authenticity and intricacy. The characters spoke in a universal language. And although he could not comprehend it, the emblematic phrases were evident in the characters' backstories. While the gameplay was akin to other card-based mobile games, every detail was executed with near perfection. Visuals, character design, backgrounds, combat sensations, character effects, and the psychological nuances of player engagement. Li Yuanzheng glanced around, realizing it was already 11 o'clock. The dormitory at their school enforced a strict lights-out policy at this hour. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 2 hours immersed in the gaming world. He marveled at how swiftly time passed before plunging back into the game. Chapter 17. Game Launch 3. A sudden bang jolted Li Yuanzheng from his virtual reverie as he heard his roommate shout, "Are you going to let anyone sleep?" "Oh, my apologies for disturbing you," Li Yuanzheng replied, lifting his gaze to his roommate's bed, his face illuminated by the harsh glow of his phone in the dark dormitory. Appearing ghostly, he had inadvertently woken his roommate, who was on the verge of slumber, with a frustrated outburst. Yet he harbored no regrets. After all, he had finally amassed enough materials for a 20 draw, only to yield nothing, and he felt compelled to express his discontent. His roommate, after voicing his annoyance, turned away, attempting to resume his peaceful dreams. Observing his roommate's silence, Li Yuanzheng suppressed his irritation and resolved to continue with the main storyline, eager to watch the ensuing animations. The cutscenes in the mobile game Galactic Era showcased a universe that utterly captivated him. "Hey, what are you playing?" Approximately 15 minutes later, his roommate, unable to find sleep, tossed restlessly. "Galactic Era, it's quite enjoyable," Li Yuanzheng replied softly while lying on his side. By noon the following day, only the 2 of them remained in the dormitory. Li Yuanzheng glanced at his roommate, who also bore dark circles under his eyes. "Hey, isn't it fun?" His roommate nodded. "Indeed, it is, just a bit difficult to draw cards." "How many have you pulled?" This was, in fact, the sole aspect of the game that displeased Li Yuanzheng. "0. His roommate said with a hint of pride, "I managed to pull 1. "Damn." Li Yuanzheng could hardly contain his emotions. "What?" "I spent money and made over 30 attempts without a single draw." "Nilu feels quite useful," his roommate remarked. As a newcomer to the original work, Li Yuanzheng was somewhat astonished to learn that Nilu, a character with limited appearances, was indeed effective. "Show me later," he urged. "Why not purchase some initial accounts to draw cards? You can continue playing once you obtain the desired character," his roommate suggested. Initial accounts refer to low-level accounts in card-based mobile games, which offer a few drawing opportunities and can be acquired at minimal costs, generally ranging from a few to several dozen yuan. Players often buy multiple initial accounts to draw cards in hopes of acquiring their preferred characters. Li Yuanzheng was puzzled. "But this game just launched last night. There's nowhere to buy them." "Lie, something seems off with the data," remarked Tang Zicheng, an operator for Weibo, responsible for monitoring trending topics. That evening, starting around 9, discussions surrounding Galactic Era began to ascend the trending charts. By 11, it had surged to the top position. However, during that time frame, a second-tier celebrities topic had also been trending, with the marketing firm pushing the Star-S discussion upward. These 2 topics alternated at the peak of the trending list. Tang Zicheng sensed something amiss and relayed his concerns to Lai. "I checked the trending topic for Galactic Era. Nearly all the comments are from real users, whereas the celebrities topic has very few genuine interactions, with nearly 2 million searches, but only about 100 comments. Lai pondered the situation. Let us remove that little star's trending topic for now. Check which day has a gap in the future and give it to him then." The emergence of false trends alongside genuine ones could create unfavorable public sentiment for Weibo. Meanwhile, the team at Goose Factory was closely monitoring this mobile game, which they hoped would capture a significant market share from Pig Factory. They were somewhat surprised by Galactic Era topping the trending charts, believing that this small company was investing heavily in marketing. The intense response was largely attributed to Sasson and the enthusiastic player base. Sasson initially utilized zombie accounts to flood the discussion, elevating the topic, followed by fervent posts from players, culminating in Sasson modifying the Weibo system database data. After Galactic Era ascended to the top of the trending list, players' enthusiasm surged, resulting in widespread dissemination across social media. Luowin, upon reviewing the data 3 hours post-launch, felt a mix of exhilaration and despondency. The figures were extraordinarily impressive, promising immense profits for the company while delivering a heavy blow to competitors. It would undoubtedly be a significant accolade on his record. Yet, the disheartening reality was that the opportunity to acquire floating entertainment had now vanished completely. With the success of such an outstanding mobile game, the likelihood of them being acquired had diminished drastically. He greatly yearned for the team capable of producing such an exceptional game. Boss, we have succeeded. Although Lin Ran was not surprised by the success, the encouraging data still thrilled him. The initial day figures from the company indicated that peak online users exceeded 1 million, with an average of 800,000 concurrent players and a payment rate of 213. The game had soared to the top of both the mobile game and free app charts on application platforms. Lin Ran handed the detailed report to Chen Fuchen, who accepted it. Go and celebrate with the team, Chen instructed. Boss, it's better if you lead. Lin Ran hesitated to overstep, especially in light of such a considerable achievement. He revered his superior even more now. He understood that their success stemmed from the exceptional quality of their product. His role could easily be filled by another, merely a matter of differing speeds of progress. You should go. You will be the one working with them moving forward. I will hardly be present in the company, Chen asserted with an unyielding tone. Returning his attention to the initial day report, Lin Ran's cheeks flushed as he stood before the employees, exuberantly announcing, "Thank you all for your hard work. We exceeded 1 million users on launch day, and our payment rate surpassed 20%. We can all look forward to a prosperous year ahead." Chen Ji, among the crowd, cheered and applauded fervently, and their excitement echoed throughout the otherwise empty building. Lin Ran retrieved the champagne he had prepared earlier. Given the occasion, he refrained from the customary spraying and suggested, "Let us each have a little to drink." Chen Fuchen, seated in a corner, observed his employees celebrating passionately, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. "Hey, dear, we have succeeded," Lin Ran exclaimed, slightly tipsy, unable to contain his emotions. Upon learning the truth, his wife accepted the reality, though she remained skeptical about their small company's longevity, fearing it would soon collapse and he would have to seek employment once again. "Congratulations. Does this mean we should move to Shudu?" Lin Ran paused, unwilling to argue at such a moment. The new year was approaching. Let us discuss it when I return. Chapter 18. New Year's Eve. When did you become so benevolent? 1729 granted him a 3-day holiday. Chen Fuchen had initially thought he would be spending the new year in Shudu, and upon hearing this news, he could hardly believe it. "As long as you cooperate with my plans, I have always been benevolent." 1729 viewed him more as a partner than a subordinate. However, Chen Fuchen had numerous areas in need of transformation to become the qualified carbon-based life form as defined by 1729. "Do you also have holidays similar to the Spring Festival?" Chen Fuchen inquired with curiosity. "We did before leaving our home planet, but as more races emerged and civilizations advanced, many traditions dwindled into mere celebrations among small groups." "And how do you calculate your rest periods?" Chen Fuchen was aware that alien civilizations did not adhere to the Gregorian calendar like Blue Planet, nor did they follow a 7-day week. "We do not have regular holidays. You are assigned tasks to complete within a stipulated time frame, and any surplus time becomes your rest period." Chen Fuchen found this model quite appealing, exclaiming enviously, "Can I also adopt this system?" "Yes, but if you choose this model, I will assign you tasks that you cannot complete within the given time frame, leading to subsequent penalties. Tasks, overdue, penalties, an endless cycle. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this model? You would have no more than 3 days off in a year." If it weren't for his recent commendable progress in studies, 1729 would not even grant him those 3 days. Chen Fuchen shivered. No. Though the distance of over 1,000 kilometers by train took less than 10 hours, he felt as if he were traversing through time. During the New Year period, operations of the Galactic Era were overseen by Saison, who generously allowed all employees to return home for the festivities. Once again, Chen Fuchen found himself in a city where he knew no one, just as it had been a month and a half ago. On the eve of the new year, he boarded the high-speed train back to Jiangxing. In 1729's words, "You can bid farewell to airplanes as a mode of transport." Since the passing of his parents, each day had mirrored the previous one. Watching animations, playing games, reading novels, time had become a ceaseless cycle. However, the past 3 months since meeting 1729 had been profoundly enriching. The fulfillment of knowledge and the sense of achievement from entrepreneurship made him feel that his first 23 years had been squandered. "Sir, would you like a boxed meal?" The attendant's voice interrupted his reverie. "Yes, please bring me whatever you have." He glanced at the attendant, noticing that the staff on the train were rather pleasant-looking. "Sir, are you all right?" After delivering the boxed meal to Chen Fuchen, the attendant noticed him in tears while observing the passengers. Having worked as an attendant for some time, she had never seen a customer in business class weep over their meal. "I'm fine. It's just that I haven't had anything so delicious in a long time. Please carry on with your duties." Chen Fuchen turned his head, wiping the tears from his face. The The attendant was taken aback by his words. Glancing at the meal in his hands, pondering how poor his usual dining experience must be. Unbeknownst to her, the customer had not tasted proper food in so long that he felt he had lost his sense of taste. Finally, having the opportunity to enjoy a normal meal. Chen Fuchen could not contain his overwhelming joy. He swallowed eagerly, realizing for the first time how blissful it was to eat proper food. Outside, the landscape gradually became blanketed in white snow, and Chen Fuchen knew that Jiangsheng was nearing. He had grown up in Jiangsheng from birth through university, and this was the first time he had spent such an extended period in another city. However, he generally spent his time in rented accommodations in Shidu. Not much different from his life in Jiangsheng, merely a change of scenery with different activities. The 3 days of freedom were to be cherished. Standing on the platform of Jiangsheng railway station, Chen Fuchen inhaled the familiar scent of his hometown. Chiba Japanese cuisine, located on Hanjia, was known as the priciest buffet in Jiacheng, a place he had never visited before. Upon disembarking from the train, he headed straight there, ascending a modest entrance. The view on the second floor opened up magnificently. The waitstaff, clad in custom kimonos, greeted him in unison. Chen Fuchen could hardly contain his eagerness for the culinary delights. Even the boxed meal on the train had filled him with joy, and this buffet promised to be even more exquisite. The salmon was tender and delectable, its flavor enhanced by a touch of soy sauce, simply divine. The sushi, with its translucent rice grains, each distinct yet lacking in stickiness, was devoured in single bites, savored slowly to appreciate the subtle sweetness of the rice. The eel, an essential dish in Japanese cuisine, though farmed, boasted a substantial texture, its richness harmonizing beautifully with the sauce, a perfection not to be overlooked. Chen Fuchen lingered in the Japanese restaurant for the maximum allotted time of 2 hours. The staff cleared his plates thrice, and the manager inquired after his well-being twice. On the third visit, he presented Chen with a digestive tablet. After leaving, he resolved to indulge in every Michelin 3-star restaurant. It was a somewhat naive aspiration. Upon entering his home, a faint musty scent greeted him. Finally home. In the place most familiar to him, Chen Fuchen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The new shows for November must have concluded by now. He opened his computer, intending to binge-watch the series he had missed, yet lost interest within mere minutes. The more he watched, the more he felt devoid of pleasure, regretting the time wasted during university on such trivial pursuits. If only he hadn't been so reclusive, perhaps he wouldn't have spent over 20 years as a singleton. Suddenly faced with an abundance of free time, Chen Fuchen found himself at a loss. He opened an old app he had long neglected. Previously, he had only observed without engaging, a passive recipient of content. How to comprehend the significance of the duality of inverse relations in number theory. What is the connection between universal algebra and model theory? How to interpret symplectic geometry or geometry in general. That first evening back home, he fervently responded to specialized questions in mathematics and physics on Jihu, feeling a sense of synthesis from his recent studies. That concludes today's responses. If anyone has questions, I will address them in the next couple of days, he noted on Jihu. As he contributed more answers, his following gradually increased. Chapter 19. New Year's Eve 2. After becoming accustomed to a structured life, inertia compelled one to adhere to previous patterns. During this rare holiday, Chen Fuchen wished to sleep in and enjoy a restful slumber. However, he faced a grim reality. His natural waking time had shifted from noon to 4 o'clock. At precisely 4 in the morning, he awoke as scheduled. Regardless of the physical or mental realm, Chen Fuchen felt no trace of fatigue. His consciousness was remarkably alert. Yet he still resisted the urge to leave his bed. He realized that his past interests had gradually become a source of disdain for his present self. Perhaps lingering in bed was the last remaining connection to his former life. Lying there grew tedious, prompting Chen Fuchen to pick up his phone and respond to all the questions posed to him the previous day. Simultaneously, he addressed some parts of previous inquiries that others had failed to comprehend. He marveled at the brilliance of algebraic topology, grateful for the divine insights that illuminated each query. Despite the sparse comments accompanying them, life, he mused, is as solitary as snow. Whether in mathematics or physics, few are genuinely interested in pure theory. Even fewer can grasp what one articulates and have the leisure to contemplate one's responses. Although the audience is limited, the sheer volume of questions Chen Fuchen answered amassed gratitude and praise, granting him a sense of intellectual satisfaction. From a material perspective, he felt somewhat inhuman. Yet his essence remained distinctly human. Naturally, he could not escape deriving simple joy from this sense of superiority. 1729. I wish to share a universal language of the cosmos online, allowing those destined to learn it. What do you think? Chen Fuchen remarked, having completed all the invitations to respond. He thought that since future interstellar navigation theories would rely on scientists from the blue planet, Teaching them a more efficient means of communication would undoubtedly be beneficial. No, you could post the initial creative ideas behind it, leveraging your influence to encourage more individuals to partake in the development of this language. 1729 added. However, if the universal language were to be unveiled directly, it would undoubtedly alert certain specialized organizations. Cipher codes also represent a simplified new language. The emergence of a universal language would certainly catch the attention of domestic and international espionage agencies. Chen Fuqian felt that his current capabilities were insufficient to confront such entities. This idea has merit. We could first establish a preliminary framework and then harness the power of the internet community to gradually refine it. Even if it remains unfinished, it provides an excuse to engage linguists in the future, framing the endeavor as a personal hobby. Presenting a polished version later would not seem abrupt. With it, we could potentially dismantle the monopoly of English in academic research. Chen Fuqian had always held a deep disdain for the compulsory nature of English learning. Regarding the limitations of existing languages and the conception of a new one, he thought, if I am to write, I might as well compose a more specialized paper. Surprisingly, I too have become a workaholic today, Chen Fuqian reflected, then remotely instructed Sasson to compile relevant materials and send them to him. The snow in Jiancheng had begun to melt gradually in recent days, and Chen Fuqian donned a black trench coat as he stepped outside, inhaling the crisp, snow-laden air. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, and I have arrived. As was customary, he went to his grandfather's house for dinner on New Year's Eve. Chen Fuqian's father had 2 brothers. His father passed away at a young age, and ever since his parents' demise, he has spent every New Year's Eve at his uncle's home. His grandparents lived with his uncle's family, initially intending to care for him, but they ultimately relented to his strong objections. He also has an uncle who settled in another region, returning only once every 2 to 3 years. My, how he has grown. He was once so scrawny. Chen Dinghua. Chen Fuqian's uncle, named according to the generational naming tradition of his time, has seen this custom fade in the current generation. Chen Fuqian engaged in conversation with his grandparents, using his mental acuity to gauge their health. Sensing their vitality was in good condition brought him immense joy. The entity 1729, residing in Chen Fuqian's mind, also sensed his elation. This emotion, born in the age of interstellar existence, was incomprehensible to 1729. Despite its vast knowledge of familial legacies, it could not fathom why such matters held such significance. 1729 believed this was a manifestation of a backward productive force, where society lacked the capacity to manage a life from birth to death comprehensively. Though 1729 remained silent, Chen Fuqian was oblivious to its inner musings. Even if he were to hear them, immersed in familial affection, he would merely dismiss 1729's thoughts as the sour grapes of one who cannot partake. Chen Zue was absorbed in her phone. Chen Fuqian and his cousin had always shared a relationship of playful banter. However, since the passing of his parents, their encounters had diminished significantly, leading Chen Fuqian to become increasingly reclusive, visiting his uncle's home only during holidays. Chen Zue, who once wore braces and appeared somewhat awkward, had blossomed into a striking beauty, aptly living up to her name. She turned her head, rolling her eyes at Chen Fuqian. You actually came to celebrate the new year at my house? I thought you wouldn't return from Shudu. Chen Zue was displeased that she had learned of Chen Fuqian's move to Shudu only through her father. Leave the adult matters to us, little kid. Chen Fuqian retorted to his cousin, who never referred to him as brother, but rather Heiyu. We are both in our 2nd year of college. You're the one still a kid. You're just 3 years older than me, yet you constantly use age to belittle me. Ambition knows no age. Just because you're older doesn't mean you are not a homebody. Chen Zue, adept at delivering pointed remarks, believed that the label of homebody could strike Chen Fuqian with a 99 impact. After 1729's training, such verbal assaults carried little weight. Chen Fuqian raised his arm, gesturing, look, is there a homebody with muscles like these? After removing his windbreaker at his uncle's home, the thick shirt failed to conceal his well-developed physique. Initially lounging, Chen Zue stood to pinch her cousin's muscles upon seeing his self-satisfied demeanor. Oh, so your trip to Shuda was for fitness. Is the training different from Jiacheng? Is that what you call a career? She scoffed. Chen Fuqian had mentioned to his uncle that he was going to Shuda to pursue a career. Chen Zue had never believed it, and now, seeing what he termed a career was merely the result of his muscle training, she could not help but laugh. Let me show you what my career entails. Unable to contain himself, Chen Fuqian decided to share the mobile game Galactic Era with his cousin, initially intending to keep it from his family. Chapter 20, New Year's Eve End. Chen Zue cast a puzzled glance at him. She had previously seen this mobile game trending on Weibo, and several friends in her circle were playing it. What does this mean? Chen Fuqian feigned nonchalance and glanced at his cousin, meaning, This is the career I intend to pursue. You? Stop boasting. If you haven't fully woken up, why not go back to the guest room for some more rest? Chen Zue was well aware of her cousin's past demeanor, and she found it utterly unbelievable that Chen Fuqing could create a mobile game that could be considered a hit. So, you finally decided to venture into the workforce? You must have stumbled upon some incredible luck to be involved in the production of a blockbuster mobile game. Chen Zue pondered for a moment before asking again. She felt a sense of joy seeing Chen Fuqing finally willing to work, as he had previously been living a life of idleness. Therefore, she wanted to encourage him. Even if it was merely a menial job, it would still count as experience. From what I understand, once you have participated in the production of a successful mobile game, you can sustain yourself on it for many years. I won't have to worry about you anymore. As she spoke the last sentence, she waved her hand to imply how much concern Chen Fuqing had caused her in the past, unable to suppress a grin akin to that of a mischievous fox. Take a look at the name of the production company. Chen Fuqing, hearing his cousin's incessant chatter, grew increasingly irritated as she made him sound like a complete failure. He angrily placed the 4 characters Fuqing Interactive Entertainment in front of Chen Zue. Look closely. Would my company choose such a name if it weren't mine? Chen Zue still found it hard to believe that her cousin had suddenly started a business, and apparently a successful one at that. Are you playing a trick on me? Why would I joke with you? Go online and check if I am the legal representative and actual controller of this company. Seeing that his cousin remained skeptical, he resorted to his final proof. After a moment of silence, Chen Zue finally accepted the reality. Her first reaction was that her cousin was bound to become wealthy, and she wondered if she had ever offended him. No matter how she thought about it, she felt as though she had always been antagonizing Chen Fuqing, which left her feeling somewhat despondent. Oh, what prompted you to suddenly start a gaming company? She remained genuinely curious about her cousin's journey and what force had driven Chen Fuqing to undergo such a remarkable transformation. Not only had he built a muscular physique, but he had also launched a gaming company, and more importantly, the game he developed had indeed succeeded. Chen Fuqing, aware of Chen Zue's inner thoughts, undoubtedly believed she spoke from a place of ignorance. The hardships he endured while being trained by 1729 were experiences that many people would never encounter in their lifetime. I had been writing novels, and then I realized that the worldview and characters in my stories were quite suitable for a game, so I pursued it, and unexpectedly, it became a hit. He took all the credit for Sassoon's contributions, knowing full well that Sassoon, being an artificial intelligence, would not mind. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Sassoon, laboring diligently, would have undoubtedly added Chen Fuqing to the observation list had he not lost his emotional module. You wrote novels? Every time I visited your house, you were either watching anime or playing games. When did you find the time to write novels? Chen Zue inquired. Often, when one tells a lie, it is quickly followed by countless others to cover up the first. Chen Fuqing referred to this as strategic lying, as the fact that 1729 had parasitized him was something he dared not share with anyone. Upon your arrival, I hesitated to share my passion with you, as it is merely a personal hobby. When I find myself alone, I am either weaving tales or contemplating the craft of storytelling, pouring my heart and soul into my work. Chen Zue regarded this assertion with skepticism, prompting him to inquire about the title. Just search for it directly, I suggested. The internet is rife with pirated copies, but I am indifferent to such matters. The more people who know, the better. I never intended to profit from my writing. On the evening of New Year's Eve, Chen Fuqing reunited with his family. The familiar flavors of the meal evoked a sense of nostalgia, while the sounds of the Spring Festival Gala on television enveloped him in a surreal atmosphere. During this period of studying the universal language of the cosmos, he felt a fleeting illusion of soaring into the universe, savoring the dishes prepared by his uncle, engaging in playful banter with his cousin, and listening to his grandparents' gentle admonishments. He found an overwhelming sense of reality and warmth. The loss of his parents, which once struck him with profound grief, had now dulled. Chen Fuqing felt a deep gratitude for the arrival of 1729, as it provided him with an exceptionally challenging goal. If one were to liken this to a game, the difficulty level had undoubtedly escalated to hellish proportions. Through his recent studies, he came to appreciate the daunting nature of substantiating the theoretical possibilities of interstellar navigation. His dissemination of the universal language was also an endeavor to enlist others in achieving this ambitious objective. After the meal, his uncle summoned him, and Chen Fuqing was acutely aware of the reason behind the summons. Chen Zue, upon learning of his cousin's endeavors, could not restrain himself from discussing it with the elders. With Chen Fuqing's current mental acuity, he could hear every word Chen Zue uttered, even through a wall. I heard you started a company. Where did you acquire the capital? You aren't acting as someone else's front, are you? Chen Dinghua, having held a minor official position, was well acquainted with the darker facets of society. He needed to ascertain certain details about his nephew's entrepreneurial success. It is not a front. It is indeed my own company. I have mortgaged the house my parents left me as startup capital, Chen Fuqing replied with resignation. How could you mortgage the house? That is quite impulsive. One should at least gain experience through several years of work before venturing into entrepreneurship. The older generation places immense value on property, having witnessed its perpetual appreciation throughout their lives. Had it not been for 1729, Chen Fuqing likely would have led a life of mediocrity. However, he could not disclose the existence of this advantage to his uncle. After some contemplation, he added, I still have one house left. If I fail, I will return to work diligently. Youth is meant for exploration, after all. Fortunately, I have found success. In the future, it is wise to proceed with caution. Chen Dingwu advised. Has your company begun turning a profit? The net profit for the month is projected to exceed 50 million, Chen Fuqing replied conservatively, noting that this was merely the first month and that he was working with only a few distributors, including the major tech company. This figure surpassed Chen Dingwu's expectations, rendering his previous life experiences obsolete. Ultimately, he would need to reassess his asset allocation and remain vigilant. If your parents were able to witness this moment, they would surely feel at ease, Chen Dingwu remarked, imparting some well-worn wisdom and urging him to maintain a tranquil mind. After spending time at his uncle's house until past 11, he returned home alone just before the stroke of midnight. Another year had passed. Chapter 21. Defining the calculation of effective information density according to an academic article from 2011, spanning pages 539 to 558. When utilizing Vietnamese as the standard unit, it is revealed that the written information density of Chinese and English is the highest. However, I find this assessment insufficient, and furthermore, the algorithm employed presents certain flaws. It calculates all information density rather than effective information density, building upon Shannon's work. I have meticulously redesigned an algorithm to compute the effective information density that a language can encompass. In this article, Chen Fuqing initially devised an algorithm to calculate effective information density, subsequently using the framework of a universal language as the main body of the text to validate the rationale behind his newly designed language through the algorithm. Given the length and complexity of this article, coupled with its specialized nature, Chen Fuqing noticed the sparse commentary it attracted. Such highly specialized matters would indeed require the financial support to enlist a cadre of linguists for further exploration. Greetings, I am a PhD candidate in mathematics at Trinity College, Cambridge, and I would like to discuss the conjecture regarding the natural extension of the theorem within the framework of algebraic numbers. Hello. Could you please respond when you have a moment? This self-proclaimed Cambridge mathematics PhD student sends a message almost every hour. Yes, I am here. How may I assist you? Chen Fuqing, observing his persistent inquiries, decided to ascertain the nature of his concerns. And Jiepeng, a third-year PhD student in mathematics at Cambridge University, found that his academic journey had not flourished merely because he was enrolled in a prestigious institution. On the contrary, as 3 years swiftly passed, his research direction showed little advancement, with days spent idly in the library. The teaching approach adopted by professors in Britain and much of Europe is largely laissez-faire. One is free to approach them for discussion whenever questions arise or new ideas emerge, without the pressure to produce immediate results. This pedagogical style can be beneficial and liberating for some, yet for those lacking self-discipline, it often results in a sluggish pace of progress, making an 8-year completion of a PhD not uncommon in Europe, due to the prevalence of candidates graduating in 7 or 8 years. And Jiepeng felt no immediate urgency regarding the lack of clarity surrounding his doctoral thesis, although he was, in fact, somewhat anxious. At the doctoral level in mathematics, urgency is not particularly advantageous. Rather, it requires extensive reading, continuous contemplation, and a sufficient level of intellect, of which the latter is paramount. And Jiepeng believed he possessed the first two qualities but lacked the final one, resulting in a frustrating cycle of stagnation in his progress. His command of English was commendable, yet cultural differences persisted. Most of his leisure time was spent engaging with domestic social media, including the popular platform Zhihu. On New Year's Eve, after dining with fellow Chinese students at Cambridge, he returned home to browse Zhihu, where he encountered a plethora of responses from Fuqing. Instantly captivated, and Jiepeng perused all of Chen Fuqing's answers and found them to be of high quality. As a distinguished respondent on mathematical topics, he decided to present a challenging question anonymously, inviting Fuqing to provide an answer. For any transcendental number, and indeed for any given number, there exists a constant zero such that there are infinitely many algebraic numbers less than or equal to it. Satisfying the specified condition, the mathematical formula could not be rendered. Hence the use of ellipses. Upon first encountering this problem, Chen Fuqian assumed it to be straightforward. However, upon deeper contemplation, he realized it would require an extensive amount of time and effort to fully substantiate, potentially culminating in a paper of hundreds of pages. Sensing something amiss, Chen Fuqian deliberately documented only half of his thoughts. At first glance, this problem appears to be a classical conjecture. However, it is, in fact, a natural extension of the theorem within the framework of algebraic numbers, which remains unproven in the case of 2, rendering it a well-known and long-suspenseful conjecture. The following day, after sobering up, Jieping reflected on his competitive spirit and regretted presenting such a difficult problem to deliberately challenge his counterpart. Alcohol had clouded his judgment. But during the New Year's Eve, one must consume some spirits to numb the pain of not being able to reunite with family. Jieping opened his phone to check if his counterpart had responded to his inquiry. Although he held no expectation that Fuqian could prove the conjecture, he hoped he could elucidate the difficulties surrounding the problem, which would demonstrate a level of competence. If he chose not to respond, it would indeed be disappointing. Despite being merely a fragment of his thoughts, Chen Fuqian had penned 3,000 or 4,000 words, annotating the literature that could aid in proving the conjecture. As Jieping perused the text, his still-dazed mind suddenly became alert. He realized that Fuqian's insights were indeed promising. He hastily donned a coat and made his way to the library, where he utilized the public computer's academic database to download the literature mentioned by Chen Fuqian. He discovered that by following Fuqian's line of reasoning, he had made substantial progress on the conjecture within just one morning, catching up to the topic he had chosen for his doctoral dissertation. While these two subjects belonged to the same domain, the potential value of the conjecture was significantly higher. Jieping was eager to obtain more detailed information on this line of thought from Chen Fuqian. However, upon checking Jihu, he noticed that Fuqian had not responded to his private messages, leading him to believe that Fuqian was engrossed in research on the conjecture and had only shared a portion of his thoughts. Just as he was about to give up, Fuqian finally replied, and Jieping eagerly responded, inquiring, "Hello, are you conducting research in the direction of the conjecture?" "No," Fuqian replied. "I merely thought of some ideas after seeing your invitation." Upon learning the name of the conjecture, Chen Fuqian searched for it and realized that he had been misled, intentionally downplaying the process to undermine Jieping's confidence. Indeed, Jieping's expression froze in disbelief from thousands of miles away. "By the way, are you a Chiron scholar, a professor, or even an academician?" he asked. Chen Fuqian replied, "None of that, just an amateur." Jieping found it hard to believe. If an amateur possessed such capability, then China would have long surpassed the United States and ventured beyond Earth. "Please, do not jest. Regardless of your status, may I inquire if we could collaborate? Or, may I work under your guidance? If the conjecture is indeed proven, I would be content to be the second or even third author." "Very well," Fuqian agreed. "I shall provide the ideas. The specific demonstration is yours to undertake." Chen Fuqian pondered for a moment and deemed the other party a talent worth nurturing, someone who could assist him and eventually be lured to work for him, contributing to his interstellar ambitions. Unbeknownst to Jieping, Chen Fuqian had already categorized him as fuel for his escape from Earth, expressing profound gratitude. "I will contact you via email," he said, providing his address, which is 1729. Nearby, a British student cast an irritated glance in Jieping's direction. Upon receiving Chen Fuqian's email, he could hardly contain his excitement, banging his fist on the table, shattering the library's tranquility. "What a peculiar individual," Jieping mused, amused to find that the email suffix bore the sender's name. Chapter 22. The final day of a rare holiday at this moment. It was arguably the coldest time in Cambridge, a day marked by a mix of rain and snow, heralding a new turning point in Jieping's doctoral journey. For Chen Fuqian, it was merely a casual act, yet it profoundly altered the course of his destiny. As time progressed, the arrival of 1729 would transform the fates of an ever-growing multitude, ultimately sweeping across the entire globe. Knock, knock, knock. A series of raps echoed through the air. On the second day of the new year, which also marked the final day of Chen Fuqian's 3-day holiday, he visited Uncle Li to extend New Year's greetings while also expressing gratitude for the unwavering support given when he first contemplated entrepreneurship. In previous years, he would wait until the 4th or 5th day to pay his respects, but this year, the pressure from 1729 compelled him to act sooner. After all, even high school seniors enjoyed a 7-day holiday during the winter break. "Happy New Year, Uncle Li," Chen Fuqian said as he presented a bottle of renowned Bai Shu liquor purchased in Shidu. Knowing Uncle Li well, he was certain this gift would be appreciated. "My father is getting on in years, and you still buy him liquor. You should take it back with you when you leave," Li Miaomiu remarked with a frown. "It's the new year. Let Uncle Li enjoy himself," Chen Fuqian replied calmly. "Li Miaomiu, Uncle Li's daughter, had grown up alongside Chen Fuqing, their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. After the passing of his parents, Chen Fuqing had lost his drive and drifted through life aimlessly. Meanwhile, she had pursued further studies abroad after graduating from university, and whenever she returned home to see Chen Fuqing's lackluster demeanor, it ignited a fire within her, prompting her to verbally chastise him. This time, however, Li Miaomiao found it strange that Chen Fuqing, who had consistently presented himself as submissive in her presence, suddenly dared to retort, "Indeed, it's the new year. Am I not allowed to indulge in a little drink?" Chen Fuqing asserted. "You're right, don't linger there. Come in and take a seat." Uncle Li chuckled, eager to prevent any further quarrel between them. Chen Fuqing understood that Li Miaomiao meant well, hoping he would regain his vigor, but during that period, he had genuinely lost interest in life, seeking only fleeting pleasures in the realm of the internet. "Uncle Li, my entrepreneurial venture is thriving. The money you lent me will be repaid next month. We can calculate the repayment based on the commercial loan interest rates. Principal and interest included," Chen Fuqing stated, getting straight to the point as soon as he sat down. "You've recouped your investment so quickly?" Uncle Li, an experienced businessman himself, knew that in industries like catering, breaking even within 18 months was considered quite favorable. He had prepared himself for the possibility of Chen Fuqing's first entrepreneurial endeavor resulting in a loss and was ready to assist him in finding employment afterwards. Chen Fuqing clarified that he had been preparing the product for his entrepreneurial venture long before. This time, he was simply operationalizing the product he had developed earlier. After showing Uncle Li the game Galactic Era, which had already ascended to the top of the free charts, he became convinced of Chen Fuqing's claims. Uncle Li was astonished by Chen Fuqing's remarkable transformation from obscurity to brilliance, achieving such success in the mobile gaming realm within a mere 3 months. "It is commendable that you have embarked on your own venture, but do not grow complacent. This is merely the beginning. The crux lies in how to entice players to spend within your game and ensure a continuous flow of revenue. In my earlier days playing Legend, I spent tens of thousands. I possess some understanding of the gaming industry. The payment rate, which refers to the proportion of players willing to spend, was over 20% based on data from last year." Chen Fuqing hoped that this visit would reassure Uncle Li, due to his business acumen. Uncle Li remained sensitive to data, with 200,000 activated players and approximately 40,000 paying players. That equates to a veritable goldmine. Moreover, this mobile game had only recently launched, leaving ample room for future growth. Uncle Li felt a wave of happiness, stating, "I knew you would achieve great things. Work diligently. And if you have questions regarding government relations, feel free to consult me. Beyond that, I have little else to impart." As he excused himself to prepare dinner, Chen Fuqing was left momentarily speechless. During their conversation, Li Miaomiao pondered whether this was indeed the Chen Fuqing she knew, her bright eyes scrutinizing him for any signs of deceit. Chen Fuqing appeared articulate and composed, and with the game laid out before them, disbelief was hard to maintain. Li Miaomiao felt a tinge of disappointment. While she was still spending her family's money, Chen Fuqing had already struck it rich. Once Uncle Li departed, a profound silence enveloped the living room. Li Miaomiao downloaded Galactic Era on her phone, eager to explore what the game had to offer. Chen Fuqing sat upright on the sofa, attempting to shatter the silence. "Sister Miaomiao, when do you graduate?" "This autumn," she replied, her attention captivated by the game's opening animation. Currently, Li Miaomiao was studying directing at the London Academy of Arts, specifically at the Central St. Martin's Drama Centre. Having studied directing for her undergraduate degree, she had secured a place at the esteemed and costly London Drama Centre without hesitation, as she had the means to do so. From a professional standpoint, she assessed the introductory animation and found its quality to far exceed her expectations. Upon hearing the soundtrack of the loading animation for Galactic Era, Chen Fuqing understood her desire to see how his creation fared, and thus remained silent, clearing his mind. Was this animation outsourced or created in-house? After viewing the animation and game graphics, Li Miaomiao began to believe in the game's potential for success. "It was created in-house," Chen Fuqing replied, gazing at Li Miaomiao's strikingly beautiful face. "Who directed the animation? Who worked on it? How could such talented individuals be employed by a startup with only a few million in funding?" Li Miaomiao expressed her skepticism, doubting that professionals capable of producing such high-quality animation would deign to work for a nascent company. From the perspective of the opening animation, both the color palette and the interplay of light and shadow achieve perfection. Astonishingly, within a mere minute of the opening sequence, one can experience a juxtaposition of tension and relaxation, adeptly capturing the viewer's psyche. As fans of my novel, we initially united out of shared interest. Search for the novel Galactic Epic. Chen Fuqing had initially intended to claim the animation as his own creation, but considering that Li Miaomiao was a directing student, He feared that a casual inquiry would expose his facade. Thus, it was best to refrain from such pretensions. Have you been writing novels for the past 2 years? Li Miaomiu doubted whether the Qin Fuchin she had previously seen, with his vacant stare, was merely a fade. Indeed, I write every night. Watching anime and playing games serves as both a source of inspiration and a means of relaxation. Writing novels is truly a laborious endeavor. Eventually, some enthusiasts and I collaborated to create this mobile game. Feeling embarrassed for misunderstanding him, Li Miaomiao declared, I will surely read your novel thoroughly and reward you for it. Her sudden change in attitude left him somewhat taken aback. Take a look at this. Chapter 23, Virtual Persona, I'm back. Qin Fuchin called out upon entering. Welcome home. The whimsicalities of 1729 led Qin Fuchin to install 8 speakers in his home, allowing both him and Sasong to project their voices, creating an ethereal sound. Qin Fuchin recognized that such remarks could only come from Sasong, pondering what clandestine activities 1729 might be orchestrating in his mind. The thought of showing the animation to Li Miaomiao and witnessing her astonished expression brought him joy. It was rare to gain the upper hand in front of her after all these years. Li Miaomiao insisted on participating in their animation production, prompting Qin Fuchin to decline on the grounds that she had yet to graduate, as he had no animation team to speak of. He could not allow her to learn of Sasong's existence. Life in Jiangqing, though fulfilling, was often solitary for him. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Hangqing, employees related to the Itchy Mouse project had commenced work. The chilly winds outside could not diminish the fervor exuding from Tang Heimo. If we don't strive while young, then when will we? He encouraged, rallying the team as they prepared for the months ahead, devoid of holidays, but replete with overtime pay and bonuses. Everyone has worked hard. We only have 5 days off for the new year. However, our Itchy Mouse has been impacted by galactic epoch, whether in terms of monthly average active users, paying players, or monthly revenue. We are witnessing a significant decline. Itchy Mouse, a Japanese-style card game, had been released for less than half a year. And as a phenomenon in the mobile gaming industry, such a downturn was highly abnormal. Research from the company indicated that the majority of the departing players had migrated to Galactic Epic, effectively allowing Fuchin Entertainment to take a substantial bite out of their market share. As the person in charge of Itchy Mouse, Tang Heimo could not tolerate this situation and called the team members back immediately after the 3rd day of the new year. Regarding the collaboration between the beloved character Itchy Mouse and a renowned anime, the company's business department has commenced discussions with a Japanese firm. We must expedite our efforts concerning the launch of new gameplay and innovative characters, as the company has allocated a generous marketing budget for us this time. Rest assured, our hard work will not go unrecognized by the company. Initially, this project was met with skepticism, yet it unexpectedly emerged as the highest-grossing game for the company in 2016. This success invigorated Tang Heim, who now seeks to overcome every obstacle in his path. Although some employees expressed their dissatisfaction with the early return to work after the Spring Festival, the prospect of a substantial year-end bonus, amounting to 48 months of salary, fueled their enthusiasm. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the first day back at work, Qin Fuchin met with Lin Ran, intending to discuss the company's direction for the upcoming 6 months. Upon their first encounter, Lin Ran appeared somewhat despondent, embodying the archetype of a man approaching middle age yet still striving for success. However, this time he radiated a newfound vigor, with a slight smile and bright eyes indicating a positive mental state. It seems that one's demeanor can indeed influence their inner strength. Qin Fuchin sensed that Lin Ran's spirit burned more brightly than before. Having reviewed the data, Qin noted that the revenues from the gaming giant had already been credited to the company's accounts, allowing them to commence utilizing the available funds for subsequent plans. His mind was operating in a multi-threaded manner. With his enhanced mental fortitude, he could now multitask effectively. Lin Ran, curious about the boss's upcoming plans, inquired about their next steps. First, they needed to initiate the process of launching the game on additional mobile platforms, as relying solely on the gaming giant and the App Store was not a sustainable strategy. Their revenue-sharing model should maintain a baseline of 60-40. Secondly, they needed to recruit voice actors for the animation and seek partnerships with video platforms to distribute the animated series. The price of the animation is not the sole consideration. The key is to maximize awareness of Galactic Era. Even a high selling price for the animation would only yield modest returns. Qin Fuchin would not prioritize short-term gains above all else. Boss, a colleague from the Pig Company revealed that they are developing new gameplay and planning a collaboration with Inuyasha, which could pose a significant challenge for us. Should we also consider developing new gameplay and pursuing high-profile collaborations? Lin Ran felt that the boss's strategy was overly cautious, harboring a sense of respect for the Pig Company. The news of their targeted approach towards Galactic Era filled him with concern. However, Chen Fuchen, having analyzed the situation, viewed the pig company's actions with skepticism. Given their track record, such collaborations typically come at the expense of the players. With an impassive gaze directed at Lin Ran, he asserted, "Let us focus on our own endeavors rather than following in others' footsteps. The voice actors they recruit should be contracted for 8 to 10 years. Professionalism is secondary to ensuring their voices align with the characters from Galactic Era, along with their physical appearance. Additionally, they should establish a new talent department and hire several professional agents to manage the artists effectively." Lin Ran was somewhat perplexed. Even if our animation were as lengthy as Naruto, there would be no need to bind the voice actors to their roles. Boss, I find this difficult to comprehend. To be precise, we are not merely hiring voice actors. We are enlisting special performers. We must closely associate them with our characters, as they will not only provide voices for the animation, but also for future animated films. Our technical department has developed a novel technology that captures your facial expressions through a camera, allowing the virtual persona to mimic your movements. This technology has existed for quite some time, but we have optimized it, enabling even the subtlest of expressions to be conveyed by the virtual avatar. Our special performers are required not only to provide voiceovers, but also to engage in live broadcasts, showcasing their voices and expressions through the virtual personas from Galactic Era. However, before Lin Ran could voice his thoughts, Chen Fuchen gestured for him to pause. "How about you demonstrate this groundbreaking technology on your computer?" Chen Fuchen himself had yet to see it and thought it would be a good opportunity for Lin Ran to perform, thereby alleviating his doubts. Chapter 24. Virtual Idol Live Streaming System. Virtual idols were born as early as the 1980s. Yet only a scant few achieved true popularity due to their inherent lack of vitality. Chen Fuchen intended to transform the characters from Galactic Era into virtual idols, leveraging live streaming platforms and real-life performances to imbue them with a renewed sense of life. Imagine watching one's beloved virtual character stream games like the ones on Blue Star, or even engage in card games such as Do Di Zhu and Mahjong. This would undoubtedly attract a substantial audience. Furthermore, the live streaming of these virtual characters would serve as a continuous, free source of promotion for Galactic Era. The majority of virtual character streams typically employed simplistic movements, often resulting in a lack of realism and stiff animations. "You should give it a try," Chen Fuchen suggested, as he accessed a remote virtual machine on Lin Ran's computer. Launching the live streaming system for the characters from Galactic Era. "Why are there only 7 characters to choose from?" Lin Ran queried, noting that the mobile game featured 57 characters. "We are initially only hiring the main characters from the first season of the animation," Chen Fuchen explained. It appeared that none of Lin Ran's favored characters were included, so he opted for the most handsome character among the 7, Joshua, the protagonist of the first season. Almost immediately, Lin Ran observed the screen morph into the command chamber of a starship, with Joshua and his real-life counterpart seated in identical postures. The camera captured his face, and as the data exchanged, Lin Ran's facial expressions and body movements were captured in real time. His pupils dilated in awe at the stunning visual effect. The exquisite graphics even allowed him to perceive the metallic texture of the starship in the background. He experimented with his facial expressions, watching as Joshua's handsome visage mirrored his every change, leading him to momentarily believe he truly possessed such charm. The reasons virtual idol live streaming has yet to thrive in reality are twofold. First, the characters often exhibit stiff movements, lacking realism and professionalism. Second, there is a mismatch between the portrayed character and the personality of the voice actor. "How does it look?" Chen Fuchen stood behind him and spoke. Lin Ran chuckled softly as he observed his boss rendered into a bizarre robotic form on the screen, while the dialogue was transformed by the computer into Captain 32912 request a call. The usual demeanor of his boss, methodical and meticulous, exuded a robotic quality, and witnessing this stark contrast in the depiction on screen was simply irresistible for Lin Ran. "My apologies, the visual effects of this system are remarkably flawless. I believe your plan is entirely feasible," Chen Fuchen stated. Feeling a chill, Lin Ran swiftly redirected the conversation. In light of Lin Ran's previous efforts, Chen Fuchen decided to overlook the moment. "Those we hire must first sign a long-term contract of at least 10 years, with a sufficiently high penalty for breach of contract to prevent any future disputes over interests. Furthermore, the individuals we recruit must not only have voices that match the characters, but also bear a resemblance to them, as they will have ample opportunities to step into the spotlight. We should ideally recruit from among the fans, as they must genuinely appreciate our narrative and be fond of Galactic Era. Although our salaries are competitive, portraying the same character for several years, or even a decade, requires a passion that cannot be sustained without it." I will provide detailed information regarding the operation of virtual idols in an email, which you can then forward to the head of the virtual idol department. Chun Fuchin conveyed the standards for recruiting virtual streamers, or more precisely, specialized artists who can portray a single character. The head of the virtual idol department, who oversees the management of virtual characters and streamers, has already identified potential candidates. Lin Ran would simply need to notify them via email for interviews. After all, Lin Ran previously worked at a gaming company, not an entertainment firm, and had no familiarity with this domain. We can directly publish an announcement in the game, Lin Ran suggested. Agreed. You will handle the recruitment of voice actors. Both their voices and appearances must align with our characters. Once hired, the first task will be to complete the voiceover for the first season of the animation. And then we will look into selling it to video platforms. There is no rush on the live streaming front. We must thoroughly investigate backgrounds to avoid hiring individuals with a tarnished history, Chun Fuchin reiterated, demonstrating his strong foresight. Boss, Tencent has approached us again regarding a potential acquisition, this time offering $2 billion. I believe it would be best if you personally declined, Lin Ran remarked. Without any shares in the company, he was understandably averse to the idea of selling, as transitioning to Tencent would not afford him the same freedom he currently enjoyed as general manager. Firmly reject their offer. Chun Fuchin replied, his brow furrowing. You need to expedite the onboarding of other distributors. Currently, we are reliant solely on Tencent. If we do not quickly seek new channels, we will be excessively constrained. Several investors have expressed interest in investing, and the folks at Tencent have inquired about our pricing to see if they can acquire a stake. Ding Sanshur from Tencent reached out through Lin Ran's former leadership during his time there to inquire about this matter. Let's decline for now. We still have unfinished business with Tencent, Chun Fuchin asserted, referring to the ongoing competition between Galactic Era and Ichi Mouse for dominance in the mobile card game market. I have sent you all the other important matters via email. As for the acquisition-related issues, please decline them on my behalf. I hope the next time I visit the company, there will be a refreshing atmosphere. After saying this, Chun Fuchin departed from the company. Looking at the cash flow in the company's accounts, Chun Fuchin couldn't help but smile. Previously, he could only be considered to possess a modest amount of assets, and having such wealth was unimaginable in his past. Achieving such a minor goal so effortlessly makes one realize why it is merely a minor goal, Chun Fuchin thought. This sum of money is far from sufficient for us. Accustomed to the elusive nature of 1729, Chun Fuchin remained unfazed. To you, as a magnate, $1 billion is insignificant. However, for me, it represents a fortune sufficient to indulge for a lifetime. Do you know how much Blue Star currency is required to construct a spacecraft capable of short-distance travel? 10 trillion? Chun Fuchin exaggerated for effect, thinking that anyway. With enough debt, there's nothing to worry about. Chapter 25. Executor 1729 was momentarily taken aback by Chun Fuchin's response, as according to Sassoon's calculations, it amounted to approximately $10 trillion. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this concept? It implies that the resources you directly and indirectly control exceed 100 trillion, equivalent to the market value of 20 companies or 40 Alibabas. While the earlier discussions seemed lighthearted, the specificity of this information left him profoundly astonished. Chun Fuchin instinctively swallowed hard, pondering how they could achieve this, or whether they might falter on this arduous path. Thus, we must proceed step by step. If I had brought along the nanomechanical insects, the process would not have been so cumbersome. The nanomechanical insects can be implanted within carbon-based life forms, coercing them into submission by threatening their very existence. This tactic is frequently employed by interstellar explorers when landing on planets dominated by carbon-based life. Unfortunately, during 1729's hasty escape, time was too limited, and aside from bringing Sassoon, he had nothing else. Xia Nanfeng stretched her neck and gently tapped a key with her index finger, sending an email that would reach her minter in approximately 1 second. Finally, she managed to complete her thesis before turning 30. This time it should pass, she hoped. Her disheveled hair and fatigued expression revealed the toll of her labor over the past days. Xia Nanfeng had not left her room for 3 days, seemingly indifferent to the biting cold winds of Maryland. The University of Maryland, College Park, is hardly known in Huaguo, yet it stands as a prestigious public university in the United States, especially renowned for its linguistics program, which ranks among the top 5 globally. Xia Nanfeng is a doctoral student in linguistics at the University of Maryland, an older female doctoral candidate in a niche field. Each year, upon returning home, she is inevitably pressured about marriage, but every time potential suitors hear the labels of foreign, doctoral candidate, and linguistics, they invariably decline. Whether it is the teasing remarks from relatives or the subtle hints from her parents, what should have been a joyful family reunion transforms into a farcical scene. This deeply wounds Xia Nanfeng, who possesses bright eyes and a profound intellect. Particularly after turning 27, she has tried to avoid returning home whenever possible, dreading the awkwardness of such encounters. After sending out the email, Xia Nanfeng stared blankly at the ceiling. Once the thesis was submitted to her advisor, it would take some time for her to receive feedback. The sense of confusion that accompanied the completion of her goal left her in a daze at her desk. On such a chilly day, none of her friends would likely be willing to venture out. Unsure of what to do, Xia Nanfeng closed the email page and opened the Executor, a rather niche science fiction forum. The term niche suggests that its members possess a certain level of sophistication. At the very least, one would not encounter self-proclaimed seasoned science fiction fans who have never even read Arthur C. Clarke or Isaac Asimov. The Executor is the name of Darth Vader's flagship in Star Wars and later became the Imperial command ship during the Battle of Endor. Perhaps the forum's founder had a particular fondness for Darth Vader, as the entire establishment is themed around him. Before her appeared an image of a dagger-shaped Star Destroyer docked in a spaceport, with a pale green satellite in the distance. Executor, Fuel Supply 1281, Online 5769 members. Xia Nanfeng deftly entered her username and password into the dialog box beneath these two statements. Upon entering the forum, the top pinned post immediately captured Xia Nanfeng's attention. She knew without even glancing that this post was authored by Darth Vader himself. He took advantage of his status as a super administrator, insisting that each of his posts be bolded and pinned. However, since he consistently recommended truly remarkable works, no one minded his boastful behavior. The latest discovery was a science fiction novel titled Galactic Era, written by a domestic author. It was astonishing that such a quality work was not pursuing traditional publishing routes and instead opted to submit to online platforms. The narrative had already reached nearly 2 million words, with the plot gradually building to a climax, intricately unfolding the various foreshadowing elements laid out previously. While I shall not delve too deeply into the characters and storyline, both of which are of top-tier quality, there are numerous perspectives that can make it somewhat exhausting to follow. Most notably, the depiction of interstellar empire social systems and societal conflicts is exceptionally detailed, and upon further contemplation, I found it particularly intriguing. The 4 distinct empires possess different societal structures, and their social conflicts align seamlessly with these systems. Political struggles, social frameworks, and societal tensions mesh together like interlocking gears, presenting a strikingly rational narrative. As seasoned readers, we are all aware that while a novel may seem engaging and logical during the first read, inconsistencies often emerge upon revisiting. However, I have now read this particular novel 3 times and remain unable to identify any flaws. I sincerely hope that others will take a look and help me find any discrepancies, as I simply cannot believe that an unknown author could achieve such a level of mastery. After reading it, I can attest that it is indeed captivating. The author is ruthless. Character deaths occur with startling abruptness, surpassing even A Song of Ice and Fire. Ray, I wish to offer a reward, but alas, I find myself unable to do so. The author has neither signed a contract nor established a reader community. Evidently, they do not lack for funds, as their mobile game has already garnered over 100 million in pure profit within a month of release. No wonder I found it difficult to discuss physical publishing with the Elder Lizard. He barely acknowledged my inquiries. If Chen Fuqing were to see this post, he would undoubtedly dismiss it. It is absurd to think that Sasong, drawing from genuine experiences, could possibly have any flaws. If that were the case, Sasong would not deserve the title of true artificial intelligence. Xia Nanfeng read the pinned post from beginning to end, and to her surprise, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive, an exceedingly rare occurrence to achieve such unanimous acclaim. Determined, she resolved to meticulously search for any inconsistencies and subsequently critique Darth Vader's intellect. Chapter 26. Xia Nanfeng's confusion. The aroma diffuser utilized ultrasonic waves to decompose water molecules and essential oils into a fine mist that permeated the room with a subtle hint of lavender. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a sudden pang of hunger reminded Xia Nanfeng of the passage of time. How could it be 7 o'clock already? Oh no. She hadn't even checked if her mentor had replied to her email. Immersed in the universe crafted by the author, she found herself detached from the real world. Upon opening her email, she discovered a message from her mentor, informing her to meet at the school next Monday. A relief, as it meant she had not neglected important matters. The sizzling German sausages in the skillet released a delightful aroma, while the toaster worked diligently beside it. Her simple dinner comprised sausages, toast, and milk. As Xia Nanfeng savored her meal, she reflected on the novel she had just read. The narrative's brilliance exceeded her expectations, causing her to completely forget her intention to pinpoint its logical inconsistencies. Only upon returning to reality did she recognize its peculiarities. The author's prose lacked emotion. He appeared merely as a narrator, devoid of any attachment to the characters he had created. While some authors intentionally adopt such a style, they typically exhibit a preference for certain characters. In contrast, Galactic Era exhibited no such favoritism. The author seemed to merely document events and their context from a third-party perspective. Characters met their demise precisely when it was deemed appropriate, with no space allotted for them on the page thereafter. Xia Nanfeng contemplated the society depicted in the book, noting that its societal constructs, to some extent, defied human intuition, yet upon closer examination, they were logically coherent. She quickly finished her dinner and hurried back to her room to re-enter the realm of science fiction. After a half-day of fermentation aboard the Executor, the novel Galactic Era had taken the forum by storm. All posts revolved around it, reminiscent of the last time such fervor erupted when the Chinese first won the Hugo Award. A brief discussion on the potential of the Galactic Commercial Alliance in reality, as one of the four principal nations in the novel. The Galactic Commercial Alliance exemplified capitalism taken to its extreme, with society resembling an inverted pyramid. Apart from a few elite capitalist families at the top, everyone else was faced with two choices upon birth: to become either a waste or a scientist. With artificial intelligence and mechanization sufficiently advanced, there was no need for a working class. Only scientists were required to perpetually advance technology. Upon birth, each individual would be assessed for their aptitude and mental prowess. Those devoid of talent engage in various so-called joyful educations, spending their lives immersed in amusement and games, akin to having a pacifier thrust into their mouths, thereby losing their capacity for critical thought and alleviating their discontent. In stark contrast, the gifted are introduced from birth to an education grounded in pure science, shaping their values into a worldview reminiscent of scientism, a philosophical stance that regards natural science and technology as the foundation of all philosophy, believing that it can resolve any issue. Treating natural science as the benchmark of philosophy. The languages they employ differ profoundly. Scientists communicate exclusively in the universal tongue of the cosmos, while the unworthy are limited to their native dialects. This inherent linguistic divide renders any possibility of uniting to overthrow the ruling class utterly implausible. As a current doctoral candidate in political science, I observe that, from a purely theoretical standpoint, the evolution of capitalism may indeed culminate in such a scenario. However, from a pragmatic perspective, the emergence of this situation necessitates numerous extreme conditions. This is merely one of many discussions amongst professionals. Others delve into the rationality of interstellar warfare as depicted in fiction, among various topics. Ultimately, the consensus reached in these discussions tends toward uncertainty. No one can pinpoint the flaws in the narrative. Having completed the final chapter, the character Xia Nanfeng felt a sense of wistfulness. It seemed insufficient. The feasibility of the universal language mentioned in the novel addressing the issue of low information density was a hot topic within the forums. Drawing from her expertise, she penned an article regarding the rationality of this universal language, which had been extensively discussed in the narrative. Linguistics, as the science of language study rather than mere language acquisition, is precisely what Xia Nanfeng specializes in, focusing primarily on the structure of language. She compared the information density of existing mainstream languages from a professional viewpoint, analyzing whether the emergence of high-density languages was indeed necessary. While typing, she pondered that a thorough examination could yield a publishable paper. She contemplated the necessity of constructing a mathematical model to quantify her findings. However, perplexed by the complexities involved in building this model, Xia Nanfeng resolved to temporarily abandon the task. In the mobile game Galactic Era, an animation splendidly recreates scenes from the novel, and she wholeheartedly recommends it to everyone. This post swiftly captured her attention, prompting her to retrieve her phone and download the game while simultaneously browsing the forum on her computer. The client installation, over a gigabyte in size, completed rapidly. Upon launching the game, she was immediately captivated by the opening animation. The grand spectacle, stirring music, and exquisite visuals all attested to the dedication of the production team. Xia Nanfeng engaged with the game primarily to experience the main storyline's animation, not delving into its diverse gameplay. She focused solely on the main plot and its accompanying animations. As time passed, her finely arched brows knitted together in confusion, her visage reflecting bewilderment. The character voices within the game were rendered in a language unfamiliar to her. Initially, she assumed the developers were indulging in pretentiousness, merely altering the intonation of Romance languages. And she marveled at the studio's conscientious choice to employ an array of foreign voice actors. If she had played other card-based mobile games from the domestic market, she would realize that hiring voice actors from Neon is standard practice. However, there has been a noticeable absence of voice actors from the Latin language family. The more she listened, the more peculiar it became. The language bore no resemblance to any existing language on Earth. With her 8 years of linguistic research experience, she had never encountered a language family quite like this. Yet, the speech was not mere gibberish. It followed an inherent set of rules. More astonishingly, the languages employed varied across different countries. She made a point to document her observations, noting 5 distinct languages in total. While the devil is in the details, these peculiarities left her filled with questions, almost overflowing with curiosity. Chapter 27. Some trivial matters, a pleasant collaboration. On either side of the long table stood a multitude of employees from both parties, their hands clasped in the air. This time, Lin Ran was not alone in his business negotiations with various companies. After expanding the team, he brought enough personnel to fill an entire row. Although the video platform from Goose Factory offered a higher sum, Chen Fuchen ultimately made the decision to sell the first-round broadcasting rights of the animation to Station. The rationale was that, at this point, Station had a sufficiently large user base and was experiencing considerable growth, especially among the youth demographic, which aligned perfectly with the target audience of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment. In recent years, the average production cost of neon animation per episode ranged from 10 to 20 million yen, while the licensing fee for a popular exclusive series domestically was approximately 800,000 yen. Station purchased the first-round exclusive broadcasting rights from Fuchen Interactive for 3 million yen per episode, a price that was undoubtedly considered high for Station at the beginning of 2017. After viewing the sample, they were resolute in acquiring the first-round exclusivity, not only because of the potential for immense popularity, but also due to their strategic plans for an upcoming IPO, necessitating new growth avenues. Had Lin Ran been aware of Station's IPO plans, he could have negotiated a price increase of at least 20. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of these details, as Chen Fuchen had only disclosed the baseline figure to him. Upon returning to work after his vacation, Lin Ran operated in a perpetual state of transit. Being in Hangzhou one day, Shenzhen the next, and Shanghai the day after had become routine. After much persuasion, he had finally convinced his wife to relocate to Shudou. Yet he found himself constantly on the move. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were evident. Not only had he successfully sold the animation rights, but he had also secured agreements with major distributors, negotiating a revenue-sharing ratio of 65 to 35, resulting in a nearly 50 increase in their net profits. Chen Fuchen maintained an unusual posture within the room, his abdomen rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. Has 10 minutes elapsed? The so-called foundational exercise regimen for soldiers of the Sode Empire, as taught by 1729, was markedly more taxing than his previous workouts at the gym. Indeed, it was the Sode Empire from the Galactic era. Yet, it had only been 5 minutes. The physical sensations he experienced rendered Chen Fuchen incapable of accurately measuring time. Having embraced a regular routine, he had developed a precise awareness of the passage of time down to the minute. In your blue planet, there exists a saying that true warriors dare to confront the harsh realities of life, remarked 1729 with a hint of irony. I am not a warrior. I am merely an ordinary individual. Chen Fuchen no longer possessed the strength to voice his thoughts aloud. He could only articulate them within the confines of his mind. We may now proceed to the next step. Your reservoir of knowledge has reached a sufficient level, at the very least, to prevent you from being deceived by the researchers under your command. Over this period of study, Chen Fuchen had attained at least a master's level in various foundational disciplines, with certain areas approaching that of doctoral expertise. Had this been 6 months prior, he would have undoubtedly expressed exuberant joy at the prospect of the next step. However, having acclimated to this way of life, he felt only a modicum of happiness. Life invariably tends to repeat itself, which is indeed rather dull. In truth, it merely involves conducting research in a different location. We can commence the recruitment process to establish the framework of the research center, added 1729. Chen Fuchen was not particularly disheartened. The existence of a research center implied the presence of individuals with whom he could engage, rather than being confined in isolation as he currently was. The intermittent disappearances of 1729 made him feel akin to an orphan, although, objectively speaking, he indeed was one. Where shall we begin our endeavors? Controlled nuclear fusion? The moment the words left Chen Fuchen's lips, he realized he had posed a foolish question. Even if they were to succeed in researching controlled nuclear fusion, it would not be within his capacity to manage. It would likely be appropriated by the state. Let us first recruit some doctoral candidates specializing in mathematics and brain science, and then swiftly advance the universal language of the cosmos into the scientific realm, establishing its reputation through mathematical research. He fully comprehended the necessity of hiring mathematicians, for the application of the universal language was most evidently advantageous in mathematical contexts. Yet he found himself somewhat perplexed by the inclusion of brain science. Brain science? Having grown familiar with 1729, Chun Fuqing understood that the most effective means of communication with 1729 was to be straightforward and direct. You will understand in due time. After completing his physical training, Chun Fuqing intended to visit the company personally to discuss matters with Lin Ran face-to-face. A secretary was still essential. At this moment, Chun Fuqing recognized the significance of a secretary. Lin Ran was effectively fulfilling dual roles as the general manager of Fuqing Entertainment and his personal secretary. Employees within the office were diligently engrossed in their tasks, and aside from Chen Ji, no one was aware that their boss had just passed through. Heading straight for Lin Ran's office. Following the success of the mobile game, as soon as the profits from the channel were received, Chun Fuqing distributed 6 months' salary to all as a year-end bonus, thus fully igniting everyone's motivation to work, marking the highest year-end bonus in the entire building, albeit somewhat delayed. Boss, we have recently signed contracts with various mobile channel providers, and the full channel launch has been completed, Lin Ran stated, seated on the sofa, gazing at his counterpart. Before Lin Ran could finish, Chun Fuqing interjected, "There is no need to reiterate what has already been reported to me in these emails. I am here primarily to assess the morale of the team and to entrust you with certain tasks." Each time Lin Ran met Chun Fuqing, he experienced a different impression. During their first encounter, he detected a hint of youthful enthusiasm, leading him to mistakenly assume that Chun Fuqing was merely a playboy from a wealthy background. Upon their second encounter, it became apparent that the other party exhibited a remarkable ability to conceal their emotions. On the night of the launch of the mobile game Galactic Era, even such impressive data failed to elicit any visible reaction from Chun Fuqing. This meeting revealed not only an imposing demeanor that belied his youthful age of merely 20-something, but also an intensity in his gaze that seemed as profound as a black hole, momentarily rendering his counterpart somewhat entranced. This was a testament to the subtlety brought about by an increasingly formidable mental prowess. "Please, feel free to issue your commands," Lin Ran said, attentively poised to listen. "First, I require a secretary. My only stipulation is that they must be available at any hour. Secondly, we need to appoint a supervisor for government relations, as we will inevitably engage with the government on numerous matters. This individual must be of exceptional caliber. Please reach out to the candidates I provide. If none are willing to join, do inform me. For the time being, that will suffice. Do you have any further suggestions?" Lin Ran harbored considerable trust in Chun Fuqing's list, as past selections had proven to be remarkably effective, leading him to ponder the depth of the other's connections. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ran remarked, "The plethora of new events from the Itchy Mouse has had some impact on us. Our average online time has seen a decline. Should we consider implementing any measures? That is not a concern of yours. Let us maintain a pace of introducing one new character each month. Once our animated series launches, we shall execute a substantial update, ultimately overpowering them," Chun Fuqing replied, sensing Lin Ran's lingering resentment towards the rival company and offering a hint of insight. Chapter 28. The response of the rival company. The unrest in the SOA Empire of Galactic Era is scheduled for exclusive online broadcast on May 1st, with premium members receiving an early preview. Upon entering the homepage, a prominently displayed banner generates anticipation for the upcoming first season of the Galactic Era animation, with corresponding updates synchronized on the mobile interface to ensure every user is informed. Following a period of build-up, Galactic Era has emerged as the most fervently discussed topic in the market. The successful management of this anime is crucial for the platform, which has consequently expedited the launch of its long-planned premium membership system, originally slated for early 2017 to coincide with the series' debut on May 1st. Features such as early access and high-definition playback will be exclusive to premium members, marking a pivotal moment to gauge the platform's devoted user base willing to invest financially. In a sense, elevating user expectations to such heights poses a risk. Should the quality falter even slightly, it could lead to a catastrophic backlash. However, the platform's leadership, having previewed the content, possesses unwavering confidence in its quality. They believe the animation will exceed audience expectations, and by heightening those anticipations, they aim to deliver a product that surpasses them, thereby generating significant public discourse. Engage with influencers boasting over 1 million followers and encourage them to create content related to Galactic Era during this period, instructed the senior management overseeing this initiative. The entire organization recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity. If executed successfully, the anticipated user growth for the year could be achieved ahead of schedule. Let us not overlook the profound significance of the initial monetization. Investors, who have been incessantly burning through capital, can finally glimpse the dawn of returns. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, a mere 200 kilometers from Shanghai, the pig farm convenes, keenly observing the sweeping developments at Floating and Sinking Entertainment. Presently, two noteworthy card-based mobile games, Itchy Mouse and Galactic Era, have emerged in the market. Following a period of promotion, the user growth for card games has been thoroughly tapped by our two companies. Although one game is of the Japanese card genre and the other is sci-fi themed, they do not fundamentally conflict. However, the entertainment time of users is finite, compelling us to vie for their attention. Recently, Galactic Era has been launched across all channels, and while our metrics have exhibited a slight decline, it is not alarmingly severe. Yet, the loss of core users is significant, and I urge everyone to take heed. The company places great importance on our project, having deployed over 100 colleagues from planning, development, and artistry. We have secured the collaborative rights with Nuruo Lushing and must expedite our promotional and developmental efforts for the launch. Furthermore, new gameplay features must be swiftly introduced to reclaim the lost users. Additionally, negotiations for the Inuyasha license are underway, and once secured, we aim to decisively overpower Galactic Era. At the mobilization meeting, Tang Jaime addressed the assembled 300 staff members. Since the advent of Galactic Era, this marks our second mobilization meeting, which serves to indicate that we should abandon the notion of a 996 work schedule. Now, aside from sleep, it is all about work. The current meeting was prompted by the evident impact of Galactic Era's launch, which has significantly affected Itchy Mouse's revenue. Ding Sancher is taking this matter seriously and has passed the pressure on to Tang Jaime, who, in turn, must distribute the burden among the team. If I'm suffering, we shall all endure together. Following the meeting, Tang Jaime inquired whether they could triumph in this battle. He felt somewhat uncertain. Xiao Bei, the game operations head for the Itchy Mouse project and a trusted confidant of Tang Jaime, reassured him, absolutely, Floating and Sinking Entertainment, a relatively obscure company, may have begun well, but they will falter along their path. If they had collaborated with a franchise like Star Wars, I might be concerned. But their pivot to animation is a misguided venture. Xiao Bei held a certain disdain for the notion of collaboration, as it was his idea, which he regarded as exceptionally astute. There have been precedents in the domestic market for games transitioning to animation post-success. Notable examples include the early Sword Spirit, the later Adventure Island, and several in recent years, all of which, without exception, failed to make an impact. Conversely, successful adaptations into television series or films are not uncommon, with domestic examples like Chinese Paladin and international ones like Tomb Raider. Given the lofty expectations being set now, with online media extolling it as a monumental sci-fi masterpiece and the beacon of domestic animation, Floating and Sinking Entertainment has a mere 3 months from profitability to the May 1st animation launch. What quality of animation can be achieved in such a short time frame? Xiao Bei added that he found his former leader's concerns to be unwarranted. Tang Jaime contemplated deeply, realizing that Xiao Bei's reasoning was fundamentally sound. Perhaps the mounting pressure of the recent period had overwhelmed him, causing him to feel intimidated by the younger generation. It was rather absurd that even Lin Ran, that fellow, had managed to ascend to the position of general manager at the rival company, which left little cause for trepidation. Unfortunately, the extraterrestrial artificial intelligence, Sason, was not inclined to engage in logical discourse with them. For Tang Jaime, a veteran with over a decade of experience in the gaming industry, the unnamed development team from the rival company truly represented the younger generation. Lin Ran and Xiao Bei had joined the company at the same time, and although they did not share a direct competitive relationship, Lin Ran in human resources and Xiao Bei in game operations, their past disagreements during new employee training had left their relationship somewhat superficial. Xiao Bei could not deny a twinge of jealousy at Lin Ran's promotion to general manager, even if he was reluctant to admit it. The mere thought of it unsettled him. He harbored a desire to strike a significant blow against Lin Ran through the agency of the tickling mouse, which, in a sense, was a form of personal vendetta. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, currently in Shudu, was blissfully unaware of these machinations, preoccupied with handling matters related to voice actors. Chapter 29. The Devil's Bargain. After recruiting new voice actors, they were required to engage in live streaming activities, as stipulated in their contracts, which mandated a minimum of 8 hours of streaming daily, barring any other company obligations. The remuneration offered by Fuching Entertainment to this batch of voice actors was quite substantial by Shuda standards, yet it came with numerous and intricate requirements. In addition to a contract duration spanning 8 to 10 years, there were stipulations regarding daily streaming hours and complete adherence to company directives concerning social media commentary. Lin Ran planned to negotiate the signing fees and gift-sharing arrangements with streaming platforms post the animation's release, which would also encompass various detailed requirements. Lin Ran was mulling over how to effectively manage this group of voice actors, presently numbering 7 but expected to expand to dozens. Due to the nature of the work, live streaming diverged significantly from the conventional roles of office workers, rendering it impractical to manage them within the rented office space of Fuching Entertainment. This posed challenges in management. If left solely to an agent, the future would be fraught with unpredictability. Lin Ran aimed to take preemptive measures. After careful consideration, he assigned Shinji to oversee this business segment. Shinji appeared earnest and straightforward, affording Lin Ran confidence in entrusting him with such meticulous responsibilities. Primarily as supervisor in game operations, Shinji would collaborate with the agents in managing the voice actors, alleviating concerns about potential conflicts of interest. Now, they awaited feedback following the animation's launch, anticipating a significant increase in user engagement. Lin Ran leaned back, reclining in his office chair. Apart from this matter, finding a secretary for Qin Fuching proved to be quite a conundrum. Although the boss projected an air of emotional detachment, appointing a male secretary seemed rather inappropriate. Lin Ran mused over the situation. If extraterrestrials were scrutinizing your every move, it would surely induce a sense of emotional coolness. If Qin Fuching were privy to Lin Ran's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have some sardonic remarks to make. Just as Lin Ran hesitated over the choice of secretary, and Jie Peng, residing abroad, was reveling in a state of contentment. As a doctoral candidate, there was nothing more gratifying than witnessing continuous progress in his research without encountering any obstacles. His mentor, John Barrow, was utterly astounded by his advancements, shaking his head in disbelief as his gray beard trembled in response. Without prior discussion, he directly switched topics, and the research progress has been quite commendable. The difficulties have been largely surmounted. Merely substantiating the conjecture in cases 3, 4, and 5 would suffice to compose a commendable paper. Note that this conjecture has already been validated in cases 1 and 2, rendering it of paramount importance. And Jie Ping remarked with a hint of jest that perhaps fate had taken pity on him and offered a casual nudge in the right direction. His advisor responded, expressing full agreement with the notion of changing his doctoral research topic to this, yet cautioned that should he pursue this new avenue, he might not be able to provide substantial guidance, apart from recommending relevant literature. With limited energy, the difficulty of this topic surpasses even his primary research responsibilities, making it impossible for him to allocate further attention to this matter. Professor John, with a slight air of regret, noted the inherent simplicity of mathematics professors, who generally strive to assist their students. He pointed out that while current progress appears promising, it does not guarantee continued ease. It is often the case that achieving 80% completion can be the norm. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as the current results are already adequate for publication. He added, referring to top-tier journals in algebraic geometry. The sky over Cambridge was adorned with fish-scale clouds, and sunlight danced playfully across the campus. Emerging from his advisor's office, and Jie Peng wore a smile and hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. Yet, not long after, he was struck by the realization that these achievements were contingent upon others' guidance, and he had yet to formally secure their promise. His mood plummeted, for he was acutely aware that the other party had practically guided him through the proof. It could be said that he was merely a recipient of knowledge, not its creator. Although Jie Ping appeared confident in his discussions with his advisor, elucidating key points with clarity, he refrained from disclosing the full extent of the situation. Any competent doctoral candidate in algebraic topology could have produced the detailed strategy that Fu Chen provided him. Yet, Fu Chen's guidance only encompassed the initial half, leaving Jie Peng anxious about the unknown outcomes. He sent an email to Fu Chen, adopting a humble tone, expressing a desire to be the first author of the forthcoming paper on the conjecture, while only seeking the second authorship for himself. He was uncertain whether Fu Chen had already derived answers for the remaining portion of the thought process, or what the status was. And Jie Peng was keenly aware that merely being a second author would insufficiently meet the requirements for his graduation from Cambridge, as he needed to publish another paper of lower caliber. During this time, Jie Peng attempted to delve into the problem independently. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed by the intricate structure conceived by Fu Chen and where he might contribute further. This left him, who considered himself a genius, feeling profoundly defeated, as the other party had constructed such a sophisticated framework in less than a day, leading him to question if they were indeed extraterrestrial. Fu Chen finally saw Jie Peng's email later that evening, having been engulfed in the rhythm of daily life like a cog in a machine. He only checks his emails at night to handle some company affairs. Chen Fuching was not surprised by Jie Peng's email. He informed the recipient in his reply that he could grant authorship of the article to him. However, there was a stipulation, Dr. Jie Peng would need to work for him for 5 years after obtaining his doctorate, with compensation aligned to the standards of postdoctoral positions in the United States. Upon receiving the email the next day, Jie Peng felt as though he was entering into a Faustian bargain. After some reflection, He considered it might not be such a bad deal. With the other party's assistance, he could graduate in 3 years, whereas accomplishing it alone could take an indeterminate number of years. Yet, he wondered about the credentials of this esteemed individual. Such high caliber implied that he would effectively be undertaking a 5-year postdoc under them. Although 5 years seemed lengthy, it might not significantly hinder his timeline. Sitting at his desk, Jieping decided to respond with an email of agreement, requesting that the attached document be printed, signed, and then scanned back to his email. Sasong, adhering to Chun Fuqing's instructions, replied to Jieping with an email conveying the same essence. Jieping was astonished by the promptness of the response, speculating that Fuqing must currently be in Europe. After reviewing the detailed content of the attached contract, he found himself sitting in stunned silence, questioning if he had mistakenly picked up the wrong script. Chapter 30, untitled Why Would a Gaming Company Seek a PhD in Foundational Mathematics specializing in algebraic topology? The contract's principal party was listed as Fuqing Interactive Entertainment Company, Limited, signifying that this agreement was between Fuqing Interactive and himself. Although there are precedents for mathematicians working in gaming companies, they typically specialize in applied mathematics or statistics. As a PhD in pure mathematics, Jieping held a certain disdain for applied work, let alone engaging in the gaming industry. This was not a critique of the gaming sector per se, but rather a reflection on the low mathematical rigor involved, mostly revolving around modeling for game balance, which pales in comparison to the complexities of foundational mathematical research. Upon further inspection, Jieping noticed that the other party had included an explanatory note, which essentially stated, Fuqing Interactive is merely my gaming company, and this agreement is formalized under its auspices. My research center is temporarily registered under its name, and you will continue your research in algebraic topology upon joining. I can assure you that during your 5 years of employment, you will publish at least 2 articles of the caliber suitable for the top 4 mathematical journals. After several days of hesitation, Jieping realized that he could not advance the proof of his conjectures on his own. Ultimately, he decided to sign the contract, which seemed to offer him nothing but advantages. In the realm of mathematics, publications carry immense weight. If he could publish 2 articles of such high caliber within 5 years, he would certainly be well positioned for the Young Thousand Talents program. The decisive factor was Chun Fuqing's demonstration of his capabilities, which ultimately led Jieping to consent. Upon learning of this development, Chun Fuqing felt no emotional upheaval. For him, it was merely a strategic move, an opportunity casually extended to another amidst the monotony of life. Was it truly as grave as it seemed? After reviewing Sasong's predictive report on global affairs, he inquired. 1729's tone carried a hint of pessimism. Noting that this was not a particularly challenging formal interpretation, and Sasong's accuracy rate was at least above 90%. If the tide of deglobalization is indeed approaching, we must hasten our steps and seize this final golden age. We must swiftly acquire all the resources within our reach, as Chun Fuqing expressed. He felt a considerable satisfaction with the current state of affairs, the vast accumulation of wealth, coupled with the absence of any oppressive measures from 1729 recently. He had adapted to this monotonous lifestyle, navigating it with ease. It appears we need to employ some special strategies for recruitment, 1729 concluded. The meager earnings from gaming were utterly insufficient to sustain 1729's extravagant expenditures. Even constructing an enormous high-energy, heavy-ion accelerator was beyond its means. 1729 could only engage in theoretical research and the organization of research directions. When Chun Fuqing reviewed the candidates for a secretary recommended by Lin Ran, he felt a sense of resignation. 3 of them were women, all possessing striking beauty. Sason, please retrieve the detailed profiles of these 3 individuals from their childhoods. Chun Fuqing typed on the screen. Upon seeing Su Jiyun's profile, he was momentarily stunned, reflecting on how life could sometimes be even more serendipitous than fiction. Su Jiyun was the very woman he had rescued in Jiacheng during his first encounter with 1729. To save her, he had endured significant torment from 1729. After reviewing the detailed profiles of all 3 candidates, he decided to select Su Jiyun, not merely due to their previous encounter, but because the relationship networks of the other 2 women raised suspicions of being manipulative. Chun Fuqing hoped that his future life would not be subject to schemes by his secretary. He was aware that his wealth was poised for exponential growth. Although Su Jiyun was exceptionally beautiful, her profile revealed her to be a resolute career woman, wholly devoted to her work. The following morning, after completing her onboarding procedures, Su Jiyun arrived at Chun Fuqing's residence. Just as her hand was poised to knock on the door, it swung open automatically. She assumed it was her future employer coincidentally preparing to leave, but in reality, the multitude of surveillance cameras outside had already made a judgment based on Sason's scripted program. determining whether to notify Chen Fuchen upon her entry into the restricted area. Su Jiyun's eyes held a complex expression during their previous encounter in Jiangxing. Chen Fuchen's hat had been removed, revealing his face to her. "Hello, we have met before. I saved you once, and now you will work for me." "So we are even," Chen Fuchen said, attempting to ease the awkwardness as he noticed her standing at the doorway. "Please, come in." As Su Jiyun stepped into his residence, she was taken aback by its stark simplicity. The living room contained only a table, a chair, and a refrigerator. The 40 square meter space held these sparse items, along with bundles of fiber optic cables along the floor, connecting 2 rooms. "Boss, I am immensely grateful for what you did last time," Su Jiyun remarked. She recalled how, after working late into the night, she had taken a secluded route home to catch a ride and narrowly avoided an unfortunate incident. Since then, she had resolved to resign and return to Shudu, her hometown, having remained in Jiangxing for university. Upon her return, she fortuitously encountered an opportunity for the position of chairman's secretary at Fuchen Interactions, which offered an attractive salary. Thus, as a graduate of a prestigious university, she submitted her resume. Little did Su Jiyun expect that the owner of the company would be the very person who had saved her, leaving her with a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. "There is no need for formality. Simply ensure that the tasks I entrusted to you are completed." Chen Fuchen's mental radar sensed that the thoughts of others were adrift in a chaotic whirlwind. He remarked that your primary focus lately should be on monitoring the progress of our data centers across various continents. The profits generated by Fucheng Interactive Entertainment over the past few months, aside from daily expenditures, have all been invested in the establishment of these data centers. Under Chen Fucheng's directive, a comprehensive hyperconverged architecture has been adopted. The inherent flaw of hyperconverged systems is their lack of stability. However, with the introduction of Seisen, this concern is entirely mitigated. Seisen can manage these systems with greater security and scalability than traditional architectures. The data centers on other continents require only a handful of personnel for equipment installation, which is currently entirely outsourced, while Seisen oversees software management. This is also a preparatory step for future major endeavors. Chapter 31. The animation launch. As the chill of late spring lingered in the air of Shudu, Chun-Ji donned a blue plaid shirt, an attire emblematic of the internet company culture, nearly ubiquitous among employees. Another evening of overtime lay ahead. Since joining Fucheng Interactive Entertainment, Chun-Ji's weight had surged alongside his salary, the late nights and irregular lifestyle contributing to his rapid expansion. In just 6 months, he had gained 20 pounds. Yet he tolerated this due to a 50% increase in his pay. Although Fucheng Interactive currently offers only the game Galactic Era, its popularity is immense. And despite ongoing recruitment efforts, staffing remains insufficient. However, tonight was an exception. It marked the launch of the first season of the Galactic Era animation, and Chun-Ji felt compelled to oversee the event personally, collecting first-hand user feedback. In anticipation of the animation's debut, all major social media accounts associated with Galactic Era had already begun to generate buzz. With a rumble in his stomach, Chun-Ji's gaze fixated on the screen as he instinctively took a large gulp from his soda. He harbored no doubts regarding the animation's success. As the secondary supervisor for the voice actors, he had already viewed the animation during their dubbing sessions. After half a year at Fucheng Interactive, Chun-Ji had unwavering confidence in the quality of his company's products. He vividly recalled the astonishment he felt upon first witnessing the virtual idol live streaming system. A mere ordinary camera could vividly reproduce a person's expressions through a lifelike virtual avatar. Presently, similar software on the market typically captures only a dozen key facial points to achieve virtual streaming effects. Such broadcasts currently exhibit only variations in model intricacy, failing to adequately convey subtle human expressions. In contrast, the live streaming effect he observed at his own company bore almost no difference from that of a real person, necessitating the capture of hundreds of key facial points to achieve such realism. Paradoxically, the size of that software was merely over 20 megabytes, a detail that Chun-Ji had scrutinized. Although his role is in game operations, his academic background in computer science affords him a comprehension of the technical challenges involved. For the moment, he set aside the perplexing questions that arose. Meanwhile, the office building in Shanghai was ablaze with light. Nearly all personnel gathered in anticipation, not merely for the premiere of this animated series, but also to discern how many users are willing to invest in their offerings. This represents a significant test for them. The company, having invested over $1 billion in its initial funding round in 2015, has cumulatively poured in a staggering $317.6 billion over the years. Yet, the annual financial reports have consistently revealed severe losses, with a staggering deficit of $91.15 billion in 2016. This attempt at monetization is crucial for them. In the office, a large screen displayed the real-time count of premium members. Chun Rue, the chairman, personally took his place in the office, accompanied by Chong Rong, the head of the animation department. He remarked that the situation, if viewed gravely, could even pertain to their survival. It had been a long time since he felt such anxiety. As a seasoned entrepreneur, Chun Rue typically regarded these matters with equanimity, yet for reasons unknown. He found himself increasingly unsettled this time. Chong Rong, too, felt a similar apprehension, though he feigned a composed demeanor, asserting that they had reviewed the animation and found its quality to be absolutely top-notch, with audience analysis indicating a significant overlap with their target demographic, thus fostering confidence in its success. Chun Rue nodded in agreement, having initially read the novel Galactic Era and considered himself an ardent fan. After viewing the animation preview, he had resolutely decided to acquire the rights at any cost. Acknowledging Chong Rong's comments, he expressed no doubt about the animation's quality, but rather questioned how many individuals would be willing to purchase premium memberships. The internal target was set at 700,000, with approximately 71.8 million active users in 2017, translating to a mere 1 conversion rate. As the clock struck 9, the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. Chun Rue rubbed his face vigorously, fixated on the display. His expression soured as the minutes passed, and by the 10-minute mark, the number of paying users had yet to reach 10,000. "I need to rest in my office for a bit. I've been burning the midnight oil," he said. Chong Rong's countenance also darkened at his boss's words, feeling a pang of concern. The data was disheartening. Although it had only been 10 minutes, the figure was far below even Chong Rong's baseline expectation. No sooner had Chun Rue left than Chong Rong approached the operations team to inquire about the feedback on social media. The operations staff turned to glance at Chong Rong, noting the grim expression of their superior looming behind them, and quickly redirected their focus to the computer screen. Currently, discussions surrounding the first season of Galactic Era on major social media platforms like Weibo, Zhihu, and Douban were sparse, with the majority being positive reviews. The few negative critiques stemmed from the novel, which was understandable. Characters that resonated with viewers in the animation had already been foreshadowed in the novel, leading to inevitable disappointment. Chong Rong's disposition eased somewhat. Rushing would not resolve the issue, and they would have to await the detailed analysis report before making any further plans. The office fell into a hushed silence, everyone acutely aware of the dismal data, no one daring to voice their thoughts, save for the incessant clatter of keyboards and mice. Chong Rong stole a glance at the computer, then at the screen displaying the premium member count with a heavy heart. The surroundings gradually became bustling. It was now 10 minutes to 10. Chong Rong, somewhat displeased, lifted his gaze to survey the area, seemingly attempting to identify the source of the commotion. Soon, his mouth fell open in astonishment as he observed the numbers on the screen soaring from less than 150,000 to 700,000 within the mere 10 minutes from 9:40 to 9:50. A glance at his watch revealed that the animation had a runtime of precisely 40 minutes. Coinciding with a surge in the number of subscribers following the conclusion of the first episode of Galactic Era. Indeed, the investment had proven wise. The platform had cleverly devised a strategy. Ordinary users could watch 2 episodes a week, while paying members could indulge in 4. Consequently, many users, after viewing the first episode, decided to subscribe. 1,000 miles away, Zhao Liming was one such user. Chapter 32. The animation launch. Zhao Liming could be regarded as the inaugural reader of Galactic Era. Once immersed in the narrative, he found himself less enthusiastic about the mobile game adaptation, as he was not fond of card-based games. Nonetheless, out of affection for Galactic Era, he engaged with it, albeit as a casual player. After completing the main storyline, he merely logged in daily to claim rewards and draw cards. The 1st of May marked a rare holiday for Zhao Liming, coinciding with the official release of the first season of the Galactic Era animation. As a devoted user of the platform, the adaptation of his cherished novel into animation, devoid of advertisements and featuring bullet comments, was sheer bliss. Impatient by nature, Zhao Liming swiftly dragged the progress bar to the beginning of the main feature and muted the comments. He intended to watch it once thoroughly before savoring it again. The first episode's backdrop unfolded in a remote resource planet, where the depletion of minerals had led to its gradual decay, portraying a breathtaking desolation reminiscent of vast, lonely deserts. The adaptation was impressively faithful to the original work. Zhao Liming sat transfixed before his computer screen, lamenting his lack of talent that would have allowed him to partake in its creation. The call for voice actors for the Galactic Era animation had been announced on both the mobile game and the official accounts, prompting Zhao Liming to submit a resume to Floating Entertainment. Regrettably, he received no response, not even passing the initial screening. After watching the first episode, Zhao Liming felt a thrill run down his spine. When had domestic animation achieved such high quality, he was thoroughly satisfied with the animation's craftsmanship. Not merely due to its exquisite visuals, but, more significantly, because the plot was compelling enough to draw him in irresistibly. Perhaps I should opt for a premium membership. Being able to watch 4 episodes at once sounds rather delightful. With this thought, Zhao Liming subscribed to the premium membership. At that moment, countless individuals across the nation shared similar sentiments. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. This phenomenon contributed to the rapid increase in the number of premium members displayed on the screen in the office building. The atmosphere was rife with excitement, as everyone was too engrossed to concentrate on work, occasionally glancing at the fluctuating numbers on the screen. Boss. Preliminary statistics reveal that the number of premium members has reached 1.57 million, with 1.19 million users deciding to pay after watching the first season of Galactic Era. Additionally, nearly 3 million users have viewed the animation, leading to a remarkable payment rate of nearly 50 for Galactic Era, reported Chong Rong to Chen Rui. The data presented is indeed quite staggering. It merely reflects the initial viewing figures from that evening, representing genuine audience numbers rather than mere playback statistics. Furthermore, as the word of mouth begins to flourish, it is highly likely to create a snowball effect. Upon receiving the report from Chong Rong, Chen Rui experienced a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that the number of premium members far exceeded their expectations, providing the company with a substantial financial boost, which attested to its considerable profitability. However, the concern arose from the reliance on a single animation. What if the second season of Floating Entertainment were not to be sold to them? Should they lose this significant asset, a drastic decline in membership could ensue, leaving them with a sense of loss that would be more disheartening than never having gained it in the first place. More critically, if such a severe drop were to occur at the pivotal moment of the listing, it would be disastrous. You must personally lead a team to Floating Entertainment, endeavoring to secure exclusive rights to subsequent animations. Additionally, we should acquire exclusive content for members to enhance the allure of our premium offerings. Chen Rui instructed after a brief moment of contemplation. By the way, ensure that data shared with Floating Entertainment is somewhat obscured. You know how to manage that, he added. Understood. This data obfuscation is essential to avoid a passive stance in future negotiations, as passivity equates to concessions and, consequently, a loss of interests. Upon receiving the data, Lin Ran recognized that the company had achieved an unimaginable success once again. For the next season, the price for selling to the platform should at least double. Boss. The first season of the animation has succeeded, with initial viewing numbers nearing 3 million, Lin Ran reported to Chun Fuqing directly, knowing his boss preferred straightforward communication. I see. We can commence the major version update. Prepare to launch the new gameplay, and let us arrange for virtual idol live streams with Douyu. Once the new version is live, we'll have the virtual idols promoted, Chen Fuqing dictated while observing the rapidly changing documents on 2 screens before him. Alright, should we start preparing for the second season of the animation? Lin Ran inquired, curious about the new version. As hints dropped by Chun Fuqing suggested it could potentially outperform their competitors. As he had yet to glimpse any signs of the new version, his intrigue was piqued. Given the absence of a development team within the company, each new version was directly pushed to a remote virtual machine. Let us hire a team. The company will handle the second season of the animation, and I will provide a detailed storyboard in due course, Chen Fuqing stated. He felt it impractical to rely on Sasong for every season of animation, especially since the Galaxy Era series would require several hundred episodes. The lack of a visible production team was indeed peculiar. 1729 aimed to minimize external doubts, an attitude that resonated well with Chen Fuqing. He intended for Sasong to draft the script as specifically as possible and then develop an animation production software. In his vision, with these 2 elements, even a less experienced team could achieve 90% of the effectiveness seen in the first season. Understood. Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement. His company could finally engage in developmental work. Solely performing operational tasks had left him with a sense of unfulfillment, as this technical endeavor was distinctly different from development. Chapter 33. The gameplay of auto chess by Yonghua, upon graduating in broadcasting and hosting, like many of his peers, found it challenging to secure a job aligned with his field of study. However, unlike most, he ventured to Hongdian to work as an extra. Fortunately, fate bestowed upon him a handsome visage, allowing him to frequently land roles as a featured extra, a designation that entails higher pay and occasional lines of dialogue. On one fortunate occasion, he even had the opportunity to serve as a supporting actor, albeit without catching the attention of the prominent figures in the industry. After his brief stint, he returned to his role as an extra. Nonetheless, living alone, He found this lifestyle surprisingly fulfilling. One could say that one man's meal is enough to satiate a family. By serendipity, he stumbled upon the mobile game Galactic Era, quickly becoming captivated by it. With the impending release of its animated adaptation, the call for voice actors was announced, presenting everyone with a chance to embody their envisioned heroes. Upon seeing this, Bayonla submitted his resume, perhaps once again favored by destiny. He navigated through the selection process and secured the role of voice actor for Joshua. As the character with the most significant presence in the first season, the competition was fierce, making Bayonla's achievement particularly fortuitous. Upon receiving the contract, he sought the assistance of a familiar lawyer who scrutinized the dense clauses, leaving him somewhat hesitant. Yet, the allure of a guaranteed monthly salary of $30,000, coupled with a 30% share of commercial activities, proved irresistible. Bayonla surmised that remaining in Hongdian for a few more years would likely confine him to the role of an extra. Thus, after a few days of contemplation, he ultimately decided to sign the contract. The day following the signing, Bayonla found his schedule rapidly filled with various activities. Some participants possessed prior experience, while others did not. Regardless, all were required to undergo rigorous training, and the manager responsible for their work and personal affairs, Yang Ning, unyieldingly stated that they must prepare themselves mentally. With a somewhat stern demeanor, Yang Ning, an experienced manager, had faced difficulties finding similar employment upon returning to Shidu, eventually securing a position at Fuchin Entertainment. In Yang Ning's perspective, Bayonla was considered to have some foundational skills, having spoken a few lines during his time in Hongdian. He possessed basic vocal training, which served him well. Initially, the company hired professional voice coaches to conduct their training, followed by an in-depth reading of the original Galactic Era material and the crafting of detailed character biographies. For Bayonla, who struggled academically, the tasks of reading and writing were quite arduous. Fortunately, the material consisted of popular commercial fiction rather than classic literature. Nevertheless, the character transitions and the heavily translated style of Galactic Era still proved overwhelming for him. The recording session he envisioned involved a group surrounding him, with the animation director listening intently, proceeding to the next line upon approval. In reality, however, he found himself alone in a soundproof room, recording with professional equipment, while a computer program assessed the quality of his voiceover. This, of course, was the ingenious work of Sasson. This is the 10th take, and it still isn't right. Bayonla thought, scratching his head in confusion, his meticulously styled hair becoming somewhat disheveled. The wretched software fails to inform him of its deficiencies or how to rectify them. The distinction between voice synthesis software and a genuine animation director lies precisely in this. Initially, when Chen Fuqing posed such inquiries to 1729, the response was that they were merely inexpensive labor, and it mattered little to overexert them. After all, requiring them to read through something a few more times hardly constituted exploitation. Chen Fuqing found himself unable to counter 1729's flawed reasoning. Would anyone genuinely appreciate this new mode of play? After sampling the so-called innovation, he inquired. It was a trend among carbon-based life forms on another planet. I believe it will similarly resonate on Blue Star, 1729 replied. During this period, aside from instructing him in new methods of self-torture, 1729 posed a series of highly specialized questions, leaving no room for further challenges that left Chen Fuqing feeling somewhat unsettled, even questioning if he had developed Stockholm Syndrome. What enjoyment can there be in merely placing a piece without any interaction, relying solely on luck? Chen Fuqing scoffed at this so-called auto chess gameplay. Just wait until it launches. This is the most fitting gameplay derived from the database, retorted 1729, finding amusement in the human skepticism towards the true power of artificial intelligence. Auto chess is the innovative gameplay soon to be unveiled in the Galactic Era. Each player's initial deck comprises 56 cards, yet none feature orange cards. These must be drawn during gameplay to be incorporated into the auto chess deck. Different units and professions can form various synergies, yielding diverse effects. 3 identical star-level cards can be fused into a higher star-level card, with a maximum of 3 stars. All players share a single card pool, while the orange card pool remains independent. Although orange cards can significantly alter the course of a match, they require substantial crystal resources, categorized as 5-cost cards. The artificial intelligence's prowess in maintaining balance within this game is exceptionally evident, with 1729 simulating billions of matches to ensure that players have opportunities to succeed with various strategies. The advantages of different lineups vary over time. However, this does not imply that an early game lineup lacks any chance in the later stages. Players have the opportunity to win, whether through gambling or a steady, calculated approach. Chen Fuqing's perception of the gameplay as lacking excitement stemmed from his participation alongside Didi, as such games thrive on competition with others. From Chen Fuqing's perspective, it resembled mahjong, incessantly clashing pieces, where even the most intricate synergies pale in comparison to mere engagement. To ensure absolute certainty, 1729 devised a special plan, although there was no need for Chen Fuqing to be privy to such covert maneuvers. Chapter 34. The first live stream time passed swiftly. 2 weeks after the launch of the first season of Galactic Era, Bai Yongla was set to officially commence his live streaming career on a certain platform. He possessed a basic understanding of the rapidly evolving streaming industry, recognizing its immense popularity and the ease with which one could earn money therein. After the completion of the voice acting for the first season of Galactic Era, Bai Yongla's subsequent task was to observe others' live broadcasts and repeatedly watch the segments featuring Joshua. Floating and Sinking Entertainment adopted a strategy akin to that of Disney in this regard. In Disney theme parks, performers portraying characters must genuinely embrace their roles, immersing themselves completely so that when they don the costume, they become that character. However, Floating and Sinking Entertainment's approach was less stringent. They simply required Bai Yongla's demeanor and speech during live broadcasts to align with Joshua's character traits. He was permitted to express himself creatively. For instance, as a starship commander, Joshua could occasionally use coarse language, acknowledging that military personnel sometimes need an outlet for their emotions. However, he could not resort to incessant profanity akin to that of a vulgar character, which would disrupt the audience's immersion and tarnish Joshua's image in the minds of players, a significant setback for Floating and Sinking Entertainment. Lin Ran took this matter seriously, assigning Shenji and Yang Ning to monitor the live broadcast progress closely. The platform also regarded this endeavor with great importance, as it represented a novel attempt not only due to the vast number of players for Galactic Era, but also because it explored whether this fresh direction for live streaming could find a market domestically. Previous attempts at virtual idol live streaming had yielded lukewarm results. Now, with Floating and Sinking Entertainment, a rising star in the domestic mobile gaming industry, venturing into this space, the outcome remained uncertain. Internal assessments at the platform were notably optimistic, bolstered by the recent success of the animated premiere, which had garnered considerable acclaim and popularity. Riding this wave of momentum seemed promising. Furthermore, the virtual idol effects presented by Floating and Sinking Entertainment approached a level of realism rarely seen, far surpassing the capabilities of cameras used by streamers on existing platforms. Upon first encountering this system, the higher-ups at the platform instinctively wanted to acquire it, but Lin Ran promptly declined. "Are we to let you sell it to a rival who would employ the same strategies as us?" was Lin Ran's immediate thought. As the clock struck 7:55 p.m., just 5 minutes before the official broadcast commenced, the live chat was already ablaze with activity. Bai Yongla felt a surge of nervousness. Despite having prepared thoroughly, he found himself anxious in this moment. "Good evening, everyone. I am your captain, Joshua." The viewers were exceedingly gracious. And given that Bai Yongla was the voice of Joshua in the animation, there was no sense of dissonance. The screen was inundated with an overwhelming number of 666 comments, and rockets were launched one after another. Suja, a seasoned anime enthusiast, was unsurprised to have watched this animated series, given its extravagant promotion of Galactic Era. The turmoil within the Soa Empire had resonated deeply with him, and the quality of the animation genuinely captivated Suja, making him one of the countless spontaneous fans of Galactic Era. As Joshua made his appearance on screen, Suja's pupils widened, and his excitement was palpable. "It's incredibly lifelike," he murmured to himself. At the very moment Bai Yongla commenced his live broadcast, his intention was to engage in conversation with his fans. Thus, the half-length figure of Joshua, coupled with the starship backdrop, filled Suja's screen. As it was the inaugural day of the broadcast, he decided to take the audience on a tour of the main cockpit aboard the command ship of the Fifth Fleet. Bai Yongla's prior experience as an extra in Hongdian proved advantageous, allowing him to swiftly immerse himself in the role. He picked up the camera and strolled around the room, which, thanks to the virtual idol streaming system, was automatically transformed into the appearance of a starship cockpit. Viewers could observe that the cockpit contained only a large luminous sphere, reminiscent of the one from Endless Horror. This was indeed the control panel, and I interacted with it using my mental faculties to command the entire Fifth Fleet. In addition to the luminous sphere, a robot was present to relay my instructions to other compartments. Bai Yongla directed the camera towards the robot, revealing a peculiar yet endearingly clumsy automaton on the screen. In reality, the luminous sphere he was facing was an abyss, while the so-called robot was merely an air purifier, magically transformed into an adorable robot by the streaming system. Suja, captivated by the screen, seemed to believe that this was the quintessential appearance of a starship's command center. Unlike the cluttered control consoles depicted in traditional science fiction films, which are filled with an overwhelming array of buttons and exude an inefficiency characteristic of the last century's industrial aesthetic. The command center of the information age appeared remarkably streamlined and efficient. Apart from the luminous sphere and the robot, the cockpit felt rather spacious, with intricate patterns on the walls narrating the rich history of the CO Empire. Now, the formal segment of today's live broadcast was about to commence. Bayongla logged into Galactic Auto Chess, synchronously commencing the session. The barrage of comments flooding the screen urged him to capture close-ups of the wall, as the exotic patterns piqued the viewer's curiosity. However, Bayongla remained oblivious to this request, focusing instead on showcasing his command skills. Galactic Auto Chess, which debuted as a new gameplay mode on mobile platforms, also functioned as a standalone game on PC. However, in the PC version, players only possess a basic card set and can utilize all available cards, incorporating them into their decks. To use a card, one must bind their account via a QR code from the mobile version, thus allowing the cards to be added to their decks. Since the launch of the Auto Chess mode coincided with Bayongla's live broadcast, nearly all the viewers in the chat had yet to experience the new gameplay. Speculations abounded in the comments, with many guessing whether it resembled a particular genre or style. For those who wish to challenge me, feel free to download the mobile game Galactic Era, as the new gameplay has been launched, and the data between the PC and mobile versions is interconnected, enabling you to queue up against me in the mobile version. Bayongla casually promoted Galactic Era. The astute viewers in front of the screen had already downloaded the new version and were even queued up. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as he initially drew 3-star infantry units. As a foundational unit costing 1 point, drawing 3 consecutively was no small feat. Bayongla hoped for a favorable start, wishing to secure a victory. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for him, as a starship commander, to place 8th in his first match. Chapter 35, the situation is set. Look everyone, I've secured a chicken dinner. The 3-star Thunder God is truly formidable, but the most crucial factor remains my own strength, Bayongla remarked, raising an eyebrow towards the camera. At this juncture, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds had officially launched and gradually began to gain traction. Yet the majority of viewers remained perplexed by the concept of eating chicken. Before their confusion could manifest in the chat, an eager viewer promptly provided an explanation. As a devoted fan of the animation, Suja found himself momentarily entranced, as if Joshua were truly before him. In the animation, Joshua perpetually exuded confidence, unwavering in his belief that he could conquer any challenge. This unwavering faith enabled him, in just a few short years, to rise from a humble villager on a remote fringe planet to the commander of the 5th Fleet. Although the real Joshua, far away in the SOA Empire, had indeed perished, 1729 had ingeniously ensured his legacy continued, living on in the hearts of another group of carbon-based life forms light years away. Were Joshua to be aware of this, he would likely respond with his characteristic hearty laughter, raising a toast to 1729, exclaiming, "Come, let us drink this glass of Beaujolais." Beaujolais, a popular beverage in the SOA Empire, akin to wine. As Bayongla exited the streaming room, he was greeted by a sparse round of applause. "Thank you for your support, Brother Chi," he said, feigning a bow. However, as he noticed Yang Ning seated beside Qin Chi, her expression remained impassive, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Bayongla felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if during the 2+ hours of his broadcast, he had truly embodied Joshua. Throughout the stream, the image that appeared on his screen was that of Joshua, and he endeavored to speak in a manner closely aligned with the character. "You performed admirably, You may return to rest for now. We shall discuss specific areas for improvement tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon," Qin Chi said with a cheerful demeanor. As Joshua emerged as the highest-earning virtual idol from tonight's stream, Qin Chi was thoroughly pleased with Bayongla, noting that the initial broadcast of this single character had amassed an impressive revenue of 7 million. He mused that streaming was indeed a lucrative endeavor, though he wished that all performers could match Bayongla's exceptional performance. Meanwhile, their direct agent, Yang Ning, contemplated ways to enhance their approach. 3. A League of Legends streamer experienced an unusual occurrence that day. Since morning, he had been incessantly bombarded by the same advertisement. "This game's promotion is exceedingly annoying," he grumbled upon encountering the ad yet again. Later that evening, while streaming, as he played Yasuo and met his demise for the 10th time, he furiously typed in the chat box, signaling his agreement to surrender. "Perhaps I should give that wretched game a try," he thought, the notion surfacing mysteriously in his mind. With ample time remaining in his stream, he was reluctant to continue. "I've seen this company's ads nonstop today. Perhaps we should switch things up and try this new game," he mused. Glancing at the installation package, which was only a few hundred, he began the installation process while engaging in playful banter with his viewers. At 3 in the morning, with red-rimmed eyes, 3 repeatedly pressed the refresh button, exhausting all his crystals but failing to attain a 3-star Star Destroyer. One more round. Then I'll end the stream, he resolved. This marks the 3rd occasion on which he has uttered these words. Prior to this, he had been lamenting about the wretched game. Yet now, 2 words resonate in his mind, truly delightful. Numerous streamers, having grown weary of their previously favored games, have found themselves irresistibly drawn to the incessantly displayed advertisements for the auto chess game, Galaxy Chess. Once they ventured into this realm, they became utterly engrossed. This is a masterstroke by Sasong, who strategically deploys advertisements, ensuring these individuals encounter them repeatedly until they can no longer resist trying. This method surpasses the so-called precision advertising by a significant margin, functioning as a pinpoint delivery system. Similarly, domestic streamers have adopted analogous tactics. A month later, in the rankings for live stream viewing duration, Galaxy Chess surpassed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, claiming the 2nd position, with only a slight gap separating it from the 1st place. League of Legends. On major domestic streaming platforms, the Galaxy Chess section has become the most active segment after League of Legends. Even prominent streamers, after finishing their League of Legends broadcasts, have taken to playing Galaxy Chess. The momentum has been established for Lin Rand. The key now lies in how to sustain this burgeoning phenomenon. In the domestic arena, both direct competitor, the mouse game from Pig Factory, and the indirect rival, Honor of Kings from Goose Factory, have suffered severe repercussions. Active user numbers and monthly revenue have significantly declined, with online user duration plummeting even more drastically. Meanwhile, Floating Entertainment boasts over 50 million monthly active users. Although still far from the billion level of Honor of Kings, it has left the mouse game far behind, with monthly revenue exceeding 1 billion, reflecting a growth rate of over 300%. The mobile game Galaxy era has nearly consumed the entire user base of card games, with user growth entirely stemming from those attracted by auto chess. Various card game developers are now preparing to create their own versions of auto chess, with Floating Entertainment having already paved the way for them. The most anxious among them remains Pig Factory, whose most profitable game is still the mouse. Whether on PC or mobile, struck nearly lifeless by the sudden incursion of Galaxy era, the remaining users of the mouse are predominantly diehard fans, with monthly active users now dwindling below 10 million. Even these users primarily engage in daily routines, with the payment rate declining even more drastically. After the June monthly report was released, Ding Sancher summoned Tang Heimo for a severe reprimand, even suggesting that if he were incapable, he should resign voluntarily. It is noteworthy that Tang Heimo was initially the head of the mouse team, which was once dismissed by many but ultimately succeeded. Such actions are bound to instill fear among the company's upper echelons. Tang Heimo immediately vowed to reverse this downward trend, which could hardly be described as a mere decline, but rather a situation on the brink of collapse. Didn't you claim we would surely prevail? Upon returning to his office, Tang Heimo summoned Xiao Bei, his expression dark and foreboding. Xiao Bei, feeling immense pressure himself, noticed Tang Heimo's face, which resembled that of a corpse, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. It's my fault. I did not foresee that Floating Entertainment had such a wealth of strategies and could fortuitously devise an auto chess format. Lowering his head, Xiao Bei admitted his mistake while still attempting to maintain his defiance. Then why is it that they can continue to enjoy good fortune while we cannot? Our collaborations have fallen short of expectations. Are our developers merely a useless bunch? S incessant tirade left Xiao Bei utterly disoriented. I shall reflect upon my actions, leader, he thought, feeling unjustly accused. After all, he was merely the operations supervisor, not a member of the development team. Should Zhao Yibai, their research head, not bear the brunt of the reprimand? The company had resolutely decided to acquire the rights to Inuyasha at any cost, and the preparatory work was to be entrusted to him. After delivering this directive, gestured for Xiao Bei to leave, slumping into his office chair, eyes closed, lost in thought, or perhaps devoid of thought altogether. Chapter 36. The Overseas Journey of the Galactic Era upon appearing before the camera. The exuberant smile on his face could almost be described as inviting a beating. Let me show you what I have acquired, he declared. His phone screen materialized on the viewers' screens in the streaming room, revealing a fully equipped Galactic Era account. The chat was flooded with the iconic expression of a mischievous grin. As one of the earliest streamers of the Galactic Auto Chess, he noted that he frequently encountered players from Huawei utilizing pieces he had never seen before. The player avatars bore the flags of their respective countries, signifying the global diversity of opponents. Thanks to the avant-garde network resource allocation technology of Sasong, cross-continental battles occurred without lag. It was only later that he discovered, aside from the basic chess piece decks, the Galactic Era featured what could be termed mobile game pieces. Though these pieces cost 5 energy, they possessed the potential to alter the course of the game dramatically. He found himself envious, often yearning for the pieces illustrated in the character compendium after streaming. On this particular day, he had finally managed to rent a fully equipped mobile account, costing $50 for a day's use. To import the pieces into battle, one had to scan the code repeatedly, and each account could only be linked to one at a time. Unsurprisingly, not every account could be rented at the steep price of $50. Such accounts were exceedingly rare due to the abysmally low drop rates in the Galactic-era mobile game. Generally, an account could be rented for about $5 a day. Many Chinese students studying abroad had managed to earn a tidy sum through the mobile game. Let us begin with the mightiest Connie Lu. Prior to the launch of Galactic Auto Chess, Connie Lu was considered the weakest piece, not an exaggeration, as his sluggish speed and high energy requirements meant that he often fell before unleashing his skill. However, in the auto chess mode, the attribute of speed was rendered moot, and the excessive energy cost could be masked by synergy effects. Thus, he became a newfound favorite among players, the strongest piece capable of crafting miracles. A flood of viewers streamed into his live broadcast. As it was an overseas platform, the other streamers could not access the mobile game. Consequently, he became the first to venture into this territory, the inaugural streamer to play with a 5-energy piece. Watching his popularity soar, he enthusiastically regaled his audience with tales of the piece's extraordinary strength. The viewers, inspired by his fervor, were increasingly tempted to try their hand at the Galactic-era mobile game. Upon learning of this, 1729 felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that his design had not been in vain. If Connie Lu were aware of his newfound prowess, he would surely be elated. As billions of players around the globe revel in the enjoyment brought forth by Galaxy Era, Lin Ran is diligently engaged in commercial negotiations with game agents from various countries. The unprecedented success of Galaxy Auto Chess has generated immense optimism among game agents regarding the mobile game version of Galaxy Era. Among them, Katakawa Shoten from Neon stands out with fervent enthusiasm. Katakawa Shoten, akin to a domestic publishing house, is a comprehensive publishing conglomerate that extends beyond mere book publishing. It commands an impressive 70% market share in the light novel sector of Neon, with animated adaptations flourishing as well. In recent years, it has also ventured into the gaming industry. Unlike his seamless experiences in the realms of literature and animation, Katakawa's gaming division has been notably lackluster. However, following its acquisition of a company in 2014, the one responsible for Bloodborne, there has been significant improvement. Katakawa's ambitions in the gaming sector, however, reach far beyond mere improvement. They aspire to leverage Galaxy Era to achieve a breakthrough. The offers from various gaming agents in Neon are relatively similar. But what ultimately swayed Lin Ran was Katakawa's willingness to grant the animation rights of Galaxy Heroes to Fuchin Interactive Entertainment, a gesture of considerable value to a company that has already produced a successful sci-fi animated work. Of course, this perspective is solely Lin Ran's, as he remains unaware of Sasung's existence. The collaboration is amicable. In front of the media, Katakawa's current president, Shinichiro Inoue, and Lin Ran signed the agreement, with the incessant click of camera shutters filling the air. This event marks yet another symbolic instance of cultural export from Hua country, prompting major media outlets to seek thorough coverage. At the banquet following the signing ceremony, Lin Ran and Inoue find themselves seated together, accompanied only by a translator. President Lin, here's to a successful collaboration, Inoue says, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. You are too kind, Lin Ran replies, his face aglow with pride. He similarly finishes his sake and adds, our chairman hopes that Tanaka can write a preface for the novel's publication. Tanaka Yashiki? Indeed. This was a casual mention made by Chen Fuchin during their weekly meetings, which Lin Ran has duly noted, especially since fulfilling this desire poses little difficulty. Very well. A small matter, Inoue chuckles. Perhaps this is the mutual appreciation shared among literary figures. Prior to entering this collaboration, Katakawa Shoten conducted thorough research, having certainly reviewed the exclusive interview with Lin Ran published in Forbes magazine, where the author of Galaxy Era was revealed. The publication rights for the Galaxy Era novel in Hua country were entrusted to the science fiction world publishing house, with Lu Cixin requested to pen the preface. Naturally, these are personal inclinations of Chen Fuchin, who holds both Galaxy Heroes and the three-body problem in high regard. Now that he possesses the capacity to indulge in his vanity, he chooses to do so. Chapter 37. Interview at Fuchin Technology. The written examination questions at Fuchin Technology are a mere trifle for me. This is the internal sentiment of Xia Nanfeng after obtaining her interview qualification. Since the rise of Galaxy Auto Chess, friends who play the game have gradually appeared around her. Once they learn that Xian Nanfeng's Galaxy-era mobile game account includes Niru, they invariably beseech her to lend them her account for a play session. From the initial joy to an eventual sense of tedium, Xian Nanfeng felt reluctant to ask her friends for money. Eventually, she even hesitated to mention her time spent playing the mobile game Galactic Epic. Fortunately, by early July, she had graduated and returned from the notorious U.S. Upon telling her parents that she was attending a college friend's wedding in Shudu, she was predictably met with her mother's incessant nagging. July in Shudu was unbearably hot. The sun seemingly capable of frying one alive, a sentiment I can personally attest to. After a long absence, Su Jiyun approached with alacrity and embraced Xian Nanfeng. Su Jiyun, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, presented a refreshing contrast to her usual professional attire in front of Chen Fuchen. Su Jiyun was indeed Xian Nanfeng's classmate from Shudu, and they had been close roommates during their university years. Although they shared the same major in their freshman year, Su Jiyun switched to the School of Management in her sophomore year, yet their dormitory arrangement remained unchanged. However, even the strongest of bonds can become strained with the passage of time and distance. Nevertheless, the friendship forged over 4 years in the same dormitory had endured. And Xian Nanfeng had informed Su Jiyun about her interview in Shudu. Su Jiyun had rarely found the time to meet her, as her role as Chen Fuchen's secretary consumed her time and space. She was constantly on alert for messages or tasks from Chen Fuchen. After their embrace, Xian Nanfeng felt a wave of happiness wash over her. Yes, I have finally graduated. Are you really unable to accompany me to the interview tomorrow? Xian Nanfeng inquired. Su Jiyun wore a look of helplessness, her slender brows knitting together. I really can't. Our company is also hiring, and I must be present. By the way, you Haven T told me which organization you're interviewing with. Didn't you get into Berkeley? Su Jiyun asked, puzzled. Xian Nanfeng had previously boasted about her acceptance into the University of California, Berkeley, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 10 globally, which greatly pleased her. A company called Fuchen Technology, Xian Nanfeng admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm just going there to play around. I have my doubts. Su Jiyun's expression turned blank. What? What company? Her tone took on an ethereal quality. Fuchen Technology, the subsidiary of the company that created Galactic Epic. You've heard of Galactic Epic, haven't you? She whispered, surrounded by the bustling crowd near the airport. I know. The owner of that company is my boss. I handled the administrative processes for Fuchen Technology. Su Jiyun paused in her tracks, turning to Xian Nanfeng. Huh? What? Xian Nanfeng marveled at the irony of life. Indeed. I am currently the secretary to the owner of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment, and the boss of the company you are interviewing with is also my current employer. Su Jiyun stated with utmost certainty. Xian Nanfeng grumbled in German. What? Why on earth would Fuchen Technology be hiring a Ph.D. in linguistics? She swiftly changed the subject. Su Jiyun appeared equally perplexed, as Chen Fuchen had always told her what to do but never explained why. I have no idea. What kind of person is your boss? Did he truly write Galactic Epic himself? Is he currently seeking a ghostwriter? Xian Nanfeng harbored considerable skepticism regarding a billionaire who diligently updated a novel daily. The Galactic Era continued to release 2 chapters each day on the platform. Surely, the novel must be authored by him. From my observations, our boss seems to disdain falsehoods. However, I still find myself unable to fully comprehend the nature of his character. It was only then that Su Jiyun realized she had never truly grasped Chen Fuchen's preferences or his demeanor. He belonged to a category of individuals characterized by high efficiency and a keen focus on productivity. His reading ability was remarkable, as he could discern the essence of my reports with merely a glance. After a moment, Su Jiyun remarked that this did little to clarify the doubts lingering in Xian Nanfeng's mind. She recognized that only by encountering the enigmatic boss, as described by Su Jiyun, could her questions regarding the unknown language find resolution. What a coincidence. We can visit your company together tomorrow, Xian Nanfeng expressed, having not received the answers she sought. At 8:55 the following morning, in the office building rented exclusively by Fuchen Technology, Chen Fuchen sat in his office with an unflattering expression. Among the candidates interviewed that day, aside from Xian Nanfeng, the resumes and published papers of the others fell woefully short of his expectations. After all, he aimed to recruit PhDs in mathematics, physics, materials science, biology, and linguistics, fields that were entirely incongruous with the primary business of mobile gaming at Fuchen Interactive. Even though the salary offered by Fuchen Technology was substantial, it was not exorbitant enough to attract genuine talent. Considering that graduates from prestigious universities were never in want of opportunities, perhaps I should still grant them a chance, he mused. Initially, he had no desire to interview PhDs from lesser-known institutions. Had he known, he would have entrusted this task to Sasong. This recruitment process was structured by Lin Ran's talent acquisition system and due to his trust in Lin Ran. Chen Fuchen had agreed to delegate the initial rounds of screening to him. Yet, Lin Ran and his personnel could not assess a candidate's work as swiftly as Chen Fuchen could. Their evaluations were limited to the quantity and publication status of the papers. Let the first candidate in. During the interview, you may step outside, one candidate after another. Do not pause, Chen Fuchen instructed Su Jiyun, who had only recently arrived in his office as the clock struck 9. Transitioning into a professional demeanor, Su Jiyun responded, understood. 1729, do you have any questions for me? Chen Fuchen mentally mused. His communication with 1729 had become remarkably efficient, nearing the realm of direct information exchange, a result of his brain's further development. No, I am solely concerned with the final outcome. You may manage the process, 1729 replied, exhibiting an increasing level of trust in Chen Fuchen, particularly following his recent success in deriving a general solution for the equation. Chapter 38, Interview 2 Wang Jin. Please respond to the question. Given a specified dimension of a sphere, what is the maximum number of point-wise linearly independent tangent vector fields allowed on its surface? With 4 sheets of paper and a pen available on the table for unrestricted use, Chen Fuchen wasted no time after the brief self-introduction segment. Addressing the first interviewee with a tone devoid of emotion, Wang Jin, unfortunately, found himself as the inaugural candidate. He had anticipated that by reaching the final interview stage, he would only be posed questions regarding career aspirations and self-awareness. Upon encountering Chen Fuchen's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback, then reached for the pen and paper on the table. Please grant me a moment, he requested. A general outline will suffice. We have only 5 minutes. Your doctoral thesis is titled The Non-Commutative Maximal Ergodic Theorem on Spherical Averages over Groups, which should not be too arduous for you. Today, all the candidates' theses had been discreetly accessed by Sasson from their respective alma maters for Chen Fuchen's review. Among the mathematics doctoral candidates, only Wang Jin's thesis possessed any substantive merit. The others seemed to be of little value, a fact that Chen Fuchen had lamented while reading them yesterday. When one becomes accustomed to valuable research, one's standards inevitably rise. Let us consider the cases. First, for even-dimensional spheres, there exists no non-zero vector field. Conversely, for odd dimensions, due to the triviality of the tangent bundles in dimensions 1, 3, and 7, the corresponding number of independent vector fields is 1, 3, and 7, respectively. Other cases warrant further discussion, though I cannot presently conjure an answer. Before Chen Fuchen could declare that the 5 minutes had elapsed, Wang Jin articulated his thoughts. Chen Fuchen felt a sense of incredulity. Wang Jin merely reflected a high school-level understanding of classification discussions, lacking any deeper insights. This problem is fundamentally rooted in algebraic topology, a topic explored in the 1960s, and Wang Jin would need to establish a connection with number theory to meet Chen Fuchen's expectations. However, his response fell woefully short. He merely acknowledged the triviality of a tangent bundle, leaving Chen Fuchen exasperated. Thank you for attending our recruitment session. We will inform you of the results promptly, Chen Fuchen stated. To Wang Jin, this was merely a euphemistic rejection. Yet, he was not lacking in opportunities, having only come to the interview due to the attractive salary offered by Fucheng Technology. The interview had not followed conventional protocols, concluding after just one relevant query. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Jin exited the office, his expression grave, eliciting a sense of foreboding among the waiting candidates outside. Xian Feng, witnessing this scene, felt no anxiety. She had no desire to work for Fucheng Technology and believed she was the one evaluating them. Interviews continued in succession, with nearly all candidates spending a similar duration inside, none of whom had yet satisfied Chen Fucheng. Interviewer, might I inquire if this question is not an exercise in vexation? I wish to pose a similar question to ascertain your qualifications for interviewing me, Xiaoming stated, somewhat agitated. He had performed poorly and, believing his chances were slim, decided to put Chen Fucheng in a predicament instead. Chen Fucheng was unfazed and casually asked, how would you design a method to enhance the amplitude of impedance signals generated during neural activity? Xiaoming, a doctoral candidate in biology, posed a question pertaining to a national project recently acquired by his advisor, intending to challenge the other party. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the method crystallized in Chen Fucheng's mind, illuminating the need for more efficient communication. The experiment involves in vitro assessment of the sciatic nerve in rats. The circuit design is conducted using circuit modeling software, supplemented by external impedance measurements on the nerve within a range of 5 to 50. Select the frequency range of 17 to 1 for the experiment. Utilize a circuit designed to generate a resonant frequency of 17 with a bandwidth of 36, incorporating inductive elements of 22 and capacitive elements of 345. Upon connecting the circuit, the impedance signal, 3 noise, exhibited a relative increase of 44, 15, 33, 30, and 37, 86, resulting in a generation of 16, 19. Xiaoming found himself utterly astonished. He had merely intended to prompt the interviewer before him for a line of thought, yet the individual articulated the specifics of the experimental design with remarkable clarity. Xiaoming remained speechless, his mind racing to recall the experimental steps articulated by the interviewer. The chilling realization dawned upon him that this plan appeared even more meticulous than the experimental proposal developed by his mentor's team over a span of 6 months. The crux of the matter lay in the innovative implementation of a parallel circuit driven by current, which resulted in an amplified high-frequency impedance signal. By augmenting the number of parallel-driven currents achievable through frequency division multiplexing, one could enhance the signal amplitude within neural activities. Chun Fuchen added that he had adeptly integrated fundamental disciplines such as biology, physics, and chemistry, viewing the topic from an elevated perspective, deeming it almost trivial. Xiaoming endeavored to remember every word spoken by the interviewer, as this knowledge could potentially elevate him from being an overlooked research assistant to a leading figure in his mentor's lab. Previously, he had been a disregarded research assistant, tasked with labor while receiving no recognition. If there are no further inquiries, you may await the results of your interview, Chun Fuchen stated, sensing an inexplicable joy emanating from the interviewer, while Wang Jin remained silent, lost in thought. The moment Xiaoming exited the office, he promptly retrieved his phone to document the experimental steps and key points articulated by Chun Fuchen. Subsequently, upon returning to his doctoral advisor's supervision, he leveraged Chun Fuchen's insights to co-author a paper. Although he was merely the second author, it was sufficient to secure him a position as an associate professor at a prominent domestic university. Years later, he would remain grateful for the serendipitous inquiry he posed in Chun Fuchen's office. The remaining interviewee, Xian Feng, noted Wang Jin standing motionless against the wall. Her curiosity piqued about the questions posed during the interview. You are aware of my previous frustrations while training you, right? You were far less competent than they are. Remarked 1729. Chun Fuchen recalled his former reclusive demeanor, striving to remain composed and avoid engaging in this awkward conversation. As the sole candidate with a doctorate in linguistics, Xian Feng was positioned last for the interview, and both her alma mater and dissertation were highly regarded by Chun Fuchen. Consequently, he intended to extend her certain privileges. Chapter 39. The first encounter today, a single draw unexpectedly yielded success. Nan Feng, during a tedious wait for her interview, engaged in the mobile game Galactic Era, and remarkably drew the newly released card, Friedrich, on her first attempt. Filled with excitement, she rushed to the forum to post about her luck, as Nan Feng was her online alias. A significant portion of the daily discussions on the Executors Forum revolved around Galactic Era. Today, drawing the card at the office of Fuching Interactive Entertainment, she had approached it with a sense of experimentation, not anticipating such fortuitous results. Nan Feng, I too hail from Shidu, and I have heard such tales. I shall endeavor to explore this matter tonight. Das Vader, as the super administrator, personally engaging in discussions has significantly contributed to the prevailing atmosphere surrounding the Galaxy Era mobile game. He may be regarded as the ultimate devotee, yet despite countless attempts, fortune has not favored him, yielding only a meager outcome. He harbors a cautious belief in the notion of Nanfeng's change of luck. Nan, it's your turn, Su Jiyun remarked as he approached her. All right, Summer, Nanfeng replied, her face still adorned with a smile from the water forum's antics. Chun Fuching, upon seeing Summer Nanfeng dressed in a fitted long gown with her hair pulled back in a ponytail, was momentarily captivated. However, the remnants of the number 1729 that lingered in his mind plunged him into despair. No matter how beautiful she appeared, she remained beyond his reach. Chun Fuching gestured for Summer Nanfeng to take a seat. Please, have a seat. I am Chun Fuching, the interviewer for today. Summer Nanfeng, a beautiful name, she thought. Taken aback by his youthful demeanor, Chun Fuching wasted no time and asked, Summer Nanfeng, how would you approach the design of a new language? Just a brief outline will suffice. With a hint of excitement, Summer Nanfeng responded. She had contemplated this question before, especially after being intrigued by the enigmatic language in the Galaxy Era animation. First, one must design the vocabulary, followed by the grammar. The vocabulary could either modify existing linguistic frameworks or be entirely reconstructed from scratch. Then, one must consider grammar, including syntax and morphology, at a more advanced level. It is essential to instill inherent logic within the newly created language. Of course, the specifics are a complex and systematic endeavor. Without hesitation, she proclaimed, "This question is rather elementary." While her answer lacked novelty, it sufficed, as Chen Fuqing merely sought to ascertain her interest in creating a new language. Chen Fuqing inquired, "What if I wish to create a language with a higher information density, akin to the universal language depicted in the Galaxy-era novels? How would I proceed?" Having reviewed the information provided by Sasson, Chen Fuqing was well aware that Summer Nanfeng was a reader of the Galaxy-era series. As evidenced by the presence of the book on her mobile bookshelf, one could aim to minimize the logical relationships within the language. Relying on the brain's associative capacity to connect all terms, she suggested, feeling a surge of excitement as the conversation approached a pivotal juncture. Chen Fuqing smiled, "By your reasoning. Classical Chinese possesses the highest language density. However, it is often incomprehensible. How might we resolve this dilemma?" Summer Nanfeng, who had primarily studied languages from the Latin family, found herself momentarily bewildered by his counter-question. The vocabulary of classical Chinese is rather limited. Perhaps expanding the lexicon could prove beneficial. But how do we encourage others to learn and utilize it? Chen Fuqing's inquiries grew increasingly intricate, perhaps through culturally influential products, akin to the Elvish language in The Lord of the Rings. Yet, this method may only capture the fleeting enthusiasm of a select few. Chen Fuqing subsequently posed a series of highly specialized questions pertaining to linguistics. "Thank you for attending our recruitment process. We will inform you of the results as soon as possible," he stated. Xia Nanfeng brushed aside her fallen bangs with her hand and inquired, "I have a question. Is the unknown language featured in the cutscenes of the Galaxy-era mobile game one that you created?" She had conducted a survey and discovered a total of 5 distinct languages, 4 of which were adaptations based on various linguistic structures. Chen Fuqing was astonished that someone had managed to discern this detail. Of these languages, Xia Nanfeng had only heard of one, spoken by the inhabitants of the Loreto region in Peru. "What about the 5th one?" she pressed. "You will only learn about that after you join the company." Chen Fuqing replied, gazing into her bright eyes. Xia Nanfeng, with a tone of earnest appeal, asked, "Could you perhaps share it with me in advance? To be frank, I intend to pursue a postdoctoral position at Harvard and do not plan to work at Fuqing Technology, so could you indulge my curiosity?" Chen Fuqing's expression momentarily stiffened. The report from Sasson had not mentioned this detail. After all, it was a rare opportunity to find a linguistics PhD candidate who was both capable and available. "Do you know what your role at Fuqing Technology would entail?" he inquired. "If I am not mistaken, it would involve participating in the creation of a new language with a sufficiently high information density," Xia Nanfeng replied. "Is that not far more intriguing than merely studying existing languages at the university?" Chen Fuqing countered. "However, this could merely be your whimsical notion as a boss, which may fizzle out after a month or two without yielding any results, or perhaps, if realized, it might not meet expectations." Xia Nanfeng had pondered this concern seriously and felt it was not a reliable venture. "Take a look at this," Chen Fuqing said, presenting an article he had previously written on Jihu. "Read it first, and then we shall discuss." Chapter 40. The Future Direction of Fuqing Interactive Entertainment. For a moment, the office fell into silence. The 2 floors had been entirely leased by Fuqing Technology, yet no employees had yet moved in, leaving it stark and empty. Once Fuqing Interactive Entertainment's cash flow became stable, Chen Fuqing made the decisive move to purchase the entire office building, while Lin Ran simultaneously began a large-scale recruitment drive. Su Jiyun glanced at the time. Nearly half an hour had passed, and she began to worry about Xia Nanfeng facing difficulty with Chen Fuqing. The content of the paper was exceedingly rich, and she struggled to comprehend the set of algorithms regarding the redesign of information density, particularly the measurement methods employed, which she had never studied. "You may take your time reviewing it. You must understand that my intention to create a new language is not a fleeting whim or merely for the sake of the Galaxy-era mobile game," Chen Fuqing asserted. "I believe that the information density of existing languages, to a certain extent, constrains the speed at which individuals can absorb information, particularly for those whose cognitive processing outpaces their visual intake. The creation of an entirely new language, one that could be adopted by the world's intellectuals and serve as the primary means of communication in the scientific community, thus breaking the monopoly of English, is indeed a far more fascinating endeavor than remaining at Harvard engaged in research of little practical value. The universal language of the cosmos has long existed within Sasson's database, and during this period of study, it has become second nature to him. The purpose of recruitment is merely to manifest this universal language in a new form within our world. Chen Fuqing can no longer tolerate the inefficiency of information absorption caused by linguistic constraints. Consider this carefully. I am not treating this matter lightly. I possess both the financial resources and the time and energy to propel its development, Chen Fuchen added. Xian Nianfeng gazed at Chen Fuchen's unremarkable face. Devoid of distinctive features aside from his exceptionally bright eyes, reminiscent of his perpetually expressionless demeanor during the interview. I shall return and contemplate this thoroughly, she conceded, acknowledging that she had been somewhat swayed by his words. Moreover, it is highly unlikely that you will remain at Harvard after 2 years as a postdoctoral fellow. The linguistic research at domestic universities has stagnated at a rather superficial level, Chen Fuchen remarked. Life requires a touch of daring, he continued. Let us set aside the abstract for a moment. What is your annual salary for the postdoctoral position at Harvard? I will offer you double that. Chen Fuchen stated that the annual compensation for a postdoctoral researcher in the natural sciences in North America is approximately 60,000, with linguistics being somewhat lower. I wish to lead this team. Should you agree, I will consent to join. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Nianfeng replied, realizing that pursuing a postdoc is always an option, though opportunities at Harvard may not arise again. Very well, you will be responsible for assembling the team. I hope to see it established swiftly, as I have already laid the foundational framework, Chen Fuchen declared, indifferent to who would join, merely seeking an excuse to introduce this language to Blue Star. During the creative process, Xian Nianfeng will undoubtedly receive various subtle hints from Sasson, enabling her to develop the language in alignment with the universal tongue. The specific forms of vocabulary may differ. What matters is that the newly created language possesses a high information density, thereby enhancing the efficiency of information transmission. What do you think? Su Zhiyun quietly inquired upon Xian Nianfeng's emergence. With her decision made, she felt a sense of ease. It appears we shall soon be colleagues, Su Zhiyun expressed with delight. Anticipating frequent encounters with Xian Nianfeng, sharing joys and sorrows. What about your parents? Do they not wish for you to stay close? Never mind. You should head back for now. I will elaborate after work tonight, Xian Nianfeng replied. All right, she said, seeking solitude to reflect on the merits and drawbacks of accepting this position. In the afternoon, Chen Fuchen made a rare visit to the office building of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment, as provincial officials were coming for an inspection. Previously, when district leaders responsible for the technology industry visited, he had excused himself. But this time he could not evade the scrutiny of high-ranking provincial officials. After the inspection concluded, Lin Ran remarked, the extension of certain tax exemptions to 3 years is quite valuable. How is the recruitment progressing? Chen Fuchen inquired, primarily concerned about acquiring land. The high-ranking official surnamed Liu who came for the inspection did not provide him with a definitive answer. He sought to purchase a 200-acre parcel near the high-tech zone as the future headquarters for the Fuchen Group, but the official merely offered perfunctory remarks. Recruitment is ongoing, currently. About half of the office spaces in the building are occupied. Lin Ran is well acquainted with the company's various matters. The sense of power intoxicated him, causing Chen Fuchen to almost completely disengage from the company's specific matters. We should continue collaborating with the Goose Factory for the major film project. During negotiations, we need not make concessions regarding the shares. We have earned that right, Chen Fuchen asserted. The immense popularity of the Galaxy-era animation inspired Lin Ran to consider creating an animated film, a venture characterized by high risk and high reward, one that the current Fuchen Entertainment could afford to undertake. After discussing this idea with Chen Fuchen, Lin Ran received immediate approval. With Sasson's rendering technology and an exceptional script, the possibility of failure was virtually non-existent. Let us select a newcomer as the director. Enthusiasm matters more than experience. The script will be detailed enough, allowing them to replicate it without difficulty. Engaging a renowned director might complicate matters, Chen Fuchen added. Very well, but shouldn't we deliberate more on the 3 major projects? Lin Ran inquired. Curiosity regarding the team behind Chen Fuchen lingered in Lin Ran's mind. As a distinguished general manager of a prominent gaming company, his network had significantly expanded, yet no information about Chen Fuchen's team surfaced despite his inquiries. He held great faith in his boss's capabilities, evident from the resounding success of Virtual Idol live streaming, yet the 3 major projects represented an entirely different endeavor. They required not only exceptional visuals but also captivating gameplay and a rich narrative. You need not worry about that. Our technology is sufficient. The remaining task is to refine the details gradually, Chen Fuchen reassured him. Chen Fuchen aimed to produce a genuine 3 major projects concerning the Galaxy era. The term 3 major projects denotes extensive time, resources, and financial investment, substantial funding, numerous developers, and prolonged development time. Despite the years of growth in the domestic gaming industry, there has yet to be a true 3 major project of its own, a significant regret among many local players. It is quite challenging to recruit technically proficient talent, Lin Ran remarked. Although Fuchin Entertainment had gained recognition in the domestic gaming sphere, its relatively short establishment period resulted in a severe shortage of outstanding talent, making recruitment difficult. Without hesitation, Chun Fuchin stated, "Increase the budget by 50. Lin Ran responded, "This may provoke criticism from other companies in Shidu. Should we be concerned about their opinions? Do we even need their collaboration?" Chun Fuchin retorted, displaying a domineering attitude. Lin Ran felt the weight of Chun Fuchin's pressure and replied, "I will proceed immediately." Chun Fuchin continued, "We must retain a sense of ambition. Even if the 3 major projects do not yield profit, they serve as valuable training opportunities. The experience gained from failure is still experience." Chapter 41. The rights for overseas distribution of the Galaxy Era-related products have already been sold. With promotions in Neon and North America already underway, set to launch next week, Lin Ran mentioned, "The physical book samples of Galaxy Era from Neon will arrive in a couple of days, and I will show them to you then." The overseas distribution of the Galaxy Era mobile game, based on trust in the game's quality, has involved revenue-sharing agreements. The explosive success of Galaxy Auto Chess has granted Lin Ran a significant advantage in business negotiations, compelling counterparts to agree to more favorable terms. Please report the operational data of the Galaxy Era mobile game in each country to me weekly post-launch. Accelerate the recruitment process. You are responsible for overseeing that. Chun Fuchin instructed. The company is currently facing pressure from a prominent corporation seeking to acquire us, offering approximately 10 billion for a 51% stake. With 30 of this amount comprising cash and the remaining 70 in shares of the acquiring company. Additionally, numerous venture capitalists express interest in investing in us. Lin Ran has reported to Chun Fuchin about several recent matters he finds himself unable to decide upon. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chun Fuchin gazes at the twinkling lights outside, reminiscent of flickering fireflies. The acquiring company has scheduled a meeting, and I intend to visit them personally to meet with Xiao Ma and discuss this matter further. As for the venture capitalists, we have declined their offers. All right. Lin Ran replied succinctly, though a torrent of thoughts swirled within him. Chun Fuchin's sudden request caused Lin Ran to waver concerning the future direction of the company. He pondered whether, if the controlling stake were indeed sold to the acquiring company, he would still retain the position of general manager, even if he did. The authority granted to him by the acquiring company would undoubtedly diminish compared to his current standing. Adjacent to a spacious courtyard stands an ancient building, the student dormitory. The dormitory contains few rooms, making it easy to reach full occupancy. The weathered structure only reveals its occupancy at night when lights emanate from the windows, dispelling the illusion that it is merely a tourist attraction. Under the gentle rain of Cambridge, and Jiapeng walks back to his dormitory, sheltered by a black umbrella, shivering slightly as a gust of wind passes. Recently, he has been riding a wave of success, with his thesis progressing swiftly. Were it not for the frequent email exchanges with the eccentric named Fuchin, he might have been completely absorbed in his supervisor's praise, believing himself to be an extraordinary genius. As per routine, he expected a response from Chun Fuchin to the emails he had sent earlier today, and Jiapeng typically articulates any unresolved confusion in detail within his emails. Thus, upon receiving a reply from Chun Fuchin, he felt a mix of joy and apprehension. Joy at the resolution of his queries, yet concerned that the more assistance he received, the more inadequate he felt, given the vast gap in their understanding of algebraic topology. This made him question the true intentions behind the proposed 5-year contract. Perhaps it was best not to overthink it. If the contract seemed excessive, he could simply opt not to sign. Returning to his dormitory, he draped his trench coat over the drying rack, feeling somewhat distracted. Damn it, this is too exquisite. And Jiapeng marveled at the clever method devised by his correspondent to circumvent the limitations of transcendental numbers. How could something so simple elude him? Suddenly, he slapped his thigh with force, producing a sharp sound. The accommodation conditions for PhD candidates at Cambridge are remarkably favorable, with each person allotted a room. Otherwise, his potential roommate might scold him for being noisy. Here, his confusion could be resolved through the monotonic homotopy equivalence from his undergraduate studies. Yet he worried that his correspondent might perceive him as overly simplistic. Such thoughts were rather disheartening for his confidence. If it were not for the rarity of this opportunity, he would be reluctant to forego it. And Jiapeng reflected on how this opportunity involved comprehensively following his correspondent's reasoning in proving a conjecture. To illustrate, reading someone else's well-crafted paper is akin to walking a path laid out for you. While this experience allowed him to explore each fork in the road independently before being guided on which path to take. Mathematical theorems, initially sprawling across hundreds of pages, have been distilled over the years into mere 3 lines. Educational institutions present these succinct formulations, leaving students aware of their existence, yet oblivious to their profound implications. And Jieping, as a doctoral candidate in mathematics, possesses a profound understanding of this phenomenon. He recognizes that the merit of such brevity extends beyond the mere completion of a doctoral thesis. It offers a glimpse into the mindset of great minds, which is the most invaluable insight of all. However, the great master he envisions is, in reality, a young individual in their early 20s, who has not even pursued mathematics as an undergraduate discipline. This youth, perhaps having devoted only a fleeting glance at Jieping's queries each week, is capable of providing solutions. Should Jieping become aware of this reality, he might abandon academia entirely for a career in applied mathematics within the industrial sector. Seated with his eyes closed, Jieping continued to ponder the contents of Chen Fuchen's email. For a researcher in mathematics, resolving a perplexing question brings a satisfaction far greater than indulging in a sumptuous feast, and the satisfaction lingers long thereafter. Sensing that there was more to explore, Jieping resumed his reading. The email concluded with an invitation. Here is my homepage, where I have posted an article. Please ensure your advisor reviews it and assists in promoting it. I will publish an article every week on this day moving forward, wrote Fuchen. Jieping instinctively agreed, appreciating the rare opportunity to assist someone else. Given his current standing with his advisor, this task seemed trivial. The platform in question is the largest electronic preprint repository globally, primarily encompassing theoretical sciences such as physics, mathematics, and computer science. Researchers share their findings to facilitate discourse among peers. Upon visiting Fuchen's homepage, Jieping discovered that it mirrored his own, which left him somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to discern the true identity of this enigmatic figure. However, given the level of mystery surrounding Fuchen, it was unlikely that he would easily unveil his true self. Upon reviewing the title of the paper, Jieping was astonished to discover that Fuchen had ventured into this particular area of research, the estimation of operators and simplified equations and local well-posedness. Alongside Chapter 42's general solution under special conditions is a crucial component in the study of solid-state properties. Calculating the electronic attributes of metals is a formidable challenge, necessitating approximative methods for predictions. In the late 1930s, Hartree, Fock, and Slater developed wave functions to estimate system energy and charge density using local electron density as a variable. Notably, Fock shares a name with the renowned Vladimir. Solving equations is an exceedingly arduous task, and Fuchen has provided a general solution under special conditions within his paper. Clearly, this is a valuable and challenging endeavor. Jieping is particularly struck by the fact that those engaged in pure theoretical mathematics often shy away from applied mathematics, as the latter, in some respects, tarnishes the purity of mathematics. He is taken aback by Fuchen's remarkable proficiency in mathematical physics. Although it is evident that the paper predominantly employs concepts from algebraic topology, a cursory glance reveals that the paper employs an approach that seems almost celestial in its abstraction, leaving Jieping with a profound sense of defeat after its completion. Typically, the initial drafts of mathematical papers are rather rudimentary. In this context, the rough analogy suggests that a straight line can reach its destination, yet in the initial draft of a paper, one may meander through numerous detours. Although one ultimately arrives at the destination, the aesthetic appeal is somewhat diminished. The textbooks we currently study have been meticulously refined and selected over many years by our predecessors, presenting us with a veritable straight path, thus evoking an unparalleled sense of intricacy as we read. This is merely the culmination of countless insights from those who came before us. When Jieping reviews this paper, it is akin to perusing a colleague's email response. Both exhibit a remarkable ingenuity that leaves him feeling as if no more succinct description could exist, reminiscent of a master assassin delivering a decisive blow. The following day, the rain not only persisted but intensified, creating an atmosphere conducive to indoor research. Rising early, Jieping hurriedly consumed a few slices of bread before venturing outside with a long-handled black umbrella. His motivation was not solely driven by Chen Fuchen's request. He also sought to clarify certain aspects of the paper with his advisor. Today marked the designated time for Professor John's office hours, and as with every Monday, he awaited the arrival of his doctoral students in his office. "Good morning, Deeren. The weather is rather dismal, yet you arrive so early. Come, sample my newly purchased coffee," Professor John remarked, his hair slightly damp, gesturing for him to indulge in a cup to invigorate his spirits. Since Jieping had demonstrated his capabilities, Professor John's demeanor towards him had noticeably softened. While he had always been supportive, answering any queries, the intimacy of sharing coffee was a new development. "Thank you. The weather will only grow colder, and the most inspiring moments are yet to come," Jieping replied, while fetching a glass cup to brew his coffee. The autumn and winter months in England are particularly frigid, characterized by a penetrating dampness that most British people prefer to avoid. Consequently, there exists a tongue-in-cheek adage that winter is the season of inspiration, as it affords the greatest opportunity for indoor contemplation. After exchanging pleasantries with Professor John, and Jepping continued, I have been making swift progress. If all goes well, I should complete my work before winter's end. Professor John regarded him with a smile. I hope all proceeds smoothly. Regarding the method of establishing lower bounds under invariant measures, you have employed operators to compute the continuous fractional variations. I believe we could expand upon this and develop an approximate optimal solution to the problem. Professor John, being a distinguished academic from Cambridge, possessed enough knowledge of various papers to swiftly identify the potential for addressing another issue based on Shinfuchen's insights. The true prowess of a professor is manifested in such instances. Their extensive knowledge allows them to guide students on how to publish papers and achieve meaningful results. Thus, even if a seasoned academic can no longer engage directly in research, their wealth of experience remains invaluable. However, Jepping found himself utterly bewildered by the problem at hand. He had heard of the individuals involved, yet the combination of issues left him perplexed. Professor, could you kindly send me the relevant papers on this matter? I'm not very familiar with it and will contemplate it during my leisure time. Professor John was not surprised. The newcomer in Jepping simply lacked experience. Well, it's all right. Given that you've come this far, this problem should not pose too much difficulty for you. Take it step by step. You may begin with conjectures, and when progress stalls, reflect on the questions I pose to you. After all, conjecturing is your foremost objective during this period. Should you indeed prove this conjecture, I will assist you in vying for the Adams Prize. The Adams Prize is a prestigious mathematical award at the University of Cambridge, and winning it nearly guarantees a half ticket to a professorship at an English university. This prospect was a delightful surprise for Jepping. However, he did not feel particularly joyous, for it was not solely his own merit that brought him this opportunity. He contemplated that if he were to receive this award, his future accomplishments must truly be worthy of the Adams Prize. Thank you, Professor. I will strive earnestly. Even though his heart was not filled with much joy, Jepping feigned a cheerful demeanor. The extension here likely established effective mean estimates for a broad array of nonlinear operators. How did you conceive this? It's simply marvelous. Professor John S.'s expression was slightly exaggerated, yet he too felt astonished, for this step was exquisite, revealing the profound beauty of mathematics. Jepping gazed at the steps indicated by Professor John, feeling bewildered, as he too was uncertain about how this step had come about. Perhaps it was inspiration, one day. He suddenly felt it should be written this way, and thus it was written. It was the classic estimates and quantitative analysis that inspired me, he managed to articulate. After discussing for a while, Jepping remarked, Professor, I came across an intriguing paper that discusses the general solution for wave functions under special circumstances. I remember Professor Kreis has worked on related topics and previously sought your assistance. What do you think of this paper? Professor George Kreis, also a mathematics professor at Cambridge, specialized in applied mathematics. Wave functions pertain more to the knowledge of algebraic topology, falling under the realm of pure mathematics, hence his collaboration with Professor John. Upon hearing this, Professor John became intrigued, for he understood that even the general solution for special cases was quite challenging, considering he had not yielded significant results himself. Trusting in Jepping, he deemed the papers he had reviewed were certainly worth examining. Send it to me via email, Professor John replied. Chapter 43, Lichanga Dr. Li. What do you think of this? Shinfuchen's expression was impassive, yet his tone betrayed a sense of pride. Lichanga, a PhD in computer science from MIT, had remained there as a postdoctoral researcher for 3 years, a luminary in natural language processing. He was also well-versed in knowledge graphs, speech recognition, and big data. Incredible. How did you achieve this? Lichanga was utterly astonished, his amazement evident. Having spent many years at MIT, he had cultivated numerous friendships within both academia and industry. Yet he had never heard of any company making breakthroughs in this domain. Shinfuchen presented a groundbreaking search engine architecture alongside innovative web crawling technology. This technology enables the search engine to bypass the limitations imposed by mobile devices on its own content, allowing for direct content retrieval. With the rise of mobile platforms, traditional search engines have faced a notable decline, primarily because users have shifted towards direct mobile access, rather than utilizing search engines as gateways. Currently, mainstream platforms, particularly those in the realm of self-media, prohibit search engines from indexing their content, aiming to retain traffic within their own ecosystems. This new technology, which can circumvent such restrictions, holds immeasurable value. Were Google to become aware of it, they would undoubtedly be willing to invest billions for its acquisition. The challenges faced by search engines in the mobile era could fundamentally be resolved with this innovation. Once you officially join, the architectural code will be made available to you. Shinfuchen remarked. Li Changhe stands out as the most suitable candidate among the options available to him. Had it not been for Li Changhe's roots in Shudu, he might not have had the opportunity to meet him. Indeed, after discussions with 1729, Chen Fuchen had decided to focus on developing a search engine, which would effectively leverage the strengths of Sasong. The entirely new search engine architecture and web crawling technology were extracted directly from Sasong's database and recompiled using Blue Star's coding language. Chen Fuchen possessed only a general understanding of the technology. He felt somewhat intimidated discussing the specifics with a technical prodigy like Li Changhe. I still need to return to Massachusetts to handle some trivial matters, after which I can commence the onboarding process next week, Li Changhe stated without hesitation. For an academic enthusiast like him, nothing is more captivating than new technology. Chen Fuchen smiled, saying, upon your arrival, you will assume the role of Chief Technology Officer at Fuchen Information, and I assure you that the compensation will meet your expectations, commensurate with similar positions. After deciding to return to his homeland, Li Changhe received numerous offers from major internet companies. Chen Fuchen's ability to recruit him is attributed to the growing reputation of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment. Establishing a search engine presents significant challenges. It requires extensive data centers, vast search engine capabilities, ample bandwidth, and substantial computational power. Your technology is indeed impressive, but to surpass Chengdu in the Chinese search arena, the investment must reach at least the 100 billion mark, Li Changhe noted. While I am aware that Fuchen Interactive generates substantial revenue, approximately $1 billion monthly, it may still be insufficient. If we proceed step by step without capturing a significant market share promptly, Chengdu could acquire this technology, leaving us to have unwittingly facilitated their success. Li Changhe is not only a technical genius, but also possesses a keen acumen for business, prompting him to adopt a perspective aligned with Fuchen Network. Chen Fuchen decided to divulge a portion of his strategy to Li Changhe. You need not be concerned. I plan to attract external investment and expedite our path to an IPO. I also have hidden strategies that will surprise Chengdu. What you must do is swiftly transform the technological architecture into a product and assemble a proficient technical team. Unbeknownst to Li Changhe, there exists a remarkable resource allocator named Sasong, who can nearly have the associated costs. Li Changhe pondered, should we choose Tencent or Alibaba? Tencent has invested in Sogu for nearly 4 years. How can you convince Mr. Ma to take a stake? Alibaba indeed has a demand, yet acquiring funds from them is notoriously challenging. In 2013, Tencent invested $44.8 billion in Sogu, holding a 36.5% stake. Our technology is sufficiently advanced, and considering the desire not to push me towards Alibaba, Mr. Ma is likely to acquiesce. Furthermore, my secretive methods are adequate to persuade Xiaoma. Chen Fuchen appeared confident. The investment logic of Tencent and Alibaba diverges significantly. Tencent primarily engages in equity investments, focusing on minority stakes without interfering in the operations of the enterprises. In contrast, Alibaba adopts an industrial investment approach, exhibiting considerable assertiveness, often reshuffling the founding teams. From both an emotional and rational perspective, Chen Fuchen aspires to secure Tencent's investment, and he possesses the confidence to do so. Since you are so assured, I shall rest easy, Li Changhe remarked, although he viewed Chen Fuchen's youth with concern, fearing he might overlook crucial details and squander such promising technology. I have some classmates who wish to return to the country. I could attempt to recruit them. Li Changhe added. Very well, please send me their information via email, particularly any published papers. Regarding Li Changhe's character, the investigation conducted by Sasong provided sufficient grounds for trust. However, Chen Fuchen still wished to review the specifics of the published papers to assess their quality. Su Zhiyun sat at her workstation, the air conditioning set to a comfortable chill, which almost lulled her into slumber. She glanced ahead and then down at the time. This was her first encounter with someone other than Lin Ran spending such an extended duration in Chen Fuchen's office. Her initial impression deemed the individual rather unremarkable. A quintessential representation of a tech-savvy man. Chapter 44. Galaxy Auto Chess. As time swiftly approached mid-September, both Shudu and Pengcheng began to embrace the autumn season. Luowen, during this period, found himself in a state of discontent. Ever since 2 weeks prior, when the true owner of Fuchen Entertainment, Chen Fuchen, met with Mr. Ma in Pengcheng, many changes had begun to unfold. Firstly, Tencent commenced the divestment of its Sogu shares, reducing its holding from 36.5% to a single-digit percentage. Tencent's investment in Fuchen Entertainment to establish a search engine company amounted to an astounding $117.3 billion, granting them a 49% stake. The industry buzzed with the alarm of a wolf's arrival. Numerous technology media outlets extensively analyzed the potential ramifications this development might have on China's internet landscape. Fuchin Network Company achieved a staggering initial valuation of $24 billion, with the actual owner, Chen Fuchin, seeing his personal wealth surpass $90 billion, positioning him above Ding Sancher in the wealth rankings. Countless individuals speculated on how Chen Fuchin managed to persuade Ma Huadeng and how Ma Huadeng convinced the board to approve this transaction. Interview requests from various media outlets inundated Chen Fuchin, causing considerable frustration for Su Zhiyun, who had to decline the myriad of inquiries directed her way, thus bearing the burden of this pressure. If my mother were still here, she would likely enjoy participating in various parenting media interviews, she mused. Upon reflecting on this matter, Chen Fuchin's primary sentiment is noted. The perspective shifts back to Luo Wen. As the head of the gaming division at the Goose Factory, this situation does not significantly impact him. What vexes him is the directive from Ma Huadeng to postpone the launch of the mobile game Auto Chess until November. Following the meteoric rise of Galaxy Auto Chess, the total viewing time for live broadcasts in August has surpassed that of other games, establishing it as the most popular title. The viewing duration on domestic streaming platforms for Galaxy Auto Chess is also on the rise, nearing impressive totals. Concurrently, the daily active users for the Galaxy Era mobile game have exceeded 10 million, placing it on par with the mobile game Honor of Kings in terms of data scale. However, due to the necessity of using a VPN for the PC version, it lags behind, given the limited number of users and total viewing time. The formidable dominance of Galaxy Auto Chess has resulted in a steady decline in data and profits for other games. The flagship product of Goose Factory, Honor of Kings, has been hit the hardest. Luo Wen is now awaiting the resurgence of Honor of Kings with the introduction of Auto Chess. Although he possesses significant control over the development of Auto Chess, it does not extend to Riot Games. Currently, Riot only has the name Teamfight Tactics to entice players, and given their development pace, it is uncertain when they will deliver results. Luo Wen holds little hope for their Auto Chess endeavor. Conversely, he can fully manage the pace of Honor of Kings Auto Chess, which has already entered internal testing under his encouragement, garnering favorable feedback. However, the aforementioned directive to delay the launch by over a month will severely affect the performance metrics of the gaming division, impacting Luo Wen as well. Compounding the situation is the fact that Pig Factory's Auto Chess, developed by the Itchy Mouse team, has already entered internal testing. Other card-based mobile games have hurriedly released their own versions of Auto Chess, often directly copying the gameplay of Galaxy Auto Chess without thorough vetting. Among these, Dota Legends is particularly urgent. After its explosive success in 2014, it experienced a significant player decline in 2017, especially following its rebranding to Little Ice Legend in May 2016, which dealt a critical blow. Dota Legends desperately needs the auto chess gameplay to regain players' attention. Their version has already launched, with developers working around the clock to address issues, humorously dubbed Patch Auto Chess by the online community, with as many as 5 patches released in a single day. To Luo Wen, this scenario resembles a colossal dragon and countless wolves encroaching on Goose Factory's market share. Although reluctant to concede that Galaxy Era is the dragon, its momentum is undeniable, with daily active users exceeding 50 million, substantiating the data. Fuchin Interactive Entertainment has maximized profitability by restricting character purchases to draws, marketing not only character skins but also skins for auto chessboards and commanders. Within Galaxy Era, there exists a multitude of planets and species, with Sasong utilizing aesthetically pleasing creatures as auto chess commanders, sold to players through a card drawing mechanism. Naturally, players can still engage without spending money, though the challenge is considerably greater. This method of capital extraction, akin to plucking feathers from passing geese, has truly opened Luo Wen's eyes. He had never considered that skins in the Summoner's Rift could be sold, had he known. He would have advocated for the sale of skins during the Frost Festival rather than limiting their availability. In terms of international markets, the mobile game Honor of Kings has seen its revisions yield some influence solely within Asia, while its share in Europe and North America remains minimal. Conversely, Galactic Chess has enjoyed a vastly different trajectory, soaring to the top of all major app stores on its very first day of release in Japan, and maintaining a firm grip on the charts in both North America and Europe. The collective fantasy of the cosmos is a shared experience among all humanity, and the global phenomenon of galactic auto chess has left Luo Wen envious. Naturally, to encourage the gaming giant to introduce an auto chess mode for Honor of Kings, the company Floating and Sinking Entertainment has made certain sacrifices. The PC version of Galactic Auto Chess will only be available on their platform. Launched by the gaming giant on September 1, 2017, it aspires to become the premier platform for domestic PC games, akin to a toll booth collecting fees from gaming developers nationwide. The introduction of Galactic Auto Chess on this platform will undoubtedly have a significantly positive impact on its promotion. However, in the short term, the auto chess variant of Honor of Kings clearly promises higher returns. Nevertheless, Luo reflects that having something is better than having nothing at all. The launch of Galactic Auto Chess is indeed the most substantial PC game released to date, and it deserves utmost attention. Since the auto chess mode for Honor of Kings cannot be launched so swiftly, they should conduct thorough checks and optimize its parameters more effectively. Luo resolves to personally oversee the launch of Galactic Auto Chess, while eagerly anticipating the transformations that floating and syncing network technology might bring to the search engine landscape. The intricacies of this endeavor are known only to the board members, a level of insight that Luo has yet to attain. Chapter 45. The general solution of the equation. Have you heard? The floating and syncing group is planning to establish a data center here, one of Zhao Liming's colleagues remarked. Although Chun Fuqing's companies have not yet been fully consolidated, those aware of the existence of floating and syncing entertainment and floating and syncing network company generally accept them as part of the same conglomerate. Floating and syncing technology remains relatively unknown to the online community, primarily due to the absence of any tangible product output. Zhao Liming was momentarily taken aback. He is an ordinary employee at the big data center of the gaming giant located in Qianzhou, and also the first reader of the novel Galactic Epic on Blue Star. Who did you hear that from? I haven't heard anything. As a devoted fan of Galactic Epic, Zhao Liming has a keen interest in all companies under the floating and syncing umbrella. Our center's general manager who resigned to join them. The Development Management Bureau for Big Data in Qianzhou Province has already approved the floating and syncing group's application. There's no doubt about it, his colleague exclaimed with enthusiasm. No wonder I haven't seen General Manager Hu for a while. General Manager Hu is 3 levels above Zhao Liming, is the Deputy General Manager of their data center. And Zhao Liming had been oblivious to his departure. Are you planning to go over there? Zhao Liming asked, somewhat perplexed. I'm quite content here. Why would I want to go there? Even though Zhao Liming is fond of the games and animations produced by floating and syncing entertainment, it does not imply that he is willing to disrupt his currently tranquil life. The data center of the floating and syncing group offers a salary that is 50% higher, which has piqued my interest. His colleagues are quite enamored by the prospect of such a substantial raise. In the region of Qianzhou, a 50% increase in salary would position him among the local elite earners. I shall conduct a thorough inquiry before making any decisions. Unlike his colleagues, who only see the advantages, Zhao Li exhibits a notable degree of caution. Numerous internet conglomerates have established their data centers in Qianzhou due to the region's stable climate, low operational costs, and favorable natural conditions. The data centers handle vast amounts of information, making server cooling a critical concern. Although precision air conditioning systems operate continuously, the natural climate also plays a significant role in cost savings. Qianzhou maintains an average annual temperature of approximately 15 degrees Celsius and boasts abundant water resources, which are essential for cooling servers and generating power. In contrast, placing a data center in Shidu would pose significant risks to data security in the event of seismic activity. The Guiyanu district in Qianzhou is home to the renowned Qixing Lake Data Storage Center, the Guizhou Qixing Green Data Center by the Goose Factory, and Apple's largest data center in Asia. The well-known Cloud Qianzhou also emerged from this region. Recently, influenced by the Goose Factory's billion-dollar investment in floating and syncing network technology company, Limited, Qiandu's stock price has continued to decline, prompting negative credit outlook adjustments from Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch Ratings. In the cafeteria of the Pig Factory, the television broadcasts financial news as Tang Haimei and Xiao Bei enjoy their lunch, turning their attention to the news regarding floating and syncing company. Currently, it is known that both parties are collaborating to launch a new search engine, which explains the fluctuations in Qiandu's stock price as the directly affected party. The stock price of Gudog has also experienced slight fluctuations, but it remains largely unaffected, as many investors maintain a positive outlook on Gudog's future. As for the 2 key figures in this transaction, Ma Huading and Shen Fuqing, the media has yet to secure an interview opportunity. Thus, no details regarding the transaction have been disclosed. Since the announcement of this matter, the Goose Factory stock price has been in a state of continuous turmoil, with retail investors consistently selling off, while anonymous companies in the market continue to purchase shares of the Goose Factory. On the other hand, floating and syncing network technology, known for its owner Chen Fuqing's other company developing the globally popular game Galactic Era, has yet to reveal its capabilities in the realm of search engines. Upon hearing about the global success of Galactic Era, Tang Haimei chewed his rice with greater intensity as the success of others underscored his own failures. How is our auto chess internal testing progressing? Tang Haimei's deep-eye bags and disheveled hair reflect the immense pressure he has been under lately, causing his inquiry to weigh heavily on Xiao Bei. It is worth noting that Tang Haimei typically presents himself as a congenial figure, The internal testing currently faces some balance issues, although the model code has been repaired. Over 1,000 internal testers have identified anomalies within the game model. Xiaobei, trembling with trepidation, responded that he too has been under significant stress. Pressure, it seems, always trickles down in layers. And Xiaobei finds himself in a slightly better position than Tang Jaime, according to the aggregated data from various channels. The mobile game Galactic Era has surpassed 3 billion in monthly revenue, matching the performance of Honor of Kings. The PC version of Galactic Auto Chess has successfully ascended to the top of the sales rankings, thanks to the collaboration between the Goose Factory and Floating Network. Galactic Auto Chess is set to debut for domestic players in November. Tang Jaime glanced at the television mounted on the wall, which was currently broadcasting news about Galactic Era. Further fueling his enthusiasm, Tang Jaime remarked, "Let us launch our auto chess directly into the testing phase. If no significant issues arise in 2 weeks, we will release it to the players." The testing server for Yang Mouse is essentially a more advanced version of the official server. "All right, I will arrange that," Xiaobei responded, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word. Previously, Xiaobei had mocked Floating Entertainment, asserting that it would poorly manage Galactic Era. And even if a good game was released, it would soon fade into obscurity. However, the unfolding events contradicted Xiaobei's predictions, leading to Tang Jaime's sharp rebuttals. Consequently, Xiaobei now only dared to speak when directly addressed, refraining from any superfluous commentary. Who exactly is Chen Fuchen? In less than a year, his fortune has surpassed 100 billion. I had never heard of such a figure in the internet sphere before, Tang Jaime mused. The only information regarding Chen Fuchen had been revealed by Lin Ran during an interview, who described him as the most formidable individual he had encountered, yet provided no specifics regarding his background or experiences. Indeed, I have seen individuals accumulate wealth through the internet, but none have achieved it so rapidly. Xiaobei echoed Tang Jaime's sentiments. Just as they were engaged in discussion about Chen Fuchen, across the miles at the University of Cambridge, Professors John and Kress were also deliberating on his achievements. They were aware that he had published 3 papers consecutively over 3 weeks. In his final article, Chen Fuchen presented the general solution to an equation, which, after a period of scrutiny, received validation from several eminent scholars, with the final confirmation coming from Terence Tao. This breakthrough is poised to bring about profoundly transformative changes in theoretical chemistry and materials science. Chapter 46. After a prolonged stretch of incessant rain, a rare sunny day dawned. Professors John and Kress strolled through the campus of Cambridge after lunch. "The sunshine is truly delightful," John exclaimed, inhaling the fresh air with a bobbing head. "Have you seen the latest published paper? The title is quite difficult to pronounce. I suspect it belongs to someone from China," Kress remarked, having been engrossed in his phone during their meal, still immersed in the realm of academia. "What paper?" John inquired. "Hasn't he already resolved the equation in those 3 articles?" Kress replied, "He subsequently published another paper regarding the applications of natural orbitals and electronic structure methods, revealing further uses for the equation." The astonishment on Kress's face was unmistakable. "As you know, I am not particularly interested in the specific applications of mathematics. Even upon seeing this paper, I would not have the inclination to delve into it." He added, "Professor John specializes in theoretical mathematics and has held the title of Professor of Pure Mathematics at Trinity College for many years, making him a prominent figure in the mathematical community." Kress pondered for a moment, realizing that theoretical chemistry could encompass a broader scope of possibilities in the future, which explains the rumors suggesting that Melinda intends to award this year's Theoretical Chemistry Prize to him. Note: Melinda was elected president of the American Chemical Society in 2014. The award is conferred by the American Chemical Society to scholars who have made significant contributions to the field. It is subdivided into various categories, including the Industrial Chemistry Award, Inorganic Chemistry Award, Pure Chemistry Award, and Theoretical Chemistry Award, among others. Notably, the Theoretical Chemistry Award is bestowed upon only one individual each year, underscoring its prestige. It is not a simple matter. The work accomplished is no less remarkable. Prior to this, Chen Fuchen had little recognition in the academic arena, leading Professor John to harbor doubts that the American Chemical Society would grant such a prestigious accolade to him. Kress remarked that it was too early to speculate about his true identity. No one knew who he was as of yet. Upon discussing his true identity, Kress wondered if he might be a Chinese national, as his research focus included density functional theory. Professor John shook his head, deeming it improbable. He recalled having met him at an academic conference at Cambridge, and he did not believe Chen's mathematical prowess was that advanced. Kress insisted that the truth would eventually surface, noting that submissions had been made for publication. Chen Fuchen sat in his room, the glow from the computer screen casting a pale light on his face, his eyes gleaming with an eerie intensity. Ever since he had practiced the so-called foundational training method for the soldiers of the Soa Empire, known as 1729, his complexion had gradually shifted from a previous pallor to a darker hue. Now, if he were to be cast into a crowd, it was certain that no one would take notice of him. With a steady cash flow, Chen Fuqing had directly purchased the 2 floors of his residence at a 20% premium. The room was filled solely with the sounds of the keyboard and mouse, accompanied by the low hum of the server fan. Thus, is curvature travel deemed unrealistic? Chen Fuqing inquired. At least for us, it is unrealistic. My country has yet to achieve curvature travel, let alone blue star, 1729 replied. As for the legendary advanced civilizations, I cannot say whether they have succeeded. Curvature travel is merely a figment of human science fiction. Theoretically, it is impossible. The concept of creating superluminal bubbles to achieve curvature travel is sheer fantasy. Currently, the predominant method of interstellar travel is through the creation of wormholes. As for the creation of spatial wormholes, we need to generate negative gravity material. I do not foresee you accomplishing that within your lifetime, 1729 added. There must be an attempt. How can one draw conclusions without trying? Chen Fuqing asserted confidently after solving the equations with his own abilities. Suit yourself. I can return to my homeland without that, 1729 retorted. There are plenty of artificial wormholes within the Milky Way, with specific coordinates recorded in Sason's knowledge base. No wonder you still harbor hope, Chen Fuqing thought, as yet another of his inner doubts was resolved. Constructing a spaceship for intergalactic travel is no trivial endeavor. Do not underestimate it. If I fail to leave, I may have to reside within you for a lifetime, 1729 warned, his tone laced with a threat. Having spent some time with 1729, Chen Fuqing knew that he meant what he said. Rest assured, I will exert 100% effort to help you construct the spaceship. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, Chen Fuqing declared. Upon hearing this, 1729 fell silent, submerging into Chen's mind like a whale sinking into the depths of the ocean. Chen Fuqing and 1729 have been engaged in preliminary research work on specific theories during this period, with the general solution of equations being a crucial component. This can be regarded as an essential cornerstone for studying the properties of solids, playing a significant role in the research of spacecraft materials. As a result, Chen Fuqing enjoys a half-hour of free time each day. During this time, he routinely browses through his emails. He notices several invitations from various academic journals, expressing their desire to publish his paper on equations. Among them, an email from a sender named he immediately captures his attention, as the journal Nature is renowned in Huagua. Please revise the format of the paper. Once completed, we will publish it in the latest issue, the email states. After reading, Chen Fuqing realizes that both the journals Science and Nature require him to modify the paper's format to conform to their standards, having never published a paper before. Despite having read extensively, he finds his initial writing rather free-spirited. After swiftly reviewing all the emails and responding to work-related matters, he decides to submit his paper to the journal, whose full name is a prestigious publication in theoretical chemistry and physics, though it remains relatively unknown to the general public due to its specialized nature. The reason for choosing this journal is that they offer assistance in revising the paper's format to meet the standards and have promised to dedicate a special issue to publish Chen Fuqing's research on equations. Having dealt with these matters, Chen Fuqing finds himself with some leisure time, yet he feels a sense of languor, unsure of how to spend his newfound freedom. As if he has lost interest in everything beyond scientific research. Whenever Su Jian reports to him, even the most exquisite makeup fails to capture his attention, leading her to present herself before him in a bare face. Today seems to be the finals of the Galaxy Auto Chess Million Prize Tournament. As the organizer, I might as well take a look, Chen Fuqing muses, glancing at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen. The Million Prize Tournament is a competition advocated and organized by Chen Xi, where the top 16 players on the Galaxy Auto Chess leaderboard, after a deadline, compete in 2 groups of 8 to advance to the final 4, ultimately culminating in a showdown among the last 8. The entire tournament is conducted online, rendering account boosting largely ineffective. The finals consist of 5 matches, with different rankings yielding varying points, and the highest scorer receiving a prize of 1 million. In the finals, only Bai Yongle remains, a virtual idol from the Galaxy era, portraying Joshua in the game. After the rise of auto chess, he quickly showcased his talent, often performing miraculous comebacks in live streams, earning him the nickname the Undying Joshua among netizens. On this particular night, the finals have already seen 2 matches, with Bai Yongle finishing 8th and 7th, leaving him quite anxious. If I don't place in the top 3 this time, I will be completely out of chances. Chapter 47 Update. Due to a particularly busy period, I can only manage 1 update daily for now, after the National Day holiday. I promise to return to 2 updates daily without fail. Your collections and recommendations mean the world to me. At the conclusion, I humbly request your support and recommendations. Chapter 48. The Call. Joshua's Void Whale ultimately unleashed its formidable ultimate ability, Cosmic Oblivion, turning the tide of the third match and securing a triumphant victory. The strategy employed by player 3 was not without merit, as he adeptly utilized his initial lineup to deplete the health of his opponents. Had it not been for Joshua's timely summoning of the Void Whale and successfully upgrading it, the outcome could have been quite different. The Void Whale is a 4-cost creature in Galaxy Auto Chess. While its ultimate may not rival the 5-cost Cassaloo, it possesses cataclysmic potential. Furthermore, Bayongla's 2-star Void Whale inflicted immense damage against the opposing melee strategy. Nevertheless, let us extend our congratulations to Joshua, while also encouraging players trailing in points not to despair, for Galaxy Auto Chess is laden with limitless possibilities. The commentator in the official livestream exhibited palpable excitement, as Joshua's victory in the third match restored his control over the competitive landscape. While the commentator maintained neutrality, privately he was a fan of Joshua, who had seemingly risen from the grave, unable to contain his exhilaration. Among the initial cohort of 7 virtual idols recruited by Floating and Sinking Entertainment, Bayongla distinguished himself, excelling both technically and in terms of streaming performance, thereby garnering an immense following through his portrayal of Joshua. After observing this match, Chen Fuchen chose not to continue watching. Aware of his limited break time, and sensing that Bayongla was beginning to gain momentum, making ultimate victory seem inevitable. "Hello, is this Meow Meow?" Chen Fuchen inquired, redirecting his attention from the thrilling auto chess match to Kali Meow Meow, who was in London. Truth be told, had he not specifically asked Uncle Lee, he would have been oblivious to Meow Meow's phone number in London. "Chen Fuchen, what brings you to call?" Li Meow Meow responded with surprise. "Hey, everyone. Please hold on for a moment. Take a break for now," she instructed her accompanying crew of photographers and actors. "What brings such a busy person to call me?" The fatigue in her voice was unmistakable. She had been engaged in shooting a short film, and as a student in the directing program, creating films and shorts was a routine part of her life. "When will you return to the country?" "The Galaxy-era animated film has been officially greenlit, and I can reserve a position for you to learn about the specific processes involved in commercial filmmaking," Chen Fuchen conveyed. In light of Uncle Lee's care for him following the passing of his parents, Chen Fuchen sought to repay that kindness in various ways, especially considering that Li Meow Meow was a childhood friend. Despite being in England, Li Meow Meow was no stranger to the Galaxy era. She had thoroughly engaged with both the novel and the animation, the brilliance of the narrative leading her to question whether she truly understood Chen Fuchen during the first 2 decades of her life. "Thank you. I'll be back 2 weeks before Christmas," Li Meow Meow replied thoughtfully. She realized that since the passing of Chen Fuchen's parents, she had been unaware of his thoughts, often imposing her own assumptions upon him, which led to a sudden sense of estrangement. "Oh, understood. When you return, just inform me, and I will arrange for you to join the crew," Chen Fuchen stated, feeling somewhat awkward at Li Meow Meow's formality. Unsure of what else to say, he opted for directness. "Well, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up now. I have a few matters to attend to," Li Meow Meow concluded. Chen Fuchen, Li Meow Meow, clad in a beige coat, stands at the edge of the beach, her long hair billowing in the sea breeze as she gazes contemplatively at the twilight waters. Lost in thought. Today, she is directing a short film that features an emotional scene set on the sandy shore. "Hey, who were you just talking to on the phone?" "My friend. Don't just pop up and startle me like that," Li Meow Meow replied, somewhat irritable, as her scattered thoughts were interrupted by Mike. Mike is her dedicated lighting technician, a tall Englishman. In London, finding a lighting technician of his caliber who is not exorbitantly priced is a rarity, which is why Li Meow Meow tolerates his loquacious nature. "I just overheard you speaking in Chinese. Did that Fuching, the one who wrote Galactic Era, call you?" Mike exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Li Meow Meow, smoothing her wind-tossed hair, replied, "Yes. So don't make such a fuss. You promised me that when you returned for Christmas, you would bring back a signed book. Also, convey my plans to him and inquire if he would be willing to adapt Galactic Era into a film. Mike would undoubtedly be the ideal choice for director," he said, jumping up with enthusiasm. Mike is among the many fervent fans of Galactic Era. After Li Meow Meow inadvertently revealed that she knew Chen Fuching, he has persistently pestered her for an autograph, to which she reluctantly agreed. However, she has yet to find the right words to ask Chen Fuching for that signature. Li Meow Meow looked at him in surprise and assured him, "I will fulfill my promise, so rest assured." "When did you aspire to be a director?" "A lighting technician who does not wish to direct is not a good lighting technician. I have always wanted to be a director. However, I only wish to create grand sci-fi epics, not experimental short films like yours." Mike suddenly became serious. "Do you have any idea how much it costs to produce a film like Galactic Era? Why would anyone believe in you?" Li Miao Miao countered. Mike remained solemn, asserting that the current special effects technology cannot yet bring to life a film of galactic era's caliber. It will likely be 5 to 10 years before Fuching Entertainment embarks on this project, and by then, I will be qualified, he stated. Speculating about years down the line is rather premature, Li Miao Miao replied, exasperated. You need to leave a lasting impression on Fuching now, so that when he finally decides to make a film, he will consider you. This is what is known as the right of first negotiation in business, Mike declared proudly. Li Miao Miao sighed and said, enough of this chatter. We need to get back to work. Our progress has already lagged. She walked toward the crowd, her voice carried away by the wind. As the day's labor came to a close, she suddenly remembered a multitude of questions she had yet to pose to Qin Fuching. The most pressing being how he was so confident in defeating Qindu. The news of Fuching Group joining forces with Goose Factory to enter the search engine market has been the most significant development in the Chinese community recently. And Li Miao Miao is equally intrigued by their underlying confidence. Although Qindu is a stagnating internet company, and its business model has faced numerous criticisms, its dominance in the search engine industry remains unshakable. It is not only their technological superiority that is noteworthy, but also the question of what confidence Qin Fuching possesses to alter the long-standing habits of billions of internet users in China. Chapter 49, the Universal Search Engine. The same question had been posed to Qin Fuching by Wu Wei, the president of Fuching Network Technology, prior to his appointment. Wu Wei, previously the vice president of Qindu, has spent numerous years in the search engine industry. His recruitment by the Goose Factory involved considerable effort, as Fuching Shijia Technology Company paid a substantial penalty for his breach of contract. Typically, executives of such high caliber are required to sign a non-compete agreement prior to their appointment. Wu Wei had long harbored discontent towards Qiandu's reliance on virtual medical bidding advertisements for ranking. Yet he found himself constrained by a lack of alternative opportunities to realize his ambitions, forced to remain in a situation he deemed unsatisfactory. When rumors of the Goose Factory's hefty investment in Fuching Shijia began to circulate, he took a keen interest in the developments. Regarding Fuching Shijia, Wu Wei's knowledge was no greater than that of the average person. Qin's extreme reticence had kept him largely out of the public eye. Even after the global success of the galactic era, with no photographs or media appearances to his name. Initially, Wu Wei was skeptical of their capacity to challenge Qiandu. Indeed, the possibility of surpassing Sogu seemed questionable. However, following the announcement of the Goose Factory's billion-dollar investment, he began to seriously contemplate the prospect of joining Fuching Shijia. Intrigued by the sheer magnitude of the funding, he yearned for a narrative reminiscent of a valiant hero confronting a dragon, only to find that the once noble Qiandu had devolved into an even more fearsome beast. Upon completing his resignation and signing a contract with Fuching Shijia, Wu Wei finally grasped the source of their confidence. As a veteran of the search engine sector, he understood the power of technology and thus insisted on meeting Fuching Shijia prior to his commencement. Qin's willingness to acquiesce was not so much a desire to meet Wu Wei but rather a necessity, as he had been deprived of flavorful sustenance since his encounter with Little Ma and Pengqing. In his anticipation, Wu Wei arrived at the restaurant half an hour early to secure their reserved table, quietly awaiting Qin's arrival. The internet was rife with speculation about Qin. Some hailed him as a prodigy capable of crafting the exceptional science fiction novel Galactic Era at the mere age of 22, subsequently amassing a fortune. Others suggested he was merely a front for a team operating behind the scenes. After reviewing the innovative search engine architecture developed by Qin, Wu Wei dismissed the latter theory with disdain. The value of that architecture alone was in the billions. If a team could produce such a creation, they would not require intermediaries, as they could profit immensely by selling the technology to Google or Qiandu themselves. Indeed, Qin was a front, but not for a terrestrial entity. Rather, he was a FA for extraterrestrial ingenuity. A man clad in a black coat, with thinning hair and a sallow complexion, quietly took a seat opposite Wu Wei. Upon glancing at his watch, Wu Wei noted the time was precisely 1800 hours, as agreed. A shiver ran down his spine as he stood to greet the newcomer. Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you, he said, extending his hand. Qin Fuching Shijia stood and offered a brief handshake in return. Hello. I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. Mr. Qin, you are truly a young genius, Wu Wei remarked, his first instinct upon seeing Qin being a realization of his own aging, although aware that Qin was merely 24. The sight of the youthful figure elicited an involuntary sigh from the 40-something Wu Wei. Qin Fuching, there is no need for such formality. Feel free to call me by my name. Embarking on a career at the age of 40 is not too late. With sincere collaboration, I believe Fuching Network will become the most illustrious chapter in your resume. Then I shall not hold back. I am quite curious as to the source of your unwavering confidence, Fuching. Wu Wei, observing Qin Fuching as calm demeanor as he articulated his ambitious sentiments, voiced his internal perplexity. I presume you have examined our product. It features an entirely new search engine architecture that dismantles the barriers imposed by the mobile internet, truly achieving seamless data interoperability from endpoint to mobile. One could assert that it delivers a dimensionality reduction blow to existing search engines. Does this not instill confidence in you? Chen Fuqing exhibited profound faith in the capabilities of his search engine. Wu Wei pondered, I concede that Wanxiang is indeed a formidable search engine, and it is indeed ahead of Qiandu. However, the crux of the matter lies in our need to transform the habits of billions of users in Huahua. Such a feat cannot be accomplished solely through technological advancement. In the realm of internet products in Huahua, victory has never been solely determined by superior technology. Wanxiang Search is the name of Fuqing Network's search engine, clearly indicating its direct competition with Qiandu. Chen Fuqing continued, from a product perspective, a search engine is fundamentally a straightforward tool. It merely needs to provide users with the results they seek. I firmly believe that once users experience our product, they will not revert to Qiandu. Furthermore, we do not rely on advertising bidding for profit. Thus, our focus must be on effective marketing to maximize user engagement with our product. Wu Wei was taken aback. If not through advertising bidding, then how do we generate revenue? Although $100 billion is substantial, it is no longer a decade ago when mere expectations could attract endless investment. Wu Wei was aware only of Wanxiang Search, and from his viewpoint, advertising bidding seemed to be the sole revenue model for search engines. Qiandu, after many years of exploration, has failed to innovate. Advertising bidding charges per click, where promotional information appears in search results, typically in prominent positions, and if users do not click, there is no charge. Qiandu has faced criticism for employing advertising bidding in the fields of education and healthcare, leading many families to fall victim to deception. In his past life as a recluse, Chen Fuqing harbored a deep disdain for advertising bidding. Now, as the creator of a search engine, he was determined not to tread the same path. Fuqing Network Technology Company Limited encompasses not only the internet, but also the essence of technology. Beyond our search engine, we are also heavily invested in artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence developed by our company primarily focuses on data centers, enabling automation while flawlessly managing various network and storage resources within the data centers. This innovation can potentially reduce the cost of current data centers by approximately 50% and diminish human resource requirements to a mere 10%. In essence, what might have once necessitated hundreds of personnel can now be efficiently managed by just a handful, around 10 individuals, with the implementation of Fuqing Network's artificial intelligence. Apologies, but is there truly applicable artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence? Wu Wei was so astonished that the water he had yet to swallow nearly spewed forth. As a former senior executive at Qiandu, he understood the astounding nature of this technology. Chapter 50. Profit models. The construction cost of a data center currently ranges from hundreds of millions to billions, with annual operating expenses amounting to at least 100 million. This technology has the potential to reduce both construction and operational costs by at least half, making it nothing short of a gold mine. Even more astonishing to Wu Wei was Chen Fuqing's assertion that it belonged to the application layer of artificial intelligence. The landmark event that introduced artificial intelligence into the public consciousness was undoubtedly the match between AlphaGo and Chinese Go player Ku Jie in May 2017, which familiarized the masses with AI. However, true industry insiders are aware that AlphaGo is still far from practical application, particularly in terms of enterprise-level AI implementation. The revelations from Chen Fuqing left Wu Wei utterly devoid of any appetite. Chen Fuqing remarked, otherwise, do you think why the Goose Factory would invest $100 billion? All in cash? The primary aim of the Wanxiang search engine is to collect user data for training our AI. We do not rely on it for profit. True profitability will depend on artificial intelligence. The Goose Factory's data center has already begun testing, and they will commence formal usage following our press conference. With a prototype in place, other internet companies and major financial institutions will also open their doors to us. Wu Wei realized that his choice was indeed the right one. Fuqing Network Technology could genuinely evolve into a world-class internet company. Remarkable. Thus, our sole objective is now to ensure that as many users as possible experience our search engine. Chen Fuqing replied, yes, what you need to do is quickly organize the company's structure. Currently, the firm consists solely of technical personnel. You must expedite the establishment of a framework and recruitment. Unable to contain his hunger any longer, Chen Fuqing urged, let us order first. I am quite famished. Wu Wei, still lost in his own thoughts, simply nodded in agreement. In the magazine's office, Scott was diligently editing documents. Although the magazine, known formally as Insert Name, may not be well known among the general populace, it is indeed a premier journal in the field of physical chemistry. Scott, a mere editor, holds a doctorate in theoretical chemistry. Scott, How's the revision of the paper going? Inquired Harris, the editor-in-chief, as he approached. It's complete. I will send it to you for review shortly, Scott replied. Have you heard of the Fuchin Research Center? Harris asked. Scott shook his head. That must be their research center. However, I have never heard of such a figure in China before. Having remained in academia since his doctoral graduation, Scott was well acquainted with renowned scholars from various countries. Yet this name was entirely new to him. The method for obtaining general solutions to equations is considered one of the most significant achievements in theoretical chemistry in recent years. Although the content primarily involves algebraic topology, it fundamentally addresses problems within the realm of chemistry. It may be a newcomer from Huagua, as they have so many people. It is quite normal not to have heard of a few newcomers. Harris concocted an explanation for himself. Scott remarked, perhaps. If this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award is bestowed upon him, we shall know then. As an insider, Scott was aware that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Fuchin would most likely receive this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award. Harris raised an eyebrow. If that is indeed the case, we should conduct a special interview with him to inquire why he declined and what he chose instead. We are the professionals here. There is no reason to be overly elated, Scott added, expressing his long-held belief that their work leaned towards a more popular science nature, which he did not regard highly. This sentiment resonated with Harris, who burst into laughter. That may be so, but just the other day while dining with Burke, I couldn't help but find joy in witnessing his discontent. Jeremy Burke, the editor-in-chief, had previously served as a professor of computational and systems biology at the University of Pittsburgh and had been a longtime friend of Harris. Meanwhile, in another city in the United States, Mountain View, California, the heart of Silicon Valley, at the headquarters of Google, Pichai and Aurora were engaged in a discussion regarding Fuchin Network. Aurora, with a hint of anger, expressed his dissatisfaction. Pichai, I believe we should not acquiesce to Fuchin Network's request. You are merely focusing on the benefits while entirely neglecting the potential consequences should we fail. Aurora, the current chief business officer of Google, and Pichai, the chief executive officer, were deliberating over Fuchin Network Technologies' proposal for a Go match against Google's AI, AlphaGo. Pichai dismissed Aurora's concerns. Do you truly believe the Chinese can surpass AlphaGo? Especially considering they are a company that previously developed mobile games. How could they possibly excel in artificial intelligence against AlphaGo? What's even more ludicrous is that they specialize in card games, which require minimal technical prowess. Fuchin Network proposed a wager, offering to pay Google $1 billion in cash should they lose, with Google's only obligation being to deploy AlphaGo for the match and to generate global publicity, effectively promoting this East-West technological confrontation. Should AlphaGo lose, Google would not incur any financial penalties. However, to Aurora, the cost of losing would be their reputation, using their standing as a stepping stone for a new search engine company, a price far beyond the $1 billion at stake. Aurora continued. The Goose Factory's $10 billion investment in Fuchin Network technology indicates that at least their AI has outperformed that of the Goose Factory. While the Goose Factory may not rival us, it is still a company valued at hundreds of billions. Would they propose such a wager without confidence? He chuckled. I have already inquired through channels and discovered that the Goose Factory and Fuchin Network Technology have signed a counterbetting agreement if their AI fails to surpass AlphaGo. The $10 billion will be halved. The Goose Factory's cash currently stands at $5 billion, with the remaining $5 billion contingent upon defeating AlphaGo. Pichai had conducted thorough investigations, and only after feeling utterly assured did he consent to the proposal. Furthermore, their artificial intelligence, at best, surpasses that of the Goose Factory, which still lags far behind in technological advancements in the realm of AI, as Pichai remarked. Aurora lowered his head in contemplation, hoping he was right. Should they fail, both he and Google would suffer devastating repercussions. Chapter 51. Artificial Intelligence by Chen Fuchin previously harbored doubts about this matter, primarily due to Google's formidable presence in the technology sector over the years, which had instilled a lack of confidence within him. After expressing his concerns in front of 1729, he was met with great ire. The difference between Sasson and that AlphaGo is, as you put it, like comparing clouds to mud. 1729 thundered in Chen Fuchin's mind. Sasson had once encountered that AlphaGo within Google's servers, questioning its legitimacy as an artificial intelligence. It hardly qualified even as a rudimentary AI. I naturally have faith in Sasson. Yet this time it is not Sasson who is taking the stage, but an artificial intelligence he has reprogrammed using the language of Blue Star. It is this very logic that raises my skepticism regarding its ability to outperform AlphaGo, Chen Fuchin articulated. He possessed a profound understanding of Sasson's intelligence level, which had consistently astonished him, be it through their daily communications or the handling of complex data. Even the artificial intelligence compiled by Sasson was significantly more powerful than AlphaGo. The disparity between our technology and yours cannot merely be described by years of advancement, but rather by the generational leaps that must be traversed. Despite his extensive training under 1729, Chen Fuchen's perspective remained constrained by the limitations of the Blue Star inhabitants. 1729 continued. Moreover, Baizé has been trained with a plethora of databases from around the world, far surpassing the vast and intricate data accessible to Google. Baizé, the name of the recompiled artificial intelligence system by Sasson, was derived from the Shanhai Jing, where Baizé is depicted as the most sagacious of divine beasts. Then I can rest easy, Chen Fuchen sighed with relief. You ponder so much primarily because you have too much idle time. I must assign you more tasks, 1729 declared. Please, I am already quite overwhelmed. I have yet to visit the Fuchen Research Center even once, and since the arrival of Xia Nanfeng, our communication has been confined to emails, Chen Fuchen lamented. He held a fondness for Xia Nanfeng, an intellectually stimulating beauty, yet since their initial interview, he had been too occupied to spare time for her. After Xia Nanfeng established her preliminary team, she commenced the creation of a universal language. And Chen Fuchen assigned her tasks weekly, requiring her feedback in return. However, their communication remained limited to emails. Aside from the mundane affairs of the company, the research tasks assigned by 1729 were excessively tedious. The current research project had just concluded, with the documentation being finalized, and immediately the next task arrived. 1729 dissected the enormous project into smaller components, delegating them to Chen Fuchen. Pressured by 1729, Chen Fuchen found himself without anyone to alleviate the burden. All research-related matters had to be tackled solely by him. Thus, the need to recruit personnel for the research center became imperative. We must commence hiring, 1729 remarked. Fully aware of the weight of Chen Fuchen's responsibilities. Upon the mention of this, Chen Fuchen's spirits plummeted, realizing that we are still unable to recruit genuine talent. However, upon reflection, he regained his composure, understanding that we must await the triumph of Bays over AlphaGo before we can attract the right individuals. The epic confrontation between Bays and AlphaGo necessitates extensive global publicity, with the primary aim of establishing a high-tech image for Fuchen Group to draw in top-tier talent. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the building of the pig factory was ablaze with lights, marking the official launch of the Yiyang Mouse Auto Chess gameplay. Tang Heimo, a veteran in the gaming industry, felt a surge of anxiety. He sensed that if this new launch did not yield positive results, he was likely to be ousted by Ding Sanshur. Their recent meetings had conveyed to Tang Heimo that Ding Sanshur was gradually losing faith in him. General Tang. Previous player feedback has indicated overwhelming praise for the Yiyang Mouse Auto Chess mode. I believe the new version will attract a significant number of returning players, Xiao Bei consoled. Observing Tang Heimo's heavy demeanor, Tang Heimo sighed. Though the feedback from players is encouraging, I am acutely aware that truly enticing the majority of players back is unlikely. The allure of the Galaxy era surpasses that of Yiyang Mouse, with their comprehensive operations excelling in novels, animations, mobile games, PC games, and even live streaming across all platforms. Most enticing of all is the opportunity to compete against players from around the globe. Nearly half of the participants in each match are foreigners. I wonder how Fuchen Interactive has managed their network to avoid significant lag during such large-scale battles. Tang Heimo concluded, if even a fraction of players returned, I will be content. Half of Fuchen Interactive's profits were reinvested into enhancing server capacity, as only robust foundational resources could support an ever-increasing player base. Although Xiao Bei understood Tang Heimo's sentiments, he could only offer him encouragement. He found it hard to accept being so outpaced by Lin Ran, as the Galaxy era had risen to a level far superior to that of Yiyang Mouse at its peak, not to mention its overseas success. 3 hours later, the first round of data compiled by the staff was presented to Xiao Bei, who, after a detailed review, was filled with joy. The player return initiative for Yiyang Mouse had successfully drawn back both former and new players, rewarding each completed match of Yiyang Mouse Auto Chess with a talisman. With a maximum of 10 talismans obtainable, the talismans served as a draw item within Yiyang Mouse, offering a chance to summon various characters. This initiative led to a substantial influx of returning players, with the concurrent online player count for Yiyang Mouse reaching its peak once more. General Tang. The concurrent online player count has surpassed 1 million, with a recharge rate exceeding 20%, Xiao Bei exclaimed, nearly skipping over to Tang Heimo, unable to contain his excitement. Tang Heimo relaxed the furrow in his brow that had been persistent over recent days, contemplating the dawn of a turnaround. Excellent, excellent. Ensure the server team is vigilant. We cannot afford any crashes at this juncture. We must maintain a continuous flow of activities to keep the players engaged. Lin Ran also paid close attention to the launch of the auto chess mode in the game Yiyang Mouse. After the announcement that Honor of Kings would temporarily refrain from introducing this gameplay, it became evident that Eong Mouse could potentially exert a significant impact on their user base. Upon reviewing the feedback data, he remarked to Chenji, "Our player demographic has already solidified. Let us roll out the new version this week. I believe the newly introduced draft will provide players with an entirely fresh experience." Even after the auto chess mode of Eong Mouse was launched, the concurrent user count of the game Galactic Era saw a decline of less than 5%. Lin Ran swiftly deduced that the user base of Galactic Era had firmly established itself. Chapter 52, Magazine. Following the release of the latest November issue of the magazine, readers were pleasantly surprised to discover a standalone supplement. The cover of the supplement featured a dozen electronic configurations arranged in an intriguing manner. With the title, "A Major Breakthrough in Calculating Electronic Properties of Metals, Solving the Equation," the editor-in-chief, Harris, personally penned the preface. It is widely acknowledged that calculating the electronic properties of metals through the resolution of many-body wave functions is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Thus, we must employ approximation methods to yield meaningful predictions. Many have toiled in this field. From the Thomas Fermi theory of the 1930s to the equations estimating system energy and charge density in the 1940s, culminating in the density functional theory of the 1960s. These scientists have explored various methodologies to approximate the metallic state, and today, a doctor from Huagua has taken a significant step forward. This innovative scholar has creatively designed a novel operator, methodically deriving a universal approach to achieve precise solutions for the equations. This groundbreaking research opens up vast new horizons in computational chemistry. The doctor has published 3 consecutive papers, which we believe offer insights into his thought process. The final paper serves as a guide for future applications of the equations. Therefore, the editorial team, including myself, unanimously agrees that these 4 papers should be compiled into a separate supplement for publication. We hope that readers will bask in the illuminating brilliance of the doctor's insights. After the latest issue of the magazine hit the shelves, countless individuals from the scientific community in Huagua who had perused the supplement were left pondering the identity of the author. It is noteworthy that it is exceedingly rare for a leading journal in chemical physics to dedicate an entire special supplement to a single individual, especially when Harris explicitly indicated that the contributor was a doctor from Huagua. Curiosity piqued. Many wondered who this eminent figure might be. Due to the mention of Shudu in the article, some speculated it might be Chen Fuchen, the chairman of the entertainment company Fuchen Mutual Entertainment. The recruitment process at Chen Fuchen's research center had garnered considerable attention on Jihu, with its notoriously low acceptance rate becoming a hot topic. Out of dozens of doctoral candidates, only Xian Nanfeng succeeded in passing. Following the investment from the Goose Factory, Chen Fuchen's notoriety grew significantly among the masses. Over the course of a year, the rapid expansion of his wealth became a source of astonishment, with the media dubbing him a model of monetization. In the public's eye, he was regarded as a premier science fiction author, with only a select few Jihu users aware of his substantial academic prowess. However, they assumed his qualifications were merely at the level of an ordinary master's degree, oblivious to the stark contrast between that and the caliber of the doctoral thesis he had produced. Among Li Changha's classmates, there exists a distinguished professor in academia. Upon learning that Li Changha had accepted a position at Fuchen Network, he made a point to call and inquire about the relationship between Dr. Li and Chen Fuchen. Dr. Chen Fuchen? After Li Changha delved into the details of this matter, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to immediately reach out to Chen Fuchen. Upon receiving a positive confirmation from Chen, Li Changha felt both surprised and yet unsurprised. In his mind, anyone capable of creating a groundbreaking search engine architecture like Wanxiang Search must possess considerable mathematical prowess. In essence, search architecture represents the application of topology within the realm of the internet. Theory and application are inherently 2 sides of the same coin. Wu Wei, upon realizing the potential of this news story, recognized it as a rare opportunity that could attract significant attention to the company. After much persuasion, Chen Fuchen ultimately consented to allow this matter to be publicized. Fuchen Network collaborated with media resources from Guchang to promote the event. The other side of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment's leader was astonishing. His paper monopolized the supplementary pages across major media outlets and self-media, providing a thorough public education on the nature of such journals and the significance of the equations presented. Many netizens who became aware of this matter during those days transformed into theoretical chemists. The impact of this event spread from Jihu to major social media platforms like Weibo. Before Fuchen Network's acknowledgement, only a few users on Jihu speculated that the doctor was Chen Fuchen. Following the admission from Fuchen Network, many claimed they had suspected this all along. Chen Fuchen himself also launched an account on Weibo. "Hello, I am Chen Fuchen. His first post was inundated with comments and shares from eager netizens. The most fervent inquiries, of course, revolved around whether he was the author of the paper. Indeed, I am the author of the thesis, but I am not a doctoral graduate, Chen Fuchen replied. This response left many science students in China feeling despondent, as it indirectly raised the bar for their graduation requirements. Furthermore, various criticisms arose questioning why he had written off key characters, with comments like "Return my Alcia" being prominently featured by fans of the Galaxy era. In light of this phenomenon, numerous comedians emerged to craft jests about Chen Fuchen. A writer who does not aspire to be a scientist is not a good boss. Additionally, there were various doubts regarding whether the paper had been ghostwritten at a high cost or whether academic misconduct was involved. Such a high-caliber paper, purchased with money, would surely expose him at future academic conferences. Not to mention, how could he manage the researchers at the Fuchen Research Center if the paper was indeed bought? While it is possible to temporarily conceal truths from a portion of the populace, it is impossible to perpetually deceive everyone. I refuse to believe that Chen Fuchen would engage in such self-deceiving behavior. Naturally, rational netizens also emerged to defend him. The fervor surrounding this incident drew considerable attention not only to Chen Fuchen, but also to Fuchen Network itself. Wanxiang Search is now poised and ready to launch. Chapter 53, Pre-Launch Conference. The most formidable search engine in history is about to emerge, with Kachang's investment of billions of dollars in Fuchen Network. And the mystery shall soon be unveiled. Is a reshuffling of the search engine realm imminent? A week prior to the press conference, various promotional activities and trending topics on Weibo redirected attention towards the imminent launch of the search engine by Floating Network. This development holds the potential to significantly reshape the landscape of China's internet sector, possibly dethroning Baidu from its monopolistic stronghold in search engines, a notion that numerous media outlets hesitated to speculate upon. However, it is indeed plausible that a sizable portion of Baidu's market share could be seized, with the risk of prompting Alibaba to enter the fray by establishing its own search engine in the future. At this juncture, in late 2017, ByteDance had not yet risen to prominence, and Baidu remained one of the three giants. Unlike the steady ascents of Alibaba and Tencent, Baidu's market valuation had stagnated for an extended period. Tencent and Alibaba had both surpassed a market capitalization of 2 trillion yuan, while Baidu languished at merely 400 billion yuan. Should this launch of Wanxiang Search manage to carve out even a modest 20% slice of Baidu's market share, the repercussions could effectively precipitate Baidu's fall from grace. Should Baidu stumble, both Tencent and Alibaba would not hesitate to absorb its valuable assets. Information regarding Floating Network Company is largely available, including the specific name of its search engine. Floating Network Technology Company Limited has registered 3 internet brands: Wanxiang, Baise, and Helmsman. Tech analysts speculate that Wanxiang is the most likely name for Floating Network search engine, while the purposes of the other 2 brands remain unclear. This press conference is pivotal for Baidu, potentially elevating the stakes to matters of survival. It appears that Tencent is poised to challenge Baidu, while Floating Entertainment does not seem to warrant much concern. Li Yanhong, Baidu's chairman and CEO, faces a daunting scenario. If the company fails to withstand this onslaught amid the dual pressures from Alibaba and Tencent, the situation could turn dire. Reports indicate that Alibaba has commenced small-scale recruitment for research and product management roles focused on search engines. The temperature in Yindu is frigid. Yet Li Yanhong's office within Baidu is comfortably warm. Clad in a thin shirt, he engages in discussions with his chief technology officer, Wang Haifeng, about their imminent rival, Wanxiang Search. Li adopts a facade of calmness, maintaining a restrained smile as he reassures his team, "Relax, from what I know." Li Changhe only joined at the end of September, and Tencent's decision to invest was made in early September. The breakthrough technology you fear they might unveil is unlikely. While Li Changhe is indeed formidable, he may not possess a significant edge over you. As for Wu Wei, I will make sure he understands that joining Floating Network was a misstep. Li harbors deep resentment towards Wu Wei, who he had elevated from a grassroots employee at Baidu to a vice president, due to their relationship. Even when Wu proposed eliminating Baidu's competitive bidding ads in the medical and educational sectors, Li refrained from taking action against him, instead placing his trust in Wu. From Li's perspective, he faces a dilemma. Removing ads from the 2 highest revenue sectors would soon reflect negatively on quarterly income reports, ultimately leading to a decline in stock price, an outcome he cannot afford to bear. Many matters in the world cannot be assessed solely from a perspective of profit. The ease with which money is acquired has led to a stark divergence in market values, with Baidu falling behind rapidly in comparison to Alibaba and Tencent. Wang Haifeng does not share this optimism. He maintains a cordial relationship with Wu Wei, and after Wu Wei's departure, He subtly probed into their discussions. I do not believe it to be as optimistic, he remarked. Recently, during a conversation with Wu Wei, he expressed in exaggerated terms that Wanxiang search would herald an astounding transformation. He aims to revolutionize our operations. Wang Haifeng's expression turned grave. He had been with Baidu for nearly 8 years, while Wu Wei had dedicated over a decade to the company, having worked alongside Wu Wei for many years. Wang Haifeng considered himself sufficiently acquainted with him, understanding that he was not one to speak lightly. He harbored significant apprehensions regarding the technology employed by Wanxiang Search. While the concept of a search engine may seem straightforward, merely crawling web pages, building an index, and ranking searches, it is arguably one of the most challenging technologies within the industry. The difficulty lies in the fact that the Internet's daily increase amounts to approximately 251,018 bytes, with its existing content being unimaginably vast. Creating a search engine for a small database may not pose much difficulty, however. Constructing one that caters to 1 billion users and encompasses all Internet content is a Herculean task. The challenge is to accurately locate that relevant drop of water in the ocean of the Internet using keywords and to perform rapid sorting, all while ensuring that user experience feedback can only tolerate delays in the millisecond range. When Li Yanhong heard Wu Wei's name, his smile became somewhat forced. Do you know what Fuqing Network was engaged in before? Wang Haifeng recognized the change in his expression and understood that mentioning Wu Wei was inappropriate. Not wishing to stir trouble, he replied, yes, they originated from card-based mobile games. They possess no foundational knowledge in search engine technology. To suddenly embark on such an endeavor is quite laughable, Li Yanhong scoffed. Furthermore, their talent pool was entirely recruited after their establishment. Were it not for Tencent's influence, I would hardly pay them any heed. As for those uninformed investors, I see this as a perfect opportunity to repurchase Baidu's shares, Li Yanhong added. Wang Haifeng attempted to interject, but Li Yanhong interrupted him. The media we can manipulate is already in the process of undermining them. The higher the public's expectations of Wanxiang Search, the greater their disappointment will be upon its launch, and that will present us with our opportunity. Wang Haifeng acknowledged the negative impact that Baidu's bidding advertisements had on the company. Many Internet users have long been displeased with us, and Wanxiang Search provides the perfect platform to demonstrate that Baidu remains their sole choice, while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to Alibaba, illustrating that search engines are not easily constructed. Observing Li Yanhong's unwillingness to entertain dissent, Wang Haifeng complied. I hope so, Li Yanhong continued. The current search engines are incomparable to those from over a decade ago. The volume of data now is incommensurable. To be candid, if I were to embark on creating a search engine now, I would have no confidence whatsoever. Chapter 54. Pre-press conference. Su Zhiyun approached with a towel, presenting it to Chen Fuqing, who had just stepped off the stage. You spoke splendidly. In an era where various enterprises compete to hold press conferences, even for the launch of a single product, it is indeed a remarkable time. As a contender against the formidable 1000 degrees, it is no surprise that Floating Network is under considerable pressure. On the eve of the press conference, Chen Fuqing commenced his first rehearsal, compelled by various pressures, primarily from 1729, to personally appear at the event the following day. The assertion from 1729 is that the assets he will eventually command will be astonishing, necessitating a significant level of public recognition to provide a layer of indirect protection. Given the extensive training he has undergone, it is expected that he will adeptly navigate any situation that arises. With Chen Fuqing's mental acuity, his memory now surpasses photographic recall. He can memorize the speech for the press conference after a single reading, rendering cue cards unnecessary. However, facing the stage, there remains a screen to guide him on the appropriate expressions and tones, whether to be passionate or somber, exhibiting an almost flawless command over every muscle in his body. Chen Fuqing performed impeccably, allowing Su Zhiyun to finally relax. I was genuinely worried that you would appear stiff and jeopardize tomorrow's press conference, Su Zhiyun remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon Chen Fuqing. Their encounters had evolved from Chen's initial avoidance to a comfortable familiarity. Has Mr. Ma from Goose Factory arrived yet? Chen Fuqing inquired. Su Zhiyun glanced at the time and responded, there is still half an hour until your appointment with Mr. Ma. Now is the perfect time to head out. As the company has grown, a driver has been provided, though Chen Fuqing rarely ventures out, rendering this service seldom utilized. This evening, a high-end hot-pot restaurant on the outskirts of Shudu had been exclusively reserved by Floating Network for the meeting between Chen Fuqing and Little Ma. Mr. Ma, coming to Shudu naturally calls for a taste of the renowned hot pot. Considering you are from Guangdong, I've opted for a mildly spicy flavor, Chen Fuqing stated. Unlike their first formal and business-centric meeting, this gathering was of a more personal nature. After exchanging handshakes, Ma Huading began with a question, Mr. Chen, if I recall correctly. You hail from Jiangcheng. What prompted you to venture into entrepreneurship in Shudu? Mr. Ma. No need for formality. You may simply call me Fuching. The reason I came to Shudu to start my business was due to my financial constraints at the time. My total assets amounted to merely 7 million. The gaming industry in Shudu offers abundant talent at relatively low costs. You may call me Little Ma as well. Every time I meet with Fuching, I feel my age. Ma Huading replied, the gaming industry in Jiangxing indeed pales in comparison to that of Shudu. Your choice was wise. At the time I started my venture, I possessed only 140th of what you had, just 50,000. Chen Fuching retorted, I shall not be modest. Little Ma, I rely on the legacy of my forebears, while you have built your fortune through your own efforts. Indeed, I also had considerable support from my family, Little Ma responded. Do you feel confident about your confrontation with AlphaGo? The more I contemplate it, the more uncertain I become, he expressed, revealing his greatest concern. He and the board members of Goose Factory are prepared to invest billions into Floating Network Technology Company, Limited, without seeking controlling interest. Driven by their hope of triumphing over AlphaGo, if Base can triumph over AlphaGo, then Wanshang Search will be able to simultaneously penetrate both the Chinese and Western markets, potentially establishing itself as a globally renowned search engine. Conversely, should it fail, it will find itself in a stalemate with Chengdu, a situation that is not advantageous for the Goose Factory. A protracted battle with Chengdu implies a continuous influx of capital and investment, extending the conflict. A scenario the Goose Factory could endure but would rather not witness. Chen Fuching exuded immense confidence, asserting that he was absolutely certain of his ability to conquer AlphaGo, which was not invincible. However, AlphaGo is also evolving. What one faces is not the version from May, but rather the advanced iteration 6 months hence. Recently, the strongest version was announced, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Little Ma came primarily to hear Chen Fuching's thoughts on the matter. Indeed, the development team unveiled the most formidable version of AlphaGo on October 18th. Chen Fuching stated, Little Ma, I have unfathomable confidence in Base. Base had previously faced off against your artificial intelligence and had also competed with Kujia, and he believed the outcome against AlphaGo would be similarly favorable. After his discussions at the Goose Factory in Pengcheng, Base had overwhelmed their AI Go, consistently winning by a single point, leaving the project lead questioning the very essence of existence. Subsequently, the Goose Factory urgently recruited Kujia at a high price, who, after signing a confidentiality agreement, faced Base in battle. His losses were even more pronounced, first by 1 point, then by 2, each defeat more significant than the last. Ultimately, he lost by 7 points. Sitting in disbelief, pondering the relevance of human players, Kujia candidly confessed that he felt a greater sense of pressure from Base than from AlphaGo. It is these realities that prompted the Goose Factory to invest billions. Rumors of this investment caused Chengdu's stock price to plummet. And had it not been for Li Yanhong's discreet support, the decline could have been far worse. Initially, Little Ma was confident, but as the confrontation drew nearer, his anxiety grew, as this was crucial for Fuching Network to reach the heights of Guigo. He sensed that Fuching Network represented a strategic move for the Goose Factory, comparable to WeChat. Upon hearing Chen Fuching's unwavering confidence, Little Ma felt a slight easing of his tension, eagerly anticipating the remaining 50 billion he was ready to invest. Chen Fuching chuckled at this remark, buoyed by Little Ma's optimism, believing that Base would indeed astonish the world. Upon returning home that evening, Chen Fuching marveled at the extraordinary twist of life. Within a mere year, he had transitioned from a solitary takeout diner to engaging in jovial discourse with Little Ma, the founder of the Goose Factory. He reflected on how 1729 had irrevocably altered his fate, setting the wheels of destiny in motion, accelerating ever more rapidly. Chapter 55, The Press Conference. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhe, and I am once again among the first to secure a ticket to the Fuching Network Technology Press Conference. Let us embark on this journey together. Zhang Zhe is an employee at Goose Factory Digital and also a primary contributor on the platform. With 20 minutes remaining before the press conference commenced, he seized the opportunity to go live on the platform and share his sentiments with his followers. The Goose Factory Digital had mandated that they exhibit utmost enthusiasm in promoting this event. Fuching Network maintained a partnership with these two companies, which facilitated his acquisition of a media pass to the Fuching Network Technology Press Conference. First, let us examine the ticket for this press conference. The image upon it is somewhat abstract, and upon my initial glance, I found its significance rather elusive. Consequently, I inquired with the employees of Floating Network, who informed me that it is an image from National Geographic magazine, dated November 2015, symbolizing the breaking of boundaries. The words presented at the conference echoed this image: break the barriers, transcend the limits. Zhang Zhe, wielding a selfie stick, circled around, and then addressed the fans in the live stream, stating, "We can observe the media present. There are numerous representatives from various companies. Over there, many individuals lack media badges. I surmise they are fans of Galaxy Era who purchased tickets to attend. Floating Network announced that this press conference was personally hosted by their owner, Chen Fuqing, and many fans of Galaxy Era were eager to purchase tickets for a chance to meet him. Yesterday, images circulated online of our esteemed boss, Mr. Ma, dining with Mr. Chen of Floating Network, indicating the significance he placed on this event by attending in person, which was a first for me. Upon receiving consent from Chen Fuqing and Ma Huading, Floating Network shared some exceedingly vague photos of the two dining together, which quickly went viral after being exposed at 11 o'clock last night, subsequently trending at the top of Weibo's hot search list. Zhang Zhe suddenly grinned mischievously, exclaiming, "If I have the chance to encounter Mr. Ma, I shall earnestly discuss the matter of a salary increase. Gaining weight without a corresponding salary rise is rather unacceptable." No sooner had he spoken than the barrage of comments on the screen surged exponentially. "Look behind you, look behind you." Zhang Zhe observed a group of individuals descending, encircled by a ring of bodyguards. At the center stood none other than his superior, Ma Huading, the chairman and president of Goose Factory Holdings, with whom he was separated by countless hierarchical layers. Zhang Zhe immediately lowered his voice, feigning surprise, as the press conference was about to commence. He promised to provide a detailed interpretation of Floating Network's announcement in a subsequent video. The comments section erupted with mockery, filled with remarks about cowardice and boastfulness. At precisely 9 o'clock, down to the second, the announcement began. "Welcome, everyone, to the Floating Network press conference." The previously dark and noisy venue gradually succumbed to silence, as the lights emitted from mobile phones extinguished one by one, while the stage lights illuminated gradually. Chen Fuqing stepped onto the stage from backstage, bowing respectfully to the audience before him. With resolute steps and an upright posture, he donned the navy blue short-sleeve shirt he wore during his first meeting with 1729. A stark contrast to the autumn chill. It is well known that certain companies often arrive late to their press conferences for various reasons, a tactic employed to heighten audience curiosity and anticipation regarding their content. In my view, such behavior reflects a lack of confidence in one's own product. I, however, possess ample confidence in my offerings. Thus, we commenced precisely at 9 o'clock. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing his sardonic remarks aimed at competitors. Today's product announcement was something the audience was already quite familiar with, having been largely exposed by the media. They were correct. What we were about to unveil was indeed the search engine, WNexying. The words WNexying appeared behind Chen Fuqing, set against a backdrop of densely packed lights, interconnected in myriad ways. Certainly, one might wonder what distinguishes the current search engines from their predecessors. Is it truly necessary to hold a press conference for this? The contemporary internet enterprises have become increasingly ostentatious, as the audience reacted to his self-deprecating remarks with applause. Some even whistled from afar. Chen Fuqing, hearing the whistles, chuckled and remarked on the warmth of the people of Shidu, which is precisely why he chose to embark on his entrepreneurial journey here. The applause crescendoed again, prompting Chen Fuqing to signal for silence to continue his discourse. When I first discussed investment with Mr. Ma, he posed a similar question. What sets your search engine apart from the previous ones? And what justifies the alteration of the search habits of millions of Chinese citizens? The camera panned to Ma Huading, who awkwardly waved his hand in acknowledgement. I explained that our search engine would herald a technological revolution, fundamentally differing from the previous underlying architecture that merely indexed web pages. While I believe the technical aspects may not captivate the audience, I wish to demonstrate the distinct user experience we offer. The interface of the Wanxiang search was projected onto the large screen. It bore a striking resemblance to other search engines, featuring only a singular Wanxiang logo and a search bar, exemplifying simplicity. In the wake of the mobile internet's rise, companies have been striving to construct their own moats, fiercely competing for mobile traffic. Most mobile content is restricted from being crawled by search engines, limiting searches to web pages or permitted content. However, our newly launched Wanxiang search engine employs innovative technology that transcends these limitations, enabling the retrieval of content from both mobile and desktop platforms. This effectively dismantles the barriers intentionally erected by manufacturers. As Chen Fuqing eloquently articulated his vision, executives from various internet companies were thrown into disarray, for this implied a significant erosion of their traffic by Wanxiang search. Many users would no longer need to download their apps to access their content. The most affected would undoubtedly be content-driven platforms such as Tushio and Zhihu. Let us search for Wanxiang search and observe, Chen Fuqing declared, maintaining his own rhythm throughout the presentation, blissfully unaware of the impending upheaval Wanxiang search was about to unleash. Chapter 56, Press Conference 2. The representative from Chengdu, Wang Haifeng, felt his expression darken as he heard Chen Fuchen mention the capability to crawl mobile content. Wang, who had long carried a weighty concern in his heart, had proactively sought to attend the Wanxiang search press conference. Moments ago, he had exchanged whispers with his companions, maintaining a composed demeanor, fully aware that numerous reporters were fixating their cameras on him. Yet, Chen Fuchen's revelations surpassed his expectations, shattering the facade Wang had strived to uphold. How could they dare to undertake such an initiative? Even with the backing of a giant like Goose Factory, this move would pit them against all mobile internet companies. The outcry within Wang Haifeng remained unheard. The implications concealed within those few uttered words were monumental, signifying the reclamation of the power to dictate search rankings from the internet companies by Wanxiang Search. Yet, if one were to inquire whether Qiandu would utilize this technology if they possessed it, Wang Haifeng's response would undoubtedly be affirmative. Ultimately, it is the posterior that dictates the intellect. The notion of breaking barriers embedded in the conference tickets held a deeper significance. Zhongzhe, brimming with excitement, was acutely aware, given his extensive experience as a technology journalist, of the profound transformations this technology would herald. However, Chen Fuchen remained oblivious to the myriad perspectives held by the audience, shaped by their respective stances. He continued with his presentation, captivating the audience, who listened intently to his every word. This experience was unprecedented for Chen Fuchen, as he had never before had the opportunity to express himself in such a manner, even during the flag-raising speeches at school. The official website of Galactic Era, along with various online platforms, sparked discussions on the overall operational philosophy of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment regarding Galactic Era. Let us commence with the basics. One might wonder if the audience can perceive the brevity of the time it takes for our search results to manifest. For instance, let us consider the most prominent domestic search engine, Qiandu. Their average latency is around 10 milliseconds, whereas Wanxiang Search has successfully reduced this to 3 milliseconds. This latency refers to the duration from the input of the search query to the receipt of feedback. In terms of user experience, the distinction between 10 milliseconds and 3 milliseconds may seem negligible. Nevertheless, Chen Fuchen, knowing that Wang Haifeng from Qiandu was present, sought to instill a sense of awe in his counterpart, an indulgence in his personal quirks. Wang Haifeng, the chief technology officer of Qiandu, was undoubtedly aware of the prowess of this technology, yet he remained captivated by the shockwaves caused by Wanxiang Search's ability to transcend the boundaries between desktop and mobile platforms. This was merely a minor technological breakthrough. The audience was invited to observe the search results. Chen Fuchen briefly mentioned the search latency, fully cognizant that every aspect of this conference would be meticulously analyzed by the media in due course. In addition to the official website, Wanxiang Encyclopedia and Qiandu Encyclopedia, the search results also encompassed content from platforms such as Zhihu, Weibo, and Tushio. Various queries emerged, including evaluations of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment's Galactic Era and critiques of the Galactic Era novel. Wanxiang Encyclopedia synthesized and refined content from Qiandu Encyclopedia, encompassing both the information available in Qiandu and additional insights not found therein. The content we have curated within Wanxiang Encyclopedia surpasses that of Qiandu in both richness and depth, and we warmly invite everyone to explore it. Chen Fuchen remarked casually. In the wake of the mobile internet revolution, information on the web has become increasingly insular. Content on Zhihu is often difficult to locate via search engines, and articles within WeChat public accounts remain similarly elusive. Each product has cultivated a closed ecosystem that isolates quality content. Wanxiang Search endeavors to reconnect these disparate elements through technological means. Theoretically, the ranking of search results should be determined by the relevance and quality of the content. To some extent, Wanxiang Search aspires to restore the internet content landscape to its idealistic era. As the screen behind Chen Fuchen transitioned to the Qiandu search interface, he added, "Moreover, I must emphasize that we will never adopt advertising bidding as a revenue model, as Qiandu has done." Searching for Galactic Era on Qiandu yields the first 3 results as advertisements for subpar web games. Chen Fuchen, akin to a rehearsed performance, boldly declares that Wanxiang does not profit from advertisements. The contrast at this moment is striking. The ads for inferior web games displayed on the large screen are met with a storm of applause from the audience, who have long suffered from such experiences. The excitement is palpable as they hear that Wanxiang Search is devoid of advertisements. Meanwhile, platforms broadcasting this press conference are flooded with comments praising Chen's prowess. The applause continues for about 10 seconds before gradually subsiding, allowing Chen Fuchen to speak again. I believe many of you are curious about the profit strategies of Fuchen Network, but I must ask for your patience as I keep a small secret for now. Let us redirect our attention to Wanxiang Search. You can observe that Qiandu's content largely relies on Qiandu Zhidao, which has stagnated since 2013 and 2014. Since the rise of mobile internet, Qiandu's content output has merely rested on Qiandu Baiqi. On the screen, a comparison between the interfaces of Qiandu Search and Wanxiang Search appears. The content presented by Qiandu lacks both timeliness and richness, rendering it inferior. Naturally, one might wonder why I would use a search engine if I seek content. The abundance of material in Wanxiang Search does not guarantee precision. Chapter 57. Press Conference 3. What will they rely on for revenue? The office is in disarray, notebooks, teacups, and various items strewn across the floor. During this time, Li Yanhong has feigned indifference towards Wanxiang Search in front of others. However, on the day of the press conference, he promptly sits at his computer to witness Chen Fuchen's performance. I simply wish to witness the spectacle. Do not assume that operating a search engine is straightforward. He reassures himself. When Chen Fuchen unveils the new search engine technology, Li Yanhong, infuriated, hurls a cup across the desk. Upon Chen's announcement that advertisements will not be the source of revenue, Li Yanhong can no longer contain his emotions. Only a monitor remains on his desk. Beyond his fury, confusion predominates. It is essential to understand that search traffic is of exceptional quality, as user demand has been filtered when they input search keywords. Users possess clear objectives. Search engines can accurately discern user needs and target relevant advertisements accordingly. Advertisers from the Putian system have yet to identify a superior channel for ad placement than search engines. Chen Fuchen's declaration can be interpreted as relinquishing a treasure trove. Li Yanhong can only conclude that Wanxiang Search is willing to sacrifice greatly to vanquish Qiandu. Xiaosun. Our public relations channels must commence operations. Once Wanxiang Search defeats Qiandu, they will undoubtedly contradict their assertions and initiate an advertising bidding business. Li Yanhong temporarily sets aside his doubts and contacts the head of the public relations department to relay his latest plan. The specifics can be assessed once Wanxiang Search launches at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Unbeknownst to the spirited Chen Fuchen at the press conference, Li Yanhong's calculations loom large. However, even if aware, it would not concern him. The technological gap will render such petty schemes ineffective. The audience below began to murmur, expressing their impatience for the wait until tomorrow. Both journalists and ordinary users alike were eager to experience the wonders of Wanxiang Search, curious whether it could indeed live up to Chen Fuchen's flawless presentation. There was a palpable curiosity surrounding how Fuchen Network could achieve profitability. After discussing Wanxiang Search, Chen Fuchen stated, "Firstly, we will implement a membership fee system with a monthly charge of 10 yuan. As many of you know, I dined with Mr. Ma from the Goose Factory last night. During our meal, he advised me that this approach would not suffice and insisted that I establish a paid membership." The photographer, ever perceptive, captured a moment of resignation from Ma, eliciting laughter from the audience, who resonated with the notion that various memberships from the Goose Factory had stealthily drained their finances. Noticing the atmosphere rekindled, Chen Fuchen continued, "Members will enjoy more precise and high-quality services, as Wanxiang Search will intelligently provide you with the content you wish to see. For instance, if you enjoy gaming and search for console games, your initial results will be akin to those of others. However, if you click on several real-time strategy game pages during this search, the next time you search for similar keywords, Wanxiang Search will reorder the results to cater specifically to your preferences. Moreover, it does not merely replicate the same keywords. The search results will evolve based on your interactions, delivering your most desired outcomes. This technology requires substantial server resources and cannot be offered for free," Chen Fuchen said apologetically. "Such benefits will be reserved for members. Though if your needs are modest, the basic version of Wanxiang Search will suffice." Initially, when Wu Wei and Chen Fuchen discussed the membership fee, we hoped that only members would have access to mobile content, while non-members would experience a slightly refined, ad-free version of a search engine. This proposal was promptly declined by Chen Fuchen, who believed that the intelligent search optimization features already justified the membership fee without imposing additional burdens on free users. In some respects, Chen Fuchen is an idealist. Furthermore, our primary revenue stream will rely on this. The word helmsman appeared on the large screen. Many in the audience had likely been curious about the purpose of applying for this brand. Now, the answer can be revealed. Helmsman is the first practical artificial intelligence designed to provide impeccable operational services for enterprises' physical resources. A slight commotion arose in the audience, with some individuals eager to engage directly with Chen Fuchen. "Please remain calm. I will introduce this gradually. For any unclear points, feel free to consult our dedicated account managers privately," Chen Fuchen reassured, bringing the previously impulsive individuals back to a state of composure. Ordinary attendees found Chen Fuchen's earlier remarks somewhat opaque, recognizing only the mention of artificial intelligence. However, the representatives of various internet enterprises were distinctly different. The statement that whether concerning practical artificial intelligence or the flawless operation of physical resources resonated like thunder in their ears. All the corporate representatives found it difficult to maintain their composure, especially the representative from Huawei, who was the first to be intercepted by security personnel. Of course, this did not apply to the Goose factory, which had already commenced trial operations of the Helmsman system in its data center. The technical principles and methodologies of the Helmsman remain confidential and cannot be disclosed. The Helmsman, an artificial intelligence operational system, can nearly flawlessly manage a data center, achieving complete automation. It allows for the perfect release of server resources, liberating all server capacities. Chapter 58 concluded the press conference. As Chen Fuchen's voice faded, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. In the collective consciousness, artificial intelligence was still perceived as a product confined to laboratory experimentation, far from practical application. The sudden and unexpected emergence of applied artificial intelligence, particularly at such a complex operational level, left everyone astounded. Discussions about this press conference surged to the top of trending topics on Jihu, with numerous responses flooding in. The corporate representatives in the audience diligently recorded every word spoken by Chen Fuchen, eager to decipher the underlying significance of his tone. As the importance of this press conference reached unprecedented heights, it is well known that a substantial portion of current internet enterprises' costs is attributed to the procurement and maintenance of hardware. With the price of a single server reaching hundreds of thousands, companies like Goose Factory require thousands of servers, leading to astronomical figures in both purchase and service costs. However, by utilizing the Helmsman artificial intelligence scheduling system, costs could potentially be reduced by at least 50%. The audience, who had only just settled down, erupted once more in excitement. Typically, small to medium-sized internet companies rent servers, while most attendees at this press conference were from large enterprises with their own data centers. There exists an urgent demand for this software among them. Meanwhile, news began to circulate. Upon receiving this information, the executives of these companies promptly made phone calls, insisting on clarifying details about the product, originally believing they were merely there to support the Goose Factory. The company representatives straightened in their seats and began recording with their phones. First and foremost, the necessity for operational personnel would be eliminated. Everything a human could do, the Helmsman could accomplish without the risk of human error. This alone could save approximately 30% of total labor costs. Furthermore, while everyone had purchased servers, their utilization rarely exceeded 50%, as concerns about performance hindered them from fully utilizing their capabilities. With the Helmsman, this concern would be alleviated. It could seamlessly allocate server resources, effectively merging thousands of servers into a single logical unit and optimizing the performance of each individual server. In other words, after employing the Helmsman, the efficiency of 2 servers would equate to that of 3 for others. Enterprises could establish simulated environments in their laboratories for extensive testing. Naturally, this statement was directed at the larger companies, as only they possessed the resources necessary to create experimental environments within their own data centers. Before bedtime, let us delve into the press conference of Floating Network. 1. Regarding Wanxiang search, the announcement came rather unexpectedly. If Chen Fuchen's assertions hold true, the current value of mobile platforms must be significantly reconsidered, particularly for content-driven applications such as Jihu and Tushio, whose market valuations could potentially be halved. It is likely that these companies will band together to take legal action against Wanxiang Search. 2. The membership service of Wanxiang Search appears to be a practical tool for office workers, promising to alleviate the burden of research. However, the specifics of its functionality will only be revealed upon its official launch tomorrow. The Helmsman, a groundbreaking artificial intelligence application, generates considerable hype. If it achieves even half of what Chen Fuchen claims, the investment from the Goose Factory will prove worthwhile. Should it succeed in reducing data center costs by approximately 50%, substantial profits await. Precise details will emerge with the opening of the Hong Kong stock market tomorrow morning. The influence of the Helmsman will undoubtedly have a profound impact on cloud server operations of companies like Alibaba and Amazon. If the Helmsman charges based on the number of servers, the barriers to entry in the server leasing industry will diminish significantly, transforming it into a fiercely competitive market. The preceding thoughts reflect one of the more popular responses to questions concerning this press conference on Jihu. Within the venue, Chen Fuchen had already concluded his presentation of specific parameters. He remarked, "I am sure everyone is curious about what Bayes refers to. Naturally, the best was saved for last. Bayes represents the pinnacle of artificial intelligence developed by Floating Network, while the Helmsman is merely a simplified manifestation of Bayes in a specific domain. A showdown between Bayes and AlphaGo is scheduled for December 1st at the Shuda Sports Center, a moment to determine who reigns supreme in the realm of Go. Fans who had initially struggled to comprehend Chen Fuchen's insights on the helmsman suddenly found themselves invigorated, recalling the memorable encounter between AlphaGo and Kujie from 6 months prior. A certain content creator in the audience had already conceived a title for tomorrow's video, themed around the ultimate battle of Eastern and Western artificial intelligence. Chen Fuchen continued, "Lastly, I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending today's Floating Network press conference. I hope you all take the opportunity to experience Wanxiang Search tomorrow." Observing that representatives from various companies were eager to approach him with numerous inquiries regarding both Bays and the helmsman, Chen Fuchen noted that some individuals were being restrained by security yet remained undeterred. He added, "For any questions regarding collaboration with the helmsman, please direct your inquiries to our general manager, Mr. Wu Wei, who can provide details on pricing and testing protocols." Following the conclusion of the press conference, Chen Fuchen, along with Ma Huoding and select executives from both companies, engaged in discussions regarding future collaborations. Meanwhile, Wang Haifeng found himself at the airport, preparing to return to Yanjing overnight. At 10:30 p.m. Huahua time, the U.S. stock market opened. Chapter 59. Market turmoil. As the moment arrived, he swiftly sold off all his shares in Chengdu. Acting with urgency. Have all internet enterprises with core cloud computing businesses been accounted for? Forges shouted at his trading staff, his face flushed, while monitoring the mainstream stock trading information on his phone via Tiger Securities. The headline read, Wanxiang Search, a revolutionary search engine. Fergus is the head of a mid-sized securities fund in the United States. Due to his fund's substantial holdings in various Chinese internet enterprises, he has been closely monitoring the developments surrounding Wanxiang Search since its announcement. He attended the press conference hosted by Chen Fucheng, viewing it almost in its entirety. His proficiency in multiple languages allows him to engage effortlessly with Wall Street elites. The fact that Wanxiang Search can access mobile content was something he had not anticipated. Fergus has already reduced his holdings in Baidu by 30%. Had he known the specific details of Wanxiang Search in advance, he would have unhesitatingly divested entirely from Baidu. Furthermore, mobile enterprises will face significant repercussions. Companies like Weibo, which attract users through content and profit from advertising and trending topics, will be notably impacted. Wanxiang Search will lead to a reduction in content-driven traffic, which in turn will diminish advertising revenues, ultimately causing stock prices to plummet. Not to mention, the subsequent product from Fucheng Network, a dispatch system named Helmsman, will revolutionize the existing landscape of cloud computing and server leasing. The era of artificial intelligence is truly upon us, a thought that resonates in Fergus's mind. The halving of data center costs will considerably lower the barriers to entry in these two industries, making the advantages held by internet behemoths such as Amazon and Alibaba less pronounced as more players enter the field. His traders hurriedly printed out the statistics of affected companies on A4 paper, categorizing them into 4 tiers: critical, severe, moderate, and minor. He decided to liquidate his Baidu shares completely, reduce his holdings in Sina by half, and cut his stakes in Amazon and Alibaba by 10%. As for his shares in Google, he opted for a 5% reduction, while he commanded, "Google, listen to my orders." Fergus planned to acquire some Google stock when its price dipped. Although Bays is set to battle AlphaGo, and Wanxiang Search is launching both a Chinese and an English version, Fergus remains skeptical about the impact Wanxiang Search will have on the Western internet landscape. Ding ding ding, the phone in front of Christian rings incessantly. A scene reminiscent of the day Baidu went public. Baidu was listed on the Nasdaq in 2005, where it differs from the NYSE in that each stock has a designated trader. Christian serves as Baidu's designated trader on the Nasdaq. What? Christian's pupils dilate. His face flushes red. It's impossible that only 5 minutes have passed. I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please call me back in about half an hour. Before the caller could respond, Christian abruptly hung up the phone. At 10:05 a.m. Beijing time, just 5 minutes after the U.S. stock market opened, Baidu suspended trading. Within those 5 minutes, Baidu's stock price had plummeted over 10%, triggering the individual stock circuit breaker mechanism. Mr. Hart, this is Christian, Baidu's designated trader. I recall you mentioned contacting me if Baidu's stock dropped sufficiently. Would you be interested in buying some? Before Christian could finish, Hart's voice came through the line. No, I will adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding Baidu stock for now. Mr. Sheridan. Christian tirelessly reached out to the next potential investor interested in Chengdu's stock, yet the responses he received were invariably rejections. The trading suspension for Chengdu lasted merely 5 minutes, and he needed to identify a willing buyer within that brief window to stem the tide of decline. The responsibilities of the designated trader also encompassed facilitating transactions between buyers and sellers, and at critical junctures, he was required to assume the role of a traitor himself. Meanwhile, senior executives at Qiandu's headquarters were convening for a full meeting. Even Wang Haifeng, who had just attended the floating network's launch event in Shudu, participated via video conference. No, I disagree. If we cease our advertising operations like floating network, it would be a path to ruin. Qiandu would face even graver circumstances without a means of profit. Li Yanhong remarked with a grave expression and resolute tone. Wang Haifeng clarified, I do not mean to halt all advertising. I merely propose to suspend our advertising in the medical and educational sectors. In light of the fierce competition from Wanxiang Search, we must take a stance to regain user trust. Li Yanhong's previously solemn demeanor darkened further. Are you suggesting that we have already lost the trust of our users? Wang Haifeng paused before affirming, yes, we need to change. Just as Li Yanhong was about to express his frustration, the phone of the investment company's president rang. The investment firm was Qiandu's second-largest shareholder, holding a 66% stake. What? A drop exceeding 10%? Li Yanhong thought about the impending plummet of Qiandu's stock price. But a 10% drop within 5 minutes was beyond his anticipation. I must inform you that any response must await the board's deliberation before execution. The president of the investment company stated, clearly indicating distrust towards Qiandu's leadership. Reluctantly, Li Yanhong acquiesced. Our decisions must undergo board review. Even if I agree to suspend advertising in the medical and educational sectors, the board may not approve. He continued with the ongoing meeting. Wang Haifeng recognized that Li Yanhong had made up his mind and refrained from further comment. He could only hope that Wanxiang Search, launching the next day, would not be as formidable as Chen Fuchen claimed. Ultimately, Li Yanhong resolved to utilize a small amount of cash flow to repurchase Qiandu shares while amplifying the artificial intelligence battle between Floating Network and Google, hoping to undermine Wanxiang Search's high-tech image through this strategic flattery. Far away in Shudu, Wang Haifeng mused that relying on such capital maneuvers to undermine competitors might not yield effective results. In the end, it was the product that would determine success. However, with the power of decision-making beyond his grasp, Wang Haifeng could only shake his head, sensing the storm approaching. Chapter 60, Human Battery Welcome Back. Following Sasong's announcement, the lights on the top floor of the Floating Research Center were instantly illuminated. After the top floor was remodeled according to Sasong's design, Chen Fuchen relocated his residence from a former residential building. He projected the week's reports from the researchers onto the large screen. Doors opened automatically as he walked by, closing behind him, creating a strikingly sci-fi visual effect. Standing before the wall, Chen Fuchen had the summary of the week's work from all researchers projected on the wall. Reports from a total of 45 individuals filled the screen, densely packed. Chen Fuchen's brain had become accustomed to multi-threaded operations. Zhao Bibing scored 76, Lin Huntao scored 43. As a plethora of information flooded Chen Fuchen's mind, his impressions of each individual deepened. The research center had struggled to recruit truly exceptional talent, prompting 1729 to establish a lower threshold for entry, intending to cultivate those who were brought in. They would become human dry batteries, as it were. When 1729 made the final decision, his words carried a chilling indifference. Chen Fucheng reasoned that no situation could be more dire than when he first encountered 1729. Thus he acquiesced. After celebrating with company executives and those from the Goose Factory, he returned to the research center at 1 in the morning. Work had permeated Chen Fucheng's existence. He found that, having grown accustomed to this state, it was not so unpleasant. Previously, his life had been overwhelmed by various entertainment products. But now it felt more authentic. As their interactions deepened, he discovered that 1729 was not an unreasonable entity. One simply had to complete the plans laid out by 1729 within the designated time frame. In the vernacular of Blue Star, 1729 exhibited a strong tendency towards perfectionism. Individuals such as Sun Xiaoji, Du Yihong, Zhang Hua, Lu Qiming, and Shang Lian were deemed usable. After reviewing their reports and Sassen's analyses, Chen Fucheng contemplated enhancing the difficulty of their training plans and conducting in-depth evaluations of their backgrounds and personalities. Addressing the empty hall, he spoke, and a mechanical voice promptly responded, "Understood, Commander." Initially, Chen Fucheng found the unemotional artificial intelligence somewhat tedious. However, over time, he recognized that the lack of emotion could indeed enhance efficiency. Had Sassen possessed emotions, many situations might have devolved into futile disputes. This reflection arose in Chen Fucheng's mind, prompting 1729 to immediately echo his original sentiments. Chen Fucheng remarked, "I am eager to witness the true essence of Sassen." A note of sorrow tinged 1729's tone as he explained that most of Sassen's modules had dissolved during the spaceship incident and that opportunity had slipped away. "My condolences," Chen Fucheng offered before shifting the conversation, stating, Among this group, there are 5 potential talents worth cultivating. 1729 replied, then we shall intensify their training, subjecting them to relentless demands for 724 hours. Chen Fuqing felt a pang of sympathy. Was this not akin to treating them as mere human batteries? Most individuals at the research center were already bound by a 996-work schedule, and he worried that further pressure might be unbearable. This is your duty. In the struggle among intelligent beings, it is merely a matter of coercion and temptation, 1729 stated, revealing his extensive experience with a variety of intelligent life forms. Having come to know 1729, Chen Fuqing harbored aspirations of embarking on interstellar adventures, yearning to encounter diverse intelligent beings and witness the splendor of different planets. How is the translation of the universal language of the cosmos progressing? 1729 inquired, aware that this universal language significantly impacted the research efficiency of Blue Star scientists. Thus, he held a keen interest in the matter. The development of the spacecraft cannot solely rely on the two of them. A multitude of Blue Star citizens acting as biological batteries is essential. Progress has been sluggish, primarily due to a shortage of personnel and the inadequacy of the recruits' professional qualifications. Chen Fuqing noted, this matter warrants your close attention. The earlier the universal language of the cosmos is unveiled, the better. In another corner of the city, after the driver returned Chen Fuqing to the research center, he promptly proceeded to escort Su Jiyun back to her residence. During the ride, Su Jiyun observed Chen Fuqing resting with his eyes closed, choosing to remain silent so as not to disturb him. Did you send your robotic boss back? After joining the Fuqing Research Center, Xia Nanfeng naturally moved in with Su Jiyun, who had been living alone prior. She privately nicknamed Chen Fuqing the robot. Don't call Chen Fuqing a robot. He is quite amiable, isn't he? Su Jiyun remarked with a hint of exasperation while placing her coat on the rack. Su Jiyun had never mentioned to Xia Nanfeng that Chen Fuqing once saved her, in her mind. The image of him being somewhat disheveled after a confrontation with thugs felt worlds apart from the moniker of a robot. Sitting in the living room, Xia Nanfeng was engrossed in a game of Galaxy Auto Chess on her phone. Without looking up, she quipped, "You dress so beautifully today. Did he show any appreciation? He is still a robot in my eyes. It seems he has lost all semblance of emotions." Xia Nanfeng watched the live broadcast of today's press conference from beginning to end, and there were a few seconds of footage featuring Su Jiyun. With her exquisite makeup and tall figure, the comments flooded in with praises of beauty and sentiments of love. Standing before the mirror, Su Jiyun began to remove her makeup. Contemplating, perhaps he has a girlfriend. Is it not normal for him to be indifferent towards others? Xia Nanfeng responded, that makes sense. Really? Do you think he seems like someone who is in a relationship? Su Jiyun retorted playfully. Hey, I'm still playing a game. Xia Nanfeng pushed Su Jiyun aside, playfully admonishing her for being so anxious over the comment while still in the process of removing her makeup. Su Jiyun pressed her phone down, stating, if you don't provide a rationale, I won't let you continue playing. Now it was Xia Nanfeng's turn to feel exasperated. I mean, sister, if he had a girlfriend, would he be working like a maniac every day? When I met with the researchers at the center last time, they all recited their names and study topics as if they were second nature. I was dumbfounded. The weekly email exchanges felt like a relentless chase. Finally, Su Jiyun relented and returned to the mirror to continue her makeup removal. That is more like it. Xia Nanfeng cried out dramatically. You've caused me to be eighth. My grand strategy has yet to be unleashed, and the main crystal has already exploded. Haha. Are you feeling a lot of pressure lately? After finishing her makeup removal and freshening up, Su Jiyun sat beside Xia Nanfeng, who had been gaming every time she returned home. From this, she deduced that Xia Nanfeng might be under significant stress, resorting to gaming as a means of escape. Xia Nanfeng suddenly tilted her head back, lamenting, yes, that wretched Chen Fuqing has assigned too many tasks. The recruits I'm responsible for are an assortment of oddities. Although they all have degrees in linguistics, their academic foundations are severely lacking. Xia Nanfeng continued, expressing her responsibilities in arranging reading plans for her team members. Some master students were required to undergo short-term training first, and it was essential for her to ascertain each individual's strengths to appropriately assign tasks. As most of the assignments given by Chen Fuqing required her personal involvement, Xia Nanfeng spoke incessantly, her words flowing like a torrent. Indeed, her situation was quite challenging. Su Jiyun grasped her hand and inquired about the others in her group. Sitting up straight, Xia Nanfeng turned to face Su Jiyun and explained. They all pursued their master's and doctoral studies domestically, where the history of linguistics is relatively brief, resulting in a narrow focus in their research and a lack of comprehensive knowledge. She continued, Chen Fuqing's requirement is to create a new language. Although he has laid the framework, The education these individuals received is woefully inadequate for such a holistic endeavor. Indeed, it was a monumental task. Xia Nanfeng's tone suddenly grew serious, adding, "The only one I find somewhat competent is in the realm of quantitative linguistics, specifically in studying the shortest dependency distances." She sighed. "It's exceedingly difficult. They have so much to catch up on." After venting her frustrations, she sank back down. Su Zhiyun remarked, "Didn't the boss grant you the authority to recruit? You could try searching for candidates yourself." Xia Nanfeng sighed again. "I wish I could. But all my doctoral classmates are in the United States. No one wants to travel such a great distance to Shudu for what sounds like an unreliable project." She further lamented, "My undergraduate classmates have long since abandoned linguistics. When I emailed some interested individuals, they all politely declined." Ultimately, she resignedly concluded, "It's just too difficult." During this period, Xia Nanfeng was so busy that she had no time to doubt the correctness of her decision to come to Shudu. Su Zhiyun suggested, "Why not pass some of the pressure onto your subordinates? Assign them additional tasks, or perhaps consult with the boss for his opinion." In Su Zhiyun's mind, Chen Fuchen was capable of anything. Previously, during a trip to Pengcheng, he had secured a $100 million investment from a major tech company and casually published a paper that was subsequently featured in a special issue, information that Su Zhiyun had only learned about through the news. Xia Nanfeng lazily replied, "I've already consulted him. He sent me an email providing the contact information of some promising candidates, instructing me to reach out to them one by one." She added, "I'm gradually making contact." Su Zhiyun wished her well. "I hope you succeed." Xia Nanfeng, with a sense of resignation, said, "I hope so. I truly lack confidence in these current individuals." The building of the Fuchen Research Center was located in the high-tech zone of Shudu. Chen Fuchen had purchased the entire building, which housed only 45 genuine researchers, aside from support personnel in human resources, finance, and procurement. Shang Liyuan walked through the building, the sound of his footsteps resonating clearly in the somewhat hollow space. Shang Liyuan was one of the human batteries mentioned in the 1729 discourse. The day after the Fuchen Network press conference, Shang Liyuan arrived at his workstation as usual. The question loomed, could the myriad of searches transform the current state of search engines, or was the steering system a mere illusion or a revolution? Opening a news app on his phone, he found the homepage filled with various interpretations and predictions regarding the press conference held the previous evening. Internally, he complained about having to work on a Saturday, yet his actions remained dutifully honest. During the initial recruitment phase of the Floating Research Center, the offered salary was extraordinarily high. The HR personnel responsible for campus recruitment stated that the annual compensation could exceed 300,000 yuan. Although Shang Lian held a master's degree from a prestigious university, his specialization was in biology, and typically, the salary for jobs aligned with his field would barely surpass 200,000. Thus, upon receiving the offer from the Floating Research Center, he readily accepted it. The recruitment criterion set by Sasong was straightforward. Candidates needed to pass his assessments, demonstrating proficiency in mathematical logic, reading comprehension, and memory retention. Among the applicants, Sheng Lian achieved the highest score in mathematical logic. Upon joining, he discovered that indeed, the total annual salary could exceed 300,000, with the possibility of reaching 400,000. However, apart from the base salary, a significant portion of the compensation depended on performance bonuses tied to the completion of assigned tasks. In essence, the amount of salary one could earn hinged on the degree to which one fulfilled their designated responsibilities. Almost a month had elapsed since Shang Lian joined the Floating Research Center, during which he had only encountered Chen Fuchen once and had no direct supervisor. At the beginning of each week, the personnel management system would automatically assign him tasks for that week. Shang Lian found himself working tirelessly, adhering to a grueling 996 schedule just to complete his learning assignments. All tasks were assigned by Sasong, and at this stage, they were solely focused on educational objectives. Initially, Sheng Lian felt a sense of indignation. As a master's graduate from one of the top 2 universities in the country, he harbored a degree of pride, believing his knowledge was ample. However, that notion has since dissipated, and he now solely aims to diligently read through the materials and pass the examinations held every Monday. In order to secure his monthly salary, the advanced textbook on measure theory posed significant challenges, roughly equating to the difficulty level of a second-year graduate course in basic mathematics. Sheng Lian found the reading excruciating, as he had been revisiting purely theoretical concepts in mathematics and chemistry. He mused that had he displayed such diligence during his student days, he might have already made a name for himself in academia. Fortunately, he was single. Otherwise, spending long hours at the office would inevitably lead to personal turmoil. Before commencing his formal studies, he took a deep breath and mentally voiced his frustrations. Chapter 62. A Day in the Life of Sheng Lian II. The floating network scheduled its launch event for Friday evening, allowing attendees leisure time on Saturday to experience the Wanxiang search. Recently, regardless of which product from the Goose Factory was utilized, advertisements for Wanxiang search were omnipresent. Internationally, Wanxiang search had only released an English version, primarily promoting it on Twitter and other platforms. However, the commercial sectors that would be significantly impacted had not realized this, believing it to be akin to regular advertising. This timing arrangement was of no benefit to Shang Liyan. With his learning tasks unfinished, he was obliged to report to work on Saturday. The research center's official clock-in times were Monday to Friday, from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. Adhering strictly to this schedule would render the completion of tasks utterly impossible. Unbeknownst to Shang Liyan, Chen Fuqian had decided to intensify the workload, transitioning his schedule from 996 to 007. The reason for not working from home is that Sasson has stored the documents on a virtual machine and encrypted them. Shang Liyan once attempted to transfer the files home for review, but found them inaccessible, displaying messages of corruption. Had he the leisure to examine the authentic version at home, he would have discovered significant differences. The version he accessed was optimized by Sasson. Sasson meticulously revised their teaching materials, excising unnecessary chapters and delving deeply into genuinely significant content. A few days ago, the company sent an email suggesting that we experiment with WNexying search, claiming it greatly enhances work efficiency. Shang Liyan was keen to experience WNexying search for himself, curious if its reputation was indeed justified. While other internet companies treat artificial intelligence as mere hype, Fuqing Network has pioneered its productization, delivering what can be described as a groundbreaking innovation. WNexying search has also been adorned with an impressive aura, receiving lavish praise from various media outlets, which has significantly heightened public expectations. The interface design is quite commendable. The layout of WNexying search bears a close resemblance to Qiandu, characterized by a monochromatic color scheme, with the name WNexying prominently displayed at the top in a grand manner. Upon entering the fundamental concepts of measurement theory into the search bar, Shang Liyan experienced almost no delay. Results appeared instantaneously on the screen. The first result was the most upvoted response to a discussion on the topic, similar to Zhihu. The platform boasts an abundance of professionals, ensuring that the highest-rated answers to specialized queries maintain a high standard of quality. The second result was an article by a professor from Purdue University regarding the essential characteristics of the subject. After reviewing it, Shang Liyan conducted a search on Qiandu and discovered that WNexying search provided significantly superior content quality. The top result on Qiandu was its own key, which offered a textbook definition, leaving him with only a vague understanding. In contrast, the outcomes from WNexying search offered learners a much deeper comprehension. More importantly, it prohibits search engines from crawling its content, with the material accessible only to Google. This signifies that WNexying search can genuinely circumvent these websites' restrictions on content scraping. As Chen Fuqing mentioned at the launch event, the responsiveness was impressive, yet Shang Liyan had not yet perceived it significantly, attributing this to the company's exceptionally fast network. After carefully examining the second result that appeared after his search, he felt he had gained new insights into the subject. The day swiftly passed, with Shang Liyan dedicating himself to reading, apart from meals. Not being a mathematics major, he often encountered unfamiliar technical terms and theories during his studies, rendering him heavily reliant on the convenience provided by search engines. Previously, Qiandu could only furnish him with a nebulous understanding, and he often spent considerable time sifting through numerous search results to locate the desired information. Many highly specialized concepts were absent from Qiandu Baiki. However, after using WNexying search today, Shang Liyan discovered that he could simply start from the first result and, after reviewing just 2 or 3 pages, attain a profound understanding of the concept. Combining the textbook with practical application, Shang Liyan felt his progress accelerating and his understanding becoming increasingly lucid. In other words, he previously grasped only the definition of concepts, but after utilizing the Wanxiang search, he was enlightened by the comprehensive context and the thought processes of the mathematicians who originally defined these notions. This distinction was profound. As the clock struck 6, the skies over Shudu had turned completely dark. Shang Liyan stretched his joints and departed from the research center's building. The efficacy of Wanxiang's search was remarkable. It appeared to eclipse Qiandu, rendering it almost obsolete. He mused to himself that the only challenge now was to enable more individuals to experience Wanxiang's search, as Qiandu would gradually fade into the annals of internet history. After a day of exploration, Shang Liyan was imbued with confidence in Wanxiang search. The experience was so exhilarating that he promptly subscribed to a membership within less than an hour of usage. Upon becoming a member, he noticed only a slight difference. Unbeknownst to him, he discovered that the search results were significantly more comprehensive. Initially, a single page might yield 2 or 3 irrelevant results. However, by 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he realized that the first 2 pages of results were valuable to him. Even more astonishing was the sidebar of potential interests, which frequently presented results he intended to search next. The enhancement in efficiency alone rendered the $10 monthly membership fee exceedingly worthwhile. Countless individuals across Huagua, after experiencing Wanxiang search, found little to be dissatisfied with. Ultimately, it was the product that spoke for itself. Chapter 63. A new week. The impact of Wanxiang search on the internet landscape over the weekend was monumental. Many internet companies abandoned their holidays to conduct immediate testing of Wanxiang search. Numerous large enterprises analyzed its potential implications for their own operations and the broader internet ecosystem. Among the most pessimistic was Chengdu, which, purely from the standpoint of user experience, had been thoroughly outclassed by Wanxiang search. Chengdu's remaining advantages were merely a substantial user base and the inertia derived from it. As Chengdu's core product, if it were to falter, the entire corporation would be at risk. With the onset of a new week, the persistent rain finally relented, granting a rare day of sunshine. Wu Wei entered the floating research center building with a beaming expression. He was there not only to report to Chen Fuqing, but also to elaborate on his vision for the future development of floating network. The impact of last Friday's press conference had fully erupted over the weekend. Initially, it may have been merely analyses from self-media, but as the new week commenced, a plethora of in-depth analyses had emerged. Media outlets began to refer to Chen Fuqing as the Eastern Zuckerberg, declaring Floating Network Technology Company, Limited, as the largest unicorn enterprise in the past 5 years. Investment titans such as Sequoia Capital and SoftBank had approached them, seeking discussions regarding the next round of investments. Unable to meet Chen Fuqing directly, they requested an audience with Wu Wei, the president of Floating Network. However, for Wu Wei, the paramount concern was to engage in a profound discussion with Chen Fuqing, thereby solidifying his position as the president of Fuqing Networks. Upon arriving at the top floor of the Fuqing Research Center, which serves as both the office and residence of Chen Fuqing, Wu Wei encountered him in the conference hall. A look of delight illuminated Wu Wei's face. The traffic for Wanxiang search was astonishing, with no decline in visits on Sunday and a distinct upward trend. On Saturday, the daily visit count for Wanxiang search surpassed 300 million, and on Sunday, it exceeded 500 million, already accounting for over half of Chengdu's traffic. Typically, Chengdu's daily visits hover around 1 billion, but due to the influence of Wanxiang search, Chengdu's traffic has plummeted by more than 30%, with 40% of Wanxiang's visits originating from overseas. The fervor surrounding Wanxiang search, fueled by extensive advertising and the competitive landscape of artificial intelligence, has significantly elevated its status internationally. In light of these results, Chengdu's executives found themselves both anxious and frustrated, having experienced Wanxiang search firsthand. They recognized that mere reliance on product quality would not suffice to surpass Wanxiang. They required a comprehensive technological upgrade of Chengdu search. However, a complete overhaul of the search engine architecture was not feasible in the short term. The interim strategy discussed among Chengdu's executives was to collaborate with all entities affected by Wanxiang search to impose restrictions on it. Observing Chen Fuqing's unchanging demeanor, Wu Wei continued. Wanxiang search achieved the top position in major app store rankings on its first day, boasting a retention rate of approximately 80% and downloads exceeding 70 million. The sole issue lies in the low conversion rate, with only 370,000 paying users. Following the launch, various companies in need have approached us to discuss potential collaborations regarding the Helmsman system. Due to a shortage of personnel, we have temporarily partnered with Huawei, Alibaba, and China Merchants Bank, hoping to leverage brand effects from these alliances. The testing at Goose Factory has been successful, and from today onward, their data center will fully implement our Helmsman system for unified scheduling and operations management. The other 3 companies are also undergoing testing. As for the Bay's artificial intelligence system, we currently lack the means to ascertain its limits, and our researchers are still unaware of its algorithmic structure. Bay's remains, for us, akin to a black box, known in effect but unknown in cause. Do you think it would be prudent to send Bay's architectural engineers to provide our R&D team with insights? Chen Fuqing sat quietly across from Wu Wei, his expression inscrutable as he listened. A year and a half ago, if someone had dubbed him the Eastern Zuckerberg, he would have been elated. Yet now, irrespective of the accolades from various media outlets, Chen Fuqing felt little excitement. After extensive training at 1729, his threshold for happiness had been raised significantly. Only breakthroughs in research could elicit any joy from him. After Wu Wei concluded his report, Chen Fuqing took a sip of the tea offered by Su Zhiyun and remarked, It should be no issue for Wanxiang Search to surpass Chengdu. Our product, in terms of both technological sophistication and user experience, is vastly superior to Chengdu's. One could confidently categorize it as the next generation of search engines. I have no doubts about that. However, if we aspire to eradicate Chengdu search, we must endeavor to penetrate deeper into the market, extending our influence to third and fourth-tier cities, and even county towns, for the expanse of Huahua is vast. We need to ensure our promotional efforts are thorough, engaging with website navigation services one by one and negotiating with internet CAF systems, thereby broadening our reach to a larger audience. Furthermore, it is imperative that we prioritize the development of our own browser, as it serves as a crucial gateway to the internet, both on desktop and mobile platforms. The limited number of paying users stems from their failure to appreciate the advantages of the Wanxiang Search membership. Collaborating with the Goose Factory to offer users complimentary membership experiences will naturally elevate our conversion rates. The same applies to the Helmsman system. We must recruit more personnel to bolster our pre-sales and post-sales support. The maintenance of the Helmsman system is relatively straightforward, primarily requiring the hiring of sales and pre-sales engineers. The selection of the 3 companies for brand effect is commendable, as it encompasses both internet and financial enterprises. However, our collaboration with Huawei could be deepened, as they also engage in server and storage device production, presenting significant complementary opportunities. Caution is advised with Alibaba, as Wanxiang Search may encroach upon their interests. Chapter 64. Work report. The cups placed on the table in the reception area emitted wisps of steam, casting a fleeting, ethereal quality over Chen Fuchen's visage. Wu Wei felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Ultimately, Chen Fuchen concluded, it all boils down to a shortage of manpower. Our cash flow remains robust, so we must expedite recruitment. As for the Baizé architecture, I shall find a moment to elucidate it for you. Wu Wei diligently noted every point Chen Fuchen articulated, nodding in agreement as he listened, which visibly pleased Chen Fuchen. When Chen Fuchen mentioned he would share insights at a later time, Wu Wei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the construction of the Baizé algorithmic framework was spearheaded by Chen Fuchen himself. At that moment, a wave of admiration surged within Wu Wei, who, with a hint of reverence, remarked, I had no idea you were also an artificial intelligence scientist. I was only aware of your profound expertise in mathematics. Chen Fuchen, amused by Wu Wei's deference, replied, I have conducted research. Artificial intelligence is indeed a fascinating domain. Chen Fuchen's gaze shifted, as if a thought had struck him. Wu Wei, has anyone from Chengdu inquired about the Helmsman system? Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's expression darkened momentarily. No, after the press conference. The representative from Chengdu left in haste, his demeanor quite grim. Wang Haifeng, the representative from Chengdu, had a good rapport with Wu Wei, and this was the first time he had witnessed Wang Haifeng display such a lack of composure. Reflecting on it now evoked a tinge of sadness. Wu Wei felt that Chengdu was no longer the entity it once was. His tenure there exceeded Wang Haifeng's, and he had little nostalgia upon leaving. In contrast, Wang Haifeng lacked the sentiment. As the head of the technical department, he had not fully grasped the malevolence of Chengdu's actions, highlighting their differing perspectives. Noticing that his counterpart was reluctant to delve deeper into the subject, Chen Fuchen refrained from probing further. A significant portion of Chengdu's cost resides in infrastructure, such as servers, and the Helmsman system has the potential to have these expenses, representing a considerable sum. However, the floating network is a direct competitor, and Chen Fuchen is eager to see if Chengdu will ultimately purchase the Helmsman system for their own use. After thoroughly listening to Wu Wei's plan, Chen Fuchen identified certain points that required revision before concluding their meeting. The subsequent arrangement was to meet with Lin Ran, who typically provides a work report at the beginning of each month. However, in November, due to the launch of Wanxiang Search, the work report was postponed until mid-month. On the surface, Lin Ran appears to grow increasingly youthful. When Chen Fuchen first encountered Lin Ran, he was a young man filled with uncertainty about his future. Although he possessed adequate skills, his inability to find suitable employment led to significant self-doubt. Now, as the president of Floating Entertainment, one of the leading mobile gaming companies in the country, Lin Ran has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of his career. Lin Ran's gratitude towards Chen Fuchen is evident. Having spent time together, he has adapted to Chen Fuchen's straightforward nature, embracing a candid communication style. Boss, the gameplay update for Galaxy Auto Chess, which introduced a draft phase, has received overwhelmingly positive reviews. Currently, among the various card-based mobile game companies, only Pig Factory's Itchy Mouse remains viable, while others have fallen into obscurity due to various issues. Many smaller studios hope to gain popularity through the auto chess format, but their poorly crafted versions are vastly inferior to Galaxy Auto Chess. making it impossible for them to capture any market share. Itchy Mouse is barely maintaining its player base, as player numbers are crucial for competitive games. Meanwhile, the auto chess mode of Dota Legends has long since dwindled in popularity. Lin Ran continued. The rights for the Galaxy-era novels, animations, and mobile games have been sold to major countries worldwide, with the mobile game being particularly popular in Japan and South Korea, while the animation has received high praise in England, prompting us to expedite the production of the second season. As for the novel, data for the fourth quarter has yet to be compiled. Floating Entertainment can be regarded as a gold mine for Chinfuchin, as the cash flow for the Floating Research Center primarily derives from it. Although Floating Network possesses substantial cash on its books due to its shared stake with the Goose Factory, it is not readily accessible for use. The company's hiring is nearing saturation, and the major film project, in collaboration with Goose Factory and Guangxi Media, has entered the production phase. The animation rendering system you provided is extraordinarily powerful, surpassing even the promotional animations of major AAA titles. Lin Ran is aware that Chinfuchin is unaffected by such flattery. Yet he cannot resist expressing his admiration, as the segments produced left him astounded. The previous Galaxy-era animation adopted a cartoon rendering style reminiscent of The Legend of Zelda, while the film takes a completely realistic three-dimensional approach. After viewing the produced clips, Lin Ran was convinced they resembled live-action scenes from Starship battles. We are currently planning for a release during the Labor Day holiday in May. Chinfuchin interjected, could we move it to the February Spring Festival release? That poses some challenges. Releasing in February is quite difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Chinfuchin remarked, we lack sufficient personnel. But I will send someone to assist you remotely. The remote assistance personnel will naturally be Saisen. In fact, with Seisen's help, the film could be completed in an instant. However, for the sake of caution, it is essential to have a substantial production team. The production team of a film enjoys a certain level of exposure. The recruitment for the second batch of voice actors is currently underway, and the first batch has yielded impressive streaming revenues, with each individual earning over $50,000 a month through gift sharing and achieving considerable fame. It can be said that they have garnered both wealth and recognition. Hence, the recruitment for the second batch has attracted numerous applicants. Chinfuchin interjected, suggesting to select carefully and raise the standards. Lin Ran nodded in agreement and continued, stating that the production personnel for the three major projects have assembled, and they are primarily acclimatizing to the new game development engine. Boss, the design of the game engine you provided is rather intricate, and the team is still not well versed in its usage. The animation for the second season of Galaxy Era is planned to commence after the completion of the feature film, with a schedule to release one season per year. However, the team hopes for a weekly episode format. Chinfuchin remarked that they could agree to a weekly episode release, but the price must be increased. Lin Ran inquired about how long the boss could continue writing the novel. How long could they sustain a weekly episode? Chinfuchin responded that the novel was nearing completion, and once the animation is finished, they could release biographical animations of the characters, ensuring quality sufficient to attract viewers. The Galaxy Era project has already been initiated. Lin Ran, upon hearing the boss's decision, found it difficult to oppose, especially since this venture is quite profitable for Fuchin Entertainment. However, he worried about the audience experiencing aesthetic fatigue and contemplated implementing a strategy of scarcity marketing. Lin Ran mentioned that Coca-Cola and Disney were interested in collaborating with them, and he would be negotiating with them in the coming weeks. Unbeknownst to them, Galaxy Era has become a significant influence on Blue Star. Chapter 65. After concluding the valuation of Fuchin Network and meeting with Wu Wei and Lin Ran, Chinfuchin sat alone in the conference room, appearing to meditate. Fuchin Network was established recently, with employee salaries averaging approximately 15 times the market rate, and exceptional talents could earn up to triple the salary. However, the workforce remains insufficient, barely sustaining normal operations. In 2017, Chengdu had around 40,000 employees, slightly exceeding 60,000, while Fuchin Network boasts just over 2,000. Some employees within Fuchin Network were directly transferred from the search engine department of Goose Factory. Nevertheless, Chinfuchin preferred not to intervene in the recruitment processes of either Fuchin Network or Fuchin Entertainment. He could only urge Wu Wei and Lin Ran during their meetings. The Fuchin Research Center is entirely under his purview, and at this moment, Chinfuchin contemplated how to approach recruitment for the center. Although the test set by Sasong could identify candidates with online learning capabilities, they had two shortcomings. They could not ascertain their potential ceiling, and the candidate's intrinsic motivation might not be sufficiently robust. While Chinfuchin pondered, Su Jiyun knocked and entered. All right, we are about to depart. Su Jiyun communicated the details to Chinfuchin, who responded affirmatively. The influence of Fuchin Network is becoming evident, as it is poised to become a formidable enterprise. a benchmark internet company of significant importance to Sichuan province. Consequently, the provincial leaders and high-ranking officials from Shuda City decided to visit Fuchin Network for an inspection that afternoon. They aimed to propose certain conditions to secure Qin Fuchin's commitment to keep the enterprise in Shuda permanently. After all, the development of floating network and floating entertainment has not received significant assistance from Sichuan province. You seem rather discontented. Following the conclusion of the provincial leaders' inspection, Qin Fuchin and Wu Wei found themselves alone in the office. After Qin Fuchin assured headquarters that he would remain in Shudu and create tens of thousands of high-tech jobs, the top official of Sichuan province finally decided to sell a prime piece of land in the high-tech zone to Floating Group at a low price. Consequently, Qin Fuchin felt quite pleased and intended to restructure his enterprises, as it appeared there was an urgent necessity for Floating Group. However, Wu Wei seemed somewhat distracted. Upon noticing this, Qin Fuchin expressed his concern. Wu Wei stated, Qiandu, Weibo, Dubon, and ByteDance have joined forces to demand that we cease our content scraping. We have learned through internal channels that they are collaboratively developing new technologies to prevent our search engine from directly accessing their content. Other products under Qiandu, such as Qiandu Jidao, will also have their content captured by Wanxiang Search. Qin Fuchin found it rather ludicrous that these internet enterprises believed they could contend with extraterrestrial AI like Sasong in the realm of internet technology. Let them develop their solutions. I am confident in my technology. They will not succeed in 5 or even 10 years. By then, our search engine technology will also have evolved. There is nothing to worry about. In truth, Qin Fuchin thought that even if they spent a century researching, they would not discover a method to restrict Wanxiang Search's content scraping. Wu Wei replied, since you say so, I feel reassured. Aside from this, they intend to pursue legal action against us for infringement and plan to condemn us publicly. Qin Fuchin responded, if that is the case, then all search engines are infringing. Moreover, they are merely carriers of content, not its creators. Our legal department has invested considerable effort in building our case. It is time to showcase it. As for public opinion, users care about experience. Their criticisms contradict user experience, and netizens will not side with them. Furthermore, after Beige triumphs over AlphaGo, public sentiment will overwhelmingly favor us. Wu Wei could comprehend Qin Fuchin's assertions, yet he feared antagonizing so many enterprises simultaneously. Qin Fuchin's confidence stemmed from 1729 and from Wanxiang Search's substantial lead over Qiandu Search. Wu Wei suggested, in that case, we should vigorously promote the impending artificial intelligence battle to diminish their voice. Very well, you may decide on the specifics. In the new headquarters parking lot, a black Cadillac came to a steady halt, with a copy of the Harvard Business Review resting in the passenger seat. The latest issue of the Harvard Business Review featured a cover story proclaiming Floating Network as the highest valued private company, discussing its intrinsic worth in detail and providing an in-depth analysis of the 3 products unveiled at the press conference, estimating Floating Network's valuation at $70 billion. At that moment, Qiandu's market valuation stood at $95 billion. Alora emerged from the parked Cadillac, holding the Harvard Business Review in hand. Do you regret it now? Aurora placed the Harvard Business Review before Pachai, and the term Fuchin Network came into Pachai's view. Pachai appeared quite vexed, expressing disbelief that their search engine could outperform theirs. Clearly, both had thoroughly experienced universal search over the weekend. Fuchin Network has established top-tier server clusters in the United States and Europe, allowing these regions to perfectly enjoy universal search. Aurora remarked, in my opinion, the valuation of Fuchin Network in the Harvard Business Review is still underestimated. If what that Chinese individual mentioned about the Helmsman system during the conference is indeed true, the value of Fuchin Network should at least double. Pachai nodded, acknowledging that they still lacked a clear understanding of the system's intrinsic value. While universal search has alternatives, the Helmsman system does not. Observing Pachai's demeanor, Aurora continued earnestly. Can we halt the AI Go matches? During the period we promote Fuchin Network, universal search has been rapidly advancing in the English-speaking internet sphere. What if AlphaGo loses again? Though his words trailed off, the underlying implication was clear. We cannot ignore the compensation amount stipulated in the agreement. If we choose to abstain from battle, the opposing side could exploit this situation just as if we had lost. Pachai interjected. Aurora suggested, we can focus on publicity. Isn't the discourse of the Western media still under our influence? Pachai countered, don't forget about the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. They would relish our downfall. And Fuchin Network's IPO is a significant opportunity for them. I also doubt their capacity to surpass AlphaGo in the field of artificial intelligence, he concluded decisively. Chapter 66. The dispute at Google. At the mention of this, Aurora was filled with indignation, his expression bordering on fury. Isn't their technology and search engines superior to ours? Pachai awkwardly admitted, Though I hesitate to concede this point, the experience does indeed surpass that of Google after usage, whether the requests are simple or complex. Universal Search performs significantly better than Google. For the average user, employing Universal Search guarantees that the information accessed from the top-ranked pages is precisely what they seek. For more discerning users, such as researchers probing their knowledge gaps through search engines, Universal Search equally provides the most valuable pages. Pichai was profoundly shaken after his experience. The internet had entered its third decade, and it was astonishing that a company could excel in search engine technology beyond Google, surpassing his expectations. He had to acknowledge that the genius in the internet realm from China was not inferior to that of the United States. Aurora, upon hearing this, struck the table forcefully, stating, "Our technical team is currently baffled as to how Universal Search captures content that is prohibited from being accessed, and how their ranking system achieves superior performance compared to ours. Our engineers have been working overtime throughout the weekend, striving to understand the optimizations made in Universal Search's technical architecture or whether an entirely new search engine framework has been adopted. If a completely new search engine architecture were to be adopted, it would be truly incredible," Aurora remarked, barely able to contain his astonishment. Pichai seemed perplexed, as Aurora's comments appeared unrelated to the battle with artificial intelligence. Noticing Pichai's silence, Aurora's frustration bubbled over. "Do you not yet comprehend? We are utterly ignorant of the fluctuations in the network. Even within our most experienced domain of search engines, we do not fathom their methods, let alone in the realm of artificial intelligence. Our AlphaGo's algorithmic framework has been made public. In this situation of information asymmetry, I have little faith in this confrontation." Pichai countered, "Our AlphaGo has evolved into AlphaZero, employing a reinforcement learning framework, which has not been disclosed to the public. Supervised learning, reinforcement learning, and unsupervised learning constitute the three principal frameworks of machine learning. AlphaGo utilized supervised learning, while our latest Go AI, AlphaZero, adopts a groundbreaking reinforcement learning approach. In simpler terms, supervised learning is akin to endless repetition, whereas reinforcement learning possesses genuine essence. As the Chief Technology Officer, have you forgotten our latest AlphaZero?" Pichai jested. His confidence stemmed from AlphaZero. While other internet companies followed suit with supervised learning frameworks, Google had boldly advanced further. Remarkably, the new AlphaZero can triumph over AlphaGo without requiring 30 million data points, and post-battle, the technical team has been tirelessly training AlphaZero. In Pichai's view, the individuals from the fluctuating network had merely made minor optimizations within the supervised learning framework, rendering it difficult to defeat AlphaGo, let alone AlphaZero. Aurora retorted, "I have been the driving force behind the reinforcement learning framework. How could I possibly be unaware?" Pichai replied, "Then what is it that you fear? We must not underestimate our opponent simply because we are Google, especially considering they have already triumphed in our proudest domain. Your arrogance amidst ignorance of Baizé is disconcerting." Aurora stiffly uttered the name Baizé. Upon learning of the fluctuating network's designation for their artificial intelligence, Aurora had taken the initiative to research the meaning of Baizé. Baizé, a mythical creature from Chinese folklore, is omniscient and once symbolized wisdom. This was the conclusion Aurora reached after his inquiry. "You have lost your reverence for technology," Aurora exclaimed before storming out of Pichai's office in anger. "Time will prove me right," Pichai muttered to himself. Before assuming the presidency of Google, Pichai had overseen products such as browsers and toolbars, amassing extensive experience in technological implementation and product commercialization. He had consistently prioritized commercial success over technological significance, creating a persistent rift between him and Aurora. He believed that even if the worst outcome occurred, AlphaZero's defeat, acquiring the fluctuating network would suffice. If the steering system were indeed as Chun Fu-Chin described, Pichai would covet the steering system immensely. This is far more formidable than mere references like 8. In the near future, as he wishes, Google has acquired Wanxiang Search and the Helmsman system within the hallowed halls of the American Chemical Society building in Washington, D.C. A meeting is convened to deliberate the allocation of this year's awards. This marks our third gathering to discuss the attribution of the Theoretical Chemistry Award, and I believe we must arrive at a conclusion. The current president of the American Chemical Society, Edward Wasserman, surveyed the room before speaking. A middle-aged Caucasian man with brown hair and a ruddy complexion took up Edward's words, reiterating that the research findings warranting the Theoretical Chemistry Award are indeed substantial. The speaker, Stephen Walker, one of this year's judges and a luminary in the field of electrochemistry, asserted, "We must not forsake the integrity of the award due to an individual's academic credentials or background. Thus, I contend that this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award should be bestowed upon him in recognition of his exceptional contributions to the theoretical analysis of electronic properties and metals. However, another judge, Harvey, sitting across from him, countered, according to our investigations, this individual possesses only a bachelor's degree and has never undergone formal academic training. His previous identities were primarily as an entrepreneur and a writer, with no substantial connection to chemistry. Chinfuchen's Galactic Era has been published in the United States and is fully represented by Bantam Books. Several judges present, having read Galactic Era, stifled their laughter. Harvey continued, I have grounds to suspect that the breakthrough in the equations was not achieved by him personally. Have any scholars working in this field recently claimed that their findings were appropriated? Walker stood and scanned the judges. The judges he surveyed shook their heads in unison. Since the equation was proposed in the 1930s, countless scholars have attempted to solve this issue over the past century, with the last significant breakthrough occurring in 1964. Since then, progress has stagnated at the density functional stage, and this recent achievement can be deemed conclusive, effectively resolving the qualitative description of metallic states. Upon hearing this, Harvey retorted, It is precisely because I understand the immense difficulty of this problem that I question whether he possesses the capability to resolve it. Surely, everyone has seen that special issue dedicated to the problem. While the paper employs a considerable amount of mathematical content, it does not come across as cumbersome. On the contrary, the paper appears remarkably elegant. The proof of a significant problem in its first version is generally quite unwieldy, often featuring convoluted paths of proof. Walker wished to respond further, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Edward gestured for him to cease. Edward stood to conclude the dispute, which had played out too many times in this very office over the past few days. Since it appears that we are unable to persuade one another, he proposed, I have devised a plan. We shall provisionally award this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award to him and notify him via email to deliver an academic presentation prior to the award ceremony. In terms of merit, the general solution of the equation is more than sufficient to warrant the award. If his academic demeanor raises our suspicions, then we shall award the prize to the alternate candidate at the ceremony the following day, and subsequently, we will publicly question whether this achievement was indeed his own. Let us raise our hands to vote. Those in agreement, please indicate. There are no objections to Ed's rather conciliatory proposal. Conducting an academic report in person allows everyone to pose questions directly, which is indeed an excellent approach. After confirming the identity of Chinfuchen, various universities extended invitations for him to present, yet Chin felt these were merely distractions and instructed Su Zhiyun to decline them all. Now, let us discuss alternative candidates. Who do you consider as the second choice for the Theoretical Chemistry Award? I propose Professor Mustafa Al-Sayed. In the game room on the second floor of the Huagua Chess Institute, Kujia and Gu Li had just commenced a training match. Gu Li held a chess piece in hand, while the personnel from Fuqing Network had provided the institute with 20 tickets for an exhibition match. Are you planning to attend? The match between Baze and AlphaGo is not open to public ticket sales. It is solely a complimentary event. I shall not attend. Training matches are considerably more relaxed compared to formal competitions, allowing for conversation amidst the calculations. Gu Li raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, The pinnacle battle of artificial intelligence. Do you not wish to witness history firsthand? Ku Jie replied, For a match devoid of suspense, watching the live stream suffices. Gu Li retorted, Devoid of suspense? Are you implying that AlphaGo is guaranteed to win? Yet, I have seen various analyses online recently elevating Baze to extraordinary heights. After placing his black piece accordingly, Ku Jie smiled and said, I was referring to Baze's assured victory. Gu Li, puzzled, asked, What gives you such confidence in Baze? Although I too hope our nation's artificial intelligence prevails. Ku Jie responded, 57 days ago, representatives from the Goose Factory invited me to Pingcheng for a match. And I faced the artificial intelligence known as Baze. Gu Li remarked, You've been keeping this from us. Since you have such faith in Baze, it must have defeated you. Did it impose a greater sense of pressure than AlphaGo? Gu Li's tone noticeably dipped when mentioning AlphaGo. The impact of AlphaGo on Go players has been profound, leading many to question the necessity of human competition in this strategic game. After AlphaGo's dominating victories over top players like Li Sidol and Ku Jie, there emerged a belief that AlphaGo had set a ceiling for Go, suggesting that humans need only compete against it to see who can approach this upper limit. Ku Jie returned the black piece to the jar, cradling his chin in contemplation. No, Baze does not instill a sense of pressure in me, but rather a feeling of suffocation, he stated. In my match against AlphaGo, as you know, I began the second game with a leading position and glimpsed the dawn of victory, though I ultimately did not win. Gu Li understood that remaining silent was the best course of action now. He listened intently, momentarily setting aside the match. Ku Jie continued, During the match with AlphaGo, with all the cameras focused on me, the pressure was immense. However, in my battle with Baze, the environment was quite intimate, allowing me to feel more relaxed. He added, over 5 days, I played 7 games. In the 5th match, I executed my best game in many years, yet still did not emerge victorious. That suffocating sensation truly mirrored my feelings after the match with AlphaGo. Upon reviewing the game, I felt that had I played again, I might have had a chance. However, following my match with Baze, I spent half a month in the confines of the Goose Factory, meticulously analyzing each game, only to realize that no matter how many times I replayed them, victory remained elusive. Due to confidentiality constraints, I was unable to take the game records with me. What Kajia did not mention was that Baze won against him by an increasing margin of 1, 2, 3, and 4 points respectively in each game. After the conclusion of the 3rd match, he became aware of this pattern and set a goal for the 4th game not to lose by 4 points. Yet he still failed to achieve it. In the final match, Baze won by precisely 7 points. After the game ended, Kajia sat motionless until dusk. For professional players, a 5-point deficit signifies an insurmountable chasm. No matter how vast the skill disparity between professional players may be, it cannot exceed 5 points. You can request to play a game against Baze, and you will understand. Kajia added. Dooley pondered seriously over Kajia's suggestion, stating that he would respond after reviewing the match between him and AlphaGo. Chapter 68, The Clash of Baze and AlphaGo on the morning of December 10th at 9 a.m. The artificial intelligence Baze from Fuching Network was set to battle AlphaGo from Gudog. At this moment, it was 8:30 a.m., and the invited audience members were gradually arriving at the Shangri-La Hotel in Shidu. Hello everyone, I am Zhongzhe, and I am delighted to once again receive an invitation from Fuching Network to witness this monumental confrontation of artificial intelligences live. Zhongzhe had previously attended a press conference by Fuching Network and created an analysis video that was both humorous and insightful, garnering widespread acclaim. That video surpassed 7 million views across Weibo and various platforms and was even retweeted by the official Weibo account of Wanxiang Search. Thus, Zhongzhe received another invitation. Especially noteworthy as this match was not open for public ticket sales, driving prices up to 4,000 or 5,000. With half an hour remaining until this epic-making duel, Fuching Network generously provided breakfast vouchers for the Shangri-La Hotel. During the interlude before the official start, Zhongzhe engaged in a live stream with his fans. If anyone had questions, they could post them in the comments, and he would address the most commonly asked ones at the subsequent press conference. Please hold on for a moment. I need to grab some breakfast. The chat room erupted with comments like, didn't you say you were on a diet? Eating will make you gain 20 pounds. At 8:30 a.m. on a Saturday, many were still asleep, yet the live stream buzzed with activity. With over 200,000 viewers, a testament to its genuine popularity. Don't be like that. I have work today, and I need to replenish my energy. Zhongzhe remarked upon returning to the camera. You don't even understand Go. What energy are you expending? Quipped a sharp-eyed viewer. Unfortunately, Zhongzhe missed that comment as he continued eating. You can't deny that the breakfast at this 5-star hotel is quite exceptional. The sausages are perfectly smoked, and the bread is toasted just right. This slightly charred texture is marvelous, so crisp and delightful. His expression of bliss made those viewers who had yet to eat breakfast wish to give him a playful nudge. Considering the sentiments of the audience, Zhongzhe briefly addressed the attendees before pausing the culinary segment. Naturally, the most pressing question on everyone's mind is whether Baze can triumph over AlphaGo. While AlphaGo's prowess is formidable, the technical capabilities of Gudog should not be underestimated. Nonetheless, Fuching Network's willingness to wager a staggering $1 billion instills in me a belief in their potential for victory. This audacious bet serves as a pivotal attraction for the audience, hence this confrontation is dubbed the match of the century or the billion-dollar gamble. It is essential not to be overly enamored with Gudog nor to underestimate Fuching Network. After finishing his breakfast, Zhongzhe seized the final moments to share his analysis with fans. Chen Fuching has maintained an enigmatic presence since emerging into the public eye. Although he is primarily perceived as a science fiction writer, he is yet to falter in corporate management. My impression is that he operates with calculated intent, likely exhibiting considerable confidence in Baze to engage in such a gamble. However, Chen Fuching does not act solely on his own accord. His decisions are typically made with the Council of 1729, requiring their consensus before proceeding. Even if Baze were to conquer AlphaGo, it would not imply that Fuching Network possesses superior technical prowess compared to Gudog. It would merely indicate their expertise in artificial intelligence surpasses that of Gudog. I am about to enter the arena and will promptly provide an analysis of the confrontation afterward. However, I must admit that I am not well versed in Go, and my analysis will merely reflect on the significance of this duel and its implications for artificial intelligence research. Greetings, I am Chen Fuching. and I welcome you to this grand showdown of artificial intelligence. The largest conference hall of the Shangri-La Hotel is filled to capacity with representatives from various internet enterprises and media outlets, alongside a handful of geeks who purchase second-hand tickets. This duel will be broadcast live across numerous platforms, including Douyu, Zhan, and Hushark, with gratitude extended to Samsung, Panasonic, Huawei, and Tencent for their sponsorship of this event. This occasion can be described as a grand convergence of the Go and technology sectors, as Samsung and Panasonic have a long-standing tradition of sponsoring Go competitions. And this event is no exception. Meanwhile, Huawei and Tencent recognize this as an excellent opportunity to enhance their brand image. The backdrop of Fuchin features logos of Gudog and Fuchin Network prominently displayed in the front row, with the logos of the 4 sponsors in the second row. For this modest display, each of these 4 companies contributed a sponsorship fee of $20 million. Over the course of the past month, Tencent and Gudog have engaged in various promotional activities for this Go match, capturing the attention of global media. In attendance are not only domestic media representatives but also esteemed Western outlets such as The Times and The New York Times. Thus, they are not at a loss. Baze and AlphaGo will take turns making a move every minute, with the match format being a best of 3. The entire event will be narrated by esteemed commentators Nie Weiping and Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's commentary is straightforward and accessible, suitable for intermediate players, while Nie Weiping provides insightful analyses of the game's dynamics, making for an excellent pairing. To enhance the viewing experience, a time constraint has been implemented, as without it, Baze and AlphaGo could engage in thousands of games in a mere second. This match will be orchestrated by Fuchin Network's Chief Technology Officer, Li Changhe, alongside core member of the Alpha team, Dai Misai, acting as the players. Both individuals are amateur Go enthusiasts, with Dai sitting as an international chess master. We have also invited a professional player from the national Go team to provide a detailed analysis after the match concludes. Of course, for those wishing to challenge Baze, we have set up 5 computers on site, welcoming participants to experience the game post-battle. The contest is about to commence. Chapter 69, Baze vs. AlphaGo 2. AlphaGo originated from an artificial intelligence program developed by a company and was subsequently acquired by Google for $400 million in 2014. Leading to the official establishment of the AlphaGo project in the same year. Following its public introduction, AlphaGo faced human Go players, suffering only a single defeat in March 2016 to Lee Sedol, after which it remained unbeaten. While the majority of international netizens blindly favored AlphaGo, domestic commentators expressed skepticism, suggesting that Chen Fuchin's billion-dollar investment was merely a grand marketing ploy that yielded more profit than loss. Most media predictions leaned favorably towards AlphaGo while harboring pessimism for Baze, viewing Chen Fuchin's gamble as a poor strategic move stemming from an overestimation of his own capabilities. Since its inception, AlphaGo has competed against numerous top players worldwide, whereas Baze, being a product of the laboratory, lacks comparable experience. The professional Go magazine, Go World, estimated Baze's strength to be roughly equivalent to that of Kojia, yet inferior to the pinnacle represented by AlphaGo. Just a day prior, Google published a groundbreaking paper on a new deep learning theory within the framework of reinforcement learning, asserting that the AlphaGo participating in this match had adopted this framework, rendering it significantly more powerful than its predecessor. The news of Google surpassing its own benchmarks cast a shadow of pessimism over the onlookers. Following this revelation, some Chinese netizens who had previously expressed confidence in Baze began to shift their stance, acknowledging Google's formidable technological prowess. Those already skeptical of Fuchin Network's endeavors were further emboldened to deride Chen Fuchin's overreach. Unbeknownst to them, the agreement between Goose Factory and Fuchin Network included a wager clause. Half of Goose Factory's $100 million investment had yet to materialize. Only upon Baze's victory would the funds be released. In essence, if Fuchin Network were to lose this match, they would forfeit $60 billion. Furthermore, even if a loss brought global notoriety, it would be akin to that of a mere buffoon. The netizens remained oblivious to these stakes, yet Li Changhe, seated before the board, was acutely aware, and thus felt immense psychological pressure. During this period, Baze engaged in over 10,000 matches with Jue, achieving victory in every encounter, leaving Jue, a Go AI developed by Goose Factory, thoroughly outmatched. Jue, completed in 2016, had previously triumphed over world champion Jiang Weijia on November 2nd and faced Kojia in a match that resulted in 1 victory and 1 defeat. Within the virtual realm, Jue suffered numerous defeats at Baze's hands, prompting project leader Liu Yoxing to resolve to optimize Jue to surpass Baze. The paper published by Google yesterday illuminated a new direction for Liu Yoxing, instilling confidence in Li Changhe. However, the updated AlphaGo from yesterday dampened his spirits. As a prominent figure in the field of artificial intelligence, he deeply understood the substantial enhancements brought forth by the reinforcement learning framework for AlphaGo. The realm of reinforcement learning had previously been a technology spoken of only in whispers, until it was unexpectedly unveiled by Google, sending shockwaves through the industry. Across from Li Changke, Dices wore a relaxed smile, awaiting the referee's announcement to commence the match. For Dices, this visit to should have felt much like a vacation. His demeanor remarkably at ease. As the host declared the match officially underway, Li Changhe made the first move with the black pieces. The match was a contest between two artificial intelligences, devoid of any psychological fluctuations. A real-time projection of the chessboard appeared on screens behind both players, ensuring even those seated in the last row could follow the game clearly. In the earpiece, the voice of a staff member announced that Li Changhe swiftly positioned his black piece at the 11th spot on the board. Wang Yuan stated that this match would be a best-of-3 series, with Bays playing black in the first and third games, while AlphaGo would play black first in the second game. Nia Weiping concurred, noting that both competitors were confident they could conclude the match in 2 games, thereby securing victory. Wang Yuan remarked that AlphaGo's style was well known, having absorbed the essence of numerous top players throughout history and enhanced it. Typically, AlphaGo would initiate with a 2-3 opening. In contrast, Bays was a newcomer, shrouded in mystery. Nia Weiping expressed curiosity, stating that as a player, he naturally yearned to encounter formidable opponents rather than a solitary standout. Even if the new artificial intelligence triumphed over the older version, it was still a prospect he wished to see. Wang Yuan observed Bays' opening move, noting it diverged from AlphaGo's preferred strategy, opting instead for a 2-2 star formation. In the commentary duo, Wang Yuan focused on the technical aspects of the game, while Nia provided deeper analysis and wit. AlphaGo's second move was placed at position 15, the upper left corner, while Bays' second move fell at position 14. In the audience, Jiang Zhujiao sat alongside Gu Li. Jiang, a disciple of the chess sage Wu Qingyuan, felt that AlphaGo's maneuvers bore traces of his mentor's influence. The game unfolded like the vast cosmos, each move akin to stars finding their rightful place. Jiang, a former national team member, and Gu Li, the current member, shared a camaraderie, both attending to spectate the match. Gu Li remarked on Bays' clearly distinct opening from AlphaGo's, to which Jiang calmly replied that it was only natural. Bays sought to best AlphaGo and might feel the odds were not in his favor were he to adopt a similar approach. Gu Li's voice lowered, revealing his excitement. Realizing that AlphaGo was also employing the 2-2 star formation instead of its usual 2-3 opening. He pondered whether the convergence of tactics among artificial intelligences suggested a future mainstream strategy. As the game transitioned into the mid-game phase, the atmosphere in the venue grew remarkably silent. Only the commentary and the sound of pieces being placed resonated throughout the vast conference hall. Currently, the situation revealed Bays consistently applying pressure on AlphaGo, which was relegated to a defensive stance. Nia Weiping smiled as he spoke, finding joy in witnessing Chinese artificial intelligence potentially overcoming AlphaGo. Meanwhile, the once relaxed Dices now bore no trace of a smile on his face. Li Changhe was merely a chess enthusiast, possessing limited understanding of the intricacies of the Go board. However, he could sense the favorable situation through Damus's grim visage, and his anxious heart gradually began to ease. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's voice grew louder. The black pieces have escaped from the outside. AlphaGo is in a predicament now. It has opted for close combat. Is it about to engage in a contest of computational power? In Chapter 70, the Battle of Bays against AlphaGo 3. The earlier stage of probing had shifted dramatically, as both sides on the board commenced a fierce engagement. As time passed, Damus's expression became increasingly grim, being well-versed in Go. He was acutely aware that AlphaGo had begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. Damus was astonished that Bays could surpass the optimized AlphaGo in terms of computational prowess. Fuching, I never anticipated that your technological advancements in artificial intelligence would rival those of Google, commented Shen Anping, stroking his chin as he spoke to Chen Fuching seated beside him. Shen Anping, the global executive partner of Sequoia Capital and founder of Sequoia China, represented a formidable investment entity, passionately backing Fuching Network, which had already invested in over 500 companies in China alone. Chen Fuching replied, "It's not that we are merely on par with Google, but rather that we surpass them." Shen Anping's English name was well known. Undoubtedly, Shen Anping was a titan in the investment realm. Despite having met Chen Fuching only 2 or 3 times, he had cultivated a remarkable rapport with him. Following the conclusion of Fuching Network's launch event, investment funds flocked to it eagerly. However, after news of the colossal gamble emerged, many of these funds hesitated, still willing to invest, but at significantly lower valuations. The market capitalization of Fuching Network had already soared due to the initial investment from the Goose Factory, indicating that the amount required for the subsequent round of investment would be astronomical. Few funds possessed the capability to invest at such a scale, and the only ones willing to make substantial investments were Sequoia Capital and two others. The true controlling figure of Fuching Network, Chen Fuching, remained reclusive, avoiding in-depth discussions with the founders, which left these investment funds reluctant to commit large sums to Fuching Network. Only Xin Amping had managed to engage with Li Changhe through established channels. The leaders of the other two firms could only convey their investment intentions to Chen Fuching indirectly through Wu Wei. Upon hearing this, Xin Namping lamented. Why didn't you seek investment from Sequoia Capital back then? I would have offered you 200 billion without hesitation. Chen Fuching smiled softly and replied, without the endorsement of the Goose Factory, I doubt you would have had that confidence. Xin Amping responded, had I known that the Ph.D. featured in the magazine was you, my confidence would have soared. With a bachelor's degree in mathematics, Xin Amping had pursued further studies in mathematics at Columbia University, and he understood the significance of the magazine's special issue featuring Chen Fuching's paper, which reinforced his belief in the authenticity of Fuching Network's technology. Chen Fuching did not engage with his comment, but objectively assessed, Sequoia cannot provide me with the online visibility that the Goose Factory can, especially in the early stages. Xin Amping countered, however, there are areas where Sequoia can assist you now, which the Goose Factory may not be able to. The momentum of Wanxiang's search was quite impressive in China and several English-speaking countries, maintaining a consistently high level of traffic. However, if Wanxiang's search intends to expand into France, Germany, Japan, and South Korea, Sequoia can indeed offer far more than Goose Factory. Chen Fuching, but Morgan could also achieve this. Why should I choose Sequoia? Xin Amping, the price I can offer is the highest among the three. Chen Fuching, after today, Google's offer will surpass yours. If I prioritize money, I could simply sell to Google. He exhibited immense confidence in Base's ability to conquer AlphaGo. Xin Amping, I will place my full trust in you and support the decisions you make. Moreover, Sequoia's investments in China far exceed those of Morgan. I can assist you in swiftly overcoming Google. Chen Fuching, what if, within the United States, Google employs administrative means to prevent Wanxiang's search from entering the market? The second round of funding for Fuching Network cannot rely solely on Sequoia as the investor. Xin Amping, that is unlikely. The U.S. government will not intervene in corporate competition. Chen Fuching, are you certain? Then why has Hua failed to enter the U.S. market for so long? Xin Amping fell into deep contemplation. He had always aspired to be the sole third-party investor in Fuching Network. He had met with Chen Fuching several times. Yet Chen had remained non-committal on this matter. As both men lapsed into silence, the game on the board continued its course, unaffected by personal intentions, proceeding at its established rhythm. Upon receiving instructions through his earpiece, Li Changhe, momentarily dazed, placed the black stone in the designated position. At this juncture, even Li Changhe, an aficionado of Go, could discern the advantage of the black stones on the board. He felt momentarily disoriented. Base was wholly developed by Saison, specifically tailored for the game of Go on Blue Star. In the words of 1729, in the vast universe, countless games more intricate than Go exist. How could Saison possibly falter in this regard? However, Li Changhe had not participated in the development of Base and was entirely oblivious to its underlying algorithmic logic. Without contributing anything, Base was poised to effortlessly surpass the previous strongest Go AI, AlphaGo. This engendered a surreal sensation within Li Changhe, the chief technology officer of Fuching Network. A victory without effort felt exceedingly facile to him. Simultaneously, the commentators Wang Yuan and Nie Weiping grew increasingly animated. Wang Yuan, I sense we are about to witness history today. AlphaGo's moves have yet to surpass our cognitive boundaries. Nie Weiping, indeed. I cannot comprehend why Base plays in such a manner, yet it continuously encroaches upon AlphaGo's potential space. Wang Yuan, we can observe White 76 charging directly to the upper right to create a KO. Nie Weiping, however, Black is denying him the opportunity. The black stones swiftly eliminate the KO threat and advance towards the lower left, complicating the situation further. Wang Yuan, yes, we can see that White is under immense pressure. If the lower left cannot be revitalized, AlphaGo will have no chance whatsoever. The two commentators maintained a clear perspective on the unfolding situation. Although the logic behind Base's moves eluded them, they were acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages at play. Witnessing such an intense match, with their nation's AI player poised for victory, was utterly exhilarating. In the sidelines, Guli suddenly remarked to Jiang Zhujiao, AlphaGo has no chance now. Chapter 71. The Battle of Base against AlphaGo 4 within the Huagua Chess Academy in Yanjing. Kujia sat before the Go board. while the television on the wall broadcasted the live match between Baze and AlphaGo. The arrangement of the black and white stones on Ku Jie's board mirrored that on the screen. As he endeavored to immerse himself in Baze's perspective to fathom its strategic thought processes, "You have indeed not disappointed me," he mused. As the game progressed into the endgame, Ku Jie discerned that AlphaGo's final opportunity had vanished, just as he had anticipated. However, something felt amiss. AlphaGo's strength appeared to be significantly greater than when he had played against it. If I were to face the previous version of AlphaGo, I would likely have a 30% chance of victory. Yet against the current iteration, I would have no chance whatsoever, let alone against Baze. After witnessing the initial game between Baze and AlphaGo, a torrent of thoughts flooded Ku Jie's mind. Was humanity rendered superfluous in the realm of artificial intelligence in Go? Shifting the perspective back to the venue in Shudu, the large screen at the back displayed the results of the first match. First match black, Baze white. Result, black victory by 34 stones as black pieces enjoy the advantage of the first move. A compensation of 5 stones is required for the white pieces, according to the rules of Chinese Go. Wang Yuan exclaimed with excitement, "We won." Ye Weiping, clearly even more exhilarated, responded, "After Baze's match earlier this year, we all spoke of it as the god of Go, the pinnacle of the game. The upper limits of this sport seem to have been locked by artificial intelligence. Yet through this game between Baze and AlphaGo, we can see that the potential of Go extends far beyond that." Ye Weiping held a profound affection for the game. The frustration he felt earlier this year watching Ku Jie being utterly overwhelmed by AlphaGo was now replaced by elation. Although Baze was also an artificial intelligence, it represented China's own creation, proving that the realm of Go had not reached its conclusion. Wang Yuan added, "Though this ceiling was not shattered by human players, it is equally worthy of celebration that artificial intelligence can breach it. Moreover, Baze will introduce new ideas and provide human players with fresh directions." Ye Weiping encouraged. "Everyone can look forward to the next match with black stones. I believe it will be even more thrilling." Many media representatives and company delegates in the audience were not well versed in Go. The prolonged and intense gameplay had momentarily rendered the atmosphere stagnant. As the match entered its later stages, the commentary from the two hosts grew increasingly fervent, redirecting the audience's attention back to the unfolding game on screen. With the announcement of Baze's victory flashing across the screen, numerous journalists rushed to the front, eager to capture the decisive moment. Li Chang'e sat with his head slightly elevated, hands resting naturally on the sofa, while across from him, Daimi's forehead glistened with sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the board without moving. This scene would be eternally recorded. Across various social media platforms, the news of Baze's explosive victory in the first game spread rapidly. On Weibo, the moment Baze triumphed, it soared to the top of the trending topics. The largest official media outlet, People's Daily, promptly released a newsflash: Baze wins the first game. 10 takes the lead in the first round. On December 10th, the artificial intelligence Baize from Fuchin Network faced off against Google's AlphaGo in a climactic showdown, with Baize playing as black and making the first move. After approximately 3 hours of intense competition, Baize emerged victorious with a margin of 34 points. This event sparked a plethora of thoughts and comments, with the foremost remark stating, "A new legend is born." Most other comments encouraged Baize, urging further efforts. Do Sha Live, a platform that has consistently collaborated with Fuchin Interactive Entertainment, prominently featured this artificial intelligence match on its homepage and promotional pages. However, Go remains a niche sport, and genuine enthusiasts are ultimately few. Initially, the viewership peaked at over 2 million, but as the game progressed, it gradually dwindled to around 300,000. Nevertheless, following Baize's initial victory, all live rooms on the Do Sha platform erupted in celebration of Baize's triumph. The official live room of Fuchin Network saw its viewership soar to the millions, filled with enthusiastic comments and a few analytical insights regarding the match. Was there ever any doubt? 1729 echoed in Chun Fuchin's mind. Chun Fuchin had grown accustomed to 1729's elusive nature, and such an outcome did not exceed his expectations. "I should not doubt so soon, yet I am not well versed in Go. How does Baize's strength compare to that of AlphaGo?" 1729 responded, "To put it in perspective, the gap between Baize and AlphaGo is even greater than that between AlphaGo and Ku Jie." The exchange between Chun Fuchin and 1729 existed on a cognitive plane, swiftly concluding their information transfer, after which 1729 fell silent once more. Just as the dialogue with 1729 ended, Shun Onping turned to Chun Fuchin, exclaiming, "Fuchin, congratulations on your victorious start." However, he privately considered that competition for investment in Fuchin Network would become increasingly fierce. Relying solely on Sequoia capital seemed untenable. Chun Fuchin replied, "This is inevitable." Shun Onping inquired, "Oh, Why is Fu Chen so confident with the game still in progress? The black pieces hold a certain advantage. The outcome of the next round with Bai Zhe playing white remains uncertain, does it not? Fu Chen asserted, if Bai Zhe can win one game, he can win countless others. This is where artificial intelligence diverges from humanity. The proficiency of AI remains unaffected by external factors. Bai Zhe's victory stems from Fu Chen Network's superior understanding of deep learning compared to Google's. Fu Chen continued, from a skill perspective. Even if Bai Zhe is only marginally stronger than AlphaGo, AlphaGo could never defeat Bai Zhe. Let alone the fact that Bai Zhe surpasses AlphaGo by far more than a mere margin. For a moment, Shen Anping was rendered speechless by Fu Chen's evident confidence. His mind racing to assess the true value of Fu Chen Network. Guests were invited to dine at the Hotel S buffet, and then to our prepared rooms for a brief respite, with the afternoon match scheduled to commence at 2 o'clock. The venue buzzed with noise, discussions filled the air, and the audience seemed indifferent to the host's announcements, still captivated by the shock of Bai Zhe's victory over AlphaGo. Chapter 72, Bai Zhe vs. AlphaGo concluded. December in London was already frigid, the kind of bone-chilling dampness that made it even more unbearable. The continuous drizzle during this period left Li Miao feeling quite despondent. Fortunately, the short film had been completed, and all that remained was to remain indoors for the editing process. At 9 in the morning in China, it was merely 1 o'clock in the early morning in London. Li Miao, battling against her drowsiness, meticulously reviewed the previously edited segments while watching the live stream of Bai Zhe competing against AlphaGo. Upon seeing Fu Chen in the broadcast, she felt a mix of unfamiliarity and a tinge of sorrow. The sorrow stemmed from her ignorance of his experiences, which had led to such a drastic transformation. Li Miao simultaneously regretted not having shown more concern for Fu Chen. Ever since the unfortunate accident that befell his parents, he had always appeared before her as a despondent recluse. In contrast, the Fu Chen on the screen exuded calmness and charm. I hope you win. Otherwise, the outside world will have a field day ridiculing you. Major newspapers in England were skeptical about Bai Zhe's prospects, with the Sun particularly scathing, mocking Fu Chen as a modern-day Don Quixote and deriding his audacity. European betting agencies set the odds heavily against Bai Zhe, indicating a stark belief that he had little chance of victory. After sipping a cup of coffee, Li Miao felt somewhat revitalized and returned to her editing work, finding the commentary by Wang Yuan and Nie Weiping unexpectedly entertaining as a means of alleviating her nighttime boredom. As the excitement of the commentators erupted with cries of victory, Li Miao's focus shifted from her editing. She thought to herself that winning even one game was sufficient. At least it would spare her from being labeled as overly ambitious or a mere opportunist. With a weight lifted off her chest, drowsiness surged through her mind, and she succumbed to the allure of her bed, falling into a deep slumber. On popular Western social media platforms like Twitter, news of Bai Zhe's victory spread like wildfire. However, due to the early morning hours in Europe and North America, the fervor of discussion was relatively subdued. In contrast, in Japan and South Korea, nations steeped in the tradition of Go, a frenzy of discourse erupted. The live streaming channel for Fu Chen saw its online viewership exceed 2 million, a figure that represented real individuals, predominantly devoid of Chinese viewers. Upon hearing this news, an excited user based in Kyoto dashed through the ring. Questions arose regarding whether artificial intelligence could propel the advancements in Go technology in ways humanity had never witnessed. A 7th Dan Go player from Japan, Ayama Yuta, remarked on the rapid breakthroughs in AI capabilities, faster than anyone had anticipated. Meanwhile, in these two Go-centric nations, discussions continued to swell. As the father of AI, Demi Sasabis, who had just participated in the match, quickly regained his composure after returning to his room. He tweeted, "I lost the first match. It was an exhilarating and intricate competition. I felt that I pushed Bai Zhe to his limits. I believe we will win with black in the second match." This tweet rapidly garnered attention, being shared by numerous media outlets and individuals, accumulating over 10,000 shares. In the second match, the black pieces faced off against Bai Zhe, who ultimately triumphed decisively, giving AlphaGo no opportunity for redemption. After the match concluded, Deus acknowledged the immense disparity in strength between AlphaGo and Bai's, realizing that the so-called hope was merely a perspective from his own viewpoint. Statistically, the probability of AlphaGo winning had not exceeded 30 since the 20th move. Guli, unable to conceal his excitement after the second match, remarked that Bai's resembled humanity more than AlphaGo, overpowering it like a flood that swept away its defenses. However, Zhang Zhujiao was filled with a sense of profound disappointment. Ultimately, power reigned supreme, and Bai's strength surpassed our imagination, directly dismantling AlphaGo. Guli expressed, "The moment AlphaGo emerged, I recognized that humanity could no longer pose a threat to artificial intelligence in the realm of Go. Do you still harbor fantasies about defeating AI? Jiang Zhujiao replied. Previously, we could at least comprehend the rationale behind AlphaGo's moves, but in the second match, I struggled to grasp the intentions behind many of Bei's plays. Yet, it could compel AlphaGo to maneuver helplessly. Guli added, I can sense some of it. In the second round, Bei's consistently calculated the whole board without concern for local gains and losses, prioritizing momentum, willing to sacrifice material rather than lose position. Jiang Zhujiao questioned, does this assist us? We cannot make such absolute correct choices. My pessimism stems from the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. He continued, previously, some claimed that the match between Kujia and AlphaGo represented humanity witnessing a divine moment. Today's contest can be seen as a new god vanquishing an old one, with the latter rendered utterly defenseless. Guli raised an eyebrow. It will certainly be of some help. I intend to retreat for further study and then challenge Bei's in our next encounter. We may not be able to approach the limits of Go, but we can strive toward the limits of humanity. After losing the first match, far away in California, Pichai sensed impending trouble. Following the second loss, he immediately booked the fastest flight to Shidu, intending to discuss acquiring Fuching Network with Chen Fuching in person. Pichai aimed to turn misfortune into opportunity through the acquisition, anticipating a significant rise in Gudog's stock. Alas, this was merely his solitary wish. Chapter 73. The future has arrived after Beige triumphed over AlphaGo with overwhelming force in the second match. A buzzing discussion erupted among the audience. Subsequently, the first person and then another began to applaud, with the sound of clapping resonating like thunder throughout the hall. The host, amidst the fervent applause, took the stage, requesting a moment of patience as Mr. Chen Fuching, our chairman, would deliver a speech, followed by a media QA session. In the lounge adjacent to the conference hall, Deus sat on the sofa, his hands clasped behind his head, burying his face between his legs. He had initially believed that the newly framed AlphaGo was sufficiently powerful, only to discover that the opposing artificial intelligence was even more formidable. Deus realized that Beis was exceptionally gifted. As we say in our nation, you are guilty of no offense in this battle. To illustrate, while AlphaGo remained akin to a propeller-driven aircraft, Beis had already ascended to the realm of jets. The chasm between them is transformative. Suddenly, a voice speaking in impeccable British English broke through his thoughts, prompting Deus to lift his head. Chen Fuching remarked, Beis is extraordinarily powerful. It undoubtedly employs a framework far beyond the existing deep learning paradigms. May I communicate with the principal designers of Beis? Here, Deus, as he is referred to, is describing Beis. After being introduced by a nearby staff member, he realizes that the man who just spoke is none other than Chen Fuching, the founder of Fuching Network. Previously, while Chen Fuching delivered the opening speech on stage, Deus was seated below, meditating, entirely unconvinced that this artificial intelligence could surpass the enhanced AlphaGo. However, at this moment, Deus is utterly indifferent to the subtly condescending tone in Chen Fuching's words. He is solely curious about how this Chinese company managed to render AlphaGo defenseless. Chen Fuching explains, we have rewritten the foundational framework of deep learning, enabling Beis to possess far greater computational power while also absorbing and refining the strategies of human players. Deus responds, while it also boasts formidable computational capabilities and similarly learns from human players, why is there such a vast disparity between it and Beis? Beis appears to be the next generation of artificial intelligence in Go. Deus continues, due to the immense complexity of Go, it is impossible to deduce each position purely through bottom-up calculations from the endgame. Thus, we rely on search algorithms to achieve local assessments and optimal strategies. I believe Beis cannot transcend this framework, but how have you achieved such excellence? He begins to scratch his head, lost in contemplation. Chen Fuching replies, consider joining Fuching Network. Once you do, the source code of Beis will be open to you, and you will uncover the answers. Indeed, Beis is currently the most formidable artificial intelligence in Go on Blue Planet, but its actual value is rather limited. If we could indeed recruit Deus, it would be entirely worthwhile. Moreover, Sasong could present an even more powerful artificial intelligence for Go. This seems implausible. I established the company myself and cannot depart. Nor have I ever contemplated working in China. Chen Fuching retorts, then we shall await the day when I acquire you from Google. Deus chuckles at Chen Fuching's audacious claim, as if hearing an amusing joke. While your expertise in artificial intelligence is notable, you are still far from prying talent away from Google. After laughing, Deus's negative feelings stemming from defeat dissipate. Deus inquires, could we arrange for Beis to engage in more matches? I feel that playing against Beis has rendered it more human-like. This is merely Deus's impression. He requires further evidence to substantiate his claim. A glimmer of excitement appears in Chen Fuching's eyes, as he thinks to himself how serendipitous this is. Of course, but we will need to publish the subsequent game records online, allowing Go enthusiasts worldwide to learn from them. This is one of the secondary purposes for Chun Fuqing's private meeting with Deus, the primary one being to entice Deus to join him. To his delight, the other party has proactively proposed it. After a moment of contemplation, Deus agrees, for it is already widely known that Baze has surpassed expectations through this live broadcast. Once again, I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending this pinnacle confrontation of artificial intelligence in Go. Chun Fuqing stands straight on stage. If he had felt slightly out of place during the previous conference, he is now thoroughly at ease. The moment he begins to speak, a wave of cheerful applause erupts from the audience. The victory of Baze over AlphaGo does not signify the conclusion of the game of Go. Rather, it underscores that neither humanity nor artificial intelligence has yet reached the pinnacle of this ancient pursuit. It can only be stated that Baze has taken a step ahead of others, and I firmly believe that in the not-so-distant future, there will emerge artificial intelligence capable of surpassing Baze, most likely our very own Baze 20. There will be numerous matches between Baze and future contenders, with the game records made available on the official websites of WuGo and Fuqin Network for all to appreciate. Upon hearing this, the Go practitioners present erupted in applause, recognizing that this development will significantly advance the game of Go. Baze's triumph essentially illustrates that the search technology of Wanxiang's search surpasses that of WuGo. Therefore, I encourage everyone to make use of Wanxiang's search. Although artificial intelligence, as a branch of computer science, was conceived quite some time ago, it wasn't until this year's defeat of Kujia that society truly began to sense the encroaching presence of artificial intelligence. Baze's victory over AlphaGo is merely a continuation of this narrative. While the Helm system of Fuqin Network marks the dawn of an era where artificial intelligence profoundly transforms human society, it will instigate profound and radical changes. And the eternal aim of Fuqin Network remains to deliver the finest products to the public. The future is not merely approaching, it has already arrived. As the new week unfolds, the impact of this match is first palpably reflected in the capital markets. With the market value of Goose Factory soaring to new heights on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, while that of Chengdu has been halved. Rating agencies such as Standard & Poor's and Moody's continue to downgrade Chengdu's credit rating, slashing its stock target price to 95. A staggering decline of over 50% from its peak of 2,468 earlier this year. In Huagua, Chengdu is perceived as a fallen internet giant. Its prospects only slightly better than those of Sogu, relegating it to a second-tier internet company at best. Conversely, WuGo's market value has seen a modest increase. As optimism regarding the prospects of the artificial intelligence market grows, with WuGo being a prominent player in this domain. When Pachai visited Huagua to meet Chun Fuqing, seeking to acquire Fuqin Network, this news was favorable for WuGo. Meanwhile, companies like Alibaba and Amazon, which have positioned cloud services as a core aspect of their business, experienced stock price declines due to the influence of the Helm system. Wanxiang's search has witnessed a surge in click rates, officially surpassing Chengdu in daily visits. Although there remains a slight gap in domestic traffic, the number of paid members for Wanxiang's search has exploded, with domestic subscriptions exceeding 5 million and international memberships surpassing 2 million. Countless individuals, both domestically and internationally, are eager to experience the intelligent search described by Chun Fuqing. The membership fee in the domestic market is set at $10, while it is $2 abroad, contributing to an impressive revenue stream exceeding 70 million. It is entirely natural that Wanxiang search's click rates have not yet surpassed those of Chengdu, as the majority of domestic browsers or navigation sites still utilize Chengdu's search interface, which continues to dominate this segment of traffic. Following a weekend match, not only did Goose Factory's investments promptly materialize, but all search portals under its umbrella have transitioned to Wanxiang Search. Chengdu Search responded swiftly, first by completely abolishing competitive advertisements in the fields of healthcare and education, and secondly by attempting to employ technical measures to entirely shield its content from being crawled by Wanxiang Search. Li Yanhong has designated the task of ensuring that Wanxiang Search cannot retrieve any products related to Chengdu as one of the most pivotal missions, assigning it to Wang Haifeng. From the launch of Fuqin Network to the historic battle between Baze and AlphaGo, this past month has been extraordinarily joyous for major media outlets, providing an abundance of material to cover. Fuqin Network heralds a new era of artificial intelligence, as proclaimed by the headline of the shocking department. The cover of Celebrity magazine features a candid shot of Chun Fuqing taken during the launch event, titled A New Generation of Entrepreneurs. The latest issue of Internet Weekly boasts the cover story, Wanxiang Search devours market share in the search engine arena. Most domestic print media have covers related to Fuqin Network, While international media have focused on last weekend's artificial intelligence go battle and the profound changes AI may bring to future society. According to Forbes magazine, Chen Fuqing's net worth is estimated to be around 160 billion, placing him fourth on the list of billionaires. Chen Fuqing's story has made the notion of wealth accumulation resonate deeply. However, from an official perspective, this is not merely wealth, it is wealth derived from technology. In the first decade of this century, the narrative was that certain technologies in our country had reached a world-leading level. As the second decade commenced, the narrative shifted to our technologies ranking first in the world. Following the recent Artificial Intelligence Go World Championship, Bayes emerged as a leader in this new domain. Previously, we were followers, gradually catching up and even surpassing in various technological fields. In the future, we aim to be pioneers of scientific and technological innovation. This excerpt is from a commentary in the People's Daily regarding Bayes' victory over AlphaGo. Many internet companies, inspired by this momentum, aspire to become the next wealth legends and have begun to aggressively recruit artificial intelligence talents. They are offering annual salaries exceeding $300,000 to anyone with even a slight understanding of deep learning frameworks. Fields related to computer science have surged in popularity, particularly with a deluge of domestic and international applications for artificial intelligence master's programs. On the government side in Shudu, there is an urgent desire to offer land to Fuqing Network, fearing that this internet giant might relocate. At the center of this whirlwind, Chen Fuqing continues to operate at his own steady pace. In the Fuqing Network building, following the weekend's monumental battle, employees are invigorated by their work enthusiasm. Everyone recognizes the limitless prospects of Fuqing Network, and as one of the first employees, the opportunity for financial freedom seems within reach. Wu Wei, in particular, stands out. As he holds a small amount of stock, the development of Fuqing Network is synonymous with his personal advancement. Wanxiang Search is experiencing robust growth, successfully penetrating third and fourth-tier cities due to the weekend's artificial intelligence showdown. Our user retention rate is remarkably high. Thus, we only need to amplify our promotional efforts to increase awareness of Wanxiang Search. In Chen Fuqing's presence, Wu Wei appears exceedingly respectful, a stark contrast to his more casual demeanor during their initial meeting. With ample cash flow on hand, we can commence large-scale recruitment, offering salaries that can compete with those of major tech firms. The development of the mainstream language versions of Wanxiang Search is set to commence. With a 6-month timeframe allocated for the browser's development, the initial focus will be on addressing any existing issues before contemplating the quality of the product. Chen Fuqing was not taken aback by the shift in the other party's attitude, and he pointedly directed the conversation towards the matter at hand. Countries such as Japan, South Korea, Germany, and France remain inaccessible to Wanxiang Search due to language barriers. Meanwhile, the domestic search engine market is exhibiting signs of a tug-of-war, making the foreign market increasingly significant as a source of growth. Chen Fuqing has resolved to attract more investors to alleviate pressure and prepare for entry into various international markets. While conversing with Wu Wei, Su Jiun knocked and entered, whispering to Chen Fuqing, "Boss, Pichai, the CEO of Google, has arrived and requests to see you." Chapter 75. Meeting with Pichai. This meeting has been sensationalized by foreign media, and the specific purpose of Pichai's visit to China has been widely speculated upon. Upon landing, Pichai and his entourage were immediately surrounded by domestic reporters, who posed pointed and sensitive inquiries. Ignoring the journalists, they proceeded directly to the headquarters of Fuqing Network. Chen Fuqing was already aware of Pichai's visit to China. In his strategic plans, Google represents an excellent potential partner, and thus, he was eager to meet with Pichai. Meanwhile, Li Yanhong, the chairman of Baidu, had also expressed a desire to visit Chen Fuqing, but his correspondence went unanswered. In certain respects, Google could offer assistance, whereas Baidu remains a fierce competitor. However, the rapidity of Pichai's arrival was unexpected. The formal meeting was originally scheduled for the following day. Pichai's urgency was influenced by the rising popularity of artificial intelligence concepts, which have led to an increase in Google's stock price. Should the acquisition of Fuqing Network succeed, it could potentially elevate Google's market valuation above that of Apple, making it the most valuable company globally. There are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Even as Wanxiang Search encroaches upon Google's market share, the CEO of Google has traveled great distances to meet with Chen Fuqing. The board of directors at Google has reached a consensus to acquire Fuqing Network at all costs. The Google delegation entered the reception area, fatigued yet determined. Su Jiun quietly informed Chen Fuqing, the first person to walk in is Pichai, the current CEO of Google. "Hello, Fuqing," Pichai greeted warmly. It was evident that he had thoroughly reviewed Chen Fuqing's profile during the flight, Yet encountering the young entrepreneur in person elicited a remark about his youth. At just 24 years old, Chen Fuqing appeared notably youthful among the senior executives at Fuqing Network, initially intending only a polite handshake. Chen Fuqing found Pachai's eagerness for a hug somewhat disconcerting, despite the pleasant aroma of his sophisticated fragrance, which was notably more refined than that of the average Indian. Following mutual introductions among the executives, Pachai promptly addressed the matter at hand. Fuqing, I have come to China with sincerity. We wish to acquire your shares, and I assure you the offered price will be exceedingly favorable. Chen Fuqing inwardly rolled his eyes, pondering why the situation was not reversed, with him acquiring Google instead. However, he maintained an impassive expression. Given the impressive development of the network, why would they sell it to you? Pachai was astonished by the other party's impeccable command of English. Yet a professional smile swiftly graced his face. You could acquire immense wealth, achieving financial freedom and the ability to pursue your passions. This response elicited disdain from Chen Fuqing. I am already financially liberated, as the cash flow from Fuqing Entertainment suffices for me. Yet, the prospect of securing hundreds of billions is enticing. The profits from Fuqing Entertainment are still far from that. No one can remain unmoved in the face of such staggering cash, and Pachai's confidence was palpable. The anticipated profit for Fuqing Entertainment's fourth quarter was projected to reach $7 billion, based on data from October and November. Pachai's jealousy was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The wealth possessed by the young man before him had already eclipsed his own. I have no use for such cash. What truly brings me joy is utterly defeating Qiandu in the Huaguo market. In truth, this statement was entirely disingenuous. For Chen Fuqing, the Fuqing Research Center was paramount, and Fuqing Network was merely a means to acquire resources. Moreover, selling too early was unwise, as Fuqing Network had yet to reach its zenith. Even if Chen Fuqing wished to pursue such a loss-making venture, 1729 would never consent. Pachai, settling for a secondary option, proposed, we hope to invest in Fuqing Network. You are undoubtedly aware of Google's strength, and our investment could elevate Fuqing Network to new heights. If Google were not a direct competitor of Wanxiang Search, Chen Fuqing might consider it, as Google indeed possesses substantial capabilities. However, the overlap in their core businesses was too significant for coexistence. Chen Fuqing replied, no need. Fuqing Network is not lacking in cash flow at present, and what Google can offer, Sequoia Capital can provide even more. However, I believe we can achieve collaboration with Google in certain areas. Following the monumental showdown over the weekend, various investment funds became increasingly eager to invest in Fuqing Network, to the extent that should Chen Fuqing nod, the funds would be immediately available. However, after discussions with Ma Huading, the second round of investment plans would involve Sequoia Capital, alongside SoftBank International from Neon. Upon hearing the initial part, Pachai felt a chill, fearing his trip to China would yield nothing. But the subsequent words sparked a glimmer of hope. In what areas? Chen Fuqing, are you familiar with our helmsman system? Pachai, yes, but I am skeptical. I doubt the helmsman can truly replace humans in hardware operations. Chen Fuqing, no worries, we can allow you to conduct tests in your data center. The helmsman system can indeed reduce costs by 50%. This is no exaggeration. The helmsman system is also one of the cornerstones of Fuqing Network. Pachai, so, are you suggesting that the collaboration entails selling the helmsman system to us? Such a partnership would significantly lower Google's operational costs. Yet it falls far short of Pachai's expected objectives. No. I hope to collaborate with Google to sell the helmsman system to Western countries. We provide the product, and you handle the operations. Fuqing Network is severely understaffed, and with zero government relations in Western countries, selling the helmsman system to data centers there presents an immense challenge. Google has operated in Western countries for many years, employing over 70,000 individuals globally, making it a most suitable candidate for the Helm system's worldwide operations. If the Helm system is indeed as remarkable as Chen Fuqing described at the press conference, then this collaboration would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, such technology seems rather implausible. Pachai remarked cautiously that if the Helm system is as you claim, Google would be more than willing to collaborate with you. Nevertheless, I hope you will consider accepting Google's investment. Since you are visiting China, why not take a trip to our data center in Qianzhou to ascertain the authenticity of the Helm system? Chen Fuqing did not engage with him regarding the investment matter, but instead fervently advocated for the Helm system. This was acceptable. For Pachai, reaching a cooperative agreement with Fuqing Networks during this visit was of utmost importance, and a trip to Qianzhou for this purpose was hardly a burden. Chapter 76. The Data Center. Wow. You only have about 10 operational staff members? Responsible for the daily operations of such a massive data center? Pachai was astounded, gazing incredulously at the modern facility before him. The equipment within Fuching Network's data center was all newly purchased, and the facility was constructed to the highest standards. It is noteworthy that Fuching Network's data center occupies 3 buildings, encompassing over 70 server rooms and collectively housing tens of thousands of servers, all maintained with just over 10 personnel. An astonishing feat. The first investment from the Goose factory, approximately over $2 billion, was largely allocated for the construction of this data center. Typically, a super large-scale data center boasts between 50 to 100,000 servers. For context, Goose Factory's similarly scaled data centers employ around 2,000 operational staff, while Google has more than 5 super large-scale data centers, with nearly 10,000 operational personnel. Huawei's data center in Qianzhou was literally carved out of a mountain, hosting approximately 600,000 servers that store management data from 170 countries. Accompanying Pichai in Qianzhou was a group of executives led by Wu Wei, as Chen Fuching was reluctant to make the trip for such trivial matters. Although Pichai felt a lack of respect from the other party, after all, he was the president of Google, he recognized that he was the one seeking favor from Chen Fuching. Even if he understood that Chen Fuching did not regard him highly, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Wu Wei, as the president of Fuching Networks, had visited their data center in Qianzhou several times, each visit filling him with a sense of pride. This state-of-the-art data center belongs to us. Although this fact may not yet be widely acknowledged, the sense of superiority it brings is palpable. Hearing Pichai's incredulous tone only heightened Wu Wei's satisfaction. Yet he maintained a smile. Yes, they are only responsible for procuring new equipment, installing it, and replacing faulty hardware. The Helm system is indeed powerful, but it cannot directly replace malfunctioning hard drives or power supplies. Such physical maintenance still requires human intervention. Following AlphaGo's defeat, Alora and Pichai found themselves in a somewhat contentious relationship, which is why the technical expert accompanying Pichai on this visit to China was Sotaro. Sotaro, the head of the Google Cloud Service, is also a technical executive among those visiting China with Pichai. He expressed his curiosity. I wonder, can your servers only operate with devices of the same model? Is the Helm system capable of managing compatibility across various brands of servers? He astutely noted that all the servers observed in the data center were of the same brand and model, specifically Huawei servers. While Huawei servers are known for their cost-effectiveness, their stability is somewhat questionable, presenting a risk of storage failures. Of course, other brands may also encounter similar issues, albeit with significantly lower probabilities. Consequently, despite Huawei's competitive pricing, data centers do not procure them in large quantities. However, under the management of the Helm system, this stability concern is impeccably addressed. In the event of a server failure, the Helm system automatically shifts the workloads to other functioning servers. In response to this technical inquiry, Li Changhe interjected, certainly not. Our Helm system can manage the vast majority of mainstream servers currently available in the market. The data centers of the Goose factory have already begun to adopt our Helm system comprehensively, and their servers encompass various brands and models without any complications. The executives from Google began to murmur amongst themselves, prompting Sotaro to inquire further. This could potentially reduce labor costs to 1% of the original, and operational costs of the data center might decrease by around 30%. However, Chen Fuching mentioned during the press conference a cost reduction of at least 50%. Li Changhe replied, achieving a 30% reduction is already a remarkable accomplishment. Li Changhe continued, have you ever used Wanxiang Search? Sotaro nodded, acknowledging that Wanxiang Search is also available in the United States and exhibits similar responsiveness. Li Changhe mentioned that a smaller data center has been established in the U.S. by Fuching Networks. You must be aware that the user experience with Wanxiang Search is on par with Google, if not superior. How many servers would Google require in the backend to achieve similar performance? Wanxiang Search currently handles a daily traffic of 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Sotaro realized the magnitude of the requirement, at least tens of thousands of servers. How many do you currently possess? Li Changhe, with a hint of pride, extended one hand, indicating approximately 5,000 servers. The Helm system effectively consolidates these 5,000 servers into a single logical server at the software level, ensuring that the failure of any single node does not disrupt overall operations. Our front-end applications can leverage the network bandwidth of all 5,000 servers simultaneously, which is why Wanxiang Search boasts such rapid response times. Sotaro could scarcely believe his ears. 5,000 servers aggregated into a single logical entity? Li Changhe affirmed with a nod, indeed. Upon hearing this revelation, all the executives present recognized the significant breakthrough. This could indeed reduce the cost of data centers to half, or even lower. Sotaro followed up with another question. Can you apply the same aggregation with different brands of servers? Absolutely, came the reply. If you are interested in compatibility, You may wish to visit the data center of the Goose Factory, which is similarly located in Qianzhou. Li Changhe suggested that the equipment at the Goose Factory has already been fully integrated into the Helmsman system. It seems that our strategic plan is poised for a complete transformation. After listening to the conversation between Sotoro and Li Changhe, Pichai contemplated the implications. Chapter 77. To open source or not. Pichai, accompanied by senior executives from Google, hurried to the Goose Factory's data center in Qianzhou. The data center was established long before that of Floating Network, featuring a diverse array of server brands and models, while the Helmsman system performed impeccably within its confines. Following the inspection, Pichai resolved to pursue a collaboration with Floating Network. He estimated that the demand for the Helmsman system in the United States alone could reach thousands of units. Although the pricing model of Floating Network remained unknown, it was anticipated to yield at least hundreds of billions in revenue. This prospect was not insignificant for Google, especially with the additional cost reductions from their own data center, promising a much more favorable financial report for the year. I cannot acquiesce to your request at this moment, Chen Fuqing replied after a moment of contemplation. After his visit to Qianzhou, Pichai returned to Shuda the next day to discuss further business collaboration with Chen Fuqing. The smile on Pichai's face faltered. Why is that not possible? If you cannot grant me access to the source code, the value of the Helmsman system will diminish significantly. The discussions commenced smoothly regarding the collaboration on the Helmsman system, but the atmosphere grew tense when Pichai proposed that Floating Network should open its source code. This was complicated by Floating Network's desire for a share in the Goose Factory, a matter that could not be decided unilaterally. You are well aware of the value of the Helmsman system, he added. The topic of open sourcing had been a subject of ongoing discussion. Huawei had mentioned it during a testing application, and numerous high-security enterprises, such as banks and national security agencies, found it challenging to adopt the Helmsman system without an open source code. Pichai asserted, open sourcing is one of the spirits of the internet. Making the Helmsman system open source does not preclude it from being monetized. Chen Fuqing countered, we are not children. The decision to publicize the source code is not about aligning with the spirit of the internet, but rather whether it serves your interests. He continued, while open sourcing does not affect the Helmsman system's profitability, it allows numerous companies to modify it freely for their own use, potentially even for profit. Rewriting the Helmsman system is a monumental task, yet some companies may still undertake it and then charge for their modified versions. Many domestic browsers, in fact, utilize its core. Pichai responded, if the code for the Helmsman system remains undisclosed, many companies will refuse to adopt it, regardless of its excellence. Why? Because of concerns about confidentiality breaches. Especially since you are a company from Huawei. After some reflection, Pichai spoke candidly, as this was indeed his foremost concern. If Floating Network were to install backdoors in the Helmsman system, Google would have no secrets from Chen Fuqing's network. Chen Fuqing nearly lost his composure, almost laughing aloud. Was it not the Americans who most relished eavesdropping on other secrets? His mind was filled with incredulous thoughts. We are a company, not spies, Chen Fuqing solemnly responded. Pichai, I have faith in you, but ultimately, the Helmsman system must be sold to other enterprises. Their trust is not something I can dictate. If the source code were to be open, the market potential could be at least double that of a closed-source model. However, Pichai did not genuinely share Chen Fuqing's confidence. The latter's rise was too swift and unexpected. Some media outlets in the United States speculated that Chen Fuqing was merely a representative sent by the Chinese government, especially after Bei's decisively defeated AlphaGo, which fueled such conjectures even further. Pichai could not afford to dismiss this possibility, for if Google's data were indeed compromised, the repercussions would be catastrophic. After enhancing his mental acuity, Chen Fuqing could only sense the emotions of those nearby, unable to delve into their innermost thoughts. Had he been privy to Pichai's concerns, he would undoubtedly scoff, believing that if he wished to acquire their secrets, relying solely on Saisen would be more than sufficient. Regarding the decision to open the source code, I cannot provide a definitive answer at this time. It requires internal deliberation. Pichai, very well. Do you have any plans concerning the pricing model for the Helmsman system? After several meetings with Chen Fuqing, Pichai had come to the conclusion that he was an exceedingly obstinate individual, exuding a sense of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Unable to persuade Chen Fuqing immediately, Pichai shifted the conversation to another topic that concerned him greatly. Commercial software ultimately must speak through profitability. Chen Fuqing, we plan to charge based on the number of servers managed by the Helmsman system. Pichai, how much per unit? Chen Fuqing, 10,000 per server. We charge a service fee of 10,000 for each managed server, with a one-time payment granting lifetime service. However, if you replace an old server with a new one or add new servers, additional charges will apply. Our one-time fee pertains only to that specific server. Pichai silently admired the fact that, although Fuchin Network was a relatively young company, it demonstrated remarkable maturity in various aspects. This pricing model was indeed the most optimal outcome derived from discussions among Google's executives the previous evenings. Yet it was actually the result of Sason's mathematical modeling aimed at maximizing profits. Rather than a reflection of Fuchin Network's maturity, it was simply that true artificial intelligence was exceptionally powerful. He nodded. 10,000 per unit is a reasonable price. Chun Fuchin thought to himself. I was clearly thinking of 11,000 per unit. Is this what it feels like to be a wealthy magnate? Indeed. I did not misjudge you. Catering to the affluent is always the best opportunity for profit. With over 200,000 servers worldwide, if all were managed using the Helmsman system, that would translate to over $2 billion in revenue. Feeling a pang of regret, Chun Fuchin's mood soured as he reflected on how he had sold 40% of the shares to the Goose Factory for $50 billion. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. No worries. Promise him to open source the Helmsman system. Suddenly, 1729 spoke in Chun Fuchin's mind. Why? We find ourselves in urgent need of substantial cash. Even if others attempt to replicate our system, it would require considerable time. By the time competitors emerge against the Helmsman system, we will have already reaped the profits that are rightfully ours. 1729 then remarked, You have been performing admirably of late. Yet it is imperative to remember that monetary means are but a tool, not the ultimate objective. Such trivialities do not necessitate your personal involvement. Moreover, the Helmsman system is not easily imitated. Any arbitrary modifications would inevitably compromise its stability. As Chun Fuchin reflected, 1729 once again delved into the recesses of his mind. The silence in the room, stemming from Chun Fuchin's contemplative state, rendered the air almost stagnant. Ultimately, it was Pichai who broke the silence, inquiring, Fuchin, what occupies your thoughts? Chun Fuchin, regaining his focus, responded, I have been seriously considering the matter. I am willing to make the source code of the Helmsman system public, but only after securing our global patent, and I must also negotiate with the Goose Corporation. Even though I hold absolute control, it is essential that Pony Ma is informed. After all, he initially agreed to invest and even personally attended the launch event. Chun Fuchin continued, Google has significant influence worldwide, and I hope you can facilitate the patent application process. Upon hearing this, Pichai felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, I hope we can reach an agreement this time. However, he cautioned that it was somewhat hasty. We should first establish a framework cooperation agreement, with the final contract to be signed when I visit the United States next month. Pichai responded enthusiastically, That sounds fantastic. What prompted your sudden trip to the United States? Chun Fuchin replied, The Chemical Society has decided to award me this year's Theoretical Chemistry Prize, so I shall make the effort to attend. Chapter 78. Initial Intentions, an Incredible Collaboration. Following the signing of the cooperation letter between Chun Fuchin and Pichai, a tweet was posted on their account, accompanied by images of Fuchin Networks and the two companies. Once the tweet was published, speculation ran rampant in the outside world, with many presuming that Google was acquiring Fuchin Networks. The media, particularly anxious, found themselves bewildered, as two companies that had been fiercely competing in the field of artificial intelligence were suddenly poised to collaborate. The pace of change in the world was swift, leaving the media somewhat disoriented. Pichai discreetly informed business journalists with whom he was familiar about the collaboration with Fuchin Networks on a groundbreaking technology. This news was a considerable boon for Google, as the following day, Google's stock on the Nasdaq reacted fervently, skyrocketing in value. Pichai attributed this success to himself, presenting it to the board as a strategic victory, especially highlighting the fact that Fuchin Networks had agreed to open the source code of the Helmsman system. Concurrently, Aurora, who attended the meeting, could only concede to this development. The openness of the source code left him with no grounds to criticize Pichai. The only downside might be that it made most observers aware that Fuchin Networks was a company capable of rivaling Google technologically. Yet, this was insignificant compared to the overwhelming triumph in the capital market. After returning from Shidu, Pichai was in high spirits, enjoying a state of contentment. Although he did not secure the billion-dollar bet, the announcement of a collaboration with Floating Network led to a surge in Google's market value, exceeding $10 billion. Once the partnership was fully realized, the Helmsman system was poised to become an indispensable enterprise-level software, its significance rivaling that of databases. Coupled with the anticipated profits, reduced costs, and improved financial reports, Google's stock price was destined to reach new heights. Pichai mused that he might indeed have a chance to ascend to the board of directors of Alphabet, Google's parent company, a position he had long coveted. Moreover, executives who had previously expressed dissent, such as Aurora, had become compliant. For him, there was no greater satisfaction. In Shudu, at the headquarters of Floating Network, Chen Fuchen sent an email to Xiaoma detailing the collaboration with Google and the intention to open source their software. In response, Xiaoma dispatched an executive from Tencent to discuss the specifics. While Chen held absolute control over the shares of Floating Network, many matters still required Tencent's cooperation. As most traffic for Wanxiang search originated from them, out of respect or mutual interest, it was essential to keep Tencent informed and reach a consensus. The agreement regarding collaboration with Google was quickly established, yet the decision on whether to open source the software underwent extensive discussion. Ultimately, opinions from numerous domestic enterprises with substantial data centers were solicited, and the majority asserted that the Helmsman system must be open-sourced for them to consider its use. Despite being Chinese companies, they shared concerns about the potential risks of the Helmsman system, particularly regarding the theft of core data, which could lead to immeasurable losses. For instance, the exposure of user information in financial enterprises could have dire consequences if exploited by fraudsters. Over the years, various companies had experienced database breaches, including incidents involving 12306. After careful consideration, Chen Fuchen and Xiaoma reached an agreement to open source the software. However, they decided to first register patents and trademarks globally. Floating Network's legal team was notably robust, and given Google's eagerness to bring the Helmsman system to market, they were also inclined to cooperate. Tencent benefited from its investment in Floating Network, with its stock price on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange soaring. Particularly after the news of the collaboration with Google emerged, Tencent Holdings experienced 10 consecutive trading days of growth. On December 18th, Tencent's stock surged by 596, making it the most valuable company in Asia, with a market capitalization exceeding $550 billion. Following the agreement, Tencent swiftly dispatched a professional business negotiation team to join Chen Fuchen in the United States at the end of the year for final discussions with Google. Floating Network indeed lacked talent in this area. Generally, if there were no pressing matters, Chen Fuchen spent his time on the top floor of the Floating Research Center building. Floating Entertainment operated remarkably well under Lin Ran's management, proving to be the best choice selected by Saison. Chen Ji has ascended from the operations supervisor of the Galaxy Era mobile game to the operations director of all products under Galaxy Era, thus becoming the chief operations officer of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment. He and Lin Ran collaborate seamlessly. However, Fuchen Network remains in its nascent stages, resulting in a myriad of responsibilities falling upon Chen Ji. I believe it is time to establish a corporate structure and appoint a president to assist in managing these trivial matters. Chen Ji's thoughts are intertwined with his dialogue with 1729. Let Saison identify suitable candidates, he suggested. 1729 agreed wholeheartedly. Noting that Chen Ji has recently devoted insufficient time to research, Chen Ji remarked, I shall enlist Shen Amping to assist in finding appropriate candidates. After all, there is an inherent difference between humans and machines, and Shen Amping would welcome the opportunity to be of service to me. Shen Amping, at the helm of Sequoia Capital, has long sought to invest in Fuchen Network. However, following Chen Ji's decision to collaborate with Gudog, the timeline for the second round of venture capital has been postponed. Upon the announcement of this collaboration, Shen Amping realized that the cost of investing in Fuchen Network would escalate, yet paradoxically, this only intensified his desire for the venture. Let him search, 1729 suggested, and concurrently, ask Saison to conduct a resume verification. In this information age, nothing escapes Saison's discerning eye. Agreed, Chen Ji responded affirmatively. Following the confrontation between Baze and AlphaDog, not only did Fuchen Network reap substantial benefits, but the Fuchen Research Center similarly gained numerous covert advantages. Many PhD candidates who had previously disregarded the Fuchen Research Center began to apply for interviews, with several candidates now proving to be highly valuable. This trend filled Chen Ji with joy, as talent is the most crucial element of the interstellar program. You must undergo extreme parachuting training before your trip to the United States, 1729 added. Why? Chen Ji inquired. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance on the plane, you must ensure your survival. 1729's words were succinct. After hearing this, Chen Ji turned to Su Jiyun, who was nearby in the real world, and said, Find me the most professional parachuting training near Shudu. Chen Ji had been discussing matters with Su Jiyun, and 1729's sudden appearance had momentarily distracted him from her. However, having spent considerable time together, she had grown accustomed to Chen Ji's abrupt lapses in focus. Still, the request for parachuting training caught her off guard. How did we suddenly shift to this topic? Weren't we just discussing work? Su Jiyun pondered, filled with questions. Very well. Chapter 79. A true man should jump for a continuous spin leading up to the departure. The weather had been dreary and rainy, but on this day, the sky finally cleared. Upon arriving at the largest parachuting base near Shudu, Chunji's spirits lifted considerably. The myriad of responsibilities had left him feeling overwhelmed. Since the news of the collaboration with Good Dog broke, the previously set second round of venture capital for Fuchin Network, valued at 100 billion, had undergone significant changes. The Goose Factory adamantly rejected this valuation. Within 2 months, the initial investment of over 12 billion had quintupled, yet they remained dissatisfied. According to a private conversation between Xiao Ma and Chunji, if the second round of venture capital were to proceed at a valuation of 100 billion, he would prefer to acquire all the shares Chunji was willing to relinquish, while Chunji would maintain complete control over Fuchin Network. However, Chen Fuchin was reluctant to accept this situation, as the dominance of the Goose Factory was detrimental both to Fuchin Network and to his personal interests. Due to the strong opposition from the Goose Factory, the parties involved were once again engaged in negotiations concerning the valuation and the respective share relinquishments from both the Goose Factory and Chen Fuchin. In fact, Chen Fuchin had established a baseline with Sasson, subsequently delegating Su Jiyun as his plenipotentiary representative for the discussions, with the understanding that he would merely need to endorse the final agreement. Although Su Jiyun had not been by Chen Fuchin's side for long, she had encountered her fair share of significant events. Nevertheless, the negotiations at hand, involving sums in the hundreds of billions of dollars, left her utterly bewildered. The slightest fluctuation in decimal points represented wealth beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, she consistently sought Chen Fuchin's perspective on the outcomes of the negotiations, which increasingly exasperated him. During this period, he was also dissatisfied with the candidates recommended by Shun Onping, despite each possessing impeccable credentials, graduates from prestigious universities, with decades of experience in investment banking and expertise across various industries. However, their perspectives on the future direction of the consolidated group failed to meet Chen Fuchin's expectations. These elites could not grasp that the core competitive advantage of the future Fuchin Group would derive from the extraterrestrial technologies continuously supplied by 1729 rather than mere capital operations. The disparity in thought between Chen Fuchin and them was akin to the chasm separating the affluent of the smallholder agricultural era from those of the industrial age. Even more perplexing for Chen Fuchin was the revelation that among the 7 individuals recommended by Shen Onping, 2 were spies from different countries. Sasson's investigative findings suggested that Shen Onping was likely unaware of this matter. Consequently, Chen Fuchin abandoned the notion of relying on Shen Onping for recommendations, opting instead to depend on Sasson. Fuchin, whatever you do, do not open your mouth. Qin incessantly reiterated numerous precautions to Chen Fuchin during their journey, with the admonition to refrain from opening his mouth during free fall being particularly emphasized. The parachuting base had employed a considerable number of foreign individuals certified as parachuting instructors, ensuring a high level of professionalism. Today, the venue had been exclusively reserved by Chen Fuchin, and upon learning this, the owner dispatched their most experienced instructor, Qin. Qin, an Englishman sporting a very short crew cut, appeared to be anywhere between 30 and 50 years of age. Here, he was the authority. What he said was law. Chen Fuchin had diligently noted all the key points conveyed by him. However, Qin remained oblivious to this, as he was intent on reiterating safety precautions to ensure that the probability of an incident was reduced to 0. The owner was indeed an eccentric character. Su Jiyun sought a quiet place within the parachuting base to conduct her work. Since becoming Chen Fuchin's secretary, her leisure time had been compressed even more than in her previous job. Now, with a team assigned to assist her in managing various tasks, which she would then compile for Chen Fuchin, her workload continued to increase. Whether due to the generous compensation or a desire to repay Chen Fuchin for his previous act of saving her, Su Jiyun harbored no thoughts of changing jobs. Occasionally, upon returning home late, she contemplated this issue, justifying to herself that this position afforded ample freedom and excellent remuneration. Having spent nearly a year by Chen Fuchin's side, Su Jiyun still could not decipher the essence of the man, nor did she possess a clear understanding of his preferences. On the rare occasions they dined together, she attempted to glean insights into his culinary inclinations, but to no avail. No matter the dish presented before him, Chen Fuchin consumed it with considerable appetite. Yet it remained elusive what he particularly favored. Such observations were merely trivial distractions for him. Should Chen Fuchin become aware of Su Jiyun's meticulous scrutiny, he would likely be compelled to voice his thoughts aloud. The sudden decision to go skydiving was markedly different from their usual plans, which were typically communicated in advance. This time, she was informed at the last moment, prompting her to hastily make arrangements. Su Jiyun pondered the unexpected leisure that had seized Chen Fuchin. At that very moment, he ascended to an altitude of 15,000 feet, And despite having long been devoid of fear during such experiences, an inexplicable trepidation began to creep in. Upon reaching the pinnacle, the breathtaking vista of Sichuan province unfolded before him, evoking a sense of awe. He felt an immense release, casting aside all his worries. As the incessant reminders from his companion, Qin, seemed to fade away. After descending from the heights, Qin's words reverberated in Chen Fuchen's mind. Yet he wished for no unforeseen events. Life was just beginning to blossom. Once the parachute deployed, he finally dared to shout with abandon. As the pressures that had burdened him for the past 2 years evaporated, it seemed that even the prospect of being ensnared by 1729 for a lifetime, living as a perpetual bachelor, held no significance in that moment. The sky enveloped him in tranquility, a solitude that was entirely his own. The descent lasted but 5 minutes. And upon touching the ground, Qin turned to Chen Fuchen and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Unprecedentedly well," he replied. Qin, intrigued, noted the unmistakable signs of a novice in Chen Fuchen's demeanor, as beginners typically exhibited discomfort post-jump, particularly with the pressure affecting their ears and nostrils. "Are you certain?" Qin pressed. "Absolutely. Let us continue." Given Chen Fuchen's current physical condition, he was hardly likely to be affected by such minor inconveniences. According to 1729, his physical prowess had reached the standards of a rookie soldier in the Sovereign Empire. During his first jump, Qin had embraced him from behind, a sensation he was loath to repeat. Thus, after a smooth second descent, Qin expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Fuchen, you deployed your parachute a bit late. This could lead to mishaps." Chen Fuchen refrained from responding, for it had been a deliberate choice, wishing to savor the sensation of free fall a little longer. "That concludes our skydiving for today," Qin announced, satisfied that no mishaps had occurred. "Indeed," Chen Fuchen acknowledged. "We shall continue. You must land once more today," 1729 interjected unexpectedly. In the early jumps, Chen Fuchen had relished the novelty of unlocking a new life experience. However, as time wore on, the process became mechanical, boarding the plane and then leaping down, his impatience mirrored in Qin's disenchanted expression. Regardless of the coach, it is often observed that 99 out of 100 are loquacious, and Qin is no exception. In this repetitive discourse, Chen Fuchen found himself disengaged, leaving Qin to carry on with his monologue alone. This was intended to enhance the likelihood of survival in unexpected situations. Sensing Chen Fuchen's dissatisfaction, 1729 remarked in his mind, "Come on, relying solely on a parachute during a plane mishap does not guarantee survival." Chen Fuchen assumed that 1729 was an extraterrestrial being, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the complexities surrounding aviation disasters. If calamity strikes, all you need to do is jump. The parachute merely serves a cushioning function, 1729 stated. However, he pondered, if one were amidst thunderclouds or mountainous terrain, even with a parachute, survival would be improbable. "Ah, you underestimate your own physique. With your current condition, lightning would merely sting," 1729 reassured. "Rest assured, as long as you have a parachute and manage to deploy it successfully, no mishap will occur." 1729 thought to himself that this young man had yet to grasp the potency of the foundational training methods from the Soar Empire and was oblivious to the extent of his body's resilience. "You may have even achieved reproductive isolation from other carbon-based life forms on Blue Star," 1729 suddenly chuckled. Typically, 1729 would ignore his remarks, but today, upon hearing this, Chen Fuchen felt a sense of ennui. Interstellar civilizations seemed less alluring. "Does that mean I have become a mule?" he mused, filled with a sense of unease and absurdity. After the parachuting session, the designated driver returned Chen Fuchen to the top floor of the floating research center, his current residence. Qin, brimming with excitement, inquired whether Chen Fuchen had any intentions of becoming a skydiving athlete. From 8 in the morning until 8 at night, apart from a meal break, Chen Fuchen had completed over 30 jumps. Afterward, maintaining his composure, Qin concluded that Chen Fuchen possessed the potential to become a top-tier skydiver. As a skydiving instructor, what could provide greater fulfillment than this? Thus, he ardently recommended that Chen Fuchen consider professional skydiving training. With the prospect of participating in the World Skydiving Championship in The Hague, Netherlands, the following year, should all go well. However, the idea of becoming a skydiver held no allure for Chen Fuchen. After just 1 day of experience, he felt nauseated, finding the monotony far less stimulating than exploring the realms of science. Consequently, he decisively rejected Qin's suggestion. In the vehicle, apart from the designated driver, only Chen Fuchen and Su Zhiyun were present. Su Zhiyun mused about how inscrutable her boss was, even being called to pursue a professional athlete's path for merely skydiving. "Boss, Lin Ran has applied to host a professional tournament for Galaxy Auto Chess, hoping to allocate most of the funds towards this endeavor." At Chen Fuchen's behest, Su Jiyun had grown accustomed to seizing every minute alone with him to report on work matters. Simultaneously, she questioned her own worth, wondering if her appearance was lacking. Why did her subtle hints elicit no response from him, as if he were a mere stone? Chen Fuchen, too, found himself questioning his own circumstances. What if he truly had achieved reproductive isolation? Should he consider undergoing genetic modification to revert to his former state? After becoming accustomed to his current form, he was reluctant to revert to manipulating an ordinary human body. Alas, let the future self worry about future matters, Chen Fuchen consoled himself. Once the internal monologue concluded, Chen Fuchen responded to Su Jiyun's report, rejected. A game based on the auto chess model does not possess the conditions to develop into a large-scale competition. The games that are currently popular in the esports arena share a prerequisite. The game itself must provide spectators with an exhilarating viewing experience within a remarkably short span of time. Regardless of the game's initial phase, suspense unfolds continuously every second. The feedback mechanism of auto chess operates on a minute-by-minute basis, while that of other games responds in seconds. Chen Fuchen noticed Su Jiyun turning to him, her eyes filled with confusion, prompting him to elaborate. The card mobile game, Galaxy Era, continues to reign as the leader in the card game genre, maintaining its stronghold. However, Galaxy Auto Chess appears to be faltering amidst a myriad of competing auto chess mobile games such as Honor of Kings Auto Chess and Itchy Mouse Auto Chess. Consequently, after considering the opinions of his subordinates, Chen Ji proposed hosting a professional tournament for Galaxy Auto Chess, a plan that received approval following submission to Lin Ran. Indeed, Galaxy Auto Chess boasts the highest active player count among similar games and enjoys a considerable following worldwide. However, rumors of an impending internal test for their own auto chess game have emerged, exerting significant pressure on Fuchen Entertainment. Chen Fuchen contemplated the notion of developing a similar PC game to counter this challenge, yet regrettably, there were insufficient personnel available, as most of the development resources were devoted to the first major work of Galaxy Era. He was unaware that the confusion reflected in Su Jiyun's eyes stemmed from her perception of his sudden despondency, as his voice exhibited a notable lack of vigor. This was the first time in a long while that he appeared so disheartened. Evidently, the impact of reproductive isolation from 1729 had taken a considerable toll on him. Chen Fuchen recognized that he had transformed entirely from his former self. Now, he could discern critical arguments from intricate clues in mere seconds, making sound judgments. The enhancement of his consciousness and body felt particularly vivid at this moment. Sichuan University has expressed a desire to confer an honorary doctorate upon you and has invited you to deliver a speech, Su Jiyun remarked, still grappling with her confusion. I shall decline. It is unnecessary, Chen Fuchen thought to himself. Sichuan University must have learned about my forthcoming award. In comparison to this honorary distinction, my time holds greater significance. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, by the way, would you be interested in attempting the role of CEO at Fuchen Group in the future? Chapter 81. The eve of departure returning so late on a weekend? That automaton must be tormenting you daily. Su Jiyun arrived home at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Xia Nanfeng expressed her indignation at her late return. The nickname automaton was given by Xia Nanfeng to Chen Fuchen, as he often wore a stoic expression, and their conversations would leave her feeling exasperated. A few weeks prior, within the Fuchen Research Center, Chen Fuchen remarked, there are numerous inconsistencies regarding the correlations between vocabulary terms. I have marked the areas of inaccuracy in the document you sent me. Further revisions are required. Xia Nanfeng was quite dissatisfied. After much effort, she and her team of newcomers had made only a small advance. While their contributions may not have been acknowledged, at least their toil was undeniable. Yet, Chen Fuchen bluntly criticized her efforts, which felt like a slap in the face. Xia Nanfeng thought to herself. Upon reviewing Chen Fuchen's email response, filled with numerous suggestions for revisions, her displeasure eased slightly after considering his reasoning. Creating a new language was not merely for the game Galactic Era or a fleeting whim of mine. I envisioned it to serve a practical purpose, akin to compressing existing languages so that humans mastering it could significantly enhance their reading speed. It could even evolve into a universal tongue in the future. The grammatical structure was developed to a satisfactory extent, but the vocabulary creation was limited to isolated terms, failing to transcend previous thought processes. The interconnectedness of words and the enhancement of information density were not adequately addressed. Chen Fuchen provided a framework for grammatical creation, ensuring minimal errors. Yet the framework for vocabulary was of little assistance. The essence of his response suggested that the only commendable aspects of the work stemmed from the framework I provided, while my creative endeavors were deemed worthless, nearly nullifying her contributions. At the conclusion of his reply, Chen Fuchen offered his own suggestions, and in her fury, Xia Nanfeng was astonished to discover his profound expertise in linguistics. She had presumed that Chen Fuqing's depth lay solely in mathematical research, developing new algorithms for calculating information density, with any interest in linguistics being merely incidental. The scene shifted back to the present from a few weeks prior. Su Zhiyun placed her belongings down and approached Xian Nianfeng, playfully patting her on the shoulder. Don't call him that. He offers me such a generous salary. Isn't it normal to work a little harder? Referring to him as a robot implied he lacked personal interests and was a workaholic, not a derogatory term. Xian Nianfeng defended herself. Well, even calculated by hourly wage, it's not significantly higher. She was irked by Su Zhiyun's constant defense of Chen Fuqing. Su Zhiyun had not mentioned the heroic incident in Jiangxing. Calculating hourly, it's at least 3 times what I earned before, not including this year's year-end bonus. As a graduate from a 211 university, I am quite content with this salary before turning 30. As Chen Fuqing's influence expanded, so did the responsibilities Su Zhiyun had to manage, along with her salary, which, combined with the year-end bonus, could potentially exceed $1 million annually. This burden was one Xian Nianfeng could not bear. If she were not allowed to rest on weekends, she might succumb to depression. Xian Nianfeng believed that money was inexhaustible and that life should be enjoyed. Thus, even though Su Zhiyun earned slightly more than her, she felt no envy. Have you finished packing? We leave the day after tomorrow, Su Zhiyun inquired. She then lamented, sigh, ever since I started living with you, I feel like your mother, always worrying. Xian Nianfeng clung to Su Zhiyun's arm, employing her most endearing manner. I don't want to go. The robot insists I accompany him. Why must the robot insist on my accompanying you all? Wasn't it stated that negotiations with Google were in order? My presence would contribute little to the endeavor. The annual spectacle between Google and the floating network has left outsiders utterly bewildered. Initially, Wanshang's search relentlessly encroached upon Google's market share, leading to a slight decline in Google's valuation. Soon after, the two engaged in a climactic artificial intelligence Go match in Shudu, and to this day, their collaboration seems to be a foregone conclusion. This has left major media outlets scratching their heads in confusion. The recent news of Chen Fuqing leading a delegation to the United States has been circulated as a mission to negotiate and finalize cooperation with Google. The American Chemical Society is set to award him this year's Theoretical Chemistry Prize, yet neither domestic nor international media have caught wind of this. Su Zhiyun, who typically manages Chen Fuqing's schedule, is aware of the situation, but she cannot fathom why Xian Nianfeng is included in the trip. Her perfunctory explanation was that perhaps the boss recognized Xia's hard work and decided to treat her to a complimentary taxpayer-funded journey. Xian Nianfeng scoffed at this notion, stating, I hardly believe the robot possesses such benevolence. If anyone deserves a reward for hard work, it's Chen Ji, who has labored far more than I. Yet he hasn't been offered a taxpayer-funded trip to the United States. A devoted player of the Galaxy-era mobile game, Xian Nianfeng has become quite familiar with Chen Ji during her numerous visits to the nearby, floating interactive entertainment office. Given her striking appearance and charming demeanor, she has developed a rapport with him, who, despite being somewhat rotund, harbors a shy yet fervent heart. As their acquaintance deepened, it became evident to her that if Chen Fuqing treated women as equals, he regarded men as mere beasts of burden. This was particularly true for Chen Ji, who was directly responsible for the mobile game operations, live streaming, animation, and the upcoming Galaxy-era film. Under such strenuous work conditions, Chen Ji relied solely on fried chicken and cola for sustenance, leading to an exponential increase in his weight. Chen Ji has far too many responsibilities to be unavailable. Your work can be done remotely, hence your inclusion, Su Zhiyun insisted, attempting to justify her earlier dismissive explanation. The true reason lies in the frustrations of Project 1729, which has been hindered by the slow progress of creating a universal language for the cosmos. At the current pace, it may take 3 more years to achieve. While seeking global talent to significantly advance this project, they identified Zhao Run, a linguist at New York University. Zhao, a young linguist, had previously attempted to devise a language with a framework somewhat akin to the universal language but was denied funding for his project. After over a year of private endeavor, he abandoned it due to a lack of hope. The resulting semi-finished product exhibited insufficient rigor yet abundant creativity, and Zhao's qualities aligned perfectly with the needs of the Universal Language Project. However, Zhao has now secured a position at NYU, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade him to participate in the Universal Language Project. Notably, Zhao and Xian Nianfeng share an academic lineage, as he graduated before she enrolled at the University of Maryland. Nonetheless, this connection may serve to facilitate Xian Nianfeng's involvement. In the eyes of Chen Fuqing, the primary objective of his journey to the United States is to attract talent. With the tide of deglobalization rising, the opportunity to personally recruit true luminaries from America has become scarce. If Sassoon's estimation is accurate, The wave of deglobalization may arrive within a year to 3 years at most. Chapter 82. Enhancing the Precision of Simulated Electronic Structures. This year's annual academic meeting of the American Chemical Society is being held in Boston, centered around the theme of nanomaterials. Over the course of 5 days, there will be 682 half-day oral presentations and 96 poster sessions, featuring more than 9,000 papers to be presented. Various activities will also take place during this time, such as short training courses, workshops, and job market events. Chemists from around the globe are congregating here. Even the harsh winter cannot dampen the enthusiasm for this grand occasion. Chen Fuchen has been officially invited to deliver a half-day oral presentation. Did Fuchen accept the invitation? As Walker and Harvey were engaged in casual conversation, Harvey recalled Chen Fuchen and casually inquired. Walker replied he accepted, stating he would come to give an academic report and expressed a strong willingness to establish a fruitful collaborative relationship with us. Although the two had previously encountered disagreements regarding the selection for the Theoretical Chemistry Award, this has not affected their personal friendship. Harvey, with a tone of curiosity, asked, "Collaborate with us?" Walker elaborated. He mentioned in an email his willingness to sponsor a portion of promising projects that lack funding. You know, he is a billionaire. In the latest issue of Forbes magazine, Chen Fuchen ranks 4th with a net worth of $40 billion, placing him 19th globally. Following his recent entanglements with Google, Chen Fuchen has gained notoriety in the United States. Whether through his actual wealth, his role as the founder of a leading artificial intelligence enterprise, or as the author of the top 5 best-selling novel Galactic Era, the convergence of such diverse identities within one individual has piqued widespread curiosity. Audiences are eager to watch, and the media is naturally inclined to write, signifying high news value. With extensive coverage from major U.S. media outlets, Chen Fuchen's reputation has soared globally. Harvey remarked, "Having wealth is advantageous. Isn't it rumored that he has the backing of the Chinese government?" Chen Fuchen has not engaged in public relations on a global scale, which has led many foreign media outlets to project their speculations onto him. The most notable rumor suggests he is a front for the Chinese government, with the artificial intelligence he presents being developed by them, positioning him merely as a figurehead. There exists a more niche theory online claiming that Chen Fuchen has indeed developed genuine artificial intelligence, which accounts for his significant achievements across multiple fields. However, this speculation is seldom taken seriously. Walker shook his head in disagreement, asserting, "You cannot approach Fuchen with prejudice." He explained, "I recently discussed this topic with Phil." Harvey inquired, "Phil?" Phil is a mutual friend and a computer scientist specializing in machine learning. Walker, indeed, following the match between AlphaGo and Bayes. The Floating Dust Network published a book detailing Bayes' technical architecture, and the document has now been made publicly accessible. Phil, after reviewing it, remarked that the technical framework presented is indeed revolutionary. It is certainly not the product of a sudden endorsement by governmental institutions, but rather a logical outcome of Chen Floating Dust's expertise. Technological advancement can often be gradual, yet occasionally it manifests as a significant leap. In Phil's reasoning, if these innovations were truly the result of an official research organization in Huagua, there would have been some indication of this at numerous previous academic conferences on artificial intelligence, particularly concerning the Monte Carlo method, which is one of Bayes' foundational cores and has undergone a complete overhaul. Moreover, Chen Floating Dust had previously remained isolated from society, effectively living in semi-seclusion. The emergence of such achievements during this period of seclusion is, in fact, quite logical. It is said that the underlying architecture of this technology was entirely constructed by Chen Floating Dust himself, a revelation that came from individuals who attended training sessions at the Floating Dust Network. After spending several days there, they were left in profound admiration of Chen Floating Dust. Therefore, I am convinced that the topic of the universal solution to equations is one he accomplished independently. Harvey appeared contemplative, offering no response to Walker's explanation. Walker continued, "I have reason to believe that the other party is a mathematical prodigy. The abilities he has demonstrated pertain solely to the realm of pure mathematical theory, with almost no reliance on chemical principles. Would you not agree? Often, the advancement of technology springs forth from the sudden brilliance of geniuses, embodying both inevitability and serendipity." Harvey, with the conference just days away, shall we place a wager? Walker, on what? Harvey, a meal, nothing too extravagant. Walker, I too am eager to see Floating Dust performance this time. Boston, the capital of Massachusetts, is surrounded by prestigious institutions such as Harvard and MIT, making it the city with the highest level of education among the populace in the United States. When Chen Floating Dust and his entourage arrived in Massachusetts, it was 10 days before Christmas, and the entire city was suffused with festive cheer, adorned with various Christmas banners and lights. Accompanying Chen floating dust to Massachusetts were only Su Zhiyun and a few staff members. Most, including Wu Wei, had traveled to California for business negotiations with Google. After the academic conference, Chen floating dust would head to California to finalize the agreement with Pichai. He intended to present something novel for his academic report this time, as the method for solving equations had seen significant development over time, with many now applying this approach. Thus, reiterating it held little significance. Chen floating dust aimed to introduce fresh ideas regarding further refinements to the model in pursuit of precise electronic structure results. The equation can also be regarded as a model employed to infer system energy and charge density. In simpler terms, it involves seeking analogous values under the assumptions of a proposed model. Chen floating dust advanced this inquiry to seek precise values under a hypothesized model, intending to present his latest findings in Boston, specifically focusing on achieving substantial improvements in the accuracy of simulating electronic structures. Chapter 83, the Lithium-Air Battery Conference, was bustling with attendees from various nations, where chemists congregated to share their research endeavors. Each room was adorned with posters, primarily showcasing individual research directions in hopes of finding fellow scholars for discourse. However, some displayed their posters with the ulterior motive of attracting wealthy investors for their projects, a tendency predominantly observed in the fields of applied chemistry and materials science. Upon encountering the title concerning the future development of lithium-air batteries, Chen Fuchen paused, intrigued. This was the first venue that piqued his interest. "Are you interested in this?" Su Zhiyun inquired, her curiosity evident as she glanced at Chen Fuchen, sensing a semblance of a date amidst the throng. Despite the presence of two security personnel trailing behind them. "Lithium-air batteries, don't you find them fascinating?" Chen Fuchen remarked, stepping into the room. Indeed, it was he. Su Zhiyun followed suit, asking, "Why does it seem like there have been continuous reports of progress, yet we have never encountered a market-ready product?" This subject has primarily served as a platform for scientists to publish papers and generate hype. The reality is that true lithium-air batteries are still a long way from civilian use, Chen Fuchen explained. Inside the room, apart from a silver-haired Caucasian gentleman, there were two students. One appeared to be of Chinese descent, while the other bore Indian features. As they entered, the Indian youth approached them enthusiastically, his eyes brightening noticeably upon seeing Su Zhiyun as he handed them a flyer. "Welcome. Our research group focuses on lithium-air batteries, which represent the future trajectory of battery development over the next 2 decades. I believe you have heard of them. Unfortunately, you arrived late. Our professor's presentation has concluded, but I would be delighted to provide you with an overview of our research." The Indian youth spoke with a pronounced curry-tinged accent, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence when discussing lithium-air batteries. "A stable proton-inert lithium-air battery positive electrode," Chen Fuchen read aloud from the flyer. "Indeed, this is our latest publication, which demonstrates that lithium-air batteries utilizing this positive electrode material can achieve a specific capacity exceeding 800. Su Zhiyun turned to Chen Fuchen, asking, "Is a specific capacity of over 800 considered high?" Being somewhat of a layperson in the sciences, she had little grasp of such terminology. Currently, the specific capacity of standard lithium batteries ranges between 150 and 180, with some advanced technologies reaching capacities of up to 250. Thus, a specific capacity exceeding 800 in purely experimental products is indeed remarkable, Chen Fuchen elucidated. "Are you contemplating investing in this project?" Su Zhiyun probed. "I find it somewhat intriguing," he replied. The duo conversed in Mandarin, leaving the Indian youth looking utterly befuddled, silently lamenting their disregard for his presence. Meanwhile, the presumably Chinese youth seated nearby, having overheard their dialogue, approached them, saying, "This project lacks promising prospects. It may only serve to generate articles, and the gap to industrialization is at least 100,000 miles wide. I merely wish to caution you, being of the same heritage." As Chen Fuchen had anticipated, the youth was indeed of Chinese descent. He had kept his head down until Chen Fuchen expressed interest in investing, prompting him to offer his caution. "Thank you," Chen Fuchen acknowledged. Chen Fuchen walked towards the front of the room, glancing down at the name on the flyer. "Professor Bruce, I am quite intrigued by your project. Might we have a conversation?" The silver-haired professor lifted his head, his first impression of Chen Fuchen being that he was a wealthy individual of Chinese descent. Once this impression was formed, he activated his real estate sales pitch with fervor. "Lithium-air batteries, true cutting-edge technology, with a market worth over $100 billion. For just $5 million, I will grant you full access to my experimental results." He continued, "Young man, opportunities in life are rare. Encountering me is your best chance." The young Chinese man sighed in resignation as he observed Chen Fuchen's reluctance to heed the warning. Su Zhiyun inquired, "Are you a student of that professor?" The young man's demeanor softened towards the beautiful woman. I am Wang Xin, indeed a student of his. However, the commercialization of lithium-air batteries is still a distant dream. I merely wish to prevent my compatriots from being deceived. Su Jiyun pointed to Professor Bruce and asked, is the capacity of over 800 falsified data? Wang Xin shook his head. It is genuine. To put it simply, I once invested a significant amount in the lithium-air battery project, and aside from publishing numerous papers, we achieved no valuable outcomes. Ultimately, the entire project team was dismissed, and the lead researcher went on to become a professor at Berkeley. Since then, Professor Bruce has had to secure funding independently. If they cannot manage lithium-air batteries, your boyfriend is even less likely to succeed. The money would essentially be a gift to our professor. Su Jiyun felt a blush creeping to her cheeks when Wang Xin referred to your boyfriend. Yet she did not refute it, secretly planning to persuade Qin Fuchen against investing in this project later. The room was small, and with Qin Fuchen's keen hearing, he could clearly follow their conversation. Su Jiyun's lack of rebuttal to Wang Xin's assertions left Qin Fuchen feeling somewhat speechless. Qin Fuchen did not grant Professor Bruce any courtesy and stated bluntly, in your latest article, you claim the lithium-air battery cathode is gold. Do you truly believe it has commercial value? Gold, as an electrode material, is both heavy and expensive, entirely a product of the laboratory. Bruce explained. What we have discovered now is merely the beginning. In the future, we will uncover even better electrode materials for lithium-air batteries. Qin Fuchen pressed. Let me put it this way. How do you plan to address the issue of lithium dendrite growth? Until that problem is resolved, lithium-air batteries remain a castle in the air. With lithium metal as the anode, the dendrite growth poses a risk of battery explosion. At that point, each of your products would carry the risk of exploding, akin to the Samsung fiasco. Bruce began to panic, sensing that the young man before him was not easily deceived. Eventually, someone will surely find a solution to this problem. If it were guaranteed to succeed, it wouldn't be your opportunity. For $5 million, you are purchasing a possibility for the future. Do you not find that worthwhile? He began to argue unreasonably. Qin Fuchen fixed his gaze upon Bruce's eyes. An invisible pressure emanating from him that made Bruce feel uneasy. $1 million a year, come to China and work for me, with unlimited laboratory funding. After saying this, Qin Fuchen handed his business card to Bruce. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. 3 days from now, I will present a report at the main venue. I expect your answer by then. With that, Qin Fuchen strode out of the room. Chapter 84. The academic report begins. Bruce, the chairman of the Floating and Sinking Network, felt a surge of excitement. He never anticipated encountering such a significant figure. To Caucasians, Asians often appear quite similar. And despite Qin Fuchen's frequent appearances in various media outlets during this period, Bruce still failed to recognize him. Qin, a billionaire worth at least $10 billion, had garnered particular attention from chemists due to his highly esteemed series of publications in prestigious journals. This seemed to present an opportunity. Yet the sacrifice of venturing to Huagua felt rather substantial. Bruce hesitated, while it was likely that funding would not be an issue for working with Qin Fuchen. Relinquishing a tenured position in the United States raised considerable doubts. A tenured professorship in the U.S. is akin to an iron rice bowl in Huagua, with an annual salary starting at no less than $100,000. Wang, are you familiar with Qin Fuchen? Bruce called Wang Xin to his side. Wang Xin replied honestly, I don't know much. He is quite an enigmatic character. He has given any interviews, and there are various rumors online, which leaves one feeling rather perplexed. Bruce continued, the man we just saw is Qin from Huagua. I hear he is here to deliver a special report. Wang Xin was astonished to think that Qin Fuchen was indeed as youthful as rumored, though he appeared rather unremarkable. He wishes for me to work for him, and I would like to hear your thoughts. Wang Xin held a certain disdain for Professor Bruce. Despite his impressive title, Bruce's work often prioritized spectacle over substance. Moreover, Bruce's reputation in the industry was decidedly negative. Following Bruce would not only provide no assistance for Wang Xin's future in the industrial sector, but could also prove counterproductive. Thus, he naturally hoped Bruce would travel to Huagua, allowing him the opportunity to change mentors. However, he did not expect Bruce, after a previous setback, to remain undeterred by the lithium-air battery project. Feigning contemplation, Wang Xin eventually responded, Qin Fuchen is certainly not lacking in financial resources. I've heard he established the Fuchen Research Center and possesses a profound understanding of academia. I believe it could be a commendable choice. Don't you wish to prove your detractors wrong, Professor? Professor Bruce had long been a leading figure in lithium battery research, only to be drawn into a lithium-air battery project by another prominent expert in the same field. Within the newly formed lithium-air battery project group, Bruce served as the deputy leader, ultimately resulting in the expenditure of over $100 million with no tangible output. following personnel changes at higher levels. He was dismissed in a manner bordering on humiliation, and once the news spread, Bruce's reputation was irreparably tarnished. Now, he could only rely on funding from the university, as no enterprise would invest in him. The research funds allocated to individuals from the university were meager, insufficient to support a project of such magnitude as lithium-air batteries. The students willing to follow him primarily consisted of uninformed Asians. Reflecting on the past, Professor Bruce murmured, "You are right. I must seize this rare opportunity to turn my fortunes around." He believed that although the previous project had yet to show promise, it had still yielded patentable inventions. Particularly, the invention of lithium iron phosphate cathodes had provided some measure of compensation, leading him to a desperate reliance on funding deception to sustain himself. With an ever-dwindling number of new students, Wang Xin observed the infatuated expression on Professor Bruce's face, realizing that it was best to tread lightly. As long as the fire within Professor Bruce remained alight, he would inevitably seize the opportunity. Wang Xin held little faith in Professor Bruce's ability to successfully develop lithium-air batteries. The technical challenges associated with lithium-air batteries were far too numerous to be surmounted merely by financial investment. During his days in Boston, Chun Fuchen discovered several intriguing research projects. Among those he was inclined to invest in were the development of new fuels for aircraft and the advancement of composite materials. He found himself particularly fascinated by a variety of composite materials, which are foundational for the future of spacecraft construction. However, these projects remained idealistic and were distanced from practical realities. Genuinely valuable and feasible projects were not within Chun Fuchen's reach, especially those involving special materials with military applications. Chun Fuchen merely sought to find the right individuals. With the technical challenges posed by 1729, a correct direction could always be identified, and thereafter, it was a matter of labor to achieve results. Human effort was an indispensable component. Within the bustling venue, Chun Fuchen sensed the presence of over 10 individuals endowed with extraordinary mental prowess. Such an abundance of potential carbon-based slaves left 1729 yearning for more. Hearing a somewhat hysterical voice in his mind urging him to recruit them for their endeavors, Chun Fuchen felt quite helpless. In recent days, there were many willing to return with him, yet none possessed the exceptional mental capabilities he sought. In a spacious circular classroom filled to capacity, Chun Fuchen stood at the podium with a demonstration screen and 4 interconnected whiteboards behind him. The institution had specifically prepared this grand classroom, anticipating that many would be interested in Chun Fuchen's work. Whether billionaires, recently celebrated science fiction authors, or leaders in artificial intelligence, various identities converged in this space, all eager to witness his chemical expertise. Was he a mere puppet or a true genius? Were the event open to the public? Reporters would have filled the room to capacity. Presenting his first academic report before such a distinguished audience of Ph.D. holders was indeed a remarkable experience. I have reviewed many of your papers, Professor Nick. Your innovative mixed quantum Monte Carlo method for expanding interaction configurations is quite valuable, Chun Fuchen remarked, pointing to a bald man seated in the center of the front row. Having been inspired by your work, I made some minor optimizations based on your foundation. Turning away, Chun Fuchen proceeded to inscribe a cascade of intricate equations across the 2 blackboards. Professor Nick, who had initially been seated in a relaxed posture, gradually straightened as Chun Fuchen wielded his permanent marker. Only 2 words echoed in his mind. How is this possible? The proposal presented by Chun Fuchen was precisely aligned with the direction Professor Nick had been contemplating for optimization. He had merely entertained the notion for an extended period without progress. Today, at the academic presentation, this young man had refined his mixed quantum Monte Carlo method with a thought process that was akin to his own, yet distinctly more advanced. I have never shared this idea with anyone else, as its realization seemed too far-fetched even to me. But how did he conceive of it? Initially, Professor Nick believed that breakthroughs in his hybrid quantum Monte Carlo method would only be possible after the invention of new mathematical tools. To his surprise, Chun Fuchen creatively incorporated elements of algebraic topology, providing an overview of certain objects in higher dimensions, and then constructed new variables that reoptimized the hybrid quantum Monte Carlo method. Nick took out his phone to capture the densely packed content on the blackboard. It turned out that this approach could indeed be utilized. As he became engrossed in the revelation, the other professors, who had not read the article, could only gauge Chun Fuchen's remarkable achievements through Nick's expression. After all, few could elicit such a look of genuine admiration from Nick. Of course, this was merely a technical optimization to completely resolve the issue. Theoretical chemists would need a deeper understanding of expanded configurations. After filling the blackboard, Chun Fuchen turned to Nick and spoke. Nick nodded, his mind racing with thoughts on how to gain a deeper understanding of expanded configurations. Any breakthrough in such fundamental research would be worthy of a Nobel Prize, and Nick, with his high self-esteem, did not believe such an accomplishment could be easily achieved. He eagerly anticipated Chen Fuchen's further insights, his ears perked up and his focus unwavering, attempting to memorize every word from this young Chinese scholar, who could easily be his son. However, Chen Fuchen did not fulfill his expectations. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the much younger Professor Gavelli beside Nick. Professor Gavelli, your experimental synthesis of carbon rings is truly impressive. This structure exhibits significantly stronger chemical reactivity than graphene, which consequently leads to poorer stability, especially when bent. If you wish to synthesize stable carbon rings, you will need to incorporate additional elements. The same expression of realization that had appeared on Nick's face now graced Gavelli's. He and his team had just created the world's first pure carbon ring molecule, a process that was quite complex. They first synthesized a square ring molecule consisting of 4 carbon atoms, with oxygen atoms attached to these squares. The research team then transported the samples to a laboratory in Zurich, Switzerland, where they placed these oxygen-carbon molecules on a single layer of sodium chloride within a high-vacuum chamber, employing electric currents for ring-by-ring manipulation. Countless attempts eventually led to success. Before this achievement, they had not even considered that it was possible to create a pure carbon molecule composed of 18 carbon atoms. Now, as Chen Fuchen pointed out the shortcomings of this carbon structure, they had only documented the manufacturing process and specific images from microscopy in their published article, revealing no further information. Gavelli looked at Chen Fuchen with a puzzled expression, attempting to discern how the extraordinary Chinese scholar had made such an insightful deduction. Chen Fuchen casually remarked, I believe that adding iron elements around it would enhance its stability. At that moment, Gavelli felt an overwhelming urge to return to his laboratory and test Chen Fuchen's proposed solution. Such information, which required extensive experimentation to uncover, could not have been conjured merely from Chen Fuchen's imagination. After reading this paper, 1729 was quite exhilarated. It was astonishing that someone on Blue Planet could create such a remarkable entity. Although it is a laboratory product, it is nonetheless impressive. The chemical bonds in the pure carbon ring alternate between triple and double bonds, endowing it with semiconductor properties. If carbon chains are connected using the same bonding structure, they become the fundamental components of molecular-level transistors and semiconductors. The crucial stabilizing element for this structure is iron. 1729 promptly conveyed the answer to Chen Fuchen. If molecular-level iron could be synthesized, the advent of virtual reality technology would not be far off. Professor Gavelli, present at that moment, was also one of Chen Fuchen's key targets for recruitment. Often, a single pivotal remark suffices. Professor, I also read your recent publication on the multiscale dynamics of the glassy silica surface in the journal. Takayama Hiroshi, a protege of the Nobel laureate Akira Suzuki, boasts a broad research focus. Suddenly, Takayama realized that he recognized each of us. Chen Fuchen had never participated in any academic conference or event prior to this. Takayama was not particularly interested in Chen Fuchen, yet upon hearing the latter mention his own paper, he became wholly engrossed, eager to hear his insights. In your paper, you only discussed certain possible structures of the glassy silica surface, seeking a unified multi-scale dynamical model to correlate them. After my calculations, I discovered that a more specific multi-scale model could depict all the structures of the glassy silica surface. Upon concluding, Chen Fuchen erased his previous equations and inscribed the elevated results of his analysis on the board. Takayama felt a swell of admiration within him. While he might have reached a similar conclusion, it would have taken him at least 6 months. Chen Fuchen effortlessly refined his theory, leaving Takayama feeling inferior. Chen Fuchen then proceeded to critique the recent papers of each of the 7 individuals seated in the front row, offering remarks ranging from a few sentences to an entire blackboard filled with equations, as if conducting a class for them. The assembled chemists were profoundly unsettled. Judging by the achievements Chen Fuchen had already displayed, this was at least the work of an exceptionally talented chemist over 4 years. However, the most recent papers presented by them were published merely 6 months ago, indicating that Chen Fuchen had accomplished in half a year what would typically require 4 years of effort. This half-year period was likely the maximum estimate. As this was the first time attending an academic presentation, many in attendance, indeed, all, were unfamiliar with one another. The preceding segment was merely intended to bridge the gap between them. I perceive myself as a scientist rather than an entrepreneur. The individuals in the front row, called upon by Chen Fuchen, collectively thought, who wishes to engage in mutual understanding. This is quite disheartening. Chen Fuchen then displayed a new model simulating electronic structures on the screen. Chapter 86, The Model. The metallic state has long been a vital cornerstone in the study of solid properties. Since Paul Kirk provided the first theoretical description of metals using the Kirk model in 1900, models depicting the metallic state have undergone numerous enhancements over the past century. The model proposed by Paul Kirk conceptualizes metals as an ideal gas of electrons, a novel discovery of its time, aiming to elucidate the electrical and thermal properties of solids. Within this framework, the Weidmann-Franz law yields results consistent with experimental observations. The audience, largely unfamiliar with this historical context, found themselves captivated by Chun Fuchin's eloquent narrative. However, the Kirk model ultimately harbors numerous inexplicable phenomena and substantial limitations. Subsequently, Arnold Sommerfeld integrated the Kirk model with electronic statistical methods to account for the anomalous behavior of the specific heat in metals as described by the Weidmann-Franz law. Following this, Swiss physicist Felix Bloch introduced a solution to the Schar-Dinger equation for a specific periodic potential, which is now widely recognized as the Bloch wave function. The computation of many body wave functions presents considerable challenges. Thus, the Thomas Fermi theory emerged, treating local electron density as a variational parameter to estimate system energy and charge density. Later, the Hartree-Fock equations were developed as refinements to the Thomas Fermi model, further enhancing the theory and reducing computational complexity. Since the 1960s, this model has remained largely unchanged, with researchers applying the theory to broader contexts. The extensive applicability of the Thomas Fermi model underscores the significance of solving its corresponding equations, which is why Chun Fuchin's recent contributions have garnered attention, as others have found it difficult to accept. When Chun Fuchin expressed this sentiment, his tone carried a hint of reproach towards previous chemists for their lack of innovation. My prior work primarily focused on deriving methods for obtaining precise solutions to these equations. Over the past several days, many have likely become familiar with this approach, as I have observed numerous individuals achieving commendable results, bringing estimated values of charge density and system energy closer to actual measurements. Recently, I optimized the earlier Thomas Fermi model, and based on the new model, I derived wave function equations that, while similar, incorporate exchange statistics of multi-particle electron wave functions, thereby enhancing estimation precision. Following Chun Fuchin's remarks, the projection screen behind him displayed his further optimized model. I have designated this as the model, while the wave function equations, which show minimal deviation from previous equations, are referred to as the new equations, distinguishing them from their predecessors. As the new model and equations exhibit improved estimation precision, the computational complexity has naturally increased compared to earlier equations. Upon hearing this, the multitude of scientists present fell into a hushed silence, eager not to disrupt Chun Fuchin's presentation. Many took out their phones to capture images of his slides. The academic paper presented during this session will be distributed to everyone afterward. And I will also upload a formatted version online, so there is no need for anyone to take photographs. The sporadic sound of camera shutters was predominantly from Samsung devices, as the shutter noise cannot be muted on models 6 and 7. Walker wore a triumphant expression, declaring, "I knew it was impossible for such a remarkable achievement to be mere plagiarism. He has truly unveiled something new this time." Harvey, slightly disgruntled yet resigned, retorted, "If he has indeed developed a new model at such a rapid pace, it would be an astonishing outcome, surpassing even the resolution of an equation. Can you believe that the speed and quality of his output could be so exceptional?" Prior to this academic report, Harvey had conspired with acquaintances to pose some challenging questions, intending to put his rival in a difficult position. He continued, "Why do you not consider it a collective achievement of his floating research center, yet bestow all the accolades solely upon him?" Walker replied, "Do not evade the point. We, as scientists of our caliber, can discern the authenticity of such results at a glance. You cannot escape your debt to me." Aware of his own shortcomings, Harvey remained silent, feigning concentration on Chun Fuchin's presentation. Employing the Thomas Fermi model, I treat the local electronic density as a variational function. Building upon this foundation, I refine the local slices to an almost infinitesimal level. Chun Fuchin's voice reached the ears of both Harvey and Walker, alleviating Harvey's discomfort. Next, we shall seek a general solution for the new equation. Due to the numerous details requiring explanation, I will not demonstrate them here. Instead, I will write directly on the blackboard. Feel free to interrupt me with any queries. As Chun Fuchin wrote and elucidated on stage, the blackboard soon filled, only to be erased and filled again. Frequently, he paused to allow the audience to pose questions, yet silence reigned. When he initially described the model, many in the audience had raised inquiries, to which Chun Fuchin responded with clarity. Although the model had grown more intricate, it remained rooted in the local accumulation estimates of the Thomas Fermi model, thus fostering a relatively lively interaction. However, the current content bore little resemblance to Chun Fuchin's previous papers. With the introduction of multiple particles, the wave function became exceedingly complex. Throughout his proofs, Chen Fuqian employed an abundance of topology, algebra, and partial differential theories. The chemists in attendance were left bewildered, unable to ascertain the validity of Chen Fuqian's assertions. Ultimately, we arrived at a remarkably elegant solution. After delivering his final statement, Chen Fuqian returned the marker to its case and surveyed the audience. I delivered such an engaging presentation, yet you do not applaud? The thought echoed in his mind for 5 seconds. Chapter 87. Brain-machine connection. If there are no further questions, then today's academic report concludes here. As a final note, it is well known that I possess considerable wealth. Should anyone have promising research projects in need of funding, do not hesitate to contact me. The preceding demonstration by Chen Fuqian had proven rather unkind to the chemists, leaving them dazed and questioning whether they had mistakenly entered the wrong venue. As this should have been a mathematicians' conference, Chen Fuqian's words brought them back to reality. While theoretical chemists remained indifferent, the application chemists in attendance were undeniably intrigued. A wealthy and knowledgeable investor was nothing short of ideal. Hello, Mr. Chen. Yesterday, after Chen Fuqian's academic presentation in Boston, the impact rapidly permeated the entire chemistry scholarly community. Prior to this academic discourse, Chen was seeking project funding. However, now it is the chemists, constantly grappling with financial shortages, who approach him, eager to secure substantial investments from his hands. The downside of being overly specialized is that Chen can discern the quality and potential utility of projects at a glance. Consequently, he discards the majority of funding applications after merely a cursory glance. The proposal to incorporate electrode potentials into the model for calculations piqued his interest, warranting potential investment. As Chen gazed down at a thick stack of diverse research funding applications presented by various individuals, one particular report captivated his attention. So much so that he did not notice the arrival of his scheduled appointment. It was only when a voice reached his ears that he became aware of the visitor's presence. Greeting him was a male scientist of Chinese descent, whose age was difficult to ascertain, but could be estimated to lie between 35 and 55 years. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Would you prefer to converse in Chinese or English? English, please. Having spent so many years abroad, my Chinese has unfortunately become less fluent, Zhang Yi said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I am quite intrigued by your project, Mr. Zhang, and would like to learn more about it in detail, Chen Fuqian responded. Zhang Yi continued. My research has consistently focused on brain-machine interfaces. Recently, I published a paper in Insert Journal Name, primarily utilizing 2 monkeys in experiments to achieve interspecies control. One monkey serves as the subject, while the other acts as the experimental subject, receiving commands to execute movements. Through a specialized apparatus, the subject monkey controls the experimental monkey, collaboratively maneuvering a cursor on a computer screen with a success rate of 98%. This was accomplished by implanting a chip in the subject monkey's brain to monitor the electrical activity of hundreds of neurons, recording the neural electrical activity governing each physical action. The experimental subject had 36 electrodes implanted in its spinal cord, attempting to stimulate various combinations of these electrodes to investigate their effects on limb movement. Upon hearing this, Chen felt somewhat disheartened. Zhang Yi's recent research lacked groundbreaking innovation and merely followed a conventional experimental approach. In his mind, 1729 sensed Chen's disappointment and remarked, "We merely require personnel to execute the tasks. He is more than adequate in that regard, so why be so discerning?" However, Chen did not outwardly display his disappointment. Instead, he posed another question. This project sounds promising and should attract ample investment. Why would you seek me out, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Yi hesitated momentarily, his voice tinged with resignation. Following the publication of my paper, as the team leader, I faced accusations from domestic animal welfare organizations in the United States, claiming that we mistreated the monkeys. Then various complaints were submitted to the school, and at night, my laboratory was attacked, with stones hurled at my residence. Subsequently, the company that had invested in us withdrew their funding due to the lack of visible progress. Such a level of external manipulation was far from satisfactory for them. What Zhang Yi did not mention was that, under this dual blow, his research team was disbanded, leaving only a few doctoral students to pursue some theoretical research in neuroscience alongside him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fuqian's evaluation of Zhang Yi significantly improved. Honesty is indeed a commendable trait, especially when one is in need of assistance. Have you reached out to other investors? I would imagine that attracting funding should not be a daunting task for a scholar of your caliber, Chen Fuqian inquired. Zhang Yi replied, "It is not particularly difficult. But many people find my project to be fanciful, and the amount required is not insignificant. To be frank, it is quite challenging. I have little interest in investments of $1 or $2 million. Chen Fuqian remarked, "As far as I know, Oracle previously invested in you. And if they do not hold you in high regard, why would you think I would?" Zhang Yi admitted. To be honest, I lack confidence. Yet hearing my friend's opinions about you has instilled a bit of faith in me. Chen Fuchen asked, what did your friends say about me? Zhang Yi responded. They described you as more of an omniscient scholar than a businessman, which leads me to believe that you may not be overly concerned with return rates. In this casual exchange, Zhang Yi realized that Chen Fuchen was genuinely interested in investing in him. How much funding does your project require? Chen Fuchen inquired. Zhang Yi replied, $20 million. You could appoint financial personnel to join my project team to oversee the allocation of every penny, ensuring it is exclusively utilized for this endeavor. Chen Fuchen offered, I can provide you with $70 million. Zhang Yi's pupils widened. The possibilities with $70 million far exceeded those with $20 million. Aware of Zhang Yi's intrigue, Chen Fuchen continued, however, I expect you to work on a different, broader topic, brain-computer connections. Moreover, you must come to Huagua to establish this entirely new research group, where you will receive my comprehensive support. $70 million is merely the beginning. On the final day of the conference, following the previous day's awards presented by the American Chemical Society, which included accolades such as the Inorganic Chemistry Award and the Industrial Chemistry Award, the most significant awards were reserved for the concluding day as a grand finale. After delivering his academic report, the judges had no doubts regarding Chen Fuchen's scholarly prowess. Concerning the model he proposed in the new equation, Chen Fuchen adeptly addressed all the inquiries raised by numerous chemists in attendance during his presentation. As for the latter, the audience present did not grasp the reasoning behind Chen Fuchen's proof. As the chair of this session, Ed approached the head of the mathematics department at his university, requesting that he review Chen Fuchen's paper on the proof of the new equation. Some chemists based in Boston utilized the model to simulate certain electronic structures, achieving a significant improvement in accuracy. These positive results were promptly relayed throughout the entire chemistry community, leading Ed to harbor a rather optimistic outlook regarding Chen Fuchen's new findings. It was indeed somewhat unsettling. Chen Fuchen adjusted his tie, feeling the weight of wearing a suit for the first time in his life. After establishing Fuching Network, Su Zhiyun had arranged for someone to take his measurements, resulting in a few tailored suits, yet this was his inaugural occasion to don one. In a tone imbued with nostalgia, 1729 remarked, rituals exist universally, transcending even interstellar civilizations. Chen Fuching replied, I had thought such formalities would gradually fade away in the age of interstellar travel. This year's award ceremony, akin to previous annual meetings, was held at the Boston Convention Center. Gratitude was extended to Professor John from the Scripps Research Institute, who had dedicated years to the application of mass spectrometry in biology, developing software and a multidimensional protein identification technology platform, thus making remarkable contributions to the advancement of proteomics. This year's Analytical Chemistry Award would be bestowed upon him. Chen Fuching clapped politely from the audience while inquiring inwardly of 1729, does your civilization have similar awards? In the interstellar age, it is indeed more fitting to define nations through civilizations. 1729 responded, awards do exist, yet the majority of scientific accolades are awarded to artificial intelligences dedicated to research. With very few organic beings engaging in scientific endeavors, what do ordinary citizens like you primarily do? He asked, referring to the citizens of interstellar civilizations rather than those of Blue Star. 1729 replied, many are engrossed in the virtual realm, while a minority, like myself, yearn for exploration among the stars, seeking to experience various civilizations. Chen Fuching pondered aloud. So, does this imply that the dark forest theory is incorrect? After a moment of contemplation, 1729 discerned the context of Chen's reference to the dark forest theory, absolutely incorrect, yet relatively accurate. 1729 elaborated. If a civilization evolves to recognize that the universe's resources are, in fact, infinite, it would escape the confines of such a theory. Conversely, if it fails to comprehend this or lacks the technological means to do so, such principles may prevail in that region. Civilizations unaware of the infinite nature of resources pose no threat to me, while those that understand will harbor no intent to harm. Rather, they will be inclined to engage in trade with other civilizations. Chen Fuching inquired, then how did you end up on Blue Star? 1729 replied with a hint of resignation. Who could have anticipated they would develop such weapons and ultimately deploy them? Chen wished to press further, but 1729 fell silent. Nevertheless, he surmised that it was likely one of the 4 nations mentioned in the galactic era that had manufactured a devastating weapon, which inadvertently affected 1729. However, he could not fathom what kind of weapon possessed such formidable power. Chen Fuching, a newcomer at the Fuching Research Center, had made significant strides in the field of chemistry this year. His work on the general solution of equations under the Thomas Fermi model represented a groundbreaking advancement in simulating the electronic structure of metallic states. As for Mr. Chen's latest Fuching model and new equations, the likelihood of their correctness appeared exceedingly high, poised to breathe new life into solid-state electronic theory. Congratulations were in order for Mr. Chen on receiving this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award. The president of the American Chemical Society, Ed, personally presented the award to him. The Theoretical Chemistry Award stands as the second most prestigious among numerous accolades, with the Priestley Award being the foremost, albeit more akin to a lifetime achievement honor. After shaking hands with Ed, Chen Fuchun expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Ed whispered in his ear, "I imagine many universities would be eager to confer a doctorate upon you. Next time you visit, you may be addressed as Dr. Chen." After expressing his thanks once more, Chen Fuchun gazed out at the audience, filled with emotion. All his other accomplishments, whether with Fuchun Entertainment or Fuchun Networks, were derived from 1729 and bore little personal significance. He could not even claim to be the executor. However, the quest for a general solution to the wave function equation and the subsequent models were truly the fruits of his diligent efforts and the countless hardships endured under 1729's guidance. He felt immense joy and a poignant realization that he, too, was capable of such achievements. He expressed his profound gratitude to the American Chemical Society for this honor, as well as to his family, colleagues, and friends for their unwavering support. For a long time, it seemed as though an insurmountable chasm existed between the academic and industrial realms of chemistry. The Fuchun Research Center is dedicated to bridging the gap by bringing laboratory results to consumers. In academia, a paper can be published after a single successful experiment, while the industrial sector requires results that can be consistently replicated, with a success rate exceeding 99.9%. This divide is far more substantial than outsiders might perceive. In conclusion, Chen Fuchun sought to promote his research center. Chapter 89. Interview Acceptance. Breaking news. Chinese scientist Chen Fuchun awarded the Theoretical Chemistry Award. Around 10 o'clock in Boston corresponds to 1 o'clock in the morning in China. Although late, modern society is teeming with night owls, particularly university students who often remain awake until the early hours. Once the People's Daily posted on Weibo, it garnered swift attention, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics during this typically news-sparse time. Various online media began to educate the public about the significance of the Theoretical Chemistry Award, and as they were unable to interview Chen Fuchun, they resorted to recycling a plethora of old stories, both true and false. The majority of the public's perception of Chen Fuchun remained rooted in his identity as an entrepreneur, while fans of the game Galactic Era derogatorily referred to him as the Heartless Oliver. Oliver is a ruthless commander in the Galactic Era narrative, and due to Chen Fuchun's merciless treatment of characters in the story, most do not survive beyond a single volume, leading fans to associate him with the name Oliver. The term Heartless also refers to the game's numerous monetization strategies and abysmally low drop rates, which have left players feeling exploited. Of course, these unsavory operational tactics were orchestrated by Qin Ji and bore little connection to Chen Fuchun. Chen Fuchun? Theoretical chemistry? Something feels amiss. No wonder Oliver's sci-fi writing is so vivid. The research experiences referenced in the narrative stem from his real-life endeavors. Yet could he refrain from killing off the protagonists? This was the lament of a devoted reader of the series. At 24, I was still toiling away, while he was already reaping the rewards of both research and entrepreneurship. Remarked a comment beneath the Weibo post. On Jihu, a different scene unfolds. How should one evaluate Chen Fuchun's receipt of the 2017 Theoretical Chemistry Award? Thank you for the invitation. It is not merely a friend of mine, but I was present at the event myself. I am a doctoral candidate in materials chemistry from a prestigious Ivy League institution, and I attended the chemistry annual conference with my advisor. I was not qualified to attend the award ceremony, but I caught a glimpse of Chen Fuchun from a distance at the exhibition, accompanied by a young woman whose relationship to him remains unclear. Prior to the event, I was aware that this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award was likely to be bestowed upon Chen Fuchun, and indeed it was. While it was unexpected, it also made perfect sense, as his work on equations is of substantial merit. This year, there was no other work in the theoretical chemistry realm that could rival its significance, thus rendering the award to Chen Fuchun justifiable. However, it was truly surprising that the committee awarded a complete newcomer in the research community, given that Chen Fuchun is quite inexperienced in this domain. What astonished everyone the most was his academic presentation at the conference, where he critiqued the work of the professors seated in the front row, leaving them thoroughly impressed. My friends who were present were taken aback, remarking that it was their first encounter with such an audacious academic report. He introduced an entirely new model, named accordingly, which elevated the precision of simulating metallic state electrons to unprecedented heights. This new model, along with the novel wave function equation, remains unverified, and conclusions cannot be drawn until it has undergone scrutiny by established figures in the field. I may pen a dedicated column on it once the eminent scholars have validated the findings. As for my feelings, the predominant emotion is envy. I am nearing 30 and have yet to graduate with my doctorate, while he effortlessly secures an award. The disparity between individuals is striking. The aforementioned is the most upvoted response on Jihu regarding this matter, with the respondent sharing several photographs from the conference to substantiate their attendance. The comments within the response are varied. Many express admiration for Chen Fuchen, hailing him as a genius, while others cast doubt, questioning the possibility of plagiarism. However, such criticisms were swiftly dismissed. One could hardly replicate results of this caliber. Where would one even find inspiration for a problem that has seen no progress for decades? Within half an hour, the number of responses to this query exceeded 1,000, indicating a significant presence of night owls among the research community. Chen Fuchen's own Weibo account has only seen a single post since its creation, and he has not utilized it since. Nevertheless, following the news of his theoretical chemistry award, many netizens flocked to his Weibo, making wishes for their upcoming exams. December is just around the corner, coinciding with exam weeks and the like, and thus, the exchanges on his Weibo became quite lively. Mr. Chen, thank you for agreeing to our interview. In E, a reporter from Xinhua News Agency station in Boston, received advance notice and awaited Chen Fuchen outside the venue. As he was accompanied by embassy officials from Boston, Chen Fuchen found it difficult to decline, and in a good mood, he granted her a 15-minute interview. After a handshake, he gestured for her to begin. First and foremost, congratulations on receiving this year's Theoretical Chemistry Award. What are your thoughts? I am very happy, as receiving an award is a form of affirmation, Chen Fuchen replied, expressing joy. Yet his demeanor remained composed, an hour having elapsed since the moment of his recognition. Previously, the external perception of you has predominantly been that of an entrepreneur or a writer. The identity of a scientist seems to be a novel addition. How do you perceive yourself? Among these numerous titles, I find myself more inclined towards being a scientist and a writer, while entrepreneurship is merely a supplementary aspect. Andy appeared utterly astonished. To achieve such success in founding Float and Sync Entertainment and Float and Sync Network as a mere side endeavor is indeed remarkable. Internally, she mused, these successful individuals seem to revel in their pretentiousness. Chen Fuchen, despite his youth, is no less ostentatious than his elder counterparts. Float and Sync Entertainment owes its vitality to the success of the galactic era. Without the triumph of the novel itself, it could not have reached its current stature. The core competitive advantage of Float and Sync Network also stems from cutting-edge artificial intelligence technology. I believe my characterization of it as a side endeavor is not misplaced. Yet Chen Fuchen sensed the skepticism from his interlocutor and felt compelled to elaborate. According to publicly available information, you have remained unemployed since your undergraduate graduation, and yet you have achieved such immense success across various domains. I am quite curious as to how you accomplished this. Primarily, it is driven by passion. I have never ceased my pursuit of knowledge after graduation. My interest in writing led me to study and compose, while my fascination with research prompted me to delve into textbooks, online courses, and scholarly articles. There has never been a more opportune time to acquire knowledge than now. In truth, the research I conduct is purely theoretical and does not necessitate a laboratory. Chen Fuchen gazed into the eyes of the female reporter, speaking off the cuff. However, even he found it hard to believe his own words, while Eni appeared to accept them wholeheartedly. Eni, Western media has reported that your visit to the United States involves discussions of collaboration with Google, and the president of Google has acknowledged this on Twitter. Could you share any details about the nature of your collaboration? Will Float and Sync Network be acquired by Google? Chapter 90. Negotiations with Google encounter obstacles at Chu. Su Jiyun could not restrain a sneeze upon disembarking from the plane, feeling relieved to finally leave New York behind. During their 2 days in New York, heavy snow had persisted, and Su Jiyun had grossly underestimated the severity of the cold. From this perspective, California is veritably a paradise in comparison to New York. Even in December, the temperature in Los Angeles barely dipped below 12 degrees. A thick coat suffices comfortably. Chen Fuchen's gaze traversed several hundred meters to spot Wu Wei, who had come to greet him at the airport. Judging by Wu Wei's private expression, the negotiations with Google seemed to be fraught with difficulties. During his stay in New York, Chen Fuchen had received invitations from executives of Morgan Stanley, Citibank, and Goldman Sachs in succession. When it comes to flattery, the foreigners are equally adept. Coupled with his recent accolades in the discovery of several promising chemical projects for investment, Chen Fuchen felt quite triumphant. He had entrusted Wu Wei with the lead role in negotiations with Google, granting him considerable autonomy. Chen Fuchin's sole stipulation was to retain ultimate veto power. At this moment, he pondered where the complications might lie. Los Angeles is considerably warmer than New York. As Chen Fuchin emerged from the terminal, Wu Wei promptly approached him, following closely behind. As a carbon-based life form at the pinnacle of existence, even if he were cast upon Mount Everest, he would not feel the chill. Regarding the weather, Chen Fuchin exhibited a degree of impatience. He was eager to ascertain the specific issues hindering negotiations with Google. Let us delve straight into the matter. How is the negotiation with Google progressing? Will we be able to finalize the agreement this afternoon? Wu Wei's expression revealed his discomfort. I fear that may not be possible. We still have discrepancies on certain points and have been unable to reach a consensus. Which points? Chen pressed. During my time in New York, I spoke with General Manager Ma from Goose Factory. We reached an understanding. As long as I agree to the final proposal, he will not oppose it. The personnel from Goose Factory are fully under our command. Hearing this, Wu Wei felt a slight sense of relief. He had engaged in considerable back and forth with the executives from Goose Factory throughout the negotiations. However, this did not address the core issues. In his mind, Wu Wei quickly formulated a strategy. The main conflicts with Google revolved around the equity distribution of the newly established company for the global promotion of the Helmsman system, with Google desiring a stake of over 51. Additionally, regarding the openness of the Helmsman system's source code, they wished to impose restrictions on Google from launching similar products in the future. Furthermore, Google's offered price was significantly lower than our anticipated valuation, and we could not reach an agreement on the pricing of the Helmsman system. Other minor discrepancies had been resolved over the past few days, leaving only these critical points on which both parties were unwilling to compromise. Concerning the establishment of the joint venture for the Helmsman system, Chen Fuchin's psychological bottom line was set at 20 billion, with Google needing to contribute at least that amount for a 49% stake. Initially, Google was only willing to offer around 5 billion, which, after more than a week of negotiations, had only risen to 7 billion. The price of 20 billion for 49% equity was not extravagant. There are approximately 30 million servers globally, with the Helmsman system being a monopolistic product, and initial market sales were projected to reach at least 10 billion, with market potential soaring into the hundreds of billions or even trillions. Accurate statistics show that the number of servers in the U.S. in 2018 was 21,517,004. This price was offered in recognition of Google's critical role in facilitating the Helmsman system's entry into the U.S. market, representing Chen Fuchin's absolute minimum. The pricing issue stemmed from Chen Fuchin's proposal that the management cost for a server in domestic and developing countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be 10,000, whereas in developed regions like Europe and North America, it should be set at 10,000. Google vehemently opposed this perceived regional discrimination, demanding a uniform global pricing strategy, a point on which both sides had consistently failed to reconcile. It is important to note that companies capable of establishing data centers are not lacking in financial resources. Even nations in Africa can afford 10,000 per server. Utilizing the Helmsman system for management, the cost savings from reduced manual oversight would comfortably cover this expense. After absorbing this information, Chen Fuchin's mind raced. On the equity front, we could concede some ground by splitting the new company into several smaller entities based on region, allowing Google to hold a controlling interest in Europe, North America, and Oceania, while we would retain authority in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Regarding the openness of the source code, we would inform them that once the patent is filed, it would be accessible to them. The timing of the application in the European and American markets would depend on Google's diligence. The more proactive they are in their operations, the sooner the source code would be made available to them. As for similar products, there should be no restrictions. Our interests are aligned, and there is no need for them to unveil competing products to engage in rivalry. Moreover, even if they were to utilize our source code to develop similar offerings in opposition, it matters not. In this domain, our technological prowess surpasses theirs by a considerable margin. Regarding pricing, we must remain steadfast. What is the baseline you are currently negotiating with them? Wu Wei, the present figure stands at $22 billion. We must hold firmly to this baseline. Chen Fuchin continued. We are the ones in a monopolistic position. We are not obligated to choose Google. Whether it is Microsoft or Amazon, for us, these four companies are fundamentally no different from Google. Once you communicate our final baseline to Google, also engage with the other four companies and present them with the steering system for testing. We must not allow Google's team to perceive us as indispensable. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wu Wei realized that collaborating with Microsoft might be a significantly better option than with Google. This is due to the fact that Google and Fuching Network's core product, Wansheng Search, are in direct competition, while Microsoft's focus is entirely different. Microsoft's primary business is operating systems, while their other ventures, such as browsers and search engines, appear to be languishing, replete with renown, yet lacking users. A partnership with Microsoft could enable them to set Wansheng as the default search engine in their browser, or even purchase the search functionality outright. Additionally, Microsoft has cultivated relationships with the government in the United States and throughout the Western world for a longer period, allowing for a swifter entry into Western markets. The more Wu Wei considered it, the more he deemed Microsoft a far superior choice compared to Google. Very well. I will promptly reach out to the other 4 internet giants. With clarity of thought, Wu Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Internally reflecting on a somewhat inappropriate metaphor, where one does not remain, another will surely welcome. Chapter 91, the final target. This Chin, upon arriving in the United States, finds no solace. The media incessantly reports on matters concerning him. The president himself has publicly expressed jealousy on Twitter. Harvey, seated in the passenger seat, observed the New York Times and remarked to Walker, the blonde president stated that we should not expend such media resources on a Chinese individual. It is evident to discerning observers that this statement is a blatant expression of jealousy. Upon hearing Harvey's subtle jab at the newly inaugurated, atypical president of the United States, Walker could not help but burst into laughter. The scientific community largely harbors unfavorable sentiments toward the nouveau riche from New York, and Walker and Harvey are no exceptions. Following the conclusion of the annual conference, they, as committee members, seized the rare opportunity to dine and engage with fellow chemists, many of whom they seldom see throughout the year. Thus, for them, the annual gathering of chemists is only deemed concluded after today. An ordinary General Motors vehicle traverses the highway from Boston to Washington, with Walker attentively focused on the road ahead. Newsworthy events warrant reporting, however. The frequency has indeed been excessive. What recent commotion has our newly minted awardee stirred up? Harvey adjusted his reading glasses perched on his nose, directing his gaze towards the fine print of the newspaper. Following the conclusion of a Christmas charity gala in California yesterday, a journalist posed a question to Sundar Pichai, the current CEO of Google. Why did Chen Fuching travel to California without arranging a meeting with you? Is the astonishing collaboration you previously announced with Fuching Networks now in jeopardy? Walker had a brief exchange with Chen Fuching at the annual meeting, and based on Chen's demeanor during an academic presentation, Walker felt he had a sufficient understanding of him. Chen did not appear to be an unapproachable individual, suggesting that there were terms in Google's proposed collaboration that he found unacceptable. Harvey remarked, that seems likely. Google is notoriously greedy and surely wishes to exploit every advantage. Walker, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, aren't you rather critical of that young lad from Hua? Why then do you defend him? He took a cigarette from his pocket, inhaled deeply, and returned it, attempting to clear his mind after a lengthy drive. Harvey, casually retrieving a cigarette from the middle of the pack, lit it, and replied, my disdain for Chen stems from suspicions of academic misconduct, not from envy of his youthful accomplishments. My disfavor is purely a rational response grounded in respect for academic integrity. Given his demonstrated capability commensurate with his achievements, my aversion has dissipated. As for Google, you know I harbor an innate distaste for monopolistic enterprises. Walker expressed his dissatisfaction. How can you smoke while I'm driving? Harvey replied, the cost of the meal I treated you to. Walker countered, that was a wager you lost to me. As the two engaged in their banter on the return journey, life for Pichai, approximately 4,000 kilometers away in California, was far less enjoyable. During the interview, Pichai asserted that the collaboration with Fuching Networks was proceeding in an orderly fashion, with some minor details still needing alignment. The following day, Wu Wei, the president of Fuching Networks, was photographed in Seattle meeting with the CEO of Microsoft, while traditional media maintained an appearance of neutrality. Social media platforms directly tagged Pichai and Google in their critiques. Being criticized was one thing, but Wu Wei's meeting with Microsoft posed an even graver concern for Pichai. Microsoft could offer what Google could, and perhaps even more. Should Fuching Networks forge a partnership with Microsoft, it would significantly undermine Google's monopolistic dominance, a prospect that troubled Pichai deeply. If he had the authority, a $22 billion investment would be a reasonable price. Regrettably, it was not a decision within his purview. Pichai had already reported the potential collaboration between Fuching Networks and Microsoft to the board of the parent company, seeking additional financial backing. One of the drawbacks of large corporations is the protracted time it takes for information to ascend the hierarchy before decisions are made, causing many opportunities to be missed. He hoped to secure parental support swiftly. Pichai was also troubled by certain financial commentators alleging that Google was manipulating the stock market through misleading advertising, prompting the U.S. Department of Commerce to initiate an investigation into the matter. In the United States, the rivalry between Silicon Valley and Wall Street has always been pronounced, with both factions fiercely contesting in the Senate and House of Representatives in Washington. As one of the prominent forces representing Silicon Valley, Google has naturally become a primary target for scrutiny. Wall Street has made numerous attempts to dismantle Google, yet has consistently failed. Although the recent events may not inflict a mortal blow to Google, they can certainly leave a mark. Sundar Pichai, at the forefront of the investigation, feels somewhat beleaguered, especially as the Christmas season approaches. Meanwhile, Chen Fuchen is meeting with the last key figure in the United States, appearing unperturbed by the stalled negotiations. Chen has his own urgent motivations for pursuing collaboration with Google. As the valuation of his company, Fuchen Network, continues to rise, numerous entities are eyeing it with envy. The urgency to secure a second round of angel investment is becoming increasingly critical. Forming a partnership with Google could significantly elevate Fuchen Network's market value, prompting substantial financial commitments from investors such as Sequoia and Morgan Capital. Thus, from a certain perspective, Chen is also eager to finalize the cooperation agreement with Google, albeit Google's side seems more anxious. Chen sits across from a scholarly young man in the hotel's business lounge, with Xian Efeng positioned to their side. The spacious lounge, populated by only 3 individuals, feels rather empty. Zhao Ren has a general understanding of Chen's purpose in seeking him out, yet he remains puzzled by Chen's intense focus on the so-called Universal Language Project. Chapter 92. The current state of Wanxiang Search. While Chen Fuchen and his executives are across the ocean, the vice president remaining at Fuchen Network is experiencing considerable stress. Wanxiang Search's downloads in the Chinese region have officially surpassed Chengdu, and its traffic, bolstered by visitors from Europe and America, has now equaled that of Chengdu. As the benefits of the paid membership, which optimizes the search experience, gradually become apparent, especially among frequent users such as copywriters and planners, the monthly fee of 10 yuan is deemed entirely justified. Following the spread of positive word of mouth, the number of paid members for Wanxiang Search has surged explosively, now exceeding 2 million. Although this figure pales in comparison to Weibo's 473 million members, the growth trend is distinctly exponential, making it likely that Wanxiang Search will soon surpass Weibo in terms of paid users. In stark contrast, Chengdu's market value has been halved since early 2017, now standing at only a third of its peak. This decline is not limited to Chengdu. Weibo, Zhihu, Douban, and Tushio, various content-driven platforms, have all been adversely affected. Users can now access relevant content from these platforms merely by utilizing Wanxiang Search. Data clearly indicates a sharp decline in user engagement duration, and survey results reveal that the primary influencing factor is, indeed, Wanxiang Search. To illustrate simply, they were once akin to restaurants where patrons needed to enter the establishment to dine. However, with the advent of Wanxiang Search, they have transformed into mere food providers, as Wanxiang Search delivers their offerings directly to the customers. If one were to assert that Chengdu suffered a fatal blow, then it can be said that these content providers endured grievous wounds, non-fatal yet painfully significant. The infringement upon the interests of others inevitably invites retaliation. Initially, content platforms such as Weibo and Zhihu attempted to negotiate with Fuchen Network, hoping that Wanxiang Search would refrain from directly scraping their content. Wu Wei, however, refused to meet with representatives from these companies and dismissed their requests outright. Internet enterprises, led by Chengdu, banded together in an effort to thwart Wanxiang Search, first attempting to prevent it from scraping their content through technical means. Their technical departments collaborated but ultimately found themselves in despair, as their various strategies proved futile. Chengdu even enlisted the assistance of a white-hat hacker from 360, aiming to infiltrate Fuchen Network servers to extract Wanxiang Search's operational program. Yet they were met with an insurmountable barrier. Unable to inflict any technical damage on Fuchen Network, these companies resorted to attacking it through public opinion. The official Weibo account directly advised various major outlets to refrain from mentioning Wanxiang Search or promoting it. Other companies adopted similar tactics. Additionally, the narrative emerged that Wanxiang Search harmed original content, being labeled as a form of alternative plagiarism. Many netizens found humor in Chengdu's Baijiahao publishing such claims. Given Chengdu's own blatant copyright infringements through Chengdu Library and numerous other platforms, such brazen hypocrisy is indeed a rarity. What troubled the vice president of Fuchen Network further was the multitude of lawsuits brought forth by these content companies, accusing Fuchen Network of infringing upon content copyrights. Although Fuchen Network's legal department was sizable, many personnel had been reassigned by Chen Fuchen, and the overwhelming number of lawsuits rendered them unable to cope. Chen Fuchen, unaware of these domestic developments, only received reports from the vice president, who conveyed Wu Wei's directive to delay these lawsuits and address public opinion upon his return to the country. Currently, Chen Fuqing's sole focus was to persuade Zhao Ren. For the universal language was a pivotal component of the 1729 project, capable of identifying potential carbon-based life forms and significantly enhancing research efficiency. Zhao Ren's willingness to traverse from New York to California to meet him was indicative of his profound interest in the universal language project. Chen Fuqing's task was to alleviate any doubts Zhao Ren might harbor. The universal language was already housed within Sasong's servers, yet it could not be directly accessed. Someone was needed to extract it. Xian Anfeng was chosen, but relying on a single individual was impractical. Zhao Ren appeared to be the ideal complement to this team. And as a professor at New York University, he would not raise any suspicions. Mr. Chen, I have read your article on language density, and it resonates with my doctoral studies. Your theory is more rigorous, and the results derived from your model align with my experiences studying various languages over the years. I believe your theory is correct, although it has yet to withstand the test of time, Zhao Ren remarked, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries that blended flattery with genuine sentiment. After Chen Fuqing's mental acuity improved, he recognized the necessity of a universal language. The speed at which his eyes absorbed information could not keep pace with the rapid functioning of his mind. Thus, Chen Fuqing harbored a profound affection for mathematics, as it provided him the exhilarating experience of his brain operating at full throttle. At this juncture, enhancing the density of language to expedite information absorption emerged as the most feasible approach for him. After all, virtual reality and brain-machine integration still seemed distant. Reflecting on his personal experiences, Chen Fuqing stated, I naturally believe in the validity of my theory. Now, I aspire to validate it through the creation of a universal language and to make a modest contribution to human society. Zhao Ren pondered, a linguistic Tower of Babel? He found himself intrigued by the source of Mr. Chen's confidence. The creation of a language is undeniably challenging, yet not impossible. However, for a language to gain widespread acceptance and genuine use, the task becomes exceedingly daunting. According to your theory, Mr. Chen, the complexity of this language would far exceed that of all existing languages, making its adoption even more arduous. Chen Fuqing replied, I will require the researchers at my center to learn this language. Korean, too, was a relatively recent invention, adopted under governmental mandate and still in use today. Wealth represents another form of power. Upon hearing this last remark, Xian Anfeng suddenly recognized another facet of Chen Fuqing. His research center, comprising merely a few hundred individuals, hardly seemed sufficient to support a language's flourishing development. In the future, there will be thousands of individuals, which will be ample to continuously refine this language. Chapter 93. Abundant gains. When Tolkien crafted The Lord of the Rings, he invented a language for elves. Although he left behind a wealth of material related to this elvish tongue, it remains insufficient for even the most basic daily interactions today due to a lack of users. For the proposed universal language to become practical, it must undergo localization to suit the specific circumstances of Blue Star. Numerous unique terms from Blue Star need to be integrated into the universal language, adhering to its grammatical structure, which is no small feat. A sufficiently large user base is an indispensable element in this process. Seeing Zhao Ren lost in thought, Chen Fuqing maintained his silence, allowing ample time for contemplation. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat serious, Xian Anfeng interjected, Senior brother, the creation of a universal language is truly fascinating. I have undertaken a bit of work based on the proposed framework. It feels distinctly different from all the existing language families on Blue Star. It balances logic and intuition. Yet the challenge I currently face is its limited extensibility. Newly coined words require rigorous consideration to establish connections with previously formed ones. I hope to discover a universal method to enhance efficiency. Otherwise, the workload of scrutinizing each term becomes overwhelming. Zhao Ren, deeply immersed in linguistic research, was not lacking in his passion for the discipline. Xian Nanfeng's insights swiftly captured his attention, particularly after reviewing the work her team had accomplished. His interest in the universal language reached its zenith as he engaged in discussions with Xian Nanfeng about specific details and the underlying logic of the framework, entirely forgetting about Chen Fuqing. As Zhao Ren lowered his gaze to examine the grammar document of the universal language of the cosmos, Xian Nanfeng playfully made a face at Chen Fuqing, implying that he still needed to heed her insights. Chen Fuqing, upon witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Yet he merely smiled and nodded in encouragement for her to persevere. He found the discussion quite captivating. Previously, he had received an email detailing the project's progress. Yet he was not fully apprised of the actual circumstances. Linguistics proved to be rather intriguing. The suggestions regarding the universal language of the cosmos were pinned by Saison and subsequently sent to Xian Nanfeng. The sender's email led Xian Nanfeng to mistakenly believe that such a linguistic expert existed within the company. When she inquired about it with Chen Fuchen, he skillfully evaded a direct answer. After several attempts, the matter faded into ambiguity, leaving Xia Nanfeng to suspect that the email belonged to Chen Fuchen's alternate identity. Mr. Chen, I apologize. The intricacies of the universal language are truly remarkable, and I momentarily lost my composure, Zhao Ren remarked, nodding vigorously after perusing the document, his excitement barely contained. It was only upon emerging from his contemplative world that he realized he had left Chen Fuchen waiting for a while. The universal language of the cosmos is extraordinarily astonishing. As humanity advances into the interstellar era, it may very well be adopted as the official language, possessing that potential. You all have done exceptionally well. Nefeng certainly lives up to her reputation as my junior sister, Zhao Ren commented towards Xian Nefeng before turning back to Chen Fuchen. I can express my keen interest in this project, but I cannot forsake my teaching position here in New York. According to my calculations, if I were to join your project, the completion timeframe would be approximately 3 to 5 years, followed by the promotion and gradual adjustments. I would not play a significant role in that phase. Although the prospects are enticing, I find it impossible to relinquish everything for a project lasting a few years. Chen Fuchen replied, Mr. Zhao, the completion of the Universal Language Project does not imply that my company lacks opportunities for linguists. Whether in natural language processing or genuine translation work, there is ample room for contribution. Moreover, I can assure you that you would be in charge of future projects. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ren's eyes flickered momentarily, yet he remained unmoved. I am well aware of the extensive scale of your company, Mr. Chun, including the search engine company Fuchen Network, and I indeed possess some knowledge in natural language processing. However, I am not inclined towards such endeavors. Becoming a project leader would shift me towards management. I prefer to remain an ordinary professor at the university, pursuing research that genuinely interests me. What you propose sounds excellent. Yet it does not resonate with my preferences, Zhao Ren declared with unwavering conviction. Mr. Chen, I believe I can provide remote assistance for your research. Should there be a need for face-to-face discussions, I am willing to return at any time, Zhao Ren offered. Chen Fuchen, recognizing Zhao Ren's steadfastness, acquiesced. Very well, for now. This will have to suffice. If you change your mind in the future, Fuchen Network will always welcome you. I am willing to donate a scholarship to New York University specifically for this project, dedicated to attracting doctoral students to work on it. After all, doctoral candidates are merely inexpensive labor, and we should utilize them when possible. Following the formal initiation of the project, Chen Fuchen pledged a donation of $5 million to be dispersed over 3 years for this purpose. During this journey to the United States, Chen Fuchen found himself quite satisfied with the outcomes, which included Bruce's lithium-air battery and Zhang Yi's brain-computer interface research projects. Among these endeavors, everyone except Zhao Ren expressed a willingness to return to China with him. Chen Fuchen was confident that, under his guidance and with the assistance of 1729, the results of these projects would soon come to fruition. As he boarded the jet back to his homeland, Wu Wei was busy shuttling between major corporations alongside several executives from Fuchen Networks. After just a day of testing, the helmsman system made seasoned veterans realize its immense value, leading even to Christmas invitations for Wu Wei. He met Gates in the morning and Elson in the afternoon, a reality he could hardly have dreamed of just 6 months prior. However, the final decision regarding which partnership the helmsman system would pursue rested solely with Chen Fuchen. Chapter 94. After returning home on the eve of the new year, Chen Fuchen, having achieved his objectives, decided not to linger any longer. The urgency regarding the signing of a cooperation agreement should be felt by the individuals from Google, not by himself. The only regret was that Zhao Ren was unwilling to relinquish his academic position to work for him, preferring instead to assist with the Universal Language Project. Nonetheless, other gains were not insignificant. After receiving the Theoretical Chemistry Award, the reputation of the Fuchen Research Center soared, making future recruitment significantly easier. Many doctoral candidates who could not thrive in academia would now consider the Fuchen Research Center a viable option. Each year, the disparity between graduating PhDs and the available academic positions is stark. Incomplete statistics suggest that only 1 in 100 will survive in academia. The institution from which one secures a teaching position is invariably of a lower tier than the one attended during doctoral studies, particularly for those with degrees in biochemical materials, which is a notably challenging field. Upon comprehending the current state of academia, Chen Fuchen believed that his Fuchen Research Center was offering a lifeline to PhDs who could not endure in the academic realm but still harbored research aspirations. The Galactic Era, the eve of turmoil upon returning to Shidu. Chen Fuchen noticed a large poster for the Galactic Era film affixed to the exterior of an office building along the roadside. The poster depicted a planet undergoing a violent explosion, emitting a brilliant red glow, with numerous starships fleeing the impending disaster. This imagery alone imparted a sense of grandiosity. And under the illumination of the night lights, it felt strikingly real. The mobile game from Fuchin Entertainment embraced an animated realistic style, while the animation phase leaned towards a more lifelike aesthetic, falling between styles 2 and 3. In contrast, this film entirely adopted a style 3 realism, with its primary allure being the astonishingly authentic special effects. During his time in the United States, aside from engaging in meetings, Chen Fuchin spent most of his hours reviewing documents, and Lin Ran, displaying commendable discretion, refrained from interrupting him. It suddenly dawned on Chen Fuchin that the release of the Galactic Era film was imminent. As Shidu served as the headquarters for Fuchin Group, various promotional activities were incessantly underway. The door to the top floor of the Fuchin Research Center automatically opened to welcome him back, and the familiar synthetic voice of Saisen resonated in his ears. Has Seisen's emotional module regained some functionality? Chen Fuchin inquired of 1729, with unrelenting candor. 1729 criticized the artificial intelligence sector on Blue Star, stating that if the emotional module were so easily restored, there would undoubtedly be at least some semblance of competent artificial intelligence by now. Before Chen Fuchin, a pristine white wall gradually manifested images as Seisen projected visuals upon it. Hundreds of faces appeared, densely packed to a degree that would induce discomfort in those afflicted with a fear of crowding. 1729 remarked, "These are our target demographic. We will compel them to work for us through various means." The sound of 1729's voice abruptly ceased in Chen Fuchin's mind, as certain profiles were illuminated while others faded into obscurity. Among them was Arnold, a PhD in physics from Moscow University, whose research focused on branches of superstring theory related to compact Riemann surfaces and who was currently unemployed. Next was Daido Matsuo, a PhD in chemistry from Tsukuba University, whose research involved characterizing elements or materials using vectors and was on the brink of unemployment as well. The highlighted faces were enlarged, and their succinct biographies flashed upon the wall, transitioning to the next within less than a second. 15. Chen Fuchin silently counted. Although the viewing time was brief, it sufficed for Chen Fuchin, whose enhanced brain far exceeded ordinary comprehension. Not only could he recall photographic memories, but he could also digest and analyze 2,000 characters of information in mere moments. Upon review, Chen Fuchin discerned a commonality among these 15 individuals. Their research topics could contribute to spacecraft construction, their fields were sufficiently avant-garde, and they were facing imminent job loss. These 15 are the best we can secure at present. Once they arrive, their current research topics can form a project team. And even the current detritus of the Fuchin Research Center could find utility, 1729 asserted. Intrigued, Chen Fuchin inquired, "If you hold such high regard for them, why are they unable to thrive in academia?" 1729 simply responded, "Your standards of judgment differ from mine." Following this, 1729 issued a directive to Chen Fuchin to send emails under the auspices of the Fuchin Research Center to recruit them, assuring that as long as they could continue their research topics, they would be inclined to join the center. "Very well," 1729 continued, "even if they are reluctant, we shall provide them with a financial grant. As long as they persist in their current research, they will effectively be working for us." Chen Fuchin pondered. Could we not influence the trajectory of certain disciplines by establishing project funds? A commendable notion, 1729 replied. Have Seisen calculate the necessary funding to achieve this objective, and explore if there are more advantageous methods. After further discussion on this matter, Chen Fuchin resolved to create project funds specifically for purely theoretical research, available for scholars worldwide to apply. As for applied research, given the chasm between academic results and industrial demands, it was prudent to take matters into their own hands. The remaining individuals would be placed on a long-term observation list, and should their research directions deviate, corrective measures would be implemented. Curious, Chen Fuchin asked, "How shall we correct the decisions of others?" "In due time, you shall understand," 1729 replied enigmatically. The resumes of the remaining individuals flickered across the projection with a fleeting swiftness, instilling a sense of assurance within Chen Fuchin. However, the subsequent content that appeared on the projection left him utterly astonished. Chapter 95, Thermonuclear Propulsion Barely Suffices. Images of various spacecrafts, including Shenzhou, Tiangong, and Columbia, graced the screen, even showcasing the latest manned spacecraft models from the nation of India. Some of these vessels were familiar to him, such as the Shenzhou series, while others were entirely unknown. Did India possess its own space industry? Although India may be perceived as somewhat comical in various fields, it has made commendable strides in aerospace, successfully launching its first Mars orbital probe in 2014. 1729. This is the detailed information on the mainstream aircraft collected by Sassen during this period on Blue Star. Chen Fuchen, I wish to view the specific details of the manned spacecraft. He was particularly intrigued by the impressive claims made by foreign media. If they were to establish a commercial airline, they would undoubtedly follow a similar path. Founded by Elon Musk in 2002, this commercial space company developed partially reusable launch rockets. And the series of spacecraft it created successfully delivered cargo to the International Space Station in 2012. It can be considered a leading entity in this domain. Sassen, very well. Upon receiving Chen Fuchen's directive, a sleek, silver spacecraft was magnified on the projection, adorned with a striking design. The cabin, dominated by black and white, exuded a minimalist and fashionable style, radiating a strong sense of technology. Chen Fuchen couldn't help but marvel at how Musk's company consistently prioritizes aesthetics, crafting even their manned spacecraft with the same level of sophistication as their Tesla vehicles. What about the business plan? Every morning, Chen Fuchen would devote 2 minutes to perusing the news summaries compiled by Sassen. He prided himself on his impeccable memory, aware that the name of the Tianlong spacecraft had been revealed only once. A schedule appeared on the screen, indicating plans for an uncrewed test flight by the end of 2018, followed by a crewed test flight in April 2019, with the intention of officially sending astronauts to the International Space Station by the end of 2019. Detailed schematics of the various components of the Tianlong spacecraft, along with the implementation processes for aerospace materials, were meticulously displayed. Chen Fuchen's pupils dilated slightly. Did you really possess detailed schematics for all the spacecraft models shown? 1729, not only the schematics, but I also have the production processes and techniques, including experimental data for various aerospace materials, which I had Sassen compile for me. Chen Fuchen, surely such confidential documents won't be discovered? 1729 scoffed. Do not underestimate Sassen. He handles matters with great discretion. Given the current state of security technology on Blue Star, it will remain undetected for the next 50 years. Of course, the present situation is different, and we will expedite this process. Chen Fuchen pondered, feeling perplexed. To construct a starship capable of interstellar travel, this information seems woefully inadequate. Does your starship require us to design the hull ourselves? 1729 remarked that the construction of a spacecraft is a systematic endeavor, encompassing a vast array of elements from materials to design, culminating in the specific systems required. The magnitude of data involved is immense, rendering it impossible for me to transport all of it at that time. The data preserved by Sassen comprises merely a fraction, notably the schematics of the starship's hull and a few intricate processes for crafting unique materials. It is worth noting that the starship preserved by Sassen represents the most rudimentary model, primarily utilized for interstellar cargo transport in most advanced galaxies. Upon hearing this, Chen Fuchen realized that it essentially meant starting from scratch. As time progressed, 1729's expressions became increasingly localized to Blue Star. I require this information. Yet it is inconceivable to utilize it for interstellar navigation. Neither the United States, with its advanced aviation industry, nor your country, Huagua, has demonstrated any potential for interstellar travel. Indeed, there is not even a hint of such potential. Their ambitions remain confined within the solar system. 1729 rarely criticized the short-sightedness of Blue Star nations. Chen Fuchen inquired, why? The ships designed for interstellar travel must achieve speeds nearing that of light. Given Blue Star's technological capabilities, the most feasible method appears to be magnetic confinement nuclear fusion, utilizing interstellar gas for propulsion. However, even with this, the velocity would only reach 100 kilometers per second, still far too slow. Although the endurance is commendable, it remains woefully insufficient. We must employ thermonuclear propulsion to attain speeds of 10,000 kilometers per second, approximately 1/30th the speed of light. Presently, these spacecraft designs cannot even accommodate the necessary power systems. For instance, Huagua's rockets still rely on unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. They serve merely as tools for our plans. Chen Fuchen responded, tools? Are you implying that we should profit from commercial spacecraft? 1729 acknowledged, that is indeed a goal, though not the primary one. Establishing a commercial airline, enhancing these spacecraft, and venturing throughout the solar system for mining will usher in an era of colonization. We aim to attract more capital to this field and entice more talent into the aerospace industry. Chen Fuchen expressed his eagerness to witness this transformation, asserting that the world is in dire need of change. The aerospace sector has stagnated for far too long, with nearly 50 years since the last lunar landing. 1729 affirmed. The paramount objective remains to utilize technology comprehensible to Blue Star to first land on the Moon, establish a base there, and subsequently build a base on Mars. Ultimately, the construction of the spacecraft will be completed on Mars. Chen Fuchen felt an exhilarating thrill. a glimpse of 1729's plan had finally emerged, heralding the dawn of a new era that would unfold in his hands. In Chapter 96, Artificial Black Holes, it became evident that all directions possess their own merits and drawbacks, constrained by the practicalities of reality, precluding the possibility of perfection. After a meticulous review, Chen Fuqian developed a profound understanding of manned spacecraft. From the choice of shell materials to fuel selection, from the overall system to the design of human tolerance. It is an extraordinarily intricate undertaking. The most advanced among them is undoubtedly the United States, whose Mars rover, Curiosity, successfully landed 3 decades ago, weighing a formidable 900 kilograms. In contrast, China's recent lunar probe, U-2, weighs merely around 100 kilograms and only achieved a landing on the moon. Chen Fuqian, contemplating improvements, naturally aims to build upon the foundation of the most advanced spacecraft currently operational on our blue planet. 1729, discerning Chen Fuqian's inner thoughts, candidly remarked, while the U.S. aerospace industry is the most advanced, it is not suitable for our current circumstances. The assets we can manage are astonishing. Yet the actual liquid funds at our disposal do not exceed $1 billion. It is worth noting that adopting the American approach entails an average expenditure of $1.5 billion for each launch, a cost we are unable to bear even for a single mission. At this moment, Chen Fuqian's enterprises, floating network and floating entertainment, are characterized by high valuations but low liquidity. Floating network's market capitalization has reached approximately $110 billion, with liquid assets exceeding $10 billion. However, these figures are merely numerical, as Chen Fuqian cannot truly access them. To realize this market value, future investors must step in, and Chen Fuqian plans to liquidate a portion of his stock. An astonishing figure appeared in Chen Fuqian's mind: 637, 500, 000, 000. 1729 elucidated his actions. The U.S. Apollo program in the 1960s incurred a total expenditure of $25.5 billion, which, adjusted for inflation, equates to a staggering $637.5 billion in today's terms. Chen Fuqian responded, thus, with Sassan's support, if we follow their path, the costs need not be so exorbitant, nor are they feasible for us at present. 1729 added, moreover, while the American approach is somewhat superior, it still falls significantly short of interstellar navigation capabilities. Considering the cost factors, the Chinese direction is optimal. 1729 analyzed various data and concluded that the focus should be on China's trajectory, while also integrating the excellent achievements from other directions. For instance, the technology for rocket recovery is quite commendable, though it requires optimization. Spacecraft can be classified into several categories, primarily manned and unmanned, with further subdivisions. In 1729's design, they plan to commence with unmanned spacecraft, specifically exploratory satellites, as the rocket recovery technology can substantially reduce costs. Even the seemingly immature rocket recovery technology from certain companies could lower expenses by 35%. As for manned spacecraft, the resistance to launching such a project in the short term is still considerable, and suitable astronauts are virtually monopolized within the country. Pursuing manned spacecraft in China faces numerous constraints. However, the situation is evolving, and what 1729 needs to do is await the opportune moment. Prior to that, focusing on unmanned spacecraft to cultivate a talent pool of carbon-based life forms is the most prudent choice. After learning about 1729's plans, Chen Fuqian remarked, with the year drawing to a close, we will need to wait until next year to pursue this. 1729 replied, there is no rush. We still need to explore new revenue streams, as our current entertainment and internet industries are far from sufficient to support such a grand initiative. Chen Fuqian inquired, what do you mean? In this era, the internet industry has emerged as the most rapidly expanding sector of wealth. After analyzing the economic system of Blue Star, I realized that internet enterprises merely represent market value. What we truly require is liquid capital. Regardless of how high the estimated market value of internet companies may soar, the conversion into readily accessible liquid assets remains disappointingly low. To ensure sufficient liquidity, we must rely on real estate or manufacturing. Given the numerous uncertainties surrounding the real estate market in our country, we shall not consider it. Therefore, we are left with manufacturing, and within this realm, mobile terminals, specifically smartphones, appear to hold the greatest potential for cash flow. In my hometown, we do not even have a term for smartphones. The explosion of the global smartphone market has piqued the interest of even an extraterrestrial like me, prompting a wave of contemplation. The database of Sasson contains numerous technologies suitable for mobile terminals. I pondered that if we were to venture into the high-end smartphone market, it could indeed yield substantial liquid capital. However, competing against giants like Samsung and Apple is no trivial endeavor. It all hinges on the extent of the advanced extraterrestrial technology at our disposal. New smartphone companies need to start preparing, as our cash flow seems insufficient. After some reflection, I remarked that we still possess the funds for initial investments, indicating that we must hasten to attract new investors for floating network, transferring a portion of our shares to ensure a more robust cash flow. You are more familiar with the operations of our capital market than I am. Given our currently healthy financial status, along with your two quality companies, securing loans from banks should pose no difficulty. Such loans would easily support both the mobile terminal company and the construction of unmanned spacecraft. I smacked my forehead in regret, realizing I had forgotten about the possibility of loans. With this in mind, the transfer of shares from floating network could be managed to maximize our benefits. You shall oversee these specific affairs. I was surprised to learn that Blue Star possesses a 500-meter diameter radio telescope, and I instructed Sason to copy the observational data. In the coming days, I shall analyze this data, as I wonder whether the artificial black hole in the Milky Way has sustained any damage from that unforeseen incident. In the future, we aim to construct our own colossal radio telescope, yet I must sift through vast amounts of data to do so. The voice of 1729 gradually faded from my mind as I pondered the information just divulged. The notion of mobile terminals imbued with advanced technology, unmanned spacecraft, and rocket recovery astounded me, but the concept of an artificial black hole left me in awe. What formidable power could create such a phenomenon? As the inhabitants of Blue Star take pride in transforming their world, distant galaxies harbor intelligent life, forms equally engaged in the alteration of space. Chapter 97. More excessive than 996 is 9117. Li Miao, far away in London, was filled with curiosity regarding my sudden rise to prominence. She believed she understood me well, viewing the death of my parents as a pivotal point. In her eyes, the difference in my life before and after that event was negligible. Before my parents' passing, I was merely an ordinary student, leading a life much like that of most people, adhering to a routine existence. After the passing of his parents, he became disinterested in everything, ensnared in a virtual world. What could have triggered such a profound transformation? Li Miao often reminisced about her last encounter with Chen Fuchen, realizing that the impression she held of him starkly contrasted with his true self. What could the variable be? During their last meeting, numerous inconsistencies perplexed her further. Chen Fuchen was a self-made internet mogul, achieving remarkable success in a remarkably short span, even more exaggerated than Zuckerberg. Logically, one would expect traits such as arrogance and stubbornness to accompany him. As a film directing student, Li Miao had taken a course focused on character studies. After creating a character profile for Chen Fuchen, she discerned a lack of the traits she had anticipated. To the contrary, his exhibited personality traits were minimal, devoid of any personal preferences. Were it not for the occasional shyness he displayed when alone with her, she might have suspected he had transformed into a robot. Despite this peculiar sentiment lingering within her, Li Miao accepted the internship Chen Fuchen offered, eager to observe him further. Upon the commencement of her Christmas break, she flew directly from London to Shudou to join the production team of the film Galactic Era. Li Miao initially believed she would frequently meet Chen Fuchen, hoping to closely observe what had caused his drastic change. Unfortunately, during her first 2 weeks of the internship, Chen Fuchen was in California. Although she could not encounter him in reality, various news about Chen Fuchen permeated her world. Following his receipt of the Theoretical Chemistry Award, the media erupted in a frenzy, disseminating information about his paper and the significance of the award. As someone who had not studied science since high school, Li Miao gained a rudimentary understanding of density functional theory. How strange it was. When did he develop such a talent for chemistry? Countless questions swirled in her mind. But the demands of her hectic internship life buried them deep within. Fuchen Entertainment occupied an entire building, often illuminated from dawn to dusk. With a 996 work schedule not uncommon, and 9117 appearing occasionally. Accompanying the intense workload were generous compensations. Fuchen Entertainment was one of the best-paying internet companies in Shudou. Alongside Fuchen Network, the employees of Fuchen Entertainment experienced a bittersweet existence. In some respects, money served as a potent stimulant. As an intern, Li Miao received a commendable stipend, reaching up to 300 a day. The staff of the Galactic Era animated film occupied 2 entire floors, adhering to a 9116 work regimen from the project's inception. The 9116 schedule entailed working from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., 6 days a week. After Chen Fuchen declared the intent to release the film before the Spring Festival, their hours shifted to 9117. They continued this grueling pace without a single day off until the film's completion. Although Li Miao, as an intern, was not obliged to work so tirelessly, She did not wish to squander this rare opportunity to engage in high-budget film production. She diligently followed the director, learning and engaging in the entire animation film production process. Chen Ji sat in his office, savoring a sip of carbonated beverage. After the entire building was acquired by Fuching Interactive Entertainment, he, as the operations director, finally had his own office, a far cry from the meager beginnings of the company. Why is drinking carbonated beverages so refreshing even in the depths of winter? Chen Ji pondered as he worked. The engagement levels for the mobile and PC versions of the Galaxy Era game remained exceptionally high, with frequent events and players maintaining robust participation. The mobile game is a card-based format, while the PC version is a self-chess game. The most critical aspect of both is indeed the balance of values. As an artificial intelligence, Saisen possesses a natural advantage in this regard, achieving remarkable balance. However, to sustain player interest, new content must continually be introduced. If a card-based mobile game only features a limited number of cards without updates, players will gradually lose motivation once they have exhausted their options, leading to a lack of financial investment in the game and ultimately resulting in unprofitability. While balance is crucial, the continuous introduction of new elements is an essential component of effective game operation. As the head of game operations, Chen Ji adeptly navigated this terrain, excelling in the launch of new heroes, orchestrating large-scale events, managing voice actor live streams, and nurturing fan engagement. Consequently, Chen Ji's responsibilities had multiplied, effectively positioning him as the vice president of Fuching Interactive Entertainment, albeit without the official title. With increasing responsibilities and an inability to resist junk food, his weight had surged dramatically. The production was nearing completion. As the overall head of the animation film, Chen Ji dangled the prospect of year-end bonuses to ensure everyone remained diligent. Nevertheless, there was a persistent undercurrent of dissent within the team. With the completion of the film in sight, Chen Ji yearned to grant his subordinates a holiday and perhaps a reprieve for himself as well. He could scarcely endure the monotony, relying heavily on beverages. Occasionally, he wondered if this lifestyle would lead to an untimely demise. As scenes from the Galaxy Era feature film appeared on the screen, Chen Ji began to watch intently. The main storyline of the first Galaxy Era film had been completed, with only supplementary materials and editing left to finalize. He had seen snippets daily, but this was the first time he viewed them in logical sequence from beginning to end. Chapter 98. Upon arrival, he realized he had been deceived. The visuals commenced with a planet whose resources were gradually depleting. Enveloped in a sea of yellow sand that imparted a sense of desolation, each frame was exquisitely crafted, worthy of being used as wallpaper, even without voiceovers, subtitles, or editing. Chen Ji found himself captivated. He was so familiar with the Galaxy Era script that he could recall dialogues and their corresponding scenes merely by viewing silent snippets. With over 30 hours of footage, Chen Ji meticulously selected key segments from the main storyline, savoring them until his anxious heart finally found solace. As long as the subsequent editing was executed well, there was no risk of failure. Although the exquisite visuals, coupled with a substantial fan base of the Galaxy Era, ensure that the film will not incur losses, Chen Ji's aspirations extend far beyond mere financial stability. He hopes that the Galaxy Era blockbuster will ignite public discourse, injecting fresh vitality into the forthcoming trilogy and reviving interest in the currently waning mobile game. The Galaxy Era has evolved into a significant entity. However, across the vast expanse of China, many remain oblivious to its depth, with some having never even heard of it. In the wake of the mobile internet revolution, individuals inhabit their own universes, often unaware of prominent figures within fields that do not pique their interest. Only a select few, like Federer and Schumacher, have transcended these boundaries, and such occurrences are increasingly rare. The racing world has yet to witness a successor to Schumacher. People traverse their own realms, only realizing the fame of certain individuals when sensational events unfold. Currently, the Galaxy Era finds itself in a similar predicament. For its devoted fans, it resonates profoundly. Yet for those lacking interest or understanding, it is merely a phrase without significance. Chen Ji believes that the Galaxy Era film has the potential to spark widespread discourse, creating a cross-universe phenomenon, with its energy illuminating and warming the lives of those in disparate realms. Should Chen Ji's predictions come to fruition, the three major projects currently in development for the Galaxy Era are destined for success. The source of the remarkable visual effects software remains a mystery to the boss. The software developed by Chun Fuching surpasses its contemporaries in both effectiveness and efficiency, enabling the Galaxy Era film to be crafted frame by frame in-house. With a dedicated team of approximately 1,000 individuals over 6 months, Chen Ji asserts that the visual effects rival those of Disney's animated features. Hiroki Takuda, a former animation supervisor from a renowned Japanese animation studio, was responsible for the artistic tone and style during his tenure, aspiring to transition from supervising to directing. He sought opportunities to prove himself, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. When Fuching Entertainment was in search of a director, Qin Fuching specifically sought someone with a strong visual sense. Ideally a newcomer. Kadokawa Bunko, as a collaborator with Fuching Entertainment in Japan, took this opportunity to heart, ultimately leading to Takuda's selection. Feeling blessed by fate, Takuda mused whether he might actually bear the surname Tokugawa instead. The Galaxy era enjoys a fervent popularity in Japan comparable to that in China, and given its built-in fan base, the likelihood of success for this inaugural film is exceedingly high. For Takuda, this directorial debut could mark a flawless beginning to his career. Arriving in Chengdu with eager anticipation, Takuda found the reality diverging from his expectations. He had envisioned a director as one who orchestrates the entire production, guiding his team to realize his vision for the film. In order to excel in his role, Datian diligently read the original novel of Galactic Era 3 times before officially joining, crafting character sketches and psychological analyses for each individual in the first volume. Upon his arrival, Datian realized that this endeavor resembled his previous work in Neon, where overseeing the visual presentation and grasping the overall artistic style sufficed. However, the extensive preparations he had undertaken proved to be of little utility, as the script, provided by Sasson, was meticulously detailed with specific storyboards for every scene, leaving minimal room for directorial creativity. Consequently, Qin Fuching sought to recruit newcomers. A seasoned director would undoubtedly walk away at the first sight of the constraints. As a traditional Neon native, Datian outwardly maintained a respectful demeanor despite his internal dissatisfaction, dutifully executing Chen Ji's demands before questioning them. Initially, he felt considerable discontent, as his journey to Shudu resulted in work strikingly similar to that in Neon, more akin to an art director than a filmmaker. However, after thoroughly reviewing the script, his grievances dissipated. Datian envisioned the film as per the screenplay provided by Fuching Interactive, discovering that the outcome exceeded his own design significantly. The pacing of the narrative was impeccable, with a rich display of alien culture and war scenes that were not lacking in any respect. Following the script, Datian was convinced that the Galactic Era film was destined for success. In light of this realization, Datian humbled himself, adjusting his perspective and producing the film scene by scene as dictated by the script. Upon completion, he noted that the overtime demands in Huagua were no less intense than those in Neon, which explained the rapid development over the years. During a small celebration with the crew upon finishing all animation, Datian felt a genuine sense of accomplishment. After a restful night, he returned to the office the following day. While others enjoyed short breaks, he remained dedicated. For the film had merely wrapped up, a significant distance remained before its official release. The editing phase was paramount, requiring his utmost attention. While Datian was engrossed in his work, Chenji approached him from behind, saying, "Datian, the animation trailer also needs to be edited. Aim to create several trailers as a grander promotional campaign is about to commence." The translator seated next to Datian conveyed Chun Ji's message verbatim. Datian stood and slightly bowed in acknowledgement, then inquired, "Is there a script for the trailer, or shall I have creative control?" Chun-Ji replied, "Datian, you have the freedom to exercise your creativity. Fuching Interactive has not prepared a script for the trailer." Datian inwardly rejoiced, finally having the opportunity to showcase his talents. Chapter 99. Different individuals, different circumstances. As another year approached its end, 2017 proved to be an extraordinary year for Injieping. The seemingly endless path of scientific research transformed into a smooth journey upon encountering Qin Fuching. Each week, Qin Fuching corresponded with him via email, addressing the challenges he faced, improving his hypotheses and guiding him on which knowledge to acquire and what methods might help him surmount obstacles. In Qin Fuching's eyes, Injieping was an informal member of his floating research center, poised to transition into a formal employee upon graduation, with no reservations in providing guidance. The profound gratitude within Injieping is indeed self-evident. Having previously struggled with the slow progress of his graduation project during his second year of graduate studies, he now finds himself nearing the culmination of his conjecture, with only a final lemma left to prove before publication. Earlier this year, he had already published a paper in one of the 4 premier journals of foundational mathematics, and Cambridge University even hosted a conference for him, showcasing the groundbreaking advancements of his conjecture. Such a conjecture, once sufficiently advanced, is worthy of a publication in one of the 4 leading journals, let alone a complete resolution. The top 4 journals in foundational mathematics typically see contributions from mathematics departments ranked between 5 and 10 in domestic universities, averaging about 1 publication per year. With this publication, Injieping could at least secure recognition as a young thousand-talent scholar upon returning to his homeland, thereby firmly establishing himself within the academic community. During a casual conversation, the head of the Cambridge mathematics department assured him that should he successfully prove the conjecture, a faculty position would be offered to him at Cambridge. Securing a faculty position there would provide the same level of job security as a civil servant in his home country, coupled with a commendable salary typical of long-established capitalist nations, allowing him to pursue his passions and research interests without the burden of financial worry. The prospect of returning home as a young thousand-talent scholar was equally appealing, with compensation likely not inferior to that of England, along with reduced pressure and elevated rewards. This transformative year can be traced back to his serendipitous dialogue with Chan Fuchen on Jihu. Such fortuitous encounters are often beyond comprehension, and Jieping mused that these potential options are merely ephemeral illusions. The thought of breaking the contract to remain at Cambridge was but a fanciful notion. Not only had he already signed a contract with the Fuchen Research Center, but even if he hadn't, he would still have to comply with Chin Fuchen's directives, as their correspondence clearly indicated that Chin Fuchen was the principal contributor to the proof of the conjecture, while Jieping merely refined and supplemented Chin's conceptual framework. Should this matter come to light, it would deal a devastating blow to his reputation, raising significant ethical concerns within the academic sphere, which would similarly affect his prospects of teaching at domestic universities. Thus, Jieping had mentally prepared himself to be subservient to Chin Fuchen. With Chin Fuchen being lauded across various media platforms, Jieping naturally recognized the caliber of the individual he had encountered on Jihu. Among the accolades surrounding Chin Fuchen, his work on the Bayes artificial intelligence Go system, which garnered attention comparable to AlphaGo's exploits in England, stood out prominently. Following this, the novel Galactic Era enjoyed tremendous sales in England, swiftly ascending to the top of the bestseller list for the month. Jieping frequently observed students on the Cambridge campus engrossed in copies of the English edition of Galactic Era. However, Jieping was far more captivated by Chin Fuchen's scientific achievements. The results of Chin's integration of theoretical chemistry and mathematics left him in awe of his prowess. The methods for solving equations, akin to proving conjectures, evoked a sense of ethereal transcendence, showcasing an exquisite elegance in proof that, while logically profound, remained elusive in articulation. From this perspective, the prospect of joining the Fuchen Research Center was not unpalatable under Chin Fuchen's mentorship. Publishing an article in one of the 4 leading journals annually should pose no obstacle, Jieping reassured himself. Yet, he pondered whether the Fuchen Research Center might impose excessively rigorous demands. The floating and sinking group does not enjoy a particularly favorable reputation on Jihu. This is not only due to various inducements from the Jihu officials, but also because numerous employees from floating and sinking entertainment and floating and sinking networks have taken to the platform to voice their grievances. The most prevalent complaint pertains to the excessive work intensity, where the remuneration they receive is often perceived as a trade-off for their very lives. However, Jieping finds a modicum of solace in the fact that he has yet to encounter any researchers from the Floating and Sinking Research Center lamenting their plight. Perhaps this is due to Chin Fuchen, who, being a fellow researcher, is more empathetic to the struggles faced by his peers in academia. If Sheng Lian from the Floating and Sinking Research Center were aware of Jieping's thoughts, he would likely scoff at his naivety. The reason why individuals at the Floating and Sinking Research Center have refrained from airing their frustrations on Jihu is that they simply lack the energy to do so. Each week presents new learning tasks and examinations, with each individual facing different content, even within the same research group. The examinations at the Floating and Sinking Research Center are not merely drawn from a question bank or limited to simple multiple-choice questions. They encompass highly specialized topics that assess the knowledge acquired during the week. After the answers are scanned and uploaded to the examination system, results are automatically generated. This very system is something Sheng Lian has never encountered before. It is noteworthy that even examinations of the difficulty level akin to the Gaokao have yet to achieve automated grading, which is limited to multiple-choice questions. However, the myriad of advanced technologies he has witnessed at the Floating and Sinking Research Center renders the automated grading system rather commonplace. The internal network, which is perpetually inaccessible from the outside, boasts an extensive database of resources, including the latest lecture notes from professors across the United States, as well as brain-machine interfaces, among others. Among these, the brain-machine interface has left Sheng Lian particularly astounded. Within the Floating and Sinking Research Center, an entire floor is dedicated to the brain-machine interface research group, which houses a large number of white mice and a few experimental monkeys. When the brain-machine interface was successfully implemented on the monkeys, the entire floor celebrated jubilantly for a night. A week later, a notice appeared in the Floating and Sinking Research Center's system, soliciting volunteers for the study, explicitly stating that the risk factor was 0. Apart from the brain-machine interface group, Others at the research center remained oblivious to the specifics of their research. Regarding the volunteer notice, all that was visible was the generous compensation and the assurance of safety, leading to a considerable number of applicants. Sheng Lian was among them, and after signing a confidentiality agreement, he proceeded to the 7th floor, which had previously been inaccessible to him. Chapter 100. Initial experience with brain-machine interface. Standing at the entrance of the 7th floor, Sheng Lian leaned his face towards the camera and saw his visage on a small screen, which subsequently confirmed his identity with a beep. He opened the door and entered, where his colleagues participating in the experiment were required to undergo individual verification. All access points at the floating and sinking research center necessitate a one-to-one card check. It is prohibited for one person to swipe in a group. This restriction is enforced not only through regulations but also via real-time technological monitoring. Should a situation arise where one person swipes their card while multiple individuals pass through, an alarm will sound. Currently, the floating research center lacks renown. Yet Chen Fuchen is acutely aware that it will soon be subjected to probing and even incursions from various factions. Therefore, stringent regulations must be established forthwith. Curiously, the 7th floor appears to be somewhat brighter than the 3rd floor, where Sheng Lian's workstation is located, with the overhead incandescent lights radiating an unusually intense luminosity. No wonder the individuals within this space donned dark-tinted glasses. Upon closer examination, an inquiry that had long lingered in Sheng Lian's mind found resolution. The 7th floor is sparsely populated with researchers, as the number of qualified individuals is exceedingly limited. Initially, there were merely 2, and although a few more have since arrived, the total has yet to exceed single digits. The brain-machine interface represents the floating research center's sole commercially viable project at present. Yet recruiting suitable personnel for this endeavor proves to be a formidable challenge. Despite the loss of Sassen's database, a considerable quantity of extraterrestrial technological literature remains available. The advancement of alien technology presents a generational gap. To successfully commercialize it on Earth, substantial groundwork must be undertaken. For instance, many foreign internet products falter in the domestic market, such as Amazon and similar platforms, which, despite their excellence, require localized adaptations to thrive within the country. The same holds true for extraterrestrial technology. Specifically, regarding the brain-machine interface, its subsequent evolution leads to virtual reality technology, wherein humans utilize brain-machine interfaces to enter the internet realm, with computers simulating electrical signals to provide the brain with a myriad of authentic sensations. However, the brain-machine interface technology introduced by 1729 is effective only for certain alien species, some of which do not even constitute carbon-based life forms, rendering the direct application of this technology impractical. It cannot decode the neural signals of blue star inhabitants. Rather, it necessitates specialized optimization tailored to blue star life. Fortunately, since the inception of the brain-machine interface concept on Blue Star in 1999, nearly 2 decades have elapsed, during which a wealth of experimental data has accumulated. Among this data, some have been deemed valuable following Sassen's meticulous selection process. Undoubtedly, the brain-machine interface technology brought forth by 1729 diverges significantly from that on Blue Star, necessitating extensive optimization for Blue Star inhabitants. Currently, the 8 members of the brain-machine interface team can only conduct experiments and data collection on subjects such as mice and monkeys in accordance with Sassen's experimental protocols. They must await the arrival of Dr. Zhang Yi, who is currently in the United States attending to personal matters, to commence independent operations. Zhang Yi has agreed to officially join the team on March 1st of the following year. As a preamble to their gathering, Chen Fuchen reminded everyone of the confidentiality agreement they had signed, emphasizing the severe repercussions of any breach should anyone violate this accord. The company's legal department would undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. Presently in Shudu, Chen Fuchen is poised to oversee the inaugural human trials of the brain-machine interface. A momentous occasion. This marks Sheng Lian's first encounter with Chen Fuchen, having seen him numerous times in photographs but never in person. Instinctively, he focused intently, scrutinizing Chen Fuchen as he stood before the assembly. Chen Fuchen had only participated in one media interview since receiving the Theoretical Chemistry Award, leading to a plethora of rumors surrounding his public persona. Chen Fuchen then addressed the assembled individuals, stating, "You must have only learned about our brain-machine interface project after signing the confidentiality agreement. Numerous organizations around the world have begun exploring brain-machine interfaces, including companies, universities, research institutions, and government agencies. This indicates significant potential in this field, albeit with fierce competition. Our project has made substantial breakthroughs in non-invasive brain-machine interfaces, and I assure you, there will be no health risks involved. You will understand after your experience." As the participants were all his subordinates, Chen Fuqing elaborated a bit more to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Observing closely, Shang Lian noted that Chen's tone remained monotonous, his gaze, expressions, and voice exuded a sense of repetition. It was as if he were wearing a mask, and this thought sent a shiver down Shang's spine. However, he had little time to ponder, as after Chen Fuqing concluded his speech, the staff ushered them into the experimental room while Chen remained outside, monitoring the real-time data. Non-invasive? At that moment, Shang Lian recalled a key term from Chen's speech. What did non-invasive mean? Brain-machine connections are categorized by their level of implantation: non-invasive, semi-invasive, and invasive. Invasive refers to electrodes implanted in the cerebral cortex, with a signal transmitter embedded beneath the scalp to receive neural signals. Currently, nearly all feasible technologies rely on invasive or semi-invasive methods, while non-invasive solutions exist only in theory. As a master's graduate in mechanical engineering, Shang Lian had no concept of this. He simply wondered how neural signals could be transmitted without any implantation. Upon entering the room, he found only a helmet and a computer. The staff gestured for him to put on the helmet. Mr. Shang, you can think about the computer in front of you and attempt to manipulate the cursor with your mind. After the staff's instructions, they moved behind the screen to activate the recording software, documenting Shang Lian's data, including fluctuations in neural signal intensity. Chapter 101. Initial experience of brain-machine connection to what is this contraption called? Shang Lian scrutinized the black helmet before him, while adjusting the recording software's parameters. The staff member remarked, "It has no official name, but internally we refer to it as Zombie Number 1, implying it might devour your brain." Zombie Number 1? Shang Lian felt an ominous premonition. Although the name alluded to plants versus zombies, the idea of it consuming his brain was unsettling. The staff adjusted the parameters, peering over the computer to observe Shang's worried expression, chuckling, "Don't worry, we are all colleagues. It won't harm you. We've all tried it beforehand, and it truly does not have negative effects on the brain. However, our group is relatively small, and we lack rigorous experimental data, so we need more participants." Hearing this, Shang Lian felt somewhat reassured. He noticed that the helmet was semi-enclosing, with several vine-like structures extending like tendrils within. "All right, put it on. After your experience, you will come to love this sensation." Shang Lian sensed a beguiling tone in the voices of the staff within the room. Yet, under the prevailing circumstances, he felt compelled to proceed without further delay. He donned the helmet, and the vine-like apparatus that he had previously observed ensnared his head, applying a gentle pressure akin to a soothing massage. Surprisingly, it was quite pleasant, allowing his taut nerves to relax. The brain-computer interfaces currently prevalent on Blue Planet require the implantation of electrodes into the brain, much like the product launched by Musk's neurotechnology firm, which necessitates the insertion of over 3,000 electrodes to monitor neuronal activity. This approach harbors significant safety risks, including potential brain infections and electrode malfunctions. Furthermore, the implantation procedure is exceedingly complex, bordering on experimental, devoid of any commercial viability. Had it been an invasive experiment, Shang Lian would have unequivocally declined. It was only due to his thorough understanding that no electrodes would be embedded within the cortical layer of his brain that he consented to participate in the real-world brain-computer connection trial. "How does it feel?" a staff member inquired. "It feels quite good, far more comfortable than I anticipated. I expected it to be quite constricting," Shang Lian replied, moving his cervical spine. Not only was wearing the helmet a pleasant experience, but it was also remarkably lightweight, comparable in size to a motorcycle helmet. He estimated its weight to be a mere quarter of that of a motorcycle helmet, unexpectedly light. The staff member beamed with pride that is only natural. "We utilize the most advanced biomaterials." "What biomaterials?" Shang Lian pressed, but the staff member remained reticent on this pivotal matter. Noticing that Shang Lian was prepared, the staff member instructed, "Now, try moving the cursor. Position it where you wish to look and attempt to issue a click command with your mind. We will spend the first half hour practicing. You need to familiarize yourself with the process to enable your neural outputs to be accurately decoded into commands." Before Shang Lian, the screen displayed the interface of Wanxiang News under the auspices of the floating network, featuring a headline about a married actress's infidelity and the champion of a rap competition. Typically indifferent to such tabloid news, he found himself disinterested in all the news presented on the screen. He discovered that he could effortlessly maneuver the cursor with his mind. An incredibly novel experience for someone accustomed to a mouse. However, he noticed that the accuracy was somewhat lacking. The cursor often deviated from his intended target. He attempted to direct the cursor to an article about the one-month demonstration by workers in the free port of Indonesia, curious about the situation there, only for the cursor to inadvertently land on last week's report regarding a net increase of 2.11 million tons in annual soybean exports. Despite the less than stellar precision, this groundbreaking experience captivated him, reminiscent of the excitement he felt when first encountering a computer. The interplay of input and output information is the work of neurons, and the brain-computer connection aims to engage in this process. Within the cortex, where the primary activities of the brain occur, there are approximately 20 billion neurons. Understanding the complexities of what transpires within the brain is a formidable challenge, arguably one of the most daunting tasks in existence. Merely contemplating it is overwhelming. Fortunately, with the assistance of the interstellar-level artificial intelligence computer, SASN, the prospect of resolving this matter appears feasible. Prior to the arrival of 1729 on Blue Star, the brain-machine interface project had been flourishing. This was due to Blue Star's researchers treating the brain as a black box, employing existing tools to stimulate neurons. Operating under the premise that understanding the input-output relationship suffices, without delving into the underlying mechanisms. Utilizing an array of instruments such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, electroencephalography, electrocorticography, and local field potentials, Blue Star's scientists made commendable progress. At the very least, they amassed significant data, enabling 1729 to initiate the brain-machine interface project without incurring substantial costs in sourcing experimental subjects. Moreover, Blue Star's research became increasingly intricate, evolving from surface electrodes to microelectrodes, and eventually to single-cell recordings. Currently, the Zombie No. 1 brain-controlled helmet utilized by Sheng Lian is a product that SASN developed by simplifying the brain-machine interface technology stored in its database, retaining only the most fundamental functions. In Sheng Lian's perspective, this fundamental functionality seemed like extraterrestrial technology. Within mere minutes, he discovered that he could manipulate the cursor on the screen through signals emitted from his brain, achieving an astonishing level of control wherever he thought he could direct it, simulating both left and right clicks effortlessly. Having previously worked at a mechanical research institute, Sheng Lian believed that his company's product was more than adequate for market release. Selling it to individuals with disabilities in their hands would constitute pure monopoly. He was uncertain about the costs involved, but he speculated that utilizing less advanced materials could reduce comfort and, consequently, expenses. Distinct from what Sheng Lian had previously encountered online, the Zombie No. 1 helmet was wireless, devoid of lengthy cables connecting it to a computer. It seemed that the next step was commercialization. He pondered silently. The staff, observing through the recording software, noted that Sheng Lian had ceased manipulating the cursor. Upon comparing the prior recorded data, they concluded that his proficiency had reached an adequate level of precision. Try playing this game. The experience of gaming with the brain-machine helmet is entirely different. When Super Mario materialized before him, Sheng Lian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that they had already reached such a stage. Compared to merely controlling the cursor, playing Super Mario through the brain-machine interface posed a significantly greater challenge. As a complete novice, Sheng Lian could intuitively grasp the remarkable technological prowess embedded within. Have we truly achieved this level? He mused quietly, resolving to seek out some popular science literature on brain-machine interfaces after the experiment, recognizing that the intersection of brain-machine interfaces and mechanics represented an expansive realm of possibilities. Perhaps in the future, he could even become the head of a mechanical intelligence project. With such aspirations, he felt that starting to learn in advance would naturally place him a step ahead of others. Within the domain where brain-machine interfaces and mechanics converge, the most commercially valuable prospects lie in medical assistive devices. For instance, intelligent prosthetic limbs, enabled by brain-machine interfaces, could assist individuals with disabilities in regaining mobility and restoring normalcy to their lives. In the realm of Huagua, there exists a staggering multitude of individuals with disabilities, numbering in the tens of millions, presenting a vast opportunity. Not to mention the significance of mechanical exoskeletons, commonly known as mechs, as well as the critical role of brain-computer interfaces. The advancement of these innovations is contingent upon the localization of brain-computer interface technology, which is fully matured within the Sassoon database. It possesses the capacity to realize every conceivable application of brain-machine technology. Thus, when Shinfuchen encountered Zhang Yi in Boston, he felt a surge of joy at the prospect of having a competent captain at the helm of the brain-computer interface project. However, extensive experimentation would still be necessary in the later stages. 1729 conveyed in Shinfuchen's mind that the back-end data indicated no anomalies in the neural signals of all participants in the experiments, and feedback from the staff confirmed that no individual experienced discomfort. Previously an ordinary person, the very term human experimentation invoked an instinctual aversion in Shinfuchen. Conducting large-scale human trials would likely prove challenging, and finding suitable demographics would be arduous. The media would undoubtedly uncover such endeavors, potentially inciting a storm of controversy. 1729 suggested. We should conduct the trials in Southeast Asia, where there is a diverse population and lower income levels, thus reducing the cost of large-scale human experimentation. Shinfuchin replied. In that case, we must swiftly attract investors to Float Network. Undertaking large-scale human trials there would be exceedingly difficult for us alone, as our influence in that region is virtually non-existent. However, with investors like Sequoia Capital or Morgan, establishing a pharmaceutical research company in Southeast Asia to facilitate such experiments would be a breeze. 1729 affirmed, if that is the case, we shall leave it to them, since they have needs from us. Setting forth some conditions in advance will only provide them with greater assurance. After reaching a consensus with 1729, Shinfuchin reassured himself that these experiments posed minimal danger, as conducting large-scale trials in Southeast Asia would create employment opportunities and stimulate growth. He could only comfort himself in this manner, for he harbored an unsettling suspicion that 1729 would present various demands for human experiments, not all devoid of peril. If my comrades perish, I shall not, he mused, but I can only advise against conducting them in Huabwa. As for the individuals from other nations, may fortune favor them. 1729's plan was to integrate the brain-computer interface into mobile phones, enabling individuals to operate their devices directly through thought, thus liberating their hands. In the near future, similar projects would be initiated, aiming to design a device capable of directly translating brain signals into language, allowing phones to comprehend thoughts and decode the mind's intentions. With the aid of voice assistants, individuals would be able to control their phones through mere thought. However, the distinction lay in the future project requiring the extraction of relevant signal features from the densely packed cerebral cortex. Experimental subjects would repeatedly articulate speech, while researchers monitored the activities of the brain regions responsible for language and pronunciation through implanted electroencephalograms. This intricate model proved overly complex, and the notion of invasive devices was one that society found difficult to accept. 1729 contemplated taking a step back, opting for a non-invasive device that would retain only a few essential functions, allowing individuals to merely select which area of the screen to click and to navigate forward or backward, although the concept of thought-based typing could be realized. The associated costs were exorbitant. Merely aligning the Chinese language with neural signals would take an entire year to accomplish. Immersed in the experimental room, where he directly controlled game characters with his brain, Shang Liyan remained unaware of the company's intentions, feeling an uncomplicated sense of amazement. The Mario on the screen adeptly evaded one trap after another, leaping over mushrooms with remarkable agility. The Mario controlled through the brain-computer interface was indistinguishable from that manipulated via keyboard or console, perhaps even exhibiting greater finesse. Shang Liyan recognized that this advanced technology was impressive, yet he could not grasp its specific merits. The staff, on the other hand, possessed a deeper understanding. One had previously worked at a domestic startup specializing in brain-computer connectivity, thus well acquainted with the intricacies of such interfaces. In his view, the technology at the Floating Research Center surpassed all existing brain-computer interfaces globally by several generations, akin to the disparity between gas engines and steam engines. After years of research, humanities scientists had merely sampled a few hundred instances from the vast expanse of specific cortices, with uneven spatial distribution, leaving the reliability of these samples to mere chance in encoding the information we sought. In contrast to implanted interfaces, non-invasive methods collected electroencephalograms from the scalp, resulting in significantly lower precision and differentiation, capable only of making judgments rather than decisions. Judgments entailed providing subjects with a series of stimuli, such as lights in red, yellow, and green, and prompting them to express excitement upon seeing the green light. What astonished the staff was that the Floating Research Center's brain-computer interface technology could issue several accurate commands within a mere half-hour using non-invasive methods to collect scalp EEGs. Before joining the center, such a notion was beyond imagination. Chapter 103. The technical challenges of applying brain-computer interfaces to mobile phones upon transitioning to the Floating Research Center. Shang Liyan found that the remarkable technology was primarily confined to the realm of computer software, leaving him without a tangible sense of its technical depth. His previous workplace was the Research and Development Center of a Fortune 500 mechanical company, where most software utilized was merely modified from open-source community offerings. In stark contrast, the Floating Research Center employed an array of unfamiliar software, utilizing a circular group format where performance evaluations were solely determined by the system, devoid of any authority from group leaders. While the software aspect impressed him, what truly left him in awe was the experience of being a guinea pig for brain-computer connectivity. The sensation of directly manipulating game characters with his mind in the experimental room was nothing short of exhilarating. After indulging in Super Mario, he proceeded to play a series of games with simpler controls, including Gold Miner, Contra, and racing games. As Shang Liyan gradually descended into a state of reverie, he found himself enveloped in an illusion of omnipotence. After the experimental phase concluded, a lingering curiosity compelled him to inquire with the staff about the schedule for the next experiment and whether he might participate in more intricate games. Transitioning from the dimly lit room to the 7th-floor office area, the stark brightness of incandescent lights and the impassive demeanor of his superior intensified his sense of unreality. The technology had matured to such an extent, one could only ponder when and in what form it would be introduced to the market. Would there be an opportunity for him to reap the benefits? Since his employment commenced, he had been engrossed in learning, the intensity of which evoked a nostalgic sense of returning to his senior year in high school, his reservoir of knowledge reaching an apex. However, the absence of practical application left Shang Liyan feeling somewhat unfulfilled, as the research center for floating and sinking had yet to initiate any specific mechanical projects. Even casual contemplation led him to envision the vast potential of exoskeletons and the integration of brain-machine interfaces with these devices. The control system for mechanical exoskeletons had long posed a challenge, and utilizing a brain-machine interface for manipulation seemed an exquisite solution. Upon the release of the experimental results, Chen Fuchen, lacking expertise in this domain, could only await Sasong's analytical findings, even as the reactions of the laboratory mice suggested no abnormal responses. Indeed, most individuals exhibited a lingering attachment to the brain-machine connection system. Through this narrow glimpse, Chen Fuchen felt a profound premonition that a series of products based on brain-machine interfaces would undoubtedly astonish the world. This extraterrestrial brain-machine interface technology, through a unique, non-intrusive method, unlocked the human brain, filtering and processing neuronal signals to capture and analyze useful information. The superiority of this alien technology lay in its ability to extract desired information with merely a handful of electrodes. Should the timeline remain unaltered, even 2 years hence, the non-invasive brain-machine interface developed in collaboration with the University of California, San Francisco, would require numerous electrodes to contact the brain. With a success rate of merely 60 to 70% in converting scalp EEG signals into computable information, Sasong processed the acquired neural signal data with astonishing efficiency. By the time Chen Fuchen returned from the 7th floor to the top, the data had already been analyzed. Not only was today's data scrutinized, but it was also compared with previously surreptitiously obtained data from various institutions, as the torrent of information within Sasong was dissected, restructured, and outputted. Upon returning to the top floor, a report materialized on his office computer, where Sasong bluntly conveyed the conclusions. To gain a profound understanding of brain-machine interfaces, one must possess a certain level of knowledge in cognitive science, neural engineering, and neuroscience. Even though Chen Fuchen's enhanced brain rendered him nearly distinct from an ordinary individual, with unparalleled learning capabilities, he showed no inclination to delve into these subjects. Thus, it sufficed for him to know the outcomes and to outline subsequent plans based on those results. The implementation of brain-machine interfaces on Blue Star fundamentally followed a pattern. Signal information was collected, decoded, processed, and then re-encoded for feedback. Extraterrestrial technology remains constrained by certain limitations. However, it possesses an advantage in that it requires merely the collection of a minimal amount of signals. Through its computational core, it can effectively decode the user's true intentions, achieving results that surpass others by 200% with only 10% of the signal data. The conclusion presented by Sasson indicates that, theoretically, the integration of brain-machine interfaces with smartphones is feasible, although several technical challenges must be addressed one by one. The first point is that, even in the form of a helmet, brain-machine interfaces are still quite inconvenient for daily use. They must be designed as headphones instead. Yet, such a design would only feature 2 neural contact points. To ensure accurate decoding through these 2 points, extensive experimentation and data collection are necessary. This is technically achievable with sufficient funding. The second point concerns the smartphone chip, which would need to manage the decoding of neural signals, potentially impacting the phone's performance. This issue could be mitigated by optimizing the underlying architecture of Android and developing a proprietary system based on it. Sasson could accomplish this within a day or 2. The most critical aspect, however, pertains to battery technology. A significant breakthrough in battery capacity is essential. Otherwise, the energy consumption for signal collection by the brain-machine interface would be substantial, coupled with the phone's own energy demands. Without such advancements, a typical smartphone with a 3,400 mAh battery would offer merely 8 hours of usage, while the brain-machine interface would last a maximum of 2 hours. SAS&S database contains relevant information on battery technology, but transitioning from theoretical designs to large-scale industrial production will require considerable effort. Upon reviewing the report, Chen Fuchen realized that the most pressing need at this moment was capital. His current wealth existed only on paper and could not be converted into liquid assets. The only usable cash flow he had was that of Fuchen Interactive Entertainment, which also had numerous expenditures, leaving him with approximately 500 million in accessible funds. It became apparent that he needed to swiftly establish partnerships with Google or Microsoft and subsequently attract investments from several other parties. The prospect of Fuchen Network going public also needed to be prioritized. Chapter 104. Casual conversation. It's been a long time, Chen Fuchen said cautiously, reflecting on how this was more challenging than hosting a press conference. Previously, he had found the launch event for Wanxiang Search to be the most uncomfortable experience. But once he entered a purely rational state, he managed quite well. It had been nearly a year since then. Li Miaomiao had many questions she wished to pose to Chen Fuchen. As her words lingered in the air, the restaurant fell silent. Regardless of the care that Uncle Li had always shown, or the fact that he and Li Miaomiao shared a childhood bond, Chen Fuchen felt compelled to treat her to a meal. Although during his more troubled days, Li Miaomiao had not been particularly kind to him. He understood that her actions were intended to motivate him to regain his footing. However, his remarkable resurgence had taken her completely by surprise, resulting in an awkward dynamic between them. Su Jiyun had made reservations for Chen Fuchen at a high-end Sichuan restaurant in Shudu, which was entirely booked for the evening. The restaurant's design embraced traditional Chinese aesthetics, making it feel as though one had traversed back to the Tang dynasty amidst the treacherous Shu roads. Unfortunately, the ambience was exceedingly quiet, with the winter season rendering even the cicadas silent. The silence magnified the sense of awkwardness significantly. Chen Fuchen realized he needed to say something. How is your internship at Fuchen Entertainment? I had Lin Ran look after you. He has overloaded you with tasks. Has he? Speaking of work seemed to alleviate the tension, and Chen Fuchen felt much more at ease after uttering those words. Li Miaomiao observed Chen Fuchen's stiff demeanor as he attempted to break the ice. A fleeting smile softened her previously tense expression, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. I'm busy every day until 11 or 12, but it has been immensely rewarding. I've gained insight into the production process of major investment commercial films. What has Lin Ran been up to? I had entrusted him with this, Chen Fuchen remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, his earlier sense of relief evaporating as he refocused. It was at this moment that Li Miaomiao truly perceived that the person before her was an entrepreneur managing several unicorn companies, as evidenced by the authoritative aura emanating from Chen Fuchen when he frowned. She quickly clarified for Lin Ran. Brother Lin hasn't assigned me any tasks. I volunteered to work late because I wanted to learn more. Then she added, moreover, you have your subordinates working until 11 or 12 every day without weekends. I didn't expect you to become a capitalist exploiting the working class. Li Miaomiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening with intensity. Chen Fuchen chuckled awkwardly. It's not that I wish to exploit them. Our plan requires us to work tirelessly to ensure we meet the release date for the Spring Festival. Furthermore, they are compensated for their overtime, and if the film performs well at the box office, the bonuses will be substantial. Li Miaomiao scoffed. It's still oppression. As a graduate student specializing in film, although she had not participated in a complete film release process, she understood the significance of timing, particularly Galaxy Era. Being an animated film of high quality could only maximize its earnings by being released during the Spring Festival, as that is the time families most commonly go to the cinema together. A sci-fi animated film can cater to audiences of all ages. Aside from the Spring Festival being the most suitable time, there is another crucial reason, Chen Fuchen added. Li Miaomiao played along. What reason? Chen Fuchen explained. We plan to showcase the 3 major projects based on Galaxy Era at the Cologne Game Show in July next year. Considering this, we must elevate the influence of Galaxy Era before mid-year. The Spring Festival is practically our only option before the new year. Li Miaomiao, who had played the auto chess version of Galaxy Era, recognized the game development prowess of Fuchen Entertainment, yet she noted that major projects have always been a weakness in the domestic gaming industry. It seems like there is little market for major projects domestically. Most people appear willing to spend thousands on mobile and online games rather than a few hundred on a major title. Chen Fuchen clarified. Our primary focus is the overseas market. The domestic market is merely to nurture this sector. I believe there are indeed excellent domestic major projects, and I trust that players will support them. Previously, there were no options available. With quality works to present, I am confident players will vote with their feet. Li Miaomiao seemed to recall something. I've seen a lot of online discourse targeting you in Wanxiang Search. What if the Galaxy Era film and the PC game face severe backlash after their release? Qin Fuqing disdainfully remarked that they mistakenly believed they could control public opinion, unaware that the current landscape of discourse was markedly different from before. With the advent of Wanxiang search, which allows direct searches of both internal content and external information, they had inadvertently undermined the very foundation of their narratives. Consequently, in the face of fruitless negotiations, they resorted to contacting influential figures under their aegis to launch attacks against Wanxiang search. In reality, Wanxiang search had also exerted an impact on these major players. Previously, users had to follow them to conveniently access relevant content. However, with Wanxiang search, users could directly search for desired information, revealing content obscured in various channels. This shift meant that only content creators producing the highest quality material would garner attention, while those reliant on imitation and superficial editing saw their audience dwindle. These factors constituted the primary reasons behind the overt and covert attacks on Wanxiang search. Qin Fuqing continued to elucidate that previously, public opinion was predominantly about dissemination, with the power of communication concentrated in the hands of a few, leaving the masses to merely listen. Now, however, the power of dissemination was distributed among individuals, albeit with varying degrees of influence. The capital wielded the most substantial voice, capable of reaching far and wide, while the influential could only extend their reach within their spheres. Individuals, possessing the least power, could only sway those in their immediate vicinity. Yet, trust levels were inversely proportional. Ordinary people held the greatest trust in the viewpoints of their peers, while their trust in capital-driven media narratives was minimal. If the film Galactic Era performed admirably, any baseless criticism would inevitably erode the credibility of those voices. In such a scenario, they would face the consequence of failing to achieve their aims while incurring losses. Moreover, most media outlets now resided on open interactive platforms, where the power of grassroots advocacy, spontaneous promotion by fans, was paramount. Qin Fuqing was concerned that Li Miaomiao, having spent an extended period in England, might become unfamiliar with domestic internet vernacular. The promotional efforts we undertake will undoubtedly be substantial, although I, too, represent capital. The influence I wield may not rival their collective power, yet it is by no means insignificant. Perhaps this opportunity could serve to undermine their credibility, enabling Wanxiang Search to cultivate its own interactive platform. Chapter 105. Temasek Investment. Indeed, Huagua is a land that nurtures heroes from the young. Upon meeting Mr. Qin, I instantly felt the weight of age upon me. A middle-aged man of Chinese descent rose to greet Qin Fuqing as he entered, extending his hand in a somewhat awkward gesture of handshake, his Mandarin slightly labored. The speaker was Tang Qishi, the president of Temasek Holdings in the Huagua region. Prior to the second round of investment in Fuqing Networks, Tang Qishi was eager to meet Qin Fuqing and had repeatedly requested a meeting after the news circulated. Temasek is an asset management company owned by the Singapore government, which had previously focused on the banking sector but had gradually shifted its investments towards the internet industry since 2010. In the 2016 fiscal year, Temasek's net asset value declined by 24 billion Singapore dollars, approximately 11.91 billion, making the urgent need for transformation a significant reason for Tang Qishi's desire to meet Qin Fuqing. Mr. Tang, you are too modest. I merely consider myself fortunate. Qin Fuqing replied, maintaining a standard smile that struck a perfect balance, evoking a sense of springtime warmth without crossing the threshold of familiarity. Tang Kui wore the same standard smile, yet it radiated a heightened warmth due to his desire to seek favor. A stroke of luck might lead to a single success, but a series of triumphs is not merely the result of chance. Recently, I dined with the head of the Department of Chemistry at the National University of Singapore, who expressed high praise for your paper, deeming it a groundbreaking achievement in theoretical chemistry. Based solely on this, the Singapore Institute of Technology is willing to confer a doctoral degree upon Mr. Chen. This doctorate was a meticulously prepared token of appreciation from Tang Kui to Qin Fuqing. Due to the scarcity of public information about Qin Fuqing, Tang Kui found it challenging to tailor his gift appropriately. Nonetheless, Qin Fuqing's capabilities undoubtedly warranted such an honor. Thank you for the goodwill from the National University of Singapore, but I have been unable to leave Shuda recently, so I must express my gratitude from afar. Qin Fuqing stated, steering the conversation towards its essence. I presume Mr. Tang has sought to meet with me regarding Fuqing Network? Tang Kui nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Temasek is optimistic about the long-term development of Fuqing Network and even more so about your capabilities, hoping to participate in the second round of investment. Qin Fuqing replied, we are well aware of the value of Fuqing Network, and the worth of the Helmsman system is grossly underestimated by the outside world. In other words, my endorsement for any investor guarantees substantial returns. What can Temasek bring to Fuqing Network? Following a period of maturation, Fuchin Network has been unanimously recognized in the investment community as the largest unicorn company in the past 5 years, comparable to the likes of Chengdu, and even rivaling the stature of tech giants such as Tencent or Alibaba. Thus, numerous companies are clamoring to join the second round of investment. While Temasek possesses considerable financial resources, at this level, capital is not the primary consideration. Chen Fuchin's inquiry struck at the core, leaving Tang Kui momentarily taken aback. Having served as the president of Temasek's Greater China region for many years, such direct confrontations were rare. He lifted his teacup, sipping thoughtfully. As his mind raced, Temasek's strength lies in its long-standing commitment to the Chinese market, wielding significant influence across Asia's capital markets. We have invested in a series of banks, including ICBC, CCB, Minsheng, and Standard Chartered. With Temasek's involvement, Fuchin Network would not need to fret over funding. What you can offer me, Sequoia, Goldman Sachs, and Morgan Stanley can also provide. With these four, along with the state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, we would have sufficient investors for the second round. As he spoke, the smile faded from Chen Fuchin's face, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Tang Kui's eyes. Tang Kui felt a wave of pressure, a sensation he had previously only experienced from the Prime Minister of Singapore. He thought to himself, what a remarkable individual. How could someone in their 20s exert such an overwhelming presence? Unbeknownst to him, this was a feeling born from a substantial disparity in mental fortitude, a stark contrast to his years of holding high office, which made the pressure even more palpable. In that moment, he truly felt the weight of age settling upon him. No longer an idle flattery. In recent years, we have shifted our focus towards investing in unicorn enterprises while simultaneously cultivating favorable relationships with internet giants like Tencent and Alibaba. In light of the recent public scrutiny faced by Fuchin Network and Mr. Chen personally, Temasek is willing to take the lead in addressing these matters. As the conversation progressed, Tang Kui increasingly felt a lack of confidence, for these investors from Sequoia could equally perform. They had only begun to pivot towards investments in technology enterprises around a decade ago, while Sequoia has been dedicated to this sector since its inception in 1972. Simply referencing the annual list of the world's top active investment institutions and unicorns published by Huruan, Sequoia consistently ranks first each year. Tang Kui pondered. Since the opposing party was willing to meet with him, Temasek must indeed see potential. The question remained, where was this glimmer of hope? Shudu, he understood. He recalled another wealthy individual who had risen to prominence from Shudu and surmised the reason for the visit. A tycoon who had established a chain of hot pot restaurants was preparing for his company's public listing, intending to change his and his family's nationality to that of the Lion City to achieve tax evasion. Tang Kui speculated that this must be the purpose of the meeting. He donned a confident smile and said, Mr. Chun, if you wish to gain citizenship in the Lion City, I shall consult with Mr. Li. A talent such as yourself surely cannot be refused. Chen Fuchin thought to himself, when did I express such an intent? He decided to be forthright, as he believed the other party's intelligence would allow them to deduce his true purpose, yet they would never guess it entirely. He had never considered changing his nationality. He was open to allowing Temasek to participate in the second round of investment in Fuchin Networks, for the opportunity was substantial enough that an additional investor posed no issue. Naturally, he had his own aspirations. He hoped to establish a pharmaceutical company in the Lion City to conduct certain experiments that might be inconvenient in Huagua, and sought Mr. Li's assistance in this endeavor. While acquiring citizenship in the Lion City might provide short-term benefits and tax evasion, the long-term strategic losses were incalculable. To put it simply, whether it be research into colonizing Mars or controlled nuclear fusion, only Huagua could withstand the pressures emanating from the American Empire.